Chapter 1. Douluo Continent. In the Star Luo Empire, within the Imperial Palace, a heavy snowfall had draped the entire palace in a silvery shroud, and the frigid northern winds dissuaded people from venturing outside. Comate. Before the secluded cold palace, a eunuch clad in a thick cotton coat extended a cold food box through a small hole in the wall, laughing heartily as he called into the cold palace. This hole was minuscule, akin to a dog's den. With a slight sound, a pair of frail, yellowed hands cautiously reached out to touch the food box, only to retract instantly. In this biting cold, the iron box felt unbearably frigid. From behind the cold palace wall, faint sounds of anguished moans could be heard. Yet, after a brief moment, the frostbitten, crimson little finger trembled and reached out once more, gripping the food box tightly, refusing to let go despite the numbing cold of the iron. With a soft sound, the food box was dragged into the hole by the small hand. Upon witnessing this, the eunuch and the surrounding palace maids erupted into laughter. "Ha ha! The little cub is eating. Little prince, although the food is cold, do eat it, do not resist too much. Those skinny arms and legs of yours must not succumb. For how shall we explain to the empress? That wretched woman dared to offend the empress now that she is dead. As her son, you must endure some hardships. Li Gong, you have performed splendidly these years. The empress will surely reward you. Do not forget us when that time comes." One eunuch flattered the one delivering the food to the cold palace. Well said. After their laughter subsided, the group of eunuchs and palace maids, brimming with delight, departed, as if promotions and wealth were within their grasp. Inside the cold palace, a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, gazed at the food box that had been dragged in. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and forcefully pulled his finger away from the iron box, blood gushing forth instantly. The weather was so bitterly cold that even a brief touch had caused his finger to freeze against the iron surface. The boy's expression contorted in pain, and he immediately placed his finger in his mouth to staunch the bleeding, then staggered towards the dilapidated palace within the cold palace. Once inside, he braced the door with his foot, blocking out the howling wind and snow. Yet, the cold air still seeped through the shattered windows. Though the boy wore a thick cotton coat, the padding had long been stripped away, providing minimal warmth, just enough to prevent him from freezing to death. He tossed the food box aside, fixating on the broken window. Resolutely, he ripped it off with one hand and rummaged beneath the bed for 2 flint stones and some charcoal ash. Carefully, he gathered the ash into a depression in the ground and, gritting his teeth against the pain, struck the flint to ignite it. He then dismantled the wooden window frame piece by piece and tossed the wood into the depression to fuel the flames. Before long, flames flickered, bringing a hint of warmth to the icy room. The boy kicked the food box closer to the fire, utilizing the heat to warm the food inside. His frostbitten, cracked hands felt an unbearable itch as the fire's warmth enveloped them. Yet, this warmth came at a steep price. The boy, named Dai Yao, was the son of the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire. However, his mother had fallen victim to the empress' jealousy, and after her fall from grace, mother and son had been banished to the cold palace. After his mother's death, this so-called prince seemed to have been forgotten, trapped within the confines of this tiny cold palace. It was evident that the empress was behind it all. For 6 long years, Dai Yao had endured humiliation within the cold palace. Under the empress' directives, the eunuchs and palace maids devised countless schemes to torment him. In summer, when he sought solace beneath a large tree in the courtyard, he awoke the next day to find it cut down. Whenever he lingered by the pond for even a moment, all living creatures were swiftly scooped away by the palace maids. He had long reported the broken window to the eunuchs, yet no one had come to repair it. Trapped within the cold palace, he could only suffer the bitter chill of winter. Were it not for the elder council of the White Tiger clan, which ensured the safety of all its offspring, he might have been beaten mercilessly by those eunuchs long ago. Yet, the solitude of nearly 6 years in the cold palace had driven him to the brink of madness. After consuming some food, he felt a slight comfort, and as he gazed at the flickering orange flames, he fell into deep contemplation. Tomorrow, I turn 6 and awaken my martial soul. If my martial soul is not powerful enough, even the elder council will not protect me for life. At that point, my demise will truly be at hand. His thoughts darkened at this realization. If that is the case, I would have been better off freezing to death in the earlier winters. Have I endured this long just to awaken a strong martial soul and seek revenge for my mother? Though his mother was officially said to have died of despair after her banishment to the cold palace, he knew the truth. She had been murdered by the Empress minions. Dai Yao's breath quickened, his fists clenched tightly, as if he had forgotten the pain entirely. Wretched woman, I vow to make you pay in blood. The cold moonlight streamed into the cold palace from above the high walls, deepening the chill of the winter night. As Dai Yao tended to the fire, he shook his head helplessly and mused. In those Douluo fanfictions, the protagonists enjoy a life of luxury, inheriting the legacy of Wei Wu, wooing ladies in the Douluo Continent, while I find myself in such dire straits. Indeed, he was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he was an ordinary person from Earth, who, due to an accident, found himself in the Douluo Continent. In his former life, he had been unremarkable, merely a diligent student, then a worker after graduation, lacking any remarkable talents, leading a mundane existence without any extraordinary events. Not particularly tall or strikingly handsome, he was simply average. In this life, though still a child and painfully thin, his concealed charm began to reveal itself slightly. In his past, his parents often taught him to be an honest person and to avoid troubling others. However, upon entering the workforce, he realized that such a demeanor was ill-suited for survival in society. Such individuals are often referred to as honest people, though in modern times, the term has lost its positive connotation. I will never be an honest person in this life. Reflecting on his current plight and the bullying he had endured over the years, his gaze turned fierce. The rules of this world dictate that the weak are prey to the strong. It was so in my past life, and even more so in the Douluo Continent. I must become ruthless, ensuring that those who have tormented me pay the price. In the evening, a knock echoed outside the door, causing the accumulated snow on the eaves to tumble down. Dai Yao hurriedly extinguished the fire, fearing that outsiders might see it and report back to the eunuchs. The eunuchs, with their twisted natures, would resort to any means to curry favor. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man standing outside. "Third uncle," Dai Yao exclaimed with delight. His third uncle, Dai Hengyu, was the third brother of the current emperor of Star Luo, yet due to his martial soul, he had not competed for the throne, allowing them to maintain a semblance of familial bonds. Among those Dai Yao had encountered, only his third uncle had shown him kindness. Alas, Dai Hengyu sighed, taking in Dai Yao's battered appearance, filled with guilt and helplessness. He had been a close friend of Dai Yao's mother and had promised to look after Dai Yao before her passing. Yet, he was merely a powerless prince. What could he do to rescue someone targeted by the empress within the palace? But tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow marks the day you awaken your martial soul. I have come to discuss something important with you, Dai Hengyu said, lifting Dai Yao into his arms for comfort. What is it? It pertains to your future. Perhaps you will no longer need to reside in this cold palace. Our Dai family is part of the Star Luo royal lineage, inheriting the most prestigious beast martial soul, the white tiger martial soul. However, the stronger the martial soul, the more difficult it is to inherit. In our Star Luo empire, only a few each generation manage to awaken this martial soul, and they are granted the title of prince. In terms of inheriting martial souls, the offspring of those with the white tiger martial soul and those with the nether spirit cat martial soul have the highest probability of inheriting the white tiger martial soul. Thus, each generation of Star Luo emperors marries women from the Zhu family, who are known to possess the nether spirit cat martial soul. At this point, he let out a wry smile. Just like me, your mother did not possess the nether spirit cat martial soul, making it highly unlikely for you to inherit the white tiger martial soul. If that is the case, you will continue to suffer in the palace for life. Therefore, once you awaken your martial soul, I will take you to the Elder Council. The Elder Council is primarily responsible for managing the internal affairs of the White Tiger clan. They record the names and titles of the clan's offspring, oversee the awakening of martial souls, guide training, manage the acquisition of spirit rings, and handle burial arrangements after death. The council is led by 7 elders of the soul, Duo rank or higher, overseeing a vast number of clan members. Thank you for your kindness, third uncle. However, I am aware that one can evade danger for a moment, but not for a lifetime. If the Empress truly wishes to eliminate me, even the Elder Council cannot protect me. Dai Hongyu was taken aback by Dai Yao's maturity, astonished that he seemed far beyond a mere 6-year-old child. But if I do not awaken a powerful martial soul tomorrow, I will have to rely on you, third uncle. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Dai Yao returned to his chamber and rekindled the fire. If circumstances permitted, he harbored no desire to live in such a pitiful state. Enduring the brutal beatings and humiliations inflicted by the eunuchs, he had borne the weight of his suffering for a full 6 years. A formidable martial soul does not necessarily guarantee the emergence of a powerful soul master, yet a powerful soul master surely possesses a formidable martial soul. In the original text, the master once proclaimed, "There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters." But why do we seldom encounter a Ho soul master or a blue silvergrass soul master in the Douluo Continent? Of course, Tang San is an exception, as his martial soul is the blue silver emperor. The number of soul masters who can claim such seemingly worthless martial souls is exceedingly rare. The martial souls that ascend to the status of Doa are renowned and powerful, suggesting that one's martial soul indeed dictates the course of one's life. Should Dai Yao fail to awaken a formidable martial soul, he will be doomed to endure a life of humiliation and burden. Chapter 2. The Green Lotus. Dai Yao returned to his bed, seated himself with crossed legs, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. Within the realm of his consciousness, a green lotus swayed gently. "Perhaps my destiny rests upon you," Dai Yao murmured to himself. This green lotus was, in fact, the root cause of his arrival in the Douluo Continent. In his previous life, after yet another late-night work session, he had passed by the lotus pond beneath his company, inexplicably drawn to a peculiar lotus blooming within. Like a moth to a flame, he found himself inexorably drawn toward it, ultimately falling into the pond. As he could not swim, he perished, only to awaken in this new world. This lotus had lingered in his consciousness for 5 or 6 years, and he had once questioned whether it was his golden finger. However, upon reflecting on other Douluo fanfics where protagonists receive chaotic green lotuses or Pangu acts martial souls merely by signing in at various locations, he dismissed the absurd notion, especially when considering the harmless appearance of his own green lotus. This might indeed be my martial soul, Dai Yao mused. Could it possibly be a chaotic green lotus or something of the sort? Never mind. There are no clues to guide me. Speculation leads to no answers. Nevertheless, since this green lotus facilitated my crossing into another realm, it must possess its own mysteries, yet to be discovered. In any case, this green lotus resides within my spiritual world. One day, I shall uncover its secrets. Although this green lotus may not possess the might of those formidable signing systems, it bestowed upon Dai Yao a unique ability, the perception of qi. Soul masters cultivate their soul power through the qi that drifts between heaven and earth. From the moment he sensed the existence of qi, he was filled with exhilaration, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the study of it. He discovered that by visualizing the green lotus within his consciousness, he could automatically engage in cultivation. In the original tale, Tang San had cultivated the Xiantian treasure record and awakened his martial soul with innate full soul power. Thus, he practiced diligently every day, eventually reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. A few years ago, his dantian could no longer accommodate any excess qi. Consequently, his progress came to a standstill. Yet, with the imminent awakening of his martial soul the following day, he felt a surge of inspiration and resumed his practice. As he envisioned the green lotus, a phantom of the lotus appeared in his dantian, and in an instant, the qi drifting through the world seemed to find its release, surging toward Dai Yao with fervor. The qi coursed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian. Each time this occurred, he felt as though his body was fluid, as if floating in water, cool and refreshing. Within his dantian, the phantom green lotus stirred the qi into a swirling motion, tinting it a vibrant azure. The dantian resembled a colossal millstone, as the freshly entering qi was similarly set into motion, gradually being ground and assimilated. Yet, as he concluded his practice, the assimilated qi would once again separate, flowing along his meridians and returning to the universe. Is it still insufficient? Have I encountered the same predicament as Tang San did while cultivating the Xiantian treasure record? Must I obtain my first spirit ring to continue my cultivation? Dai Yao pondered, feeling a twinge of despondency. With the day of his martial soul awakening fast approaching, thoughts of his heritage filled him with trepidation. It was highly probable that he could not inherit the white tiger martial soul, and although the green lotus in his spiritual realm existed, its true purpose remained unknown. Rising to his feet, he treaded through the snow to the courtyard. A resplendent moon hung amidst the branches, casting a crystalline glow. Gazing upon the moon, he was filled with thoughts of those he left behind. How were his parents in his previous life? How did they fare? What of his ever-smiling mother? And his father, who always maintained a stern demeanor, yet cared for him in silence, was he still working away in a distant land? Having arrived in the Douluo Continent, his biological mother had been murdered by the queen. The emperor of Star Luo, the man he called father by blood, felt like a complete stranger. A wave of sorrow surged within him as he grappled with the pain of separation from his loved ones and the uncertainty of his future. In an effort to vent his emotions, he struck the dry trunk of a tree with his palm. Crack! Wood splinters flew. A sharp pain radiated through him, not merely the surface pain of skin, but a deep, resonating ache that coursed from his bones to his skin. What is this? Dai Yao stared at his palm in astonishment. A clear handprint was left upon the tree trunk. It was worth noting that he was but a 6-year-old child, even against the withered wood. It was difficult for one of his age to leave any mark. When did I acquire such formidable power? It seems I exerted little effort, he exclaimed in astonishment, and after the pain subsided, he struck the tree trunk with his palm once more. Yet, no trace was left upon the bark, and the pain in his hand did not intensify. Could it be due to the lingering energy? Having just concluded his cultivation, the energy within his arm had yet to dissipate. Upon delivering the first strike, that energy was expended, greatly amplifying the force, while the second strike bore no energy, rendering it ineffective. If merely the undissipated energy in my hand possesses such might, how powerful would it be if I channeled it into my hand before striking? Resolutely, he decided to act. Dai Yao summoned the energy from his dantian, allowing it to flow through his arm, then raised his uninjured left hand and delivered a forceful blow to the withered tree. With a resounding crack, the tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, was severed in two. However, Dai Yao had no inclination to contemplate the tree's plight, for an excruciating pain surged towards the crown of his head. Goodness, how it hurts. Dai Yao winced in pain, his entire arm feeling as though it were not his own. He discovered that his arm could still bend slightly, and with a shiver of dread, he murmured, "That was far too reckless. I nearly broke my arm." The energy in his dantian had also diminished considerably, implying that this type of attack could only be executed a few more times. However, he realized he could regulate the amount of energy to control the power of his strikes. In future confrontations, he could employ this as a trump card. A powerful move surely deserves a name, since it is capable of unleashing tremendous energy in an instant and is activated by his fists. He decided to call it 8 Extremes Collapse. Peering through the crack of the door, he was relieved to find that the secluded location of the cold palace had not drawn any attention. Returning to his chamber, he resumed his cultivation to replenish the expended energy. The natural energy of the world surged into Dai Yao's dantian like a whirlpool, rapidly filling the previously empty space at a visible pace. In his spiritual realm, the azure lotus swayed gently, dispersing a faint dusting of powder. Meanwhile, his injured arm began to heal gradually. The following day marked the momentous occasion of awakening his martial soul, and Dai Yao rose with the dawn. To his astonishment, he found that most of his injuries had healed. The pain in his left hand, which had been wounded from his powerful strike, had subsided, leaving only a slight tingling sensation when he exerted himself. Could this also be attributed to the azure lotus? Did it possess healing properties as well? Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul in the Palace. Within the Awakening Hall, the Elder Council was situated in the distant Baihu mountain range. revered as the ancestral land of the royal family. Due to its remoteness, a branch was established within the palace itself. The Elder Council primarily managed the various affairs of the clan, and since the royal family belonged to the Baihu lineage, the awakening of each prince's martial soul was overseen by the ancestral hall. Over time, as relatives of the Baihu clan, the Yuming Spirit Cat clan had become an affiliate. Thus, their martial soul awakenings were also the responsibility of the Elder Council. I will escort you to the awakening hall. Once inside, there will be someone to guide you. Just follow their instructions. Do not be afraid. Even if your martial soul is weak, I will ensure your safety, said Dai Hongyu, kneeling with one knee on the ground, placing a comforting hand upon Dai Yao's head. Thank you, Uncle San. After Dai Hongyu departed, Dai Yao approached the front of the awakening palace. On either side of the grand entrance stood two stone tigers, their lines rugged and lifelike, as if poised to spring forth with gaping jaws. This was the illustrious beast martial soul of the Douluo Continent, the white tiger. Young one, the blood of the white tiger flows within you, resonated a deep, powerful voice beside Dai Yao. Upon hearing the voice, Dai Yao turned to see an elderly man, his physique resembling that of a muscular tyrannosaurus. His hair and beard blazed a fiery red, giving him the appearance of a living flame. The fifth elder observed Dai Yao's disheveled attire and, using his large hands to smooth the boy's unruly hair, offered words of comfort. Child, even in adversity, do not abandon hope. Persevere. For the pride of our White Tiger clan's bloodline rests upon your generation to defend. Who are you? Dai Yao inquired. You may refer to me as Elder Dai Wei Lai, he replied. The fifth elder, a soul master of formidable 85 levels, held the fifth rank within the Elder Council and was well respected. With a fiery temperament and a fierce disdain for malevolence, he had stirred considerable trouble across the Douluo Continent. To keep him in check, the council had assigned him to the royal palace to oversee the awakening of the prince's martial soul. Come, I shall guide you to your martial soul awakening. Many children have already gathered. The adage rang true. In traversing the myriad realms of Douluo, Tao Go occupies half the awakening. Very well, Master Su Yuntao has found himself unemployed, Dai Yao mused internally, trailing behind the fifth elder. Upon arriving at the awakening hall, they found it bustling with children, engaged in animated whispers and laughter. At the center of the crowd, two children stood out like celestial bodies amidst the stars. One, significantly taller than the others, boasted striking golden hair and an appearance of striking handsomeness, with broad shoulders that exuded a wild, commanding aura. Most astonishingly, his eyes were of two distinct colors. The other child was a girl, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with a hairstyle resembling cat ears on either side of her head. Dressed in elegant black attire, she projected an air of grace. However, the icy void in her black eyes contrasted sharply with her exquisite visage, creating an unsettling dichotomy. Dual-colored eyes. He must be Dai Mubai, Dai Yao quickly discerned, recognizing the unmistakable features. Given his age, had he not already awakened his martial soul? What was he doing here? If he was indeed Dai Mubai, then the girl beside him must be Zhu Zhuqing. Among all the female characters in the original Douluo narrative, Dai Yao held a particular admiration for Zhu Zhuqing. With her stunning figure and unparalleled beauty, she was not only captivating but also unwaveringly loyal in matters of the heart. Dai Mubai chose to evade the competition for the throne and journeyed to Heavendou, yet he left Zhu Zhuqing behind in the Star Luo Empire. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing remained steadfast, opting to follow and encourage him. In Dai Yao's previous life, such girls were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Are you Dai Yao? Dai Mubai inquired from his elevated position upon seeing the newly arrived Dai Yao. Indeed, she replied, noticeably a head shorter than him. You look just like a beggar. Dai Mubai scoffed. Dai Mubai's mother is the current empress, and she harbors an intense hatred for Dai Yao and her son. Today, he has come to the Awakening Palace for two reasons. Firstly, to assess Zhu Zhuqing's talents. If they are commendable, he might propose a betrothal. Secondly, to teach Dai Yao a lesson. That woman once inflicted great humiliation upon my mother, and today, I shall act in my mother's stead to demonstrate my disdain. Dai Mubai declared. Dai Yao's gaze sharpened momentarily, but he soon lowered his head, feigning ignorance to the situation. He recognized his current lack of strength, rendering him unable to retaliate against malice. For now, he could only endure silently, awaiting the day when he could repay these grievances in kind. Be quiet. The fifth elder admonished, appearing between the two. Addressing Dai Mubai, he continued. The practice of exploiting the weak is not in accordance with the traditions of our White Tiger clan. While competition among the princes may employ various tactics, it is paramount that we show tolerance towards the younger members of other clans. Although the fifth elder possessed a fiery temperament, his guidance towards the children was gentle and insightful. He stepped into the center of the grand hall, stamping his right foot, which summoned a golden array upon the ground. With a voice both powerful and resonant, he proclaimed, "Children, a person's martial soul determines the course of their life. Our star Luo royal family has inherited the white tiger martial soul through generations, and each member of the Dai family takes pride in awakening this noble spirit. Every emperor of Star Luo has been a bearer of the white tiger martial soul, having emerged from the rigorous selection process mandated by our clan. It is this harsh tradition that has forged great emperors, capable of leading this magnificent nation. Today, I hope that among you, someone may awaken the white tiger martial soul. Now, who will be the first to awaken their martial soul?" The fifth elder's words ignited a fervor within the children, prompting them to step forward eagerly. He selected a young boy from the crowd. As he stood in the center of the array, the elder waved his hand, sending a beam of white light into the ground, causing the engraved array to illuminate. Golden specks of light emanated from the surface, gradually forming a faint golden shield that enveloped the boy. The sudden transformation caused the boy to grow restless. "Calm yourself and embrace the change," the fifth elder advised. As the light particles slowly entered the boy's body, he began to settle down. Soon, red ears sprouted from his head, his hair turned a fiery red, and a long tail appeared behind him. "A scarlet cat martial soul," the elder noted. Next, the innate soul power would be tested. The fifth elder produced a crystal ball, gesturing for the boy to place his hand upon it. Upon contact, the crystal ball shimmered with a grayish hue, revealing fourth-level soul power. The fifth elder sighed inwardly, realizing the boy's potential was limited. Within the vast royal lineage, very few could awaken the white tiger martial soul. He regarded Dai Mu Bai with a sense of resignation. Perhaps this generation would only yield 3 princes. "Next child, please step forward to awaken your martial soul." The same scene unfolded several more times, with most children revealing ordinary martial souls, possessing only 4th or 5th level soul power. The most distinguished among them had a Black Panther martial soul with 8th level power. As the number of those who had not awakened dwindled, the fifth elder's disappointment grew. At last, only 2 remained unawakened. Next, Zhu Zhuqing. As Zhu Zhuqing stepped out from the crowd, 2 gazes immediately fell upon her, one from Dai Mu Bai and the other from Dai Yao. She approached the center of the array, and once more, the golden shield rose. As she absorbed an increasing number of golden light particles, the fifth elder watched in astonishment. With years of experience, he understood that the greater the number of absorbed light points, the stronger the martial soul would be. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already matched the quantity absorbed by the previous Black Panther martial soul, yet the absorption showed no signs of halting. It seems she is about to awaken her family's inherited martial soul, the fifth elder realized, connecting her surname to the lineage. As the absorption ceased, Zhu Zhuqing's form became evident. Cat ears emerged on either side of her head, a tail sprouted from her back, and her fingers elongated into sharp claws, each movement exuding feline grace. A trail of long black particles followed her, reminiscent of a messenger from the netherworld, her icy gaze devoid of any warmth. Indeed, the martial soul of the nether spirit cat, the fifth elder concluded. "Now, let us test your innate soul power, child." As she placed her hand upon the crystal ball, it erupted with dazzling brilliance. 9th level soul power, exceedingly close to full innate power, the fifth elder marveled. Her talent surpassed even that of the 3 princes. "Child, you must understand your family's mission. Every Zhu family girl awakening the nether spirit cat martial soul is destined to marry a prince of the star Luo who awakens the white tiger martial soul. Currently, the only unmarried prince is the 3rd prince, Dai Mu Bai. After tomorrow, when we send a proposal to your Zhu family, you shall become his 3rd consort." "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. Dai Mu Bai promptly approached Zhu Zhuqing, initiating a conversation, yet mindful of the unresolved marriage contract, he refrained from becoming overly familiar. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing remained perpetually aloof towards him. Next came Dai Yao. A figure emerged from the throng at the rear, and upon recognizing his visage, the children began to murmur animatedly. "Have you heard? He is the one rumored to be relegated to the cold palace, Dai Yao." "Dai Yao? His attire is truly shabby. How can he possibly be worthy of the Dai family?" Dai Mu Bai, listening to the ridicule directed at Dai Yao, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "His mother is merely a lowly maid. What noble martial spirit could he possibly awaken? Dai Yao cast a cold glance at Dai Bai, who had repeatedly insulted him and his mother. A surge of anger boiling within him. Yet, recalling his own circumstances, he chose to endure once more. "Are you ready?" inquired the fifth elder. "I am ready." The formation shimmered as points of light ascended from the ground, gradually entering Dai Yao's body. Warmth enveloped him, reminiscent of the gentle sunlight of winter, wrapping him in its comforting embrace. This warmth permeated deep within, and he distinctly felt the stirring of his spiritual realm as a golden egg manifested itself before him, soon beginning to shatter under the influence of the nurturing warmth. Indeed, the fifth elder noted that the points of light absorbed by Dai Yao were akin to those absorbed by the scarlet cat martial spirit, and he mused, "It seems we have yet another ordinary martial spirit." However, he was soon astonished to see that Dai Yao, previously at a standstill, resumed absorbing the points of light at an unprecedented speed, surpassing all others. As the golden egg fractured, Dai Yao's heart sank. He sensed that it represented a rather feeble martial spirit. In his previous life, he had been mediocre, and now, in this life, it appeared he was destined for the same fate. Did he truly lack the opportunity to change his destiny? He pondered bitterly. Suddenly, a swaying azure lotus emitted a stream of azure light, which merged with the golden egg. The egg, already cracked, swiftly mended itself, and with the continuous absorption of the golden points, the aura it exuded grew increasingly formidable. Ultimately, the powerful presence began to reverberate throughout his entire spiritual realm. This was a wave of ecstasy surged within Dai Yao. For the first time in many years, he witnessed the azure lotus springing into action, elevating his martial spirit by several grades in an instant. What manner of martial spirit is this? The fifth elder's astonishment deepened as he observed that the quantity of points Dai Yao was absorbing had exceeded the limits of the white tiger martial spirit. It is well known that the white tiger martial spirit ranks among the continent's most elite beast martial spirits. What could possibly surpass it? The title of the world's foremost beast martial spirit is contentious. Some claim it to be the white tiger, others the blue electric tyrannosaurus, and still others the phoenix. Yet there is no dispute regarding the foremost weapon martial spirit, which is none other than the Haotian hammer of the supreme sect. The number of points he now absorbed had surpassed even that of the Haotian hammer martial spirit. The fifth elder's astonishment morphed into sheer shock. At long last, the golden egg shattered, accompanied by an ancient roar of a tiger echoing through the spiritual realm as a majestic giant shadow materialized. It was a powerful and commanding white tiger, a beast that battled ferociously with dragons. The white tiger's body was snow white, devoid of any blemish, save for the 4 golden patterns forming the character for king on its broad forehead. Its whiskers were white and rigid, akin to steel needles. Muscles rippled beneath its limbs, brimming with explosive strength. Its fangs and claws were razor-sharp, surpassing ordinary blades. However, the most captivating feature was the pair of white wings extending from its back. It suddenly dawned on Dai Yao that this was the very form of the spectral white tiger, born from the fusion of Dai Bai and Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirits when they assaulted the Dueling Pass. Tang San had once claimed that their martial spirit fusion could reach divine levels of power. Thus, could this winged white tiger not be deemed a divine martial spirit? Yet an even more shocking scene unfolded before Dai Yao. The winged white tiger approached the azure lotus, prostrating itself as if a humble kitten, seemingly signifying its submission. The azure lotus could not only transform martial spirits, but could compel even divine martial spirits to bow before it. What on earth is this azure lotus? Before he could ponder further, he was drawn to the changes occurring within his own body. A brilliant white light erupted from Dai Yao, causing his bones to crackle audibly as his muscles swelled, stretching his tattered garment taut. Even the surrounding air seemed to grow turbulent. His golden hair transformed to white, and 4 golden lines appeared on his forehead, forming the character for king. His hands enlarged, covered in white fur, with his fingers resembling claws, sharp as chilling blades. His entire physique expanded significantly, though he had once been rather slight. Now, under the manifestation of his martial spirit, he appeared somewhat more akin to a normal human. Behind him, a pair of 1-meter-long white wings unfurled. His transformation incited gasps of awe from the onlooking children, who were also gripped by a profound fear emanating from the depths of their souls. This fear was not directed at Dai Yao himself, but rather stemmed from their martial spirit's instinctive dread of a top-tier predator. Meanwhile, Dai Bai stood in shock. Even he, possessing the white tiger martial spirit, felt a twinge of fear emanating from Dai Yao's martial spirit. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. What sort of martial spirit has this fellow awakened? Zhu Zhuqing turned to look back, her expression one of confusion. For she sensed a sense of kinship emanating from Dai Yao's martial spirit. This feeling of affinity had also surfaced with Dai Mubai. But it was nowhere near as potent as that which she felt now. The fifth elder's face lit up with uncontainable joy. He sensed the formidable nature of Dai Yao's martial spirit. Although this martial spirit had never appeared in the family's history, there was no doubt that it surpassed even the white tiger martial spirit. As an elder of the family, nothing mattered more to him than its strength. Come, child. Quickly test your innate soul power. Chapter 5. Emperor Xingluo. As Dai Yao placed his hand upon the crystal ball, he immediately felt a powerful suction. As if the energy from his dantian had found an outlet, surging madly into the crystal ball. The crystal ball erupted with resplendent light, illuminating the entire awakening hall with radiant clarity. The brilliance was blinding, causing many children to instinctively close their eyes, while the fifth elder remained undeterred, his face alight with fervor. Indeed, innate full soul power. Such a powerful martial spirit must surely awaken with innate full soul power. Innate full soul power is exceedingly rare. Even within the lineage of the white tiger, among the three princes, none possessed it. What a prodigy, the fifth elder thought. But soon felt a pang of regret. Dai Yao, with your talents, you would be nurtured as a family heir in any clan. Alas, you were born into the Dai family. Your gifts destined you for the struggle for the throne, yet now you are too weak, not even a soul master. The eldest prince, Dai Wei, is already 15, having reached the rank of soul respect. Even the youngest, the third prince Dai Mubai, is 9. The age gap is sufficient to bridge any disparity in talent. Moreover, the three princes themselves are not lacking in gifts, all possessing top-tier potential. You are fated to be unable to compete with these princes, ultimately leading to your demise. No matter how formidable the talent, it cannot alter the clan rules. The rules are the foundation of the strength of the White Tiger clan. Countless talents have perished over the millennia due to the harsh clan laws. The fifth elder bit his lip in contemplation, resigned to the harsh reality. After all, such talent is exceedingly rare. Yet the family's rules remain unchanged through the ages. It can be said that the clan has survived due to these brutal regulations, maintaining its vitality throughout the long passage of time. I can only strive to provide you with a relatively fair environment, minimizing the influence of the powers behind the princes. If you are a genius, prove it to me. Amidst the astonished gazes surrounding him, Dai Yao relinquished the state of his martial soul manifestation, reverting to his tattered, diminutive form. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to underestimate him. None would provoke a being destined to become a formidable soul master, especially one who was also fated to be the fourth prince of the Star Luo Empire. They offered no excessive flattery, for with his ascension to royalty, Dai Yao's fate was sealed. He was destined to perish in the ruthless competition for the throne. However, Dai Mubai was different. He harbored a deep disdain for Dai Yao. Following Dai Yao's elevation to prince, he would, according to clan customs, be seeking a marriage alliance within the Zhu family. Presently, the only suitable candidate for such an alliance was Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai feared that his betrothal might be jeopardized. Your martial soul talent is extraordinary, unparalleled in our clan's history. Please bestow a name upon your martial soul, the fifth elder said, suppressing any sympathy he felt for Dai Yao and addressing him with a kindly demeanor. Let it be called the divine white tiger, Dai Yao replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With the emergence of his powerful martial soul, he had finally escaped the fate of an ordinary person. Revenge was now a possibility. At that moment, all had awakened their martial souls, some feeling disappointment, while others rejoiced, departing in pairs with those familiar to them. Zhu Zhuqing was intrigued by the inexplicable affinity she felt towards Dai Yao. As he drew nearer, that sensation intensified. Yet, her icy demeanor prevented her from taking any action. Dai Mubai, observing Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering focus on that lowly wretch, felt a surge of anger within him. He had waited 3 long years to find a suitable match, having long regarded Zhu Zhuqing as his own treasure, yet her attention was inexplicably drawn to a mere wretch. He strode up to Dai Yao, towering over him at the age of 9, and with a condescending gaze, he declared, "You little brat, do not presume that awakening a superior martial soul makes you exceptional. When you attain your first soul ring, I shall deliver you a resounding lesson." Dai Yao bowed his head in silence, seemingly acquiescing to Dai Mubai's words. Regardless of past or present, He understood deeply that it is essential to maintain reverence in the presence of those powerful enough to dictate one's fate, whether they embody goodness or malevolence. At this moment, Dai Mubai was undoubtedly far superior to him. Having never witnessed the might of a soul master, Dai Yao could not ascertain whether his 8 extremes collapse could inflict any meaningful damage. Lacking absolute confidence in victory, he was reluctant to provoke Dai Mubai. Furthermore, with the queen backing Dai Mubai, he deemed it prudent to exercise restraint. Nightfall enveloped the Star Luo Imperial Palace. It was already midnight, and the world lay shrouded in darkness, yet the White Tiger Hall, tasked with handling state affairs, was ablaze with light, resembling a scene of day. The Star Luo Emperor, having just concluded his duties, rubbed his weary eyes and rose to ease his fatigued body. Daybreak was approaching, and returning to the palace at such late hours. Even a soul master like him could hardly endure the continuous strain. He gazed at the imperial map behind him, pondering for a long while. Before inquiring of the eunuch by his side, "What is the current status of the White Tiger Legion in the Principality of Santos?" "Your Majesty, since the Hautian sect declared its seclusion, the absence of their assistance has left the White Tiger Legion stagnant in the Principality of Santos. Moreover, with the support of the Spirit Hall, the rogues of Tiendo have reclaimed territories we previously occupied," the chief eunuch reported, his heart heavy as he observed the emperor's exhaustion. He watched the man pour his soul into the service of the Star Luo Empire, enduring relentless toil that even a soul master could scarcely bear. While the world beheld the emperor's majestic presence, few comprehended the sacrifices he had made. In pursuit of unifying the continent, he had forsaken emotions and relinquished his cultivation, only for it all to be shattered by a single individual. With a deep sigh, the Star Luo Emperor lamented, "Why is the Hautian Douluo so foolish? For the sake of a woman, this turmoil has unfolded. No, it is not merely a woman, but a wretched soul beast." As this thought crossed his mind, anger surged within him. Once, the Star Luo Empire had allied with the Hautian sect, and the opportunity for unification lay before them. Yet the emergence of the Hautian Douluo, who had fallen out with the Spirit Hall over a soul beast, resulted in the Hautian sect retreating into seclusion and the complete withdrawal of the Star Luo Empire's troops. Even after 6 years, the emperor could not find peace. Centuries of diligent governance and countless valiant soldiers had been reduced to ashes in that war. The Hautian sect declared seclusion, while the Star Luo Empire expended astronomical resources, gaining nothing in return. "Your Majesty, let us not dwell on such vexations. I have a piece of good news to share." The chief eunuch quickly changed the subject. "Oh, what is it?" the emperor inquired. "Today, another member of the clan has awakened the White Tiger martial soul, and the Star Luo Empire will soon have its 4th prince. Whose child is he?" The emperor's face brightened as he considered the royal lineage, yet he could not fathom who might have awakened the White Tiger martial soul. "It is that woman S." The eunuch quietly observed the emperor's expression. "That woman?" The emperor appeared puzzled, but then realization struck him. The cup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering with a piercing sound, and his face darkened immediately. "Indeed, it is her child." His complexion shifted as if he were choking on his words, and he finally managed to utter a few syllables. "Proceed with the customary protocol for the prince's title and privileges." Reflecting on his past decisions, the emperor's demeanor turned frigid, his voice devoid of warmth, resembling a meticulous automaton. The chief eunuch felt a pang of sadness. Having served the emperor for many years, he understood the deep-seated regrets within him. Once the emperor's mood improved, he seized the moment to say, "Your Majesty, there are 2 individuals waiting outside." "Oh, who are they?" "Her Majesty the Queen and Elder 5. "Then please allow them to enter." "Announce, Her Majesty the Queen and Elder 5 may enter." The eunuch called out loudly to the door. As the door swung open, a stunning beauty entered first, her skin as smooth as jade, lips like vermilion. Yet a glimmer of coldness in her eyes sent chills down the spine. Following her was a figure clad in fiery red, strikingly visible against the dark night, Elder 5. "Your Majesty." Both bowed in respect before taking their seats at the eunuch's direction. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to report," Elder 5 began. "What is it?" The Star Luo Emperor, intrigued by Elder 5's usual absence from royal affairs, listened attentively. "The 4th Prince of the Empire has been born. According to our clan's regulations, we must find a suitable match from the Zhu family. However, the only unmarried girl in the Zhu family has awakened the Nether Cat martial soul. Thus, I humbly request that you bestow her upon the 4th Prince." The emperor was taken aback. Why was Elder 5 so concerned for Dai Yao? Their connection was tenuous at best, suggesting underlying motives. That is unacceptable. The third prince has not yet been matched. How can we arrange a betrothal for the fourth prince first? The queen's voice, melodious as a lark, chimed in sweetly. She had come tonight specifically for Dai Yao and had kept a close watch over the harem, fully aware of Dai Yao's situation. Little did she expect that this troublesome boy possessed such extraordinary talent that even the usually aloof elder would intervene. Every thought of that woman filled her with loathing. She was determined not to allow that wretched spawn to have Zhu Zhuqing. Your Majesty, that is an erroneous statement. In our Dai family, we have never adhered to the hierarchy of age. The succession of the throne follows the victor. This matter is no different, Elder 5 countered, though he bore the queen's reservations in mind. Yet, for the sake of Dai Yao's martial legacy and the prosperity of the White Tiger family, he felt compelled to oppose her. Moreover, he had never feared anyone when he believed he was in the right. Your Majesty, Mubai is your child. He has awaited a suitable match for 3 years. If Zhu's daughter is betrothed to Dai Yao, would it not be a waste of Mubai's time? The queen lamented softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. Your Majesty, Elder 5 attempted to interject, but the emperor silenced him with a wave of his hand. There is no need for further debate. Both of you present valid points, yet regardless of whom the girl is betrothed to, discontent will arise. In the Dai family, we hold no regard for age hierarchy. Historically, it is the victor who claims everything, and this situation is no different. The emperor's words echoed the coldness of the Dai family's rules. Let the two of them duel. The victor shall secure the right to the betrothal. Upon hearing the Star Luo Emperor's decree, both parties felt a surge of excitement. From the queen's perspective, the emperor seemed to lean in her favor, despite the duel. The age disparity between Dai Yao and Dai Mubai conferred an overwhelming advantage to the latter, who had already reached the 17th level of soul power. The outcome of their confrontation could only result in Dai Mubai's triumph. This outcome aligned with Elder 5's intentions. To betroth Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Yao was undoubtedly a fanciful notion, akin to haggling by first presenting an unacceptable offer before proposing a more palatable one. Your Majesty, the fourth prince has yet to obtain a soul ring. Might we delay the duel until he becomes a soul master? The fifth elder inquired, and this point was conceded. The emperor responded, observing the queen who was poised to retort, and interjected, Our White Tiger clan has never shied away from challenges. If one cannot triumph over a mere novice who has just acquired their first spirit ring, how can Dai Mubai be worthy of the title of Star Luo Prince? Child, I have afforded you this opportunity. Whether you seize it or not ultimately rests upon your own capabilities. The fifth elder sighed inwardly, as it was apparent that he too held little hope for Dai Yao, given the substantial disparity in their spirit power. The news of Dai Yao awakening the divine White Tiger martial soul and being conferred the title of Fourth Prince spread across the continent like wildfire. Within the Imperial Palace, several eunuchs who had previously bullied Dai Yao were taken aback upon hearing this news. They had been certain that Dai Yao would awaken a worthless martial soul, leaving him with no opportunity to rise within the palace. Thus, under the queen's directive, they had freely tormented him. Now, with a formidable martial soul, Dai Yao was destined to become a powerful soul master. Although he would likely falter in the competition for the throne, he remained a prince, and eliminating them would pose no challenge. Their only course of action was to extinguish their previous enmity while the fourth prince was still in his nascent state of power. If they failed to do so, Eunuch Li made a slicing gesture with his hand. The other eunuchs, startled by his fierce demeanor, felt a chill in their hearts. Yet, given their current predicament, they found themselves with no viable solution. They returned to the cold palace. Dai Yao returned home, burdened with heavy thoughts, and upon raising his gaze, he noticed several eunuchs anxiously awaiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Dai Yao, the eunuchs hastily knelt before him, and Eunuch Li, clinging to Dai Yao's leg, obsequiously exclaimed, Congratulations, Your Highness the Fourth Prince, on awakening the White Tiger martial soul. In the past, we were blind to your greatness and have offended you grievously. We are fully aware that we deserve the gravest punishment. We all yearn to do something for you. Although nothing we do can atone for the harm we have caused, if we could alleviate even a fraction of your resentment, we would find ourselves utterly content. Dai Yu secretly scoffed, yet maintained an impassive demeanor as he replied, Esteemed sirs, I have known you since childhood, and I am aware of the burdens you bear. However, the tribulations I have endured make it exceedingly difficult for me to harbor any affection towards you. Therefore, if you wish for my mercy, it will depend upon your subsequent actions. While he spoke thus, his inner thoughts diverged significantly. Hunger, pain, and cold, these torments had plagued him for 6 years. Such agony was etched into his very soul, a memory he would carry for a lifetime. He yearned to flay them alive, and the notion of sparing them was utterly foreign to him. Though he now held the title of prince, he had yet to consolidate any power. To directly confront a handful of eunuchs would only tarnish his reputation within the royal family and diminish his standing. If he aspired to challenge the empress, he must first demonstrate his potential. Such foolish actions would inevitably deter prospective allies. Yet, above all, he sought to play his cards wisely. Residing in the cold palace, surrounded by eunuchs both inside and out, he knew that any malevolent intentions from them could spell his doom. Despite awakening his martial spirit, he was but 6 years old. Malnourished and outnumbered, a confrontation could lead to his untimely demise. Thus, to avert their desperation-driven recklessness, he needed to offer them an opportunity to feel that redemption was within their grasp while they begged for mercy. After dismissing the eunuchs, Dai Yao returned to his quarters. To his surprise, the room had been transformed. It was immaculately cleaned, adorned with various decorations, the shattered windows repaired, and even the collapsed walls restored. A sumptuous meal awaited him upon the table. Dai Yao chuckled coldly, stating that no matter how much they do, it would be futile. Tomorrow, they should await his retribution. As the saying goes, kindness is repaid with kindness, and enmity with enmity. He was never one to repay grievances with virtue when others bullied him. He would return the favor tenfold when he had the power to do so. Tonight was merely to prevent them from acting out of desperation, a precautionary measure. Come tomorrow, when he officially ascends as a prince, they would see the consequences. For now, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 7. Twin Martial Spirits. This morning, during the awakening of his martial spirit, not only did he awaken the white tiger martial spirit, but he also sensed another peculiar energy residing within his body. It seemed that by harnessing the qi in his dantian, he could reveal it. However, he restrained this thought. That energy was likely his second martial spirit. If he were to unveil his second martial spirit in front of everyone, his adversaries would not merely be the empress, but the entire continent. The Tiando Empire would not tolerate him, nor would the 7 great sects, and even within the Xingluo Empire, countless individuals would secretly wish for his demise. The protection of the White Tiger clan alone would not suffice. Aligning with the Spirit Hall was a wise choice, yet he currently found himself in the Xingluo Empire. Within the Imperial Palace, the moment he hinted at seeking refuge with the Spirit Hall, the first to seek his life would be the White Tiger clan. In the original narrative, Tang San awakened his twin martial spirits, safeguarded by a father with the title of Douluo. But what of him? Even before awakening his martial spirit, survival was a challenge. Even with his exceptional talent now, no noble would invest in a prince doomed to fail. The influence of the Empress Zhu's family was pervasive throughout the Xingluo Empire, and the cold-hearted Xingluo Emperor prioritized power above all else. There was no one to protect him. He could rely solely on himself. Every step he took towards his future had to be executed with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Dai Yao exhaled deeply, calming his inner self, and summoned the energy from his dantian, calling forth an extraordinary aura. Upon the dantian energy's contact with this peculiar essence, astonishment washed over him. A gale swept through the room, rustling his garments and causing his hair to dance wildly. The formidable current was so intense that he could scarcely open his eyes, as all the winds converged upon his palm, where a blue lotus materialized. Indeed, a contemplative expression crossed Dai Yao's face. The blue lotus bore 12 leaves, at its center a bud yet to bloom, with pink petals layered upon one another. Countless in number, seemingly gestating something profound. Since you have brought me to the Douluo Continent and become my martial soul, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a name. Referring to you simply as Blue Lotus feels rather unbefitting. Henceforth, you shall be known as the chaotic Blue Lotus. With that, he retracted his martial soul. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment the lotus appeared, the restless soul beasts within the iron cage of the Beast Master Palace fell into a profound silence. Everything that traversed the ground and soared through the sky within the palace turned their gaze toward the cold palace. Even the ubiquitous blue-silver grass swayed in the direction of the cold palace, as if yielding to a magnificent emperor. Regrettably, this extraordinary spectacle lasted but a fleeting moment, unnoticed by any. The following day, a throng gathered before the gates of the cold palace, bearing silks and offerings. At the forefront was a eunuch, his complexion pale and movements delicate. This eunuch was the personal attendant to the current emperor, and every gesture he made conveyed the emperor's will. He was also a sole Douluo, a preeminent figure among the eunuchs. His name remained a mystery, known only as Eunuch Gui. Beside him stood a middle-aged man, none other than Dai Yao's uncle, Dai Hengyu. Eunuch Gui rapped on the door, yet silence reigned for an extended period. After some time, impatience began to creep into Eunuch Gui's demeanor. Dai Hengyu promptly declared, "Your Highness, it may simply be that the child is mischievous and indulging in slumber. Let us wait a while longer." He knocked once more, yet silence persisted. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of indignation. Thus, Grand Eunuch Gui commanded, "Someone, open the door." No sooner had the words left his lips than a eunuch gracefully leaped, surmounting the nearly 3-meter-tall wall, and entered the courtyard, subsequently unlocking the door from within. In haste, a throng of individuals surged into the house, pushing open the door and casting a swift glance around the room, where they discovered Dai Yao languishing in bed, his breath faint as a wisp of smoke. Upon witnessing this scene, Dai Hengyu was filled with rage and exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare one resort to violence within the Imperial Palace?" Just yesterday, he had sent Dai Yao for awakening, and everything seemed well, yet this morning, he found him in such a wretched state. Furthermore, Dai Yao had not ventured outside the palace, leaving only one suspect with a motive. However, he could scarcely fathom that the deranged woman would disregard all decorum and unleash chaos within the palace walls. He hastily assisted Dai Yao to his feet, and upon observing his emaciated form, a wave of sorrow washed over him as he bitterly inquired, "Little Yao, are you all right?" "I am fine, cough cough. Just, I haven't eaten in a long time," replied Dai Yao, his face contorted in pain. "There is such an abundance of food on the table. How can you claim you haven't eaten?" inquired Eunuch Gui, gesturing towards the lavish spread prepared by the eunuchs in an effort to atone for their misdeeds. Dai Yao abstained from food, purely wishing to play it safe. Who could ascertain if the meal was tainted? Having just awakened his martial soul, it would be a grave loss to perish over mere gluttony. He gazed at Eunuch Gui, contemplating that the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The time for vengeance was at hand, beginning with those eunuchs who had tormented him all these years. Little did this eunuch know that for years he had been deprived of sustenance, as the delicacies from the imperial kitchen had been seized by a few eunuchs outside. Upon learning of his elevation to the fourth prince yesterday, they had come to apologize, and this lavish spread was their offering. However, having subsisted on mere corn buns for so long, lacking any richness, he feared that indulging in such a feast might upset his stomach, hence his refusal to eat. Eunuch Gui, observing the evidently malnourished Dai Yao, recognized the truth in his words. Yet, as a sole Douluo, he distinctly sensed that beneath Dai Yao's seemingly feeble demeanor lay concealed strength. This pretense was clearly a stratagem to incite others to act on his behalf against those who had bullied him. What a clever youth! At such a tender age, he possessed such depth of mind, and with his remarkable talent, he was bound to achieve greatness in time. Alas, his youth would likely hinder him against several princes. Eunuch Gui mused. As Dai Hengyu's gaze fell upon him, Eunuch Gui felt an immediate pressure. To insult a royal scion was, in any circumstance, a capital offense. Yet, those eunuchs were under the queen's patronage, complicating matters. Dai Hengyu was merely a powerless prince, and Eunuch Gui held no fear of him. However, he represented the entire elder council. Should this matter reach their ears, it would escalate beyond simple complications, and even he, a close attendant, would find himself in a precarious position, jeopardizing the royal family's reputation. Now, the key was to align with the fourth prince's wishes, dealing with those eunuchs in a manner that would satisfy him, thus transforming a grave issue into a trivial one. Eunuch Gui, once again reflecting on Dai Yao's cunning, commanded, "Bring Little Li and the others to me." Yesterday, upon being conferred the title of fourth prince, Dai Yao had immediately recognized this as an opportunity for revenge. Leveraging Eunuch Gui's influence alongside that of the elder council to exact his retribution, the demise of those eunuchs was assured. Chapter 8. The Betrothal. Spare us. Fourth Prince. Have mercy. Your Highness possesses great magnanimity. Please forgive us. We deserve death, we deserve death. Several eunuchs lay prostrate, their posteriors raw and bleeding from being struck by wooden staffs wielded by warriors. Some had already succumbed to the pain, while the remaining few pleaded for mercy, begging for their lives. In moments past, when they had tormented him, Dai Yao had yearned for their demise. Yet now, witnessing them battered and bruised, he felt little satisfaction. Their allegiance lay with the queen, his true adversary, and eliminating these minions would not significantly impact her. He merely saw it to relieve the pent-up resentment that had accumulated within him over the years. Upon releasing this pent-up grievance, he felt a profound lightness. "Your Highness, are you now satisfied?" Eunuch Gui inquired with a smile. "Let them taste the consequences of their actions. Release them and banish them from the palace," replied Dai Yao. "Then it shall be as you command, Your Highness." Dai Yao is not a magnanimous individual. He has expelled these eunuchs from the palace, leaving them to fend for themselves. Stripped of their royal status and bereft of family, their existence is fraught with peril. Moreover, their physical abnormalities render them subjects of scorn and bullying. "Let them experience the life I once endured," Dai Yao silently mused. After consuming a modest meal, his complexion improved slightly. Eunuch Gui remarked, "These individuals were once under our command and, due to our negligence, have found themselves in this most distressing predicament. I assist His Majesty. And with so many people in the palace, it is inevitable that some are less than virtuous. There is no need for you to dwell on this matter." Dai Yao offered words of comfort. Eunuch Gui then turned to matters of importance. The fourth prince should be aware that each of the princes is to be engaged to a lady from the Zhu family. This is a tradition of the clan. The white tiger martial spirit can merge with the nether spirit cat martial spirit, and their offspring will inherit the white tiger martial spirit. Hence, each generation of the Xingluo princes weds a woman from the Zhu family. Currently, there is a girl named Zhu Zhuqing who has awakened the nether spirit cat martial spirit. However, 2 princes remain unbetrothed, and thus, His Majesty has decreed that these 2 princes shall duel, with the victor earning the right to establish an engagement. Dai Yao's eyes sparkled with interest. Although it may be deemed inhumane to bind Zhu Zhuqing's life with a mere marriage contract, in a society like that of Douluo Continent, notions of humanity and inhumanity hold little weight. The nobility adheres to its own set of rules. Dai Yao is not imbued with lofty ideals, such as opposing feudal imperialism or establishing a realm of equality for all. As a prince, he is a member of the aristocracy. Revolution is merely a means of altering one's own fate. Within the aristocratic mindset, the arrangement of a marriage contract without any emotional foundation between the parties involved is considered perfectly normal. For the nobility, the contract itself must align with the interests of both families, rendering the opinions of the individuals involved insignificant. For Dai Yao, being a prince of the Star Luo Empire means that once a marriage contract is established, both partners must strive together to seek opportunities for survival. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing is not only alluring in figure, but also steadfast in her affections. Together with Dai Mubai, they endeavor to escape the predetermined fate of the Star Luo prince with the assistance of Tang San. Should he miss the chance with Zhu Zhuqing, he cannot foresee the appearance or character of the next eligible maiden. More importantly, he cannot ascertain whether she would provide mutual support through arduous times, remaining steadfast and unyielding. Rather than waiting for an unknown woman, it is far more prudent to seize the opportunity and secure the marriage contract. However, this duel presents certain complications. Presently, Dai Mubai possesses soul power at level 17 and boasts extensive combat experience. In contrast, his own martial soul has only just awakened. Being 3 years his junior and having suffered from chronic malnutrition, he is slight of build. Engaging him in battle may yield slim chances of victory. Yet, contemplating his 8 extremes collapse technique, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for triumph. "Dear eunuch, when shall the duel commence?" he inquired. "It shall begin once you acquire your first soul ring," replied Eunuch Gui. Today was initially a day of celebration for the 4th princes and noblemen. However, His Majesty decreed that all ceremonies would be postponed until after the duel's outcome was determined. Eunuch Gui gestured towards the silk and treasures adorning the table, stating, "These items are the rewards of your ennoblement. From this moment forth, your status shall be elevated to that of a prince, should you feel hunger. You may summon meals at will. Would you like me to summon some maidservants to attend to your needs?" "That is unnecessary. The maidservants might well serve as spies for the Empress. Constant interaction could lead them to witness things they ought not to see. I cannot adopt a posture of perpetual vigilance against thieves. Furthermore, I harbor significant secrets. The 8 extremes collapse serves as my trump card for the duel and must remain undisclosed. More critically, I must conceal my twin martial souls. If revealed, my life would be wrought with turmoil." Eunuch Gui glanced around the cold palace and remarked, "Your Highness, should you have any needs, do not hesitate to convey them to me, and I shall endeavor to accommodate as best as I can." I will inform you of any requirements I may have." After bidding farewell to eunuch Gui, only Dai Yao and Dai Hengyu remained in the chamber. Dai Hengyu remarked with complexity, "I never anticipated your talent to be so extraordinary. Thus, it appears you cannot accompany me to the Elder Council. Remember, once you embark on the path of the Imperial throne, there is no turning back. Your life is in your own hands." Several princes have already traversed a considerable distance along this path. The first prince, Davis, is 15 years old, the queen's legitimate son, and currently possesses a soul power of 31, having just acquired his third soul ring. The second prince, Dai Yao, is 12 years old, born of a different mother, and is a 25th level battle soul master, posing the greatest challenge to Davis. The third prince, Dai Mubai, is 9, a 17-level soul master. As for you, at 6 years of age, you have yet to obtain your first soul ring. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yao gained a clearer understanding of his predicament. Currently, the only contenders for the throne appear to be the first and second princes. Although Dai Yao is 3 years younger than Davis, his talent surpasses that of Davis. And as time progresses, the gap between them will only diminish. In the original narrative, Davis represented the Star Luo Royal Academy, indicating that Dai Yao had faltered in his competition against Davis. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai seems to be merely a supplementary figure. Their ages are significantly disparate, with the youngest, Dai Yao, being 9 years junior to Davis. While Davis has already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign, Dai Yao has yet to acquire his first soul ring, and the disparity of over 20 levels of soul power is substantial. However, the competition for the throne is merciless. Age differences afford no privileges. The world is inherently unfair. If you truly are a genius, then prove that your talent can bridge the gap of age. Throughout the history of the Star Luo Empire, emperors who have successfully usurped power have been paragons of excellence in every regard, capable of suppressing the Tiando Empire during their reign. In the original text, even after consuming the miraculous herb, the celestial orchid, Dai Mubai's soul power only reached 44, still falling 3 levels short of Davis. This illustrates the considerable challenges inherent in achieving such a feat. Chapter 9. The Royal Beast Garden. In a few days, you will duel the third prince. This battle is one you must win. Dai Hengyu sighed. I understand this may seem an unreasonable demand. After all, your competitiveness is minimal, and no one will invest in you. But if you wish to survive, you must demonstrate your potential. This duel presents an excellent opportunity. Dai Yao solemnly nodded, acknowledging the weight of the situation. The fifth elder held your talents in high regard, and he fought fervently to secure this opportunity for you in the duel. You must express your gratitude to him in the future. Should you fail, it would not only disappoint the fifth elder, but perhaps diminish your chances of such favorable opportunities in the future. Dai Hengyu revealed the truth behind this duel. Had it not been for the intervention of the fifth elder, Zhu Zhuqing would have long been promised to Dai Mubai, who is, after all, the legitimate son of the empress. Without the fifth elder's backing, who would pay heed to an individual devoid of connections? In this world, one must possess influence and a solid foundation. Every investment demands a return. Thus, it is imperative for Dai Yao to emerge victorious in this duel. A failure may lead the fifth elder to forsake him, leaving Dai Yao to ponder who might lend him support thereafter. His third uncle, after all, is not a formidable soul master, and his support is limited. Once Dai Hengyu departed, Dai Yao found himself alone in the cold palace. He resolved to recuperate for a few days before seeking his first soul ring. Given his prolonged malnutrition, it was likely that even moderate exertion could lead to fainting. In the ensuing days, the cold palace became significantly more lively. Following Dai Yao's directives, the palace underwent extensive renovations, transforming previously dilapidated areas into revitalized spaces. The aspect he valued most was the cuisine. Now that he had been proclaimed the fourth prince, there were always attendants waiting outside his door, ready to present him with meals at his slightest call. Although he had yet to acquire a soul ring and could not cultivate his soul power, there were many aspects to explore during his recuperation. Regarding his martial soul, he discerned 2 distinct forms. One was the pure white tiger form, which lacked wings but came with a considerable reduction in power. The other was the sacred white tiger form, which featured extended wings. However, these wings were not yet capable of flight and served merely as decoration. According to the fifth elder's conjecture, once he attained the rank of Soul Zone, he would gain the ability to soar. As long as he did not encounter the Qinglian, he had never feared anyone with his sacred white tiger martial soul. Additionally, there was the 8 extremities collapse to consider. Dai Yao discovered that the amount of infused energy directly determines the potency of the 8 extremities collapse. Under circumstances where he remains uninjured, he can infuse a maximum of 10% of his energy. The last time he sustained an injury was due to infusing 30% of his energy. 40% represents the absolute limit of his physical capacity. Therefore, it is imperative for him to focus on enhancing his bodily strength. As his physical resilience increases, the meridians will be capable of accommodating greater amounts of energy, enabling him to execute the 8 extremities collapse at 50% or even higher without incurring injury. On the morning of the 4th day, Dai Yao appeared before the gates of the cold palace, where a carriage awaited him outside. After several days of recuperation, Dai Yao appeared somewhat more robust, though he still remained leaner than the average person, as the nourishment he lacked would require time to be replenished. Today marked the occasion of his first soul ring acquisition. Soul rings are derived from soul beasts, and typically, powerful factions tend to cultivate their own soul beasts. In the original narrative, the poisoned Dueling bow possessed a stretch of sunset forest. Naturally, the illustrious Dai family, with its millennia of legacy, also maintained a domain for nurturing soul beasts, known as the Star Luo Royal Beast Garden. In comparison to the untamed sunset forest, the millennia-old Star Luo Royal was decidedly more scientific in its approach. Over the course of 1,000 years, the optimal soul rings for the white tiger martial spirit had long been researched by the family's ancestors. Among the first 3 soul rings, the most suitable soul skills were the White Tiger Guardian Barrier, the White Tiger Radiant Wave, and the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, corresponding to the Xian Shui Turtle, the Earth Dragon, and the Diamond Beast, respectively. The Royal Beast Garden housed these 3 types of soul beasts. After the 3rd soul ring, the choice of soul skills was left to the descendants of the White Tiger, as the family only laid the groundwork. Personal growth ultimately depended on the individual. In the original tale, despite Dai Mubai departing from the Star Luo Empire at over level 20, he still opted for the Diamond Beast when selecting his 3rd soul ring. After a day and a night of travel, the carriage finally reached its destination. As the curtain was lifted, what greeted the eye was a towering cliff, with a narrow fissure at its center. The fissure spanned over 10 meters in width, a mere crack for the cliff, yet wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. Following an identity verification, the carriage proceeded under the guidance of the guards. Gazing upward within the fissure, the cliffs extended skyward, reaching towards the heavens, while the sky above revealed only a thin white line. In this peculiar environment, the creaking of the carriage instilled a sense of unease. After an indeterminate period, the view suddenly opened up. The originally towering cliffs dipped downward, forming a circular pit, within which a lush forest thrived, divided into 3 sections by stone walls. From above, one could discern the emblem of a grand automobile. The captain of the guards dismounted and approached Dai Yao, elucidating, "Your Highness, this is the Royal Beast Garden. It is divided into 3 fan-shaped areas, each inhabited by different soul beasts. The area before us is home solely to the Xian Shui Turtle clan. This clan comprises individuals ranging from a century to a millennium in age, with the oldest among them reaching 5,000 years. The maximum age for a soul ring that a soul master can absorb is approximately 400 years. So your Highness need only search in the vicinity of the century-old soul beasts." Dai Yao nodded thoughtfully. Prior to arriving here, he had acquired knowledge regarding the Xian Shui turtle, including how to discern its age, its living habits, and its vulnerabilities. The Xian Shui turtle is a creature of gentle disposition, capable of forming a hydrodynamic barrier when under attack. Despite its placid nature, it can become wildly destructive when enraged, making the hunt for the Xian Shui turtle perilous. Navigating the treacherous cliffside path, Dai Yao descended slowly. The path was fraught with danger, barely wide enough for a single person to traverse, with a sheer cliff face on one side and a precipice on the other. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally reached the bottom of the pit, where a natural expanse of lake and forest unfolded before his eyes. Following a narrow trail through the woods, he commenced his quest for the first spirit ring. Suddenly, a guard exhibited signs of unusual behavior as he retreated to a secluded area, where a woman appeared before him. Clad in the attire of a palace maid, she handed him a small porcelain vial and instructed, "This is beast heart powder, which can incite the Xian Shui turtle into a frenzied state. Follow that Dai Yao fellow, and when he is unguarded, locate an older Xian Shui turtle and use this against it. The spirit master assisting him has already been detained by the palace, leaving you unimpeded." In a place teeming with spirit beasts, he is doomed. Understood, the guard replied. After the woman departed, as the guard stealthily made his way into the spirit beast forest, a voice echoed from behind him. Are you truly prepared to go through with this? If your scheme is uncovered, you and your family will suffer dire consequences. Turning around, he saw the captain of the guards warning him. Yet, feeling cornered, he retorted passionately, Captain, I've had enough. Why must we, the common folk, awaken such inferior martial souls? My ancestors have guarded this forest for generations, living in solitude, while they indulge in luxury and excess. Are we not all human? Why should they be elevated above us? Now, I finally have an opportunity. If I succeed, my son can marry a woman from the Zhu family, and thus my grandson could awaken a martial soul of his own. The captain fell silent, understanding the guard's frustrations, yet acknowledging the inherent superiority of those noble souls. With the promise from the Queen's maid, the guard now had a significant chance to acquire a cultivatable martial soul. If he were in the same position, he too might find it difficult to resist such temptation. I can only offer this counsel. I have said my piece. The decision lies with you. Chapter 10. The enraged Xian Shui turtle. Witnessing the guard resolutely descend further, the captain could not help but exhale deeply. As members of the lower class, they felt utterly powerless. The scraps left behind by the nobility were scarce opportunities that one had to fight for, often at the cost of their very lives or even their families. However, he dared not impede the guard's actions. Doing so would jeopardize the queen's plans and incur her wrath, ultimately ruining his life. Fourth Prince, I can only hope you remain safe. The area inhabited by the Xian Shui turtle was particularly humid, and as Dai Yao traversed through the forest, he felt discomfort. The sun blazed down, causing him to sweat profusely. Along the way, he encountered several Xian Shui turtles, but they were merely a few decades old or just over a century. Far from the target he sought. The age of a Xian Shui turtle can be easily assessed, generally, for every century of life. The turtle grows half a meter in length, reaching a length of 2.5 meters at 500 years old. Dai Yao encountered a Xian Shui turtle that did not exceed 1 meter in length. The sky was nearly darkening. This was not a sustainable situation. Was he truly compelled to venture into deeper waters? He pondered. No, although the Xian Shui turtle was generally docile and rarely attacked humans, trespassing into its territory could provoke it. He decided it was prudent to proceed with caution, avoiding areas where the soul beasts were of a considerably older age unless absolutely necessary. After further searching without success, he resolved to delve deeper. As he explored, he discovered that the age of the soul beasts increased correspondingly. In a certain pond, he stumbled upon a Xian Shui turtle that had lived for 300 years. This one could serve as a viable option. Dai Yao marked the location on his map. The closer a soul ring approached its age limit, the greater the enhancement it bestowed upon a soul master. According to the original text, the maximum age that a soul master could endure for their first soul ring was 423 years, hence, the nearer to 423 years, the better. Considering his current physical state was lacking in nourishment, it was plausible that he could not withstand the limit of 423 years. Therefore, he had to temper his expectations and opt for a Xian Shui turtle closer to 400 years. As long as he continued to grow steadily. Once he became a high-ranking soul master, he would be able to attach a soul ring to his second martial soul. With the formidable innate talent of possessing dual martial souls, there would be no place on this continent he could not reach. For now, he needed to remain stable. Although he might not rival the prodigy Tang San, surpassing the other members of the Seven Monsters would be a simple task. After marking the location, Dai Yao advanced further. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Nervously swallowing, he observed a Xian Shui turtle lying by the edge of the pond. Measuring over 3.5 meters in length and standing more than 2 meters tall. For Dai Yao, whose height barely reached 1 meter. This turtle was undoubtedly a colossal creature. He cautiously retreated. The Xian Shui turtle was a territorial soul beast but typically refrained from attacking humans, provided they withdrew from its territory in a timely manner. The turtle, with eyes the size of fists, glanced at him, noticing his retreat, and made no attempt to pursue. As the creature remained motionless, the tension in Dai Yao's body began to ease. What a close call. How fortunate that such an ancient Xian Shui turtle resided here without taking action, otherwise, he might have lost his life. In the royal beast garden, no one would assist him in hunting soul beasts. The competition for the throne was ruthlessly rigorous. Would anyone lend a hand in slaying soul beasts? If he did not survive, he could only blame his own inadequacy. Dai Yao comprehended the brutal rules of the Imperial throne competition. However, during the hunt for soul beasts, It was customary for someone to safeguard the prince, intervening in moments of peril. Yet, since his arrival at the royal beast garden, he had not encountered a sole master assigned to protect him. Surely, they had been intercepted by the queen, who had cunningly orchestrated the situation without assistance. He could not afford to take risks and was destined to acquire only a low-grade soul ring. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment of Dai Yao's momentary lapse, a figure emerged from the forest. It was the guard. He produced a porcelain vial given to him by a palace maid, uncorked it, and gently blew the powdered contents towards the Xian Shui turtle. Though most of the powder dissipated into the air, a small quantity was carried by the wind above the turtle. A mere trace of this beast heart powder could incite the Xian Shui turtle into a frenzy. Coated in the potion, it remained oblivious to my presence. The task is unexpectedly simple, and my descendants will finally acquire a soul that they can cultivate. The guard suppressed his elation. As long as the Xian Shui turtle eliminated Dai Yao, his long-held wish would be fulfilled. The Xian Shui turtle sensed something amiss in its surroundings, sniffing the air. In an instant, its previously clear eyes turned a furious crimson. It let out a roar, scanning its surroundings before charging towards Dai Yao. Despite being a turtle, it was remarkably swift. Its limbs moved in rapid succession, creating afterimages. Its massive form shot towards Dai Yao like a cannonball. Goodness, it has gone berserk so suddenly, Dai Yao thought, his heart racing as he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Without the luxury of contemplation, he immediately summoned his martial soul, hastily fleeing from the turtle's territory. With the vibrations of the earth growing ever nearer, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced back, and terror seized him as he saw the Xian Shui turtle a mere 10 meters away. Noticing the turtle's thick scales, he quickly deduced that the Ba Ji Bong could not possibly penetrate its defenses. Its vulnerability lay at the very center of its plastron. Not only was the turtle's defense formidable, but its speed was astonishing as well, with its body pressed closely to the ground, making it a formidable task to strike its weak point. Regrettably, his wings could not yet grant him flight. Otherwise, soaring above the turtle, he would be beyond its reach. For now, he had no choice but to escape. In this life and death moment, inspiration struck him. He decided to gather the spiritual energy cultivated from the Qing Lian at his hands, capable of unleashing a powerful Ba Ji Bong. But what if he concentrated that energy at his feet instead? As the fearsome visage of the Xian Shui turtle loomed closer, Dai Yao gritted his teeth, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to his feet. With a resounding thud, he stomped down, producing a deep sound as the snow on the ground scattered. In the next moment, he propelled himself 4 or 5 meters away, stumbling awkwardly upon landing, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, he regained his balance, alternating his feet to leap across the ground. The distance between him and the Xian Shui turtle remained constant, yet it relentlessly pursued him. As Dai Yao contemplated an escape plan, he realized he was too far from the edge of the circular pit to seek the guard's assistance. However, upon glancing at the map at his waist, an idea struck him. He could lure the creature to the ancient Xian Shui turtle, which had only lived for a mere 3 centuries. The turtle would undoubtedly engage in a territorial dispute, providing him the perfect opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. He promptly altered his course, calculating the energy within him, and leapt towards the marked location on the map. After expending 20% of his energy, he successfully arrived at his destination. Upon witnessing the colossal Xian Shui turtle racing towards him, the previously languid creature basking in the sun widened its eyes in alarm. Truly, it was an unforeseen calamity. Chapter 11. The kill. Seeing the 300-year-old Xian Shui turtle, Dai Yao felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the two engaged in combat, he could take advantage of the ensuing turmoil to make his escape. Dai Yao's figure swiftly darted past the mystical Xian Shui turtle. However, to his astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 300-year-old Xian Shui turtle, upon encountering its 700-year-old counterpart, also caught the scent of the beast heart powder and went into a frenzy. The two Xian Shui turtles pursued Dai Yao with wild abandon. Alas, had he unwittingly woven himself into a web of his own making? His heart sank instantly. One Xian Shui turtle had already forced him into a desperate flight, and with the addition of another, the chances of escape had grown exceedingly slim. Now, he had no choice but to fight with all his might to vanquish them. The Xian Shui turtle, colossal in size, held a distinct advantage in close combat. If he were to be ensnared in the quagmire of melee, he would find no opportunity for escape. In essence, he possessed but a single chance to strike. Dai Yao inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. In times of crisis, only a tranquil mind can grant one the clarity to perceive the situation comprehensively and uncover opportunities for a remarkable turnaround. The current dilemma lies in the vulnerability of the Xianshui turtle, specifically at the center of its plastron. The question remains, how to coax the Xianshui turtle into flipping over. Surely, I cannot resort to a mere sliding tackle. A sliding tackle would be akin to serving breakfast to a tiger, and the Xianshui turtle's low profile renders such an approach unfeasible. As the pursuit stretched on, the energy within Dai Yao dwindled, now reduced to a mere 60%. Alas, he required 40% of his remaining energy to execute the formidable 8 extremes burst, the most powerful technique his body could withstand. With each passing moment, his chances of survival grew increasingly bleak. Glancing back, he noted that the distance between himself and the 700-year-old Xianshui turtle remained unchanged, while the 300-year-old specimen receded further away. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. He began to adjust his trajectory. Viewed from above, his path of escape traced a circular arc. Eventually, the two spirit beasts aligned directly in front of him, enabling him to position himself between them. Ahead lay the 300-year-old Xianshui turtle, while behind loomed the 700-year-old counterpart. However, this maneuver came at a cost, reducing the distance from over 10 meters to just a few. He could now feel the hot breath of the Xianshui turtle behind him. It was now a matter of life or death, and this was his final gamble. Dai Yao summoned the energy from his dantian, facing the oncoming 300-year-old Xianshui turtle. With a powerful leap, he soared higher than ever before. Upon landing on the turtle's shell, he took another mighty step. The Xianshui turtle's body sank down, akin to a balloon submerged in water, pressed down and then buoyed back up by the forces of nature. It is crucial to note that both Dai Yao and the Xianshui turtle were moving at high speeds. Thus, to land on the turtle required precise calculations. Any misstep could lead to failure. Although this maneuver was perilous, it was Dai Yao's only option in this dire situation. He also contemplated the possibility of failure. Hence, he exerted slightly more force during his leap, ensuring that even if he did not land on the shell, he could still clear the turtle and incite a collision between the two Xianshui turtles, allowing him an opportunity to escape. The 700-year-old Xianshui turtle, witnessing its prey leap into the air, reacted instinctively with a powerful thrust. After Dai Yao had leaped over the 300-year-old turtle, it, too, was startled by the sight of the massive creature soaring upward, causing its eyes to clear from panic. Its limbs retracted swiftly into its shell. With a resounding thud, the enormous Xianshui turtle launched itself off the back of the other turtle, leaving 4 deep hoof prints imprinted on its shell. Now was the moment. In the blink of an eye, Dai Yao seized the opportunity. He landed on one foot, pivoted, and traced an arc with the other foot against the ground. With both feet propelling him forward, he charged directly at the Xianshui turtle overhead. Sensing Dai Yao's movement, the turtle became acutely aware that a strike to its weak point would spell certain doom. It hastily summoned its inner strength, manifesting a verdant circular barrier. With a fierce shout, Dai Yao unleashed the formidable 8 extremities collapse. 4/10 of his dantian energy surged into his right hand. When his claw met the emerald barrier, a deafening sound erupted, sending powerful sound waves radiating outward. The trees trembled, and snow cascaded down, creating a vast circular area devoid of snow around Dai Yao. The barrier shattered under the assault, yet Dai Yao found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Nevertheless, he could not relent. He raised his uninjured left claw and infused it with the final 2/10 of his energy. It was the end. Dai Yao felt as though the pain in his body had vanished as he struck at the center of the Xianshui turtle's underbelly with one final blow. Another shattering sound echoed as his small fist pierced through the turtle's shell, embedding him within its body. He crashed heavily to the ground, and the Xianshui turtle convulsed a few times before finally lying still. The 300-year-old turtle, having just poked its head out of its shell, beheld the grim fate of its counterpart and immediately fled, its speed surpassing that of when it had pursued Dai Yao. Breathless, Dai Yao crawled out from the Xianshui turtle's carcass, the manifestation of his martial spirit dissipating, leaving him utterly exhausted on the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. After a prolonged moment, he reflected on his narrow escape from death. A yellow soul ring appeared above the deceased turtle, interspersed with hints of purple. A 700-year-old soul ring. Alas, I cannot absorb it. Yet, Given the perilous environment of the soul beast forest, he promptly settled into a meditative posture, visualizing the azure lotus within his mental realm to begin his cultivation. Behind a barren tree, a guard stood in shock, witnessing this extraordinary scene. What manner of creature is this? Though not a soul master, he understood the implications of a 6-year-old child slaying a 700-year-old Xianshui turtle, especially considering the techniques Dai Yao employed while escaping and counterattacking, which could only be the legendary self-created soul skills. A prodigious talent. If he continues to live, he will inevitably uncover the anomalies surrounding today's events with the Xianshui turtle. Should he investigate further, the lives and fortunes of my entire clan would be at stake, he thought in terror. Observing the utterly exhausted Dai Yao, a chilling thought crossed his mind. The only course of action left for me is to eliminate him. Hearing the commotion around him, Dai Yao opened his eyes. In the brief span of time, he had regained half of his energy. The effects of the azure lotus were indeed remarkable. Upon seeing the guard, he instinctively understood that the furious Xianshui turtle was likely a result of this man's meddling. He held no grudge against this individual. His only enmity lay with the Empress, and this man was undoubtedly one of her minions. Detecting no presence of soul power emanating from the guard, Dai Yao realized he was merely an ordinary person. Half of his energy would suffice to vanquish him. Dai Yao gazed in bewilderment at the approaching figure and inquired, "How is it that you, a guard, find yourself here?" Before the guard could respond, he turned his attention to the figure behind the guard and exclaimed in astonishment, "The captain of the guards?" Chapter 12. The first soul ring. Dai Yao's exclamation of captain of the guards was not made lightly. The presence of this guard implied that the captain could not be oblivious to the situation. His call was a deliberate probe. If the captain truly manifested, it would indicate that he was an ally of the queen, thereby posing a threat to future hunts for spirit beasts in this vicinity. To his astonishment, the guard indeed turned around in a flustered manner. What a fortuitous opportunity. In the fleeting moment when Dai Yao seized the guard's attention, he directed the recently restored energy beneath his feet. A resounding explosion echoed as the frozen ground shattered into a spiderweb pattern. His body propelled forward like a cannonball towards the guard. The guard, still unaware, felt a chilling sensation sweep through his neck, followed by a dizzying whirl of the world around him, culminating in his head's tragic descent to the ground. With a soft patter, a few droplets of crimson blood trickled down the blade. Dai Yao gasped for breath, gripping his blade with his relatively unscathed left hand. His body had already been excessively drained, particularly his right arm, which had succumbed to numbness after exerting 40% of his energy in the 8 extremities collapse. Fortunately, this technique had been employed while in a martial spirit-embodied state. Otherwise, he would have rendered his entire right hand useless. At this moment, he had truly exhausted every ounce of his strength. Even the power granted by his martial spirit was insufficient for the recent strike. Thoughts of imperial succession, betrothals, and duels faded from his mind. All he desired was a moment of simple respite. An hour passed. Dai Yao's condition had improved somewhat, and he once again felt grateful to be alive. However, his hatred for the Empress deepened. That accursed woman. Not only did she deny me the assistance of soul masters to hunt soul beasts, but she also sent people to conspire against me in the beast garden. Just wait. I shall repay today's grievances in kind. Contemplating infusing energy into his feet and unleashing an extraordinarily swift technique, he conceived a name for it. Since there was the 8 extremes collapse, this technique shall be called the explosive step. The 8 extremes collapse was a combat skill that Xiao Yan had honed through relentless training, and besides this technique, Yao Lao had also trained Xiao Yan in the explosive step and other combat arts. Dai Yao gazed upon the lifeless form of the Xianshui turtle, as the yellow-tinged purple soul ring began to gleam, flickering in and out of existence. If it were not absorbed soon, it would vanish entirely. Alas, the 700-year soul ring far surpassed the limit of the first soul ring, rendering absorption impossible. It would ultimately be wasted. However, just as Dai Yao was preparing to gather his belongings and depart, a radiant glow emanated from the Qinglian in his spiritual realm. Guided by this brilliance, the yellow soul ring gradually floated towards him. What sorcery is this? Why is the soul ring so close to me? Before Dai Yao could fully comprehend, the soul ring surged directly into his body. Am I truly absorbing this soul ring? A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, prompting him to swiftly sit cross-legged and commence the absorption process. The act of absorption could not be halted. One must either succeed or be overwhelmed by the soul ring's formidable energy. Cursed be it, What is this Qinglian that it has managed to draw in the soul ring? Absorbing a soul ring at its extreme limit is fraught with peril, let alone one that exceeds its age by over 300 years. Moreover, my body is currently in a weakened state. The odds of survival are dismal. Yet, with no alternative, he had no choice but to proceed. He steadied his breath, striving to calm the tempest within. In the face of danger, only composure and clarity could pave the way to resolution. A searing energy coursed through his body, as if his 5 organs were ablaze, and he felt as though submerged in molten lava. This fervent essence surged into his dantian, and with the dantian's rotation, the previously vacant space began to fill. Under the influence of the Qinglian's ethereal image, this energy gradually transformed into water. Shortly thereafter, the intense energy surged towards his mind, morphing into a blazing fire ring within his spiritual realm. The fire ring circled in the spiritual world, and upon sighting the Qinglian, it seemed to glimpse some horrific entity and fled with great haste. It found the nearby sacred white tiger, ensnaring it in flames that engulfed the area around the tiger. The white tiger roared in agony as the flames seared its form. In reality, Dai Yao too cried out in torment, as his bones shattered and flesh ignited. Dai Yao's complexion turned a deep crimson, and soon his entire body was engulfed in a fiery hue. His temperature soared dramatically, steam evaporating from his form, enveloping him in a mist reminiscent of being trapped within a steamer. It felt as though he were on the verge of being explosively overwhelmed by an immense surge of energy. In this moment of imminent peril, a radiant azure light emanated from the Qinglian in his spiritual realm, immediately halting the catastrophic progression of bodily explosion, while the meridians of his body were ruptured by the overwhelming force. The descent of the azure light initiated a remarkable restoration of the damaged pathways at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, before full recovery could be achieved, they were once again torn apart by the relentless energy. His entire body's meridians oscillated between destruction and restoration, as the energy gradually became assimilated within him through this cycle. Waves of excruciating pain surged through him, akin to the agony of flesh being severed, yet the azure light granted him an extraordinary clarity, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. Eventually, he became somewhat desensitized to the pain. Time passed, and at last, the restored meridians ceased their rupturing, while the once tumultuous energy within him vanished without a trace. In the spiritual realm, the sacred white tiger appeared to be reborn from the flames, its eyes gleaming like brass bells, and its white fur deepening in luster. The flames dwindled further, ultimately transforming into a yellow soul ring that encircled the divine white tiger. As the yellow soul ring shimmered, a white barrier materialized around the tiger. The first soul skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Dai Yao struggled to open his eyes, only to discover he had lost even more weight. A bitter smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I have truly become nothing but skin and bones." Nevertheless, the outcome was astonishing. His first soul ring had reached an unprecedented 700 years. This was a feat unparalleled in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Of course, there would be successors, some even more outrageous than himself. Furthermore, his physical strength had significantly increased, now several times greater than before. On one hand, the soul ring provided substantial enhancement. On the other, under the influence of the Qinglian, his body, constantly torn and restored, had become more solid. Previously, he could endure only 20% of the energy without injury, but now he could withstand 40% unscathed. In cases of minor injuries, he could bear 60% of the energy without issue. As he turned his gaze inward to examine his dantian, he was met with a peculiar sight. After absorbing the soul ring's energy, his dantian was filled with energy. No, it should be termed gaseous soul power, beginning to slowly transform into a liquid state around the ethereal image of the Qinglian. He could sense that the energy contained within this liquid soul power was several times greater than that of the gaseous form. In contrast, those without the Qinglian still possessed gaseous soul power. This meant that, at the same level, Dai Yao's soul power was several times that of an ordinary soul master. However, a sudden realization struck him. Did this not imply that his training time was exponentially greater than that of others? The advantages of liquid soul power were evident. Yet it significantly hindered Dai Yao's training speed, prolonging the time required to acquire soul rings. As a prince, the most crucial aspect was the pace of his cultivation. A slow rate would put him at a greater disadvantage in the competition for the throne. However, if the Qinglian could accelerate his training speed and offset the drawbacks of liquid soul power, the impact on him would be minimal. Chapter 13. Preparation. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Dai Yao encountered a mystical black water turtle that had lived for over 7 centuries. Before him, a white barrier momentarily obstructed the charging creature, yet after mere seconds, the barrier was shattered. As the black water turtle prepared to collide with Dai Yao once more, he nimbly evaded its attack range with a sudden burst of speed. Infuriated, the turtle roared. For over the past few days, this insignificant creature had repeatedly trespassed into its territory, inciting its wrath. Each time the barrier fell, the creature's speed would inexplicably increase, allowing it to elude the turtle's assault and vacate its domain. After being thwarted several times, the turtle refrained from pursuing Dai Yao this time, knowing it would ultimately fail, and instead huffed out white vapor in frustration. "Thank you, great turtle," Dai Yao chuckled heartily. The white tiger's protective barrier proved insufficient against the turtle's onslaught. Fortunate was he that during the acquisition of his first spirit ring, he had not engaged directly with the beast, for a single collision could have shattered his bones. Following the attainment of his first spirit ring, he prepared for a duel with Dai Mubai. Thus, he remained in the royal beast garden, utilizing the ancient turtle as a training partner. His spirit power had reached the 11th level. Part of the immense energy from the spirit ring was absorbed by his body, while another portion had liquefied, resulting in a relatively modest rank. Currently, he possessed 3 skills: the defensive White Tiger Barrier, the offensive 8 Extremes Crash, and the agility-based Burst Step. Compared to monotonous training, practical combat offered superior enhancement of his abilities, and through battles with the Blackwater Turtle, his familiarity with these 3 techniques deepened. Initially, after the White Tiger Barrier shattered, he had insufficient time to execute Burst Step, and suffered a fracture from the turtle's charge. However, after a night's recovery, bolstered by the potent self-healing properties of the green lotus, he stood before the turtle unscathed the following day. The turtle, once furious at his presence, now regarded him with mere annoyance. After several days of practical engagement, he had attained a commendable proficiency with his 3 skills. It was time to return. He packed his belongings and retraced his steps. On the way back, he encountered the captain of the guards. Recalling the treacherous guard who had intended him harm, casting a half-smirk at the captain. The guard captain, feeling guilty under Dai Yao's piercing gaze, was overcome with unease, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face. "Prepare the carriage, we return to the palace," he ordered. Yet, Dai Yao bore him no malice. His foremost concern lay with the impending duel, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. A day and a night passed. Dai Yao returned to the cold palace, where his uncle was already waiting for him at the entrance. His uncle observed him, noting that after obtaining his soul ring, Dai Yao had grown significantly taller, though he remained rather thin and needed to eat more. Dai Hongyu had long awaited Dai Yao's return, having received the news beforehand. "By the way, how many years does your first soul ring possess?" he inquired. "Close to 400 years, Dai Yao replied after a brief pause. It was not that he wished to conceal the true age of his soul ring, but rather that a 700-year first soul ring would be utterly astonishing. Historically, no one had ever absorbed a soul ring with such an extraordinary age. He could not explain why he was able to absorb such a high-aged soul ring without revealing Qinglian's secret, so he chose to fabricate a benevolent lie. Indeed. For 100 years, Dai Hongyu exclaimed, joyfully patting Dai Yao on the shoulder. In his estimation, Dai Yao would be fortunate to have acquired a soul ring of 200 to 300 years. Do not let pride overtake you. The first soul rings of the 3 imperial princes are all 400 years. Your acquisition of the first soul ring merely establishes your eligibility to compete with them," Dai Hongyu cautioned. He gazed at Dai Yao and sighed. "The Empress learned of your soul ring acquisition last night, and this morning, at her urging, it has been decided that the duel will commence tomorrow. They leave me no room for respite. It seems they wish to drive me to my doom," Dai Yao retorted coldly. In the Empress's understanding, he had only just obtained his first soul ring yesterday and likely could not even proficiently wield his soul skills. Thus, setting the duel for the following day would ensure his inevitable defeat. However, unbeknownst to them, he had possessed his first soul ring for several days and had fully mastered his first soul skill through practical combat in the Royal Beast Garden. Their actions were indeed ignoble, yet absolute fairness is a rarity in any realm. Dai Hongyu's tone grew somewhat bitter as he clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. As a member of the White Tiger clan, he was all too familiar with the oppressive atmosphere within the family. "I will certainly do my best, uncle," Dai Yao replied with a faint smile, masking the bitterness within. The nearly 7th-level soul power disparity was an insurmountable chasm. The duel tomorrow would attract many distinguished guests, including the head of the Spirit Hall from the Imperial capital. "Rest well tonight and present your utmost strength tomorrow," although the hope of victory is slim. You must strive to showcase your prowess, Dai Yu advised finally. In his heart, he knew that the outcome of this duel was devoid of suspense. Struggling to calm his mind for cultivation, Dai Yao stepped outside to find snow falling from the sky. The impending duel filled him with unease. Dai Mubai, 3 years his senior, has attained a formidable 17th level of soul power and has established a notable reputation within the Dueling Royal Academy. Within this esteemed institution, none of his peers at the same level can rival him. Possessing the White Tiger martial soul, he stands as a powerful assault-type soul master. Throughout his 3 years at the Royal Academy, he has never faltered in his dedication. In the original narrative, it was only after experiencing utter despair in the struggle for the throne that he fled to the Heaven Do Empire. Moreover, upon his ultimate ascension, he bore the title of War God, a second-tier deity capable of contending with first-tier deities, attesting to his exceptional combat prowess. Dai Yao possesses a twin martial soul and a mysterious blue lotus within his spiritual realm, showcasing unparalleled talent. However, this remains merely potential rather than strength. He requires time to transform that potential into genuine power, thus enabling him to contend with the Queen. If only he could be granted a bit more time. He thought helplessly. His mind wandered back to that fateful night 6 years ago, the very day of his birth. Through a moment of compression, he entered this world. Unlike other children, he opened his eyes upon arrival. He vividly recalls the gentle voice of a woman, who remarked, "Look, this child's eyes are so bright. Let us name him Yao." After speaking, the woman cradled Dai Yao, affectionately teasing him. Yet, at that moment, several women burst into the delivery room, and a cacophony of screams erupted. Dai Yao witnessed his mother being choked by several women, her struggles echoing throughout the cold palace. As her resistance waned, her arms slowly fell to her sides. This scene was indelibly etched into Dai Yao's heart. "Mother, rest assured. One day I shall ensure the Empress meets you in the underworld." He resolved that tomorrow, regardless of the cost, he would secure victory, even if it meant revealing his dual martial souls. Chapter 14. A Clash of Titans. The following day at the Royal Combat Arena. A circular arena nearly 100 meters in diameter stood at its center, surrounded by spectator stands. This day was destined to be the most bustling in recent years for the Xingluo royal family. Ever since their ally, the Haotian sect, withdrew from the world, the Xingluo Empire had adopted a policy of recuperation. Today, 2 princes would duel over a marriage pact, igniting excitement within both the Dai and Zhu families. The White Tiger clan, revered for their White Tiger martial soul, boasted 2 princes representing the pinnacle of their family's martial strength. The duel would showcase the might of their top-tier beast martial souls. Countless youths from both families congregated here. On the high platform sat the 5 elders representing the council, alongside the current empress of the Zhu family. While the central seat remained conspicuously empty, the emperor of Xingluo had not arrived. After all, this was merely a duel between the 3rd and 4th princes, not the ultimate contest for the throne, thus failing to warrant his presence. Apart from the families involved, numerous influential forces from outside the royal lineage were present, including the ever-present Bishop Ferdinand from the Spirit Hall. In the arena, a golden figure stood proudly, adorned in opulent attire, his long golden hair billowing, eyes radiating pride, akin to a javelin poised on the stage, exuding confidence. His handsome visage captivated the hearts of many young maidens. "Is this the 3rd Prince Dai Mubai? The bloodline of your White Tiger clan truly shines. A splendid appearance indeed," Bishop Ferdinand remarked lazily, his figure ample and exuding an air of wealth, his eyes half closed, occasionally stifling yawns as he lounged in his chair. Hearing the bishop praise her second son, the empress merely chuckled, seemingly indifferent. Meanwhile, Elder 5 scoffed in annoyance. Whenever royal matters arose, Bishop Ferdinand would appear like a persistent leech, drawn to the scent, impossible to dismiss. The White Tiger clan found this irksome, yet given his representation of the Spirit Hall, they could not reject him outright. As an audience member, he merely observed without voicing opinions, leading the family to lower their guard around him. Elder 5, however, felt discomfort at the hidden secrets behind the bishop's smile. With a grin, Bishop Ferdinand continued, "The opponent in this duel is the 4th prince. Yet I have not heard of a 4th prince in the empire." "The 4th prince has only recently awakened," Elder 5 replied. "Oh, recently awakened and already possessing his first soul ring. Does that not imply he has innate full soul power?" Ferdinand turned to gauge the empress's reaction, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Elder 5 glared at Bishop Ferdinand with fury. He had strived to conceal the news of Dai Yao's innate full soul power from the Empress, but unexpectedly, Ferdinand had exposed it. Hesitating under the Empress's icy gaze, he clenched his teeth and admitted, indeed, he possesses innate full soul power. Humph. The Empress coldly huffed, displeased with Elder Five's demeanor. More contemptibly, Dai Mubai had been present during the awakening, but had failed to report this crucial information to her. Mubai, you seem more concerned with Weiss, which is understandable. But how could you withhold such significant news from me? Should you succeed in this duel, well and good. But if you fail, HM. The arena teemed with spectators, yet on the opposite side of the combat stage, no one was present, causing the crowd's impatience to swell. Where is the fourth prince? Is he afraid? The fourth prince has only just acquired his soul ring. Surely he cannot compete against the third prince. If he possesses any self-awareness, he would surely surrender. Dai Mubai cast a disdainful look across the arena. How tedious. He knows I intend to teach him a lesson, yet dares not show up. He called to Elder Five. Elder, it seems he will not be coming. Please declare the outcome of the duel. Just then, the crowd erupted into a commotion. All eyes drawn to the source of the noise. The fourth prince has arrived. Upon hearing this, the previously murmuring crowd parted to form a passage. And through the gaze of the onlookers, a figure slowly approached. This figure appeared somewhat frail and did not shine as brightly as Dai Mubai. His hair lacked luster, resembling withered grass. The gazes of the crowd held skepticism, surprise, and disdain, yet these looks seemingly failed to affect the slender figure. He stood tall, a confident smile gracing his face. Facing Dai Mubai's derisive gaze, he exhaled softly, leaped lightly, and landed upon the combat stage. Quite commendable, this young man. Elder Five mused inwardly. Following Dai Yao's awakening, he had taken the effort to learn about his background. A steadfast conviction, unyielded by the opinions of others, is an essential quality for any true warrior. He had prepared for the possibility of Dai Yao's defeat. Even if Dai Yao were to be rendered incapacitated by the princes, he would ensure that Dai Yao wed several women from the Zhu clan, bear children, and pass on his martial legacy. Dai Yao stood upon the martial platform, his solitary figure exuding an air of desolation, as no one harbored expectations for him. A scornful glance swept his way, and Dai Mubai scoffed. I thought you were too timid to show up. If it were the first prince or the second prince, I would naturally hesitate. But since it is you, Dai Mubai, why should I fear? Dai Yao retorted sharply. I shall see if your prowess is as formidable as your words suggest. Upon hearing Dai Yao's response, a cold smirk played upon Dai Mubai's lips. Even in the absence of the Empress's command, he was determined to teach Dai Yao a harsh lesson. As the two ascended the platform, a figure resembling a host promptly declared, Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please maintain silence to avoid disrupting the duel. The use of any bladed weapons or hidden projectiles is prohibited. Should either participant fall from the platform or concede, they shall be deemed the loser. Do either of you have any objections? None. The two spoke in unison, their gazes locked. Let the duel commence. The once boisterous audience fell into silence, their attention riveted upon the martial stage. As the words faded, Dai Mubai bent his knees, his muscular arms taut against his clothing. With a resounding crack, the stones beneath him shattered. He surged forward like a sharpened blade, an unstoppable force rushing toward Dai Yao, the distance of several hundred meters evaporating in an instant. Are you looking down on me by not unleashing your martial spirit? Dai Yao pondered inwardly, observing the imposing figure charging at him. Despite the considerable distance between them, he could already sense the formidable power contained within Dai Mubai's fist. Since you choose not to summon your martial spirit, neither shall I. This presents the perfect opportunity to test my physical resilience. With his body enhanced by a soul ring surpassing limits, alongside the transformation of the green lotus, he was confident that he would not fall short of Dai Mubai's strength. Chapter 15. The disparity. Noticing Dai Yao gather his strength, Dai Mubai felt a flicker of surprise. Although he held Dai Yao in disdain, he never approached combat with carelessness. In his estimation, not summoning his martial spirit would suffice to defeat Dai Yao. After all, the first soul skill of the White Tiger martial spirit was merely a defensive technique. Dai Yao propelled himself forward with a single foot, charging boldly towards Dai Mubai. To the onlookers, it appeared as though an ant was daring to challenge an elephant. In this moment, rather than succumbing to fear, Dai Yao exhibited a remarkable courage to confront head-on, which elicited a sense of admiration from Dai Mubai. He reveled in combat, holding a deep disdain for those who lacked the valor to fight. as they drew ever closer. The clash of their fists, one large and one small, unleashed a resounding impact. Gasps erupted from the audience in the stands. With a thunderous crash, both combatants were struck as if by lightning, their faces contorted in agony as they were sent hurtling backward. Dai Mubai took a step back, while Dai Yao retreated 4 steps before finally halting his backward momentum. Dai Mubai gazed incredulously at Dai Yao. In the collision of their fists, he sensed the formidable strength contained within his opponent's blows, which was nearly on par with his own. Remarkably, he was merely 6 years old, yet he was able to contend with him so closely in terms of power. How terrifying must his strength be at my age? Dai Mubai pondered in astonishment. Realizing that his opponent could indeed be a rival, he set aside all his previous disdain. He had initially thought this duel would be a mere formality, expecting to easily vanquish Dai Yao and then marry Zhu Zhuqing. However, to his surprise, Dai Yao had delivered an unexpected challenge from the very beginning. Impressive, Fourth Prince. Your physical prowess is already comparable to that of the Third Prince, remarked Bishop Ferdinand, observing the 2 combatants with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the bishop's words, the queen's earlier ease dissipated, her expression growing stern as she silently scrutinized the unfolding duel. Dai Mubai withdrew his aggressive stance and returned to his side of the stage amidst the murmurs of the crowd. He shook his slightly aching right arm and rotated his neck, the bones cracking audibly. A serious expression appeared on his resolute and determined face as he bowed to Dai Yao, stating, "I am Dai Mubai, a level 17 assault system soul master. I humbly seek your guidance." While he may be carefree in other matters, he has always approached combat with utmost diligence. Respecting one's opponent is akin to respecting oneself. Dai Yao's arm ached intensely, yet his right hand had developed a certain resilience through repeated encounters with the 8 extremes collapse. After a brief respite, he had nearly recovered. With hands clasped in a gesture of respect, a fierce battle spirit surged in his eyes. "I am Dai Yao, an 11th level soul master. Please enlighten me." 2 beams of white light erupted from their bodies, and amidst this radiance, 2 formidable and domineering auras simultaneously blossomed. "Martial soul embodiment," gasped the spectators in the stands, particularly the members of the Dai family, who felt a profound dread emanating from the white tiger martial soul, akin to a heavy hammer striking their hearts. However, what astonished them most was the pair of white wings that sprouted from Dai Yao's back. Whispers of excitement spread among the crowd regarding Dai Yao's martial soul. At the outset of the match, he had activated the second form of his martial soul, highlighting the significance he placed on this battle. Failure was not an option. He would spare no effort in pursuit of victory. What kind of martial soul is that? Bishop Ferdinand, shedding his previous indolence, widened his eyes in astonishment. "The divine white tiger martial soul, a name I have personally designated," replied Elder Wukuli. Suppressing his surprise, Bishop Ferdinand pondered the unprecedented nature of this martial soul. Its strength astonishing enough to rival the angelic martial souls passed down within the temple. A thought flickered in his mind. This individual must not be allowed to flourish. Should Dai Yao mature, he would pose a significant threat to the martial soul hall. Yet, recalling the traditions of the Xingluo royal family, he felt reassured. No matter how formidable his martial soul, it remained mere potential. Could it truly compare to that of the crown prince, who had already attained the rank of sole sovereign? The vanquished in the struggle for the throne had little chance of survival. What a pity it was for such a powerful martial soul to be squandered. 2 figures manifested, exuding the same formidable presence, their fierce gazes locked onto one another. "I must concede, you are a prodigy. At our age, I would certainly have been no match for you. However, today, I have a compelling reason to defeat you," Dai Mubai reflected with a hint of melancholy. "What a coincidence. I too must triumph over you," Dai Yao replied with a smile. Both bore a yellow soul ring. As Dai Mubai's martial soul enveloped him, Dai Yao distinctly felt an overwhelming pressure, causing a slight stagnation in his soul power's flow. "Then allow me to demonstrate that our disparity extends beyond mere soul power." With that, Dai Mubai moved, his hands transforming into powerful claws aimed at Dai Yao with tremendous force. So swift. The rushing wind was Dai Yao's immediate impression. He had not anticipated such speed from a strength-based soul master. He could only barely cross his arms in a defensive posture. Yet, to his astonishment, the seemingly mighty strike that landed upon his hands felt feeble. "You've fallen for my ruse." This blow was merely a feint by Dai Mubai. The true assault came from his other hand. An iron fist struck directly at Dai Yao's ribcage. Should that blow connect, Dai Yao would instantly lose his ability to fight. "This is bad." Dai Yao's heart raced. The first soul ring illuminated. White Tiger Guardian Shield. A white barrier enveloped Dai Yao, and Dai Mu Bai's fist struck the shield, producing a resonant sound akin to the morning bell. The shield did not shatter. Yet the consumption of soul power was substantial. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Yao hastily retreated. Even this minor contact revealed their disparity in combat experience. Yet, it was Dai Mu Bai who was more astonished. Dai Yao had already presented him with countless surprises. He had intended to swiftly and decisively defeat Dai Yao. And just as he was about to succeed under the guise of a feint, he was taken aback by how quickly Dai Yao could unleash his soul skill. In the blink of an eye, Dai Yao had completely thwarted his attack. How could someone who had just attained a soul ring be so adept at releasing soul skills? Could it be that he truly was a genius? These thoughts flitted through Dai Mu Bai's mind as he scrutinized Dai Yao's stance, plotting his next series of assaults. The consumption of soul power from your guardian shield must be considerable. I am eager to see how many soul skills your 11th level soul power can sustain. As Dai Yao struggled to find his footing, Dai Mu Bai launched an attack. Was this assault merely a feint? This thought flickered through Dai Yao's mind, but in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Dai Mu Bai was already upon him. He hastily raised his defenses, feeling the tremendous force reverberate through his arms as he successfully parried Dai Mu Bai's strike. However, to his surprise, Dai Mu Bai executed the same maneuver once more, this time targeting his ribs. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a ruse. His misjudgment left him vulnerable. Chapter 16. The creation of a unique soul technique. Let us see how you shall defend yourself this time. If you resort to using the White Tiger's protective barrier again. A few more attacks, and you shall be devoid of soul power. Dai Mu Bai sneered. Dai Yao was compelled to once again invoke the White Tiger protective barrier to fend off Dai Mu Bai's relentless assault. The situation on the field appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, with Dai Mu Bai dominating Dai Yao's every move. Although Dai Yao matched Dai Mu Bai in both strength and speed, the disparity in practical experience was glaring. The rhythm of the battle was firmly in Dai Mu Bai's grasp, leaving Dai Yao unable to mount any effective counteroffensive. Presently, Dai Yao possessed raw power but lacked the corresponding finesse to fully unleash his potential. The fourth prince was utterly incapable of withstanding the third prince's onslaught. Resorting only to his first soul skill to barely hold his ground, and once his soul power was depleted, defeat was inevitable. Observers calmly analyzed the unfolding scenario, concluding that the age gap of 3 years rendered an upset highly improbable. It must be acknowledged that the fourth prince exhibited considerable skill, managing to exchange blows with the third prince shortly after acquiring his soul ring. The audience in the stands buzzed with chatter, unanimously believing the outcome was already decided. As time progressed, Dai Yao's failure was assured. The queen's expression remained inscrutable, masking her true thoughts. She had come today to witness a decisive and clean victory, longing for Dai Mu Bai to effortlessly vanquish Dai Yao and trample his dignity beneath his feet. The humiliation she had endured from that woman would be repaid 100-fold through her son. Yet, Dai Mu Bai was not achieving a swift resolution. Instead, he found himself embroiled in a protracted struggle. Even if he emerged victorious, the manner of his triumph would be far from graceful, and the queen's mood soured instantly. However, Dai Mu Bai on the battlefield felt no sense of ease. Although it appeared that he had Dai Yao under pressure, aside from the initial 2 effective strikes, he had failed to pose a genuine threat to Dai Yao thereafter. Dai Yao had only utilized the White Tiger protective barrier twice. The fifth elder, observing the unfolding situation from the high platform, narrowed his eyes. Although Dai Yao was devoid of the capacity to counterattack, his movements had transitioned from chaotic to increasingly orderly, indicating that he had begun to acclimatize to Dai Mu Bai's assaults. He was once again astounded by Dai Yao's innate talent, yet a pang of regret washed over him. Alas, it is too late. After employing the first soul skill twice, how much soul power remains? Currently, the third prince has yet to employ a single soul skill, and he possesses a soul power level of 17, significantly superior to yours. Once your soul power is depleted and the spirit manifestation dissipates, it will be effortless for the third prince to vanquish you. The fifth elder's hand, adorned with a fiery red beard, trembled slightly, his complex emotions ultimately culminating in a sigh. Leaning against his seat, Bishop Ferdinand's expression remained tranquil, yet his heart brimmed with joy. How foolish the White Tiger clan is. Such a prodigy would have already secured the qualification for canonization in my spirit hall, yet it is squandered by your inflexible ilk. I truly lament for Dai Yao. Is this what constitutes a true genius? Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but ponder, Such rapid growth in such a brief span is indeed astonishing. Dai Mubai's relentless assault surged forth like an unstoppable tide, crashing mercilessly upon Dai Yao. Dai Yao found himself devoid of time for contemplation, instinctively relying on his defenses. The wings behind him flapped incessantly, not only augmenting his speed but also allowing him to periodically adjust his posture to evade Dai Mubai's lethal onslaught. The skills of 8 Extremes Collapse and Explosive Step had no opportunity to manifest amidst Dai Mubai's relentless assault. The two continued to engage in a fierce standoff. As Dai Mubai's anxiety intensified, his breaths grew increasingly rapid, and his attacks became progressively chaotic. He understood that his mother desired him to humiliate Dai Yao thoroughly. However, under the current circumstances, he found himself unable to reprimand Dai Yao, who seemed to grow more at ease with each passing moment. This could not continue. Reminded of his mother's expectations, Dai Mubai took the initiative to alter his strategy. After repelling Dai Yao with a series of strikes, his expression turned ferocious, and his eyes flickered with intensity. He then stamped his feet firmly on the ground and unleashed a powerful assault on Dai Yao. He had entirely abandoned defense, adopting a mindset of trading injury for injury, intent on delivering a decisive blow to his opponent. At that very moment of transformation, Dai Yao also recognized the opportunity before him. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, signaling that the moment of truth had arrived, where victory would be determined. In a contest of injuries, how could Dai Mubai possibly be afraid? As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. If one lacks the courage to confront Dai Mubai directly, how could they ever hope to attain victory? At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to unleash the 8 Extremes Burst. He had initially believed he could maneuver around Dai Mubai using the 8 Extremes Burst and the Explosive Step. Yet under the relentless barrage of Dai Mubai's strikes, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to execute his moves. As Dai Yao infused his hands with soul power, a sudden gust of wind swept across the stage, rustling the garments of the spectators in the stands. Dai Yao's right hand swelled, appearing as if it were a solid block of granite, imbued with the might of his martial soul. The air around him spiraled like a colossal vortex, converging upon his hand. What on earth has the fourth prince done? What sort of soul skill is this? The audience in the stands erupted with excitement, astonished by the spectacle before them. The fourth prince was manifesting an immensely powerful soul skill. Elder Five and Bishop Ferdinand both rose, leaning over the railing in an attempt to gain a clearer view. Upon exchanging glances, they recognized the shock reflected in each other's eyes. A self-created soul skill? Their voices trembled slightly with disbelief. In the realm of Douluo Continent, soul skills are categorized into 2 types: those acquired through the hunting of soul beasts, granted by soul rings or soul bones, and those that are self-created. For the majority of soul masters, their skills derive from vanquishing soul beasts. Even many who have attained the rank of title Douluo possess skills of the first kind. The rarity of self-created soul skills is staggering. Even the illustrious Haotian sect boasts but one, the chaotic breaking wind hammer technique, while the White Tiger clan has none at all. Such Douluo powerhouses may be regarded as geniuses, yet even they lack self-created soul skills, underscoring the formidable challenge of acquiring such abilities. Now, before them stood a 6-year-old child wielding a self-created soul skill, shattering their previous understanding. Our Wuhuan palace is brimming with talent, yet none can rival this genius. How fortunate it would be if he were one of us. Bishop Ferdinand gazed at Dai Yao with fervent hope, wishing he were not of the Xingluo royal family, thus allowing him to join the Wuhuan palace. He lamented inwardly. This child's potential is immense, and once he matures, he could pose a significant threat to our Wuhuan palace. He resolved to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Chapter 17. The finale creaking with fury, the queen gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with hatred as they fixed menacingly upon Dai Yao, her once beautiful visage contorted into a fearsome grimace. Elder Five had initially reveled in Dai Yao's prowess, believing that if this self-created soul skill succeeded, the boy might seize victory. Given more time, he could potentially triumph in the struggle for the throne. A genius like him could certainly elevate the Xingluo Empire to new heights. Yet, upon noticing the queen's expression, his spirits darkened. This woman surely harbors ill intentions. If she seeks to harm Dai Yao, she must consider whether I, the bloodthirsty demon tiger, will allow it. In his youth, Elder Five roamed the continent with formidable strength and a fiery temper, earning him the moniker of the bloodthirsty demon tiger. The situation in the arena had taken a sudden and dramatic turn. The manifestation of Dai Yao's unique soul skill naturally captured Dai Mubai's attention. The astonishment that Dai Yao had evoked in him was profound. This self-created soul skill had transcended his expectations. It became apparent that his previous offensive maneuvers had deprived Dai Yao of the opportunity to unleash this soul skill, and now, with a shift in tactics, he had unwittingly provided Dai Yao the chance to display it. Contemplating this, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "Is this your self-created soul skill?" he inquired. "Indeed," came Dai Yao's response, as he continued to gather his energy. Without the blue lotus, there would be no eight extremities collapse. Yet, without Dai Yao's fortuitous discovery, the eight extremities collapse would not exist either. It is not an exaggeration to attribute its creation to him. "Then allow me to witness the true magnitude of your soul skill," Dai Mubai declared, undeterred, ready to confront Dai Yao head-on. "Very well," Dai Yao replied. Dai Mubai tensed his entire body, akin to a bow drawn to its utmost limit, before unleashing a tremendous force directed at Dai Yao. Simultaneously, the charge for the eight extremes collapse was completed. The two clashed with the intensity of celestial bodies colliding. A radiant white shield enveloped Dai Mubai, who displayed a triumphant expression. While both wielded soul skills, Dai Yao's being offensive and his defensive. Once the White Tiger Guardian barrier successfully withstood Dai Yao's assault, his charged punch would strike directly at Dai Yao. This time, Dai Yao had no opportunity to summon the White Tiger Guardian barrier. Dai Yao was unable to employ the first spirit skill concurrently with the eight extremes collapse. A spirit master of the first rank simply lacks such capability to manifest two spirit skills simultaneously. The force of the eight extremes collapse struck the protective barrier, causing it to display a web-like pattern of fractures, yet it ultimately remained unbroken. Given the potency of the eight extremes collapse, even the water barrier conjured by the 700-year-old Xian Shui turtle could be shattered, yet it failed to breach Dai Mubai's White Tiger protective barrier. This underscores the immense effort Dai Mubai invested in his first spirit skill. In that fleeting moment when the protective barrier held firm, Dai Yu became acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Dai Mubai revealed an expected smile, brandishing his enormous tiger paw with an unstoppable demeanor, delivering the final declaration of defeat to Dai Yao. Danger! Dai Yao's heart raced, and the scene before him became somewhat blurred. Explosive step. He infused his soul power into his legs, unleashing his second self-created soul skill. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The burden on his body was immense. Yet he grimaced and persevered. Suddenly, a flash obscured Dai Mubai's vision, and Dai Yao's figure vanished, causing the punch he had aimed with unwavering determination to land nowhere. His astonished expression froze upon his face, utterly unaware of what had transpired moments before. With astonishing speed, bolstered by his explosive footwork, Dai Yao closed the distance before Dai Mubai could even descend after his missed strike. With a swift motion, he unleashed the eight extremes burst, delivering a forceful palm strike to Dai Mubai's abdomen. This execution of the eight extremes burst required minimal soul power, thus lacking an extensive charging process. Dai Mubai's astonished expression swiftly morphed into one of agony, as a surge of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, his body hurtling backward like a projectile. With a resounding thud, he became ensconced in the wall beneath the stands, subsequently collapsing to the ground, incapable of rising again. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving most spectators bewildered. Having scarcely grasped the events that transpired before the third prince was sent sprawling to the earth, a profound silence enveloped the audience, as if they had been rendered mute. Moments later, fervent cheers erupted. Naturally, while some reveled in the triumph, others were beset by disappointment, departing with heavy sighs. Some leapt from the stands to the arena, jubilantly tossing Dai Yao into the air. In that moment, their biases dissipated, united solely by a shared lineage. Dai Mubai, sprawled on the ground, turned his head slightly. His gaze toward Dai Yao filled with envy. He had initially been confident of victory, believing that by continuously depleting Dai Yao's soul power, he would naturally secure his win once Dai Yao was exhausted. However, due to his mother's counsel, he sought to dispatch Dai Yao swiftly, inadvertently granting him the opportunity to unleash his unique soul skill, which ultimately led to his downfall. Contemplating this, a deep sense of resentment welled within him. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Bishop Ferdinand and Elder Five exchanged incredulous glances. The scene before them was unprecedented. As a mere youth who had just acquired his soul ring had vanquished a level 17 soul master, This young man had indeed achieved the remarkable feat of overcoming his superior. Elder 5 wore a satisfied expression, while Bishop Ferdinand cast a sly smile toward the queen. His demeanor laced with malice. Your Majesty, the fourth prince is truly exceptionally gifted. In just a few years, he may even surpass the first prince. The bishop's words were clearly intended to incite the queen, urging her to take action against Dai Yao. The queen's chest rose and fell with visible agitation. Her disappointment in Dai Mubai palpable. She had come to witness a resounding victory, not a humiliating defeat. Not only had she failed to alleviate her grievances, but she had also tarnished her own dignity. With a flick of her gown, she cast one last indifferent glance at the fallen Dai Mubai, regarding him as a stranger. She then strode away from the arena, akin to a retreat, followed by a throng of handmaidens. Elder 5 intercepted Bishop Ferdinand, his voice icy. What do you intend? His golden hair flared like flames, exuding a powerful aura, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. He understood the bishop's sinister intentions, to see Dai Yao eliminated. Nothing. Merely jesting, stammered Bishop Ferdinand, beads of cold sweat trickling down his corpulent visage. He had heard of the bloodthirsty demon tiger's fearsome reputation. This was a madman. Unrestrained and dangerous, one should avoid provoking him unless absolutely necessary. Although he held the title of Bishop of the Spirit Hall, he was acutely aware of his own culpability, and any retaliation from the other party would be justified. It would be best if your words hold true, Elder 5 replied with a disdainful snort. The duel concludes with Dai Yao's victory, declared the referee, announcing the results of the match. From that moment on, it became evident to all that the third prince had forfeited his claim to the throne, and henceforth, Dai Mubai's fate would remain suspended until the ascension of the next emperor. In stark contrast, the fourth prince Dai Yao had emerged as a dazzling new star. Though he still could not rival the first and second princes. After being released by the crowd, Dai Yao approached Dai Mubai and helped him to his feet. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Dai Mubai's integrity in battle, yet their differing positions rendered any possibility of friendship unattainable. Dai Mubai cast a complex glance at Dai Yao before turning to follow the queen as she departed. Chapter 18. Dai Mubai in the Imperial Palace, within the Lingmiao Palace, which serves as the residence of the queen. This palace has been named Lingmiao Palace as all successive queens hail from the Zhu family and possess the ethereal spirit of the shadow cat. Following their return from the royal martial arts arena, the queen has been in a state of fury, shattering numerous items within the palace. Mother, what troubles you? Inquired the first prince. Since the third prince's defeat to the fourth prince, the queen has remained in a foul mood. The third prince has already knelt for several hours inside. Your Highness, please enter and persuade the queen. She is more likely to heed your counsel. A nearby maid urged anxiously. As the grand doors of the palace swung open, the first sight was that of Dai Mubai kneeling on the floor. Dai Mubai kept his head lowered, his golden locks obscuring his visage, rendering his expression indiscernible. Blood trickled from his forehead, a result of the queen's brutal strike with a goblet. Useless trash, Davis coldly remarked, his eyes brimming with disdain. To lose against a newly acquired spirit ring at the 17th level was truly disgraceful. The kneeling Dai Mubai remained silent, his head bowed in defeat. Mother, why bother with this worthless fool? He is lost, and that is that. Can that wretched spawn truly prevail in the struggle for the throne? As long as I am here, I shall ensure his demise, Davis asserted, casting a resolute glance at the queen. I am not angry that he lost. I am furious with myself for having placed such faith in this imbecile. Hearing his mother utter such harsh words, Dai Mubai trembled, choking back tears that fell to the ground in silent despair. Even in the face of defeat by Dai Yao, he had never felt such profound sorrow, merely accepting his inferiority. However, to hear his mother label him as worthless was unbearable. Perhaps both the queen and Davis sensed his turmoil, yet neither offered a word of comfort. But this was the Star Luo royal family, a realm devoid of compassion. Only the victors could claim everything. Every prince of Star Luo was destined to attend the Royal Academy for their education. When he arrives at the academy, I shall ensure he receives a thorough lesson. Davis reassured. The queen sighed, voicing her concerns. Though I despise that wretched child, I must concede that his talent is exceptional, perhaps even surpassing yours. Once he is at the academy, with Dai Hongyu's backing, it will not be easy to deal with him. Dai Hongyu, a prince of the Star Luo Empire and the vice president of the Royal Academy, wields significant influence within the royal institution. If granted the time to mature, he is undoubtedly destined to become a formidable rival. Coupled with the watchful gaze of his ambitious younger brother, the prospect of smoothly inheriting the throne appears increasingly daunting. Rest assured, mother, I regard my younger brother with indifference, let alone the insignificant Dai Yao, Davis declared with unwavering confidence, believing that Dai Yao was unworthy of being his adversary. In fact, it was true. While the 25th level of the second prince posed some threat, how could Dai Yao, who had only recently become a sole master, command any respect in his eyes? Mother, you are not only the queen of the Star Luo Empire, but also one of the elders of the Zhu family. Since Zhu Zhuqing belongs to the Zhu clan, could you not? Davis suggested ominously. In contrast to the straightforward approach of Dai Mubai, Davis operated with a more unscrupulous demeanor, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his ends. Were he to face Dai Yao, he would grant him no opportunity whatsoever. In his perspective, any method that secured victory was justifiable, regardless of its fairness or aesthetic. Upon hearing Davis's proposition, the queen's eyes brightened with intrigue, and she promptly commanded the maid outside. Go, bring that girl Zhu Zhuqing to me. Subsequently, she cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, exclaiming, You worthless fool, why are you still lingering here? Do you intend to remain a nuisance? Dai Mubai rose and turned his head. This individual appeared utterly lifeless, steeped in despondency. The spirited vigor of his earlier duels had vanished without a trace, and one must remember that he is merely 9 years old. He gazed at the luminous moon above. A wave of melancholy surged within him, and scalding tears cascaded down his cheeks. Dai Yao is a prince. He cannot afford to lose. However, as a prince, he is even less capable of bearing such a defeat. Dai Yao suffered defeat, and people would attribute it to his youth, deeming his loss understandable. However, being usurped would render him a target of ridicule. In the fierce competition for the throne, there exists no second place. Failure leads to the same grim fate. From the moment of his birth, he has known not the warmth of maternal love. Each time his mother expressed pride in his brother, he felt a pang of envy. He is but a child, yearning to be a source of pride for his parents. Yet, within the opulent confines of the Xingluo royal family, such aspirations remain a distant fantasy. He departed from Lingmiao Palace, bearing the weight of despair, resembling an old man stripped of the vigor he once displayed in battle. After Dai Mubai's departure, Zhu Zhuqing was taken to the Spirit Cat Palace. The queen pinched Zhu Zhuqing's chin between her thumb and forefinger. Her tone icy. What a splendid facade, indeed, wasted on that wretched spawn. Zhu Zhuqing felt discomfort from the grip, but dared not resist. I have heard that you desire freedom, to escape the fate of the Zhu family? The queen inquired. Those few simple words seemed to hold an infinite allure. As a look of longing appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's cold face, I can offer you this opportunity. There is a task I require you to complete. Upon its successful execution, you shall gain your freedom and no longer be subject to others' whims. What say you? Days later, the cold palace. Dai Yao removed his resplendent robe and reclined upon the bed, utterly devoid of the desire to move. He sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. The past few days had been a whirlwind of activity, leaving him no moment of respite. Following his victorious duel, a plethora of matters demanded his attention. He first paid respects at the ancestral hall of the Elder Council in the White Tiger Mountain Range, greeting each elder in turn. Subsequently, he was ensnared in the intricate rituals of nobility, the cumbersome inheritance procedures of ancient families overwhelming him to the point of mental fatigue, not to mention the physical toll it took. There had been proposals to construct a new palace designated for the fourth prince, yet Dai Yao declined, preferring the solitude of the cold palace. Of course, the cold palace had undergone renovations, now appearing entirely transformed. Furthermore, he was to soon embark on a journey to the Xingluo Royal Academy, a venture that would likely see him seldom return, rendering the establishment of a princely residence unnecessary. Most importantly, how could he allow a life of opulence to corrupt his character, which was as pure as gold? In truth, it was primarily due to his lack of funds. He simply could not bear the expenses associated with a princely residence. Although the royal treasury allocated a certain amount of gold to each prince, it paled in comparison to the costs of maintaining a princely household. Now that all matters had reached resolution, his engagement would soon be formalized. Since it was merely a straightforward engagement, only a few prominent relatives were required to witness the occasion. Zhu Zhuqing's family was connected to the queen, and with Dai Yao's mother having passed away, the Xingluo emperor would take no interest in his affairs. Thus, Elder 5 would represent his family. The memory of the queen's ashen face at the engagement banquet yesterday brought a smile to his lips. Moreover, in just a few days, Zhu Zhuqing would arrive at the cold palace. Chapter 19. The unusual Qinglian. Is Zhu Zhuqing truly to become my wife? A sense of unreality washed over Dai Yao. Just recently, he had been struggling for survival, and now he not only found himself a prince, but was also about to wed a stunning beauty. This thought caused a smile to play upon his lips. Wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, he reminded himself that there were pressing matters to attend to. Recalling the duel from several days prior, a shiver ran down his spine. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's fervent desire for victory, he might well have lost that battle. He realized he still lacked practical combat experience. And once at the academy, he would need to engage in more real-world confrontations. Dai Yao resolved to improve. Another consideration was his second martial soul, the Qinglian. Upon mentioning the Qinglian, a shadow of unease clouded his thoughts. Not long ago, when he acquired his first spirit ring, the Qinglian had forcibly absorbed a 700-year-old spirit ring, nearly costing him his life. Though he had successfully assimilated it with the Qinglian's assistance, the agony of that experience remained etched in his memory. With a flicker of intent, he gathered his soul power, and a blue lotus materialized in his palm. Dai Yao gazed at the Qinglian, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is... He stammered in disbelief. A yellow spirit ring had appeared on the Qinglian. What on earth? Why is there a spirit ring on my Qinglian? I certainly did not affix a spirit ring to it. Dai Yao contemplated this perplexity, yet the answer eluded him. At that time, only the Xian Shui turtle had possessed a spirit ring. There were no other spirit beasts slain. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Soon, he ventured a disbelieving hypothesis. Could it be that this spirit ring was self-formed by the Qinglian? If so, what advantage does my twin martial soul possess? It is well known that the greatest advantage of twin martial souls lies in the fact that upon reaching the title Douluo with the first spirit ring, every subsequent spirit ring affixed to the second martial soul would have a minimum age of 50,000 years. Dai Yao felt a sense of despair. The greatest advantage of his dual martial soul had vanished, a burden no one could bear. Suddenly, he conceived a plan. Henceforth, he would affix soul rings to the azure lotus, abandoning the white tiger martial soul, treating it merely as a secondary soul. Since he would no longer utilize the white tiger, his identity as the fourth prince could no longer serve him. Thus, he resolved to live incognito, adopting a new identity to disguise himself. Dai Yao declared fiercely. Alas, he lamented the squandered opportunity of a soul ring position for the white tiger martial soul. Gazing at the azure lotus, his emotions were tumultuous and difficult to articulate. Let me see what abilities this soul ring possesses, he thought. Extending his right hand, he concentrated his soul power, causing the first soul ring of the azure lotus to illuminate, radiating a dazzling brilliance. The azure lotus expanded, its supple stem becoming straight and firm, the petals converging, forming a tapered head reminiscent of a spear's tip, while the surrounding lotus leaves transformed into the spear's tassels. Upon invoking the first soul skill, the azure lotus transfigured into the azure lotus spear. He pondered the extent of its might. Subsequently, he made his way to the rear of the cold palace, where the spacious area was lined with half-foot-thick stone slabs. These slabs were said to originate from the farthest north, renowned for their unparalleled hardness, able to withstand the full force of a soul sovereign's attack. The foundation of the entire palace was constructed from these formidable slabs. In a corner behind the building, a pile of leftover slabs remained. He had trained the 8 extremes collapse here, and even at its maximum potency, it had failed to inflict any damage upon them. Dai Yao held the gun with both hands, slightly crouching his body to gather strength, and then thrusting his arms forward, the Qinglian spear lunged ahead. Upon contact with the stone slab, it penetrated as effortlessly as if slicing through tofu, seemingly encountering no resistance whatsoever. This was a slab capable of withstanding the blows of a soul sovereign, yet it was so easily pierced by the Qinglian spear. No, it was not merely a knife slicing through tofu. Rather, the Qinglian spear disintegrated the material of the slab, which explained the absence of any resistance. Dai Yao was struck with astonishment. The ability to decompose matter, what a terrifying power. This was the power of rules. With a single thrust, matter was reduced to nothingness. In the worldview of Douluo, perhaps only the divine possessed such capabilities. At that moment, Dai Yao felt not joy, but an overwhelming dread. He had initially feared that his dual martial souls would attract assassination attempts from various factions. However, he had not anticipated that the first soul skill of the Qinglian martial soul would involve divine power. If this were to come to light, the pursuers would likely not be mere mortals, but deities. Although gods could not intervene directly in the Douluo world, their representatives could. The representative of the sea god, Poseidon, the representative of the angel god, Qian, and the inheritor of the god of Shura, the peak Dueling Tangchun, all posed significant threats. Cold sweat streamed down Dai Yao's face as he contemplated the terrifying consequences of revealing such power. It would indeed be a matter of life and death. In the primordial novels, after Pangu created the heavens, the chaotic Qinglian was deemed unacceptable by the heavenly Tao and was split into several ultimate treasures, one of which transformed into the god-slaying spear. This tyrannical power of rules truly aligned with the name of the god-slaying spear. Could it be that this spear was the legendary god-slaying spear, and the Qinglian was indeed the chaotic Qinglian? Dai Yao thought with exhilaration. Previously, he had named the Qinglian the chaotic Qinglian merely for the sake of sounding impressive, but now, as various phenomena manifested, it became clear that his Qinglian martial soul was genuinely the chaotic Qinglian. Dai Yao drew a sharp breath, a wave of weakness suddenly enveloping him just as he reveled in joy. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He gasped for air, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his energy utterly depleted. The god-slaying spear in his hand dissipated into motes of starlight, vanishing from sight. He lacked the strength to rise, and was compelled to crawl slowly back into the room. Upon reaching the bedside, he braced himself against it, gritting his teeth, and with a sudden exertion, managed to shift his body onto the bed. Was this the after effect of employing the first soul skill of the chaotic blue lotus? It was truly terrifying. The memory of his sudden loss of strength and drained mental energy sent chills down his spine. The side effects were indeed severe. One must wield the god-slaying spear with utmost caution, for encountering an adversary could render him powerless after a single strike. Yet, he could not deny the immense power of this soul skill, capable of striking foes from a fundamental level, making it a formidable trump card. Now, his body was extraordinarily weakened, the heaviness of sleep pulling at his eyelids, yet his heart was fraught with unease. Should anyone seek to take his life at this moment, his demise would be inevitable. Clenching his teeth, he assumed a cross-legged position and commenced his cultivation, as if in response to his diligence. The chaotic blue lotus in his spiritual realm began to radiate azure light, nourishing his parched mental energy. Unbeknownst to him, a petal of the chaotic blue lotus quietly unfurled. Time passed swiftly, and Dai Yao spent the day in cultivation. His body had regained much of its strength, and his spirit had improved significantly. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Chapter 20. Zhu Zhuqing, who could it be? Dai Yao pondered, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Since the duel, although several individuals had approached him, claiming to offer their support, his uncle Dai Hengyu had deemed them sycophants. Accepting their fealty could lead to them misusing the title of the Fourth Prince, wielding it as a weapon to impose their will and tarnish his reputation. Thus, he had unhesitatingly declined their overtures. Stepping into the courtyard, he beheld a scene of exquisite beauty under the bright moonlight and sparse stars, with remnants of snow yet to melt. Upon opening the door, a breathtaking tableau unfolded before him. The woman before him slightly lifted her gaze, revealing a delicate and charming visage. She was somewhat shorter than Dai Yao, yet her graceful figure was already evident. Her skin glowed with a rosy complexion. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her lips parted softly, but it was her crystalline eyes that held a chilling coldness. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her flowing hair, creating a dreamy and enchanting aura. Zhu Zhuqing? Dai Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Not long ago, he had betrothed himself to Zhu Zhuqing, and today marked the day of their engagement. The attending maid curtsied to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Your Highness, this is His Highness the Fourth Prince." She regarded Dai Yao and gradually stepped back, adding, "If the two princes have no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Please, continue with your duties." Dai Yao replied, observing Zhu Zhuqing, who remained silent. With a light cough to alleviate the awkwardness, he moved forward, followed by Zhu Zhuqing, the only sound in the cold palace being the crunch of snow beneath their feet. As he ushered Zhu Zhuqing into the room, an air of discomfort enveloped them, akin to two strangers on an awkward blind date, unsure of what to say. Zhu Zhuqing, possessing a cold demeanor, was not inclined to speak, while Dai Yao found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, never having held a girl's hand. Now, seated beside a woman of extraordinary beauty, he considered it a feat that his hands remained steady. He prepared tea yet remained at a loss for conversation. With Zhu Zhuqing equally silent, the atmosphere thickening with discomfort, Dai Yao felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Conversing with a girl seemed even more daunting than facing off against Dai Mubai. Gritting his teeth, he hesitantly spoke. Your name is Zhu Zhuqing. May I call you Zhuqing from now on? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her bright, expressive eyes fixed upon him. Dai Yao resolved to be bold, his words flowing more freely. My name is Dai Yao, and I am 6 years old. My mother tragically passed away on the day of my birth. Unlike Dai Mubai, who hails from a powerful maternal clan, I cannot provide you with a life of great abundance. The fifth elder has stated that it is the destiny of every prince to be betrothed to a woman from the Zhu family. However, I am uncertain about your willingness to accept this fate. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Observing her demeanor, Dai Yao understood. It is indeed a rare occurrence for two individuals to feel an immediate connection at the onset of their acquaintance. He sighed inwardly and turned to say, I shall arrange a room for you to rest in tonight. Yet, in that very moment of turning, a chilling intent to kill surged towards his neck. Alarm bells rang in his mind. There was no time for contemplation. Dai Yao swiftly executed a burst of speed, bending low and rolling forward. The determined strike landed in an empty space. As Dai Yao turned around, he beheld Zhu Zhuqing, her martial spirit manifested, her body akin to a spirit cat, crouched low, wielding a blade with one hand, poised for an attack. In disbelief, he exclaimed, You wish to kill me? Had he not reacted swiftly to the prior strike, he would have already met his demise. A torrent of fury ignited within him, blood surging through his veins, the bloodshot veins in his eyes starkly visible. His expression transforming into a grotesque snarl, his tone imbued with an icy dread from the depths of the underworld. You dare to attempt to take my life. Since childhood, he had lived in the shadow of the Empress, perpetually engulfed in fear. Now, having awakened his twin martial spirits, becoming the fourth prince, and achieving victory in a duel, he had forged a betrothal with Zhu Zhuqing. A promising future seemed to beckon him, yet it remained shrouded in the ominous shadow of the Empress. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a life with Zhu Zhuqing, supporting one another, relying on each other to navigate the arduous journey ahead. He had intended to engage in an earnest conversation with her to dispel any future misunderstandings. However, to his astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing's initial reaction was to threaten his life. I hold my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. His sincerity, cruelly betrayed, ignited a fury within him. In an instant, his martial spirit surged forth. He dashed forward, capturing Zhu Zhuqing with a single hand. Zhu Zhuqing, yet to obtain her soul ring, was no match for Dai Yao. In his presence, her soul power faltered, especially within the confines of the narrow room. Within mere exchanges, Dai Yao effortlessly dismantled all of Zhu Zhuqing's offensive moves. He seized her swan-like neck with one hand, demanding coldly, Why do you wish to kill me? Suspended in the air by Dai Yao's grip, Zhu Zhuqing felt the painful constriction around her throat, rendering her speechless. Still unwilling to speak, she remained silent, hands grasping at his hand that held her neck, merely gazing into his eyes as crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Dai Yao sighed, releasing Zhu Zhuqing, and said, You may go. I shall explain the matter of the betrothal to the elders' council. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Yao in disbelief, astonished that he would actually let her go. She approached the door step by step, hesitating at the threshold, her expression a tumult of emotions, before ultimately turning back into the room. Meanwhile, Dai Yao was still filled with regret. After all, it was Zhu Zhuqing. If only he were a bit more ruthless, he could certainly keep her by his side. Yet, recalling her inexplicable murderous intent, he chose to relinquish her. Hearing footsteps outside and witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's return, Dai Yao exclaimed in surprise, Why have you come back? Zhu Zhuqing's gaze flickered, and she explained, I am sorry, Dai Yao. The Empress sought me out yesterday and told me that if I were to kill you, I would gain my freedom. Freedom? What freedom? The Empress promised me the right to escape the betrothal, allowing me to avoid marrying any prince and thus evade the cruel competition for the throne. Dai Yao let out a cold snort, finding the notion utterly juvenile. She truly believed that by eliminating him, she could escape her fate. The consequence of slaying a prince would undoubtedly be her own demise. Yet, almost immediately, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing an opportunity. He calmly pulled apart the fabric of his clothing at the chest, exposing his torso, and pointed to the left side where his heart resided, saying, If you merely plunge your dagger here, penetrating an inch into this very spot, you shall attain your freedom. Will you dare to strike? Dai Yao's tone was calm and indifferent, as if he were discussing something trivial. Although his expression remained composed, A tempest of anxiety roiled within him. After all, this was a gamble with his very life at stake. This sudden action startled Zhu Zhuqing, causing her to stagger back a few paces, her countenance filled with terror. I offer you two choices. You may either end my life now in pursuit of your own freedom, or you may honor our marriage pact, and from this moment forth, we shall support one another as we confront the future together, Dai Yao declared. Chapter 21. Heartfelt exchange. Dai Yao wagered his life. A gamble grounded in a measure of certainty. Firstly, his reflexes were sufficiently swift. The moment he discerned Zhu Zhuqing's intent to strike, he could deftly employ the explosive step to evade her assault. Secondly, even in the absence of a timely response, he possessed the chaotic blue lotus as his trump card. As long as his injuries were not severe, survival was within reach. Most importantly, Zhu Zhuqing's return and her elucidation of the motives behind her attempted assassination suggested a high probability that she had relinquished her murderous intent. Gradually, Zhu Zhuqing advanced. Drawing closer to his side, Dai Yao's heart raced like thunder, as the distance had surpassed the limits of his reaction. With each passing moment, the gap diminished. Should Zhu Zhuqing strike, it would likely be beyond the salvation of the Chaos Green Lotus. Yet, reflecting on his own judgment, he gritted his teeth, tightly shut his eyes, and awaited the decree of fate. Time stretched like an eternity, his skin devoid of pain, only a whisper of chill lingering. Dai Yao opened his eyes to find Zhu Zhuqing gently fastening his open garment with her icy little hands. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her profile. While her elongated eyelashes cast a delicate shadow, Dai Yao could not help but smile, for he understood that the girl before him had chosen him. He acknowledged that his methods were somewhat disreputable, presenting Zhu Zhuqing with two choices when he was adequately prepared. In truth, regardless of her choice, he would not suffer any loss. However, should Zhu Zhuqing opt for the second option, he would have won the girl's heart. From that moment on, a companion would stand by his side, unwavering through both prosperity and adversity, steadfast until eternity. Having traversed to the Douluo Continent and endured bullying from eunuchs, Dai Yao had vowed never to be a man of integrity again. Achieving his goals by any means necessary had become his mantra. What did it matter to deceive a girl of both body and soul? He took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her outside, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop. The sky was clear, with a full moon hanging high above. A gentle breeze swept by, slightly chilly, yet for a soul master, it was nothing of consequence. Dai Yao cleared the accumulated snow from the roof ridge for Zhu Zhuqing, procuring a clean cloth to cushion her seat, and then beckoned her to sit. He explained to her, in truth, the Empress will not grant you freedom. Why? Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat astonished. After all, I am the fourth prince, and the repercussions of slaying a member of the royal family are far too grave. Thus, the Empress is somewhat apprehensive and dares not act directly against me. You, however, are different. Having just entered into an engagement, you are, in name, my imperial consort. Should you take my life, it could be framed as a marital dispute, a rebellion against the engagement, thereby absolving the Empress from any culpability. A cold smile graced Dai Yao's lips. Ultimately, the one who must bear the consequences of murdering the crown prince is you. The act of regicide is a capital offense. What recourse do you have but to forfeit your life? Zhu Zhuqing's lips parted slightly, her eyes clouded with disbelief. She began to comprehend the intricate schemes the Empress had in store for her. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl, somewhat precocious, yet still far too innocent to navigate the machinations of those in power. However, the words spoken by Dai Yao were mere fabrications, intended to malign the Empress and sow discord between Zhu Zhuqing and her. Is the Empress truly seeking to harm me? Indeed, upon hearing this, Dai Yao's heart soared with joy, for he realized that Zhu Zhuqing had begun to trust him. Yet, he maintained a facade of solemnity, feigning empathy as he continued to tarnish the Empress's reputation. You are merely a tool for her, to be utilized until she achieves her goals, after which you will be disposed of. A wave of fear washed over Zhu Zhuqing, and she expressed her relief, saying, thanks to you. I would have been deceived by the Empress otherwise. She then cast a shy glance at Dai Yao, lowering her head and murmuring, I had even contemplated taking your life. I am truly sorry. Dai Yao rose to his feet, exuding an air of righteousness as he proclaimed, what are you saying? You too are in the dark. This is not your fault. Under the moonlight, Zhu Zhuqing observed Dai Yao's exaggerated demeanor and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle, hastily covering her mouth with her hand. Dai Yao chuckled and said, after all, we are bound by a marriage contract. Even real couples experience conflicts. let alone two individuals who have only just met. He then formally introduced himself. My name is Dai Yao, and I am 6 years old. This is Zhu Zhuqing, who is also 6. So, you shall call me brother. It is indeed a delightful thing for a girl to call her older brother. Furthermore, considering he was in his 20s in his previous life, it feels quite odd to address a 6-year-old girl as sister. Despite being the same age, why must I call you brother? Zhu Zhuqing protested slightly. Because I am older than you, Dai Yao began to weave a tale. In fact, my birthday precedes the family records by a few days. So logically, I am older. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing seemed skeptical. Thus, it is settled. You shall refer to me as brother, and I shall call you sister or Zhuqing. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing responded reluctantly, her lips curling slightly in agreement. As a gust of wind swept through, lifting some of the accumulated snow, the chill pierced through to their lungs. Yet, neither of them felt the cold in the slightest. Dai Yao's gaze gradually softened as he gently tucked away the wayward strands of hair blown by the wind from Zhu Zhuqing's face. Reflecting on his past experiences, he expressed with a touch of melancholy, I may not possess the striking elegance of Dai Mubai, nor can I offer you a life of luxury. My disposition lacks a certain romantic charm. Yet, the words that followed were resolute and resonated with conviction. But I will strive to be your steadfast support. Should you ever find yourself in peril, I will stand before you. If anyone seeks to harm you, they must first tread over my lifeless body. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the man before her, captivated, as a tempest of emotions surged within her. In the original narrative, her cold demeanor stemmed not only from the brutal competition for the throne and Dai Mubai's abandonment, but also from the environment in which she was raised. In the Dai family, there is a lack of familial affection. Does the Zhu family possess it? The Zhu household is similarly rife with scheming and deceit. Throughout her life, she has never experienced genuine familial warmth, constantly tormented by her several sisters, who wear smiles that conceal daggers. Her mother's unwavering focus is always on Zhu Zhuqing, the eldest prince's wife, who stands the best chance of inheriting the position of queen. Growing up in such an environment, Zhu Zhuqing has had no choice but to shield herself with a cold exterior. As she gazes at Dai Yao, who solemnly makes promises under the moonlight, tears begin to flow and bidden down her cheeks. What is wrong? Dai Yao, believing he has erred, stammers in a flurry. It's nothing, though tears linger. Zhu Zhuqing smiles brightly, completely shedding her icy demeanor. In her heart, she silently vows, I shall not let you down. Chapter 22, Starry Royal Academy under the moonlight. Two diminutive figures gradually draw closer. Zhu Zhuqing's head gently rests upon Dai Yao's shoulder. The moonlight is exquisite, and the breeze is gentle. As he admires her delicate features and breathes in the faint scent of her hair, a sense of tranquility swells within Dai Yao. In that moment, he wishes time could freeze indefinitely. Time, however, flows relentlessly, and as night deepens, they descend from the rooftop and return indoors. Dai Yao turns to Zhu Zhuqing and states, the competition for the throne is brutally sanguinary. Those who fail have no right to live. Despite their youth and the vast disparity in soul power compared to Dai Yaming and Dai Weici, he believes that with relentless effort, hope remains within reach. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's initially hesitant expression transforms into one of resolve as she softly replies, Afterward, they sit cross-legged and enter a state of cultivation. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing opens her eyes, her icy visage transformed by astonishment. Why am I cultivating at such an accelerated pace? This was not the case at home. Could it be because of Dai Yao? She glances toward him, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Suppressing her doubts, Zhu Zhuqing resumes her cultivation. Days pass, and the two diligently seize every moment, dedicating themselves to cultivation day and night, save for meals and sleep. Of course, they sleep separately. Both their soul powers steadily increase, with Zhu Zhuqing nearing the 10th level, poised to obtain her first soul ring soon. Training alongside Dai Yao has significantly enhanced her cultivation speed, compressing what would have taken over a month into mere days. After each session, she gazes at Dai Yao in disbelief, pondering the source of his enigmatic ability to amplify her cultivation speed. Naturally, this secret shall remain hers alone. The acceleration of their cultivation is inherently beneficial, enhancing their chances in the competition for the throne, an advantage they choose to keep secret. Conversely, Dai Yao faces greater challenges. The soul power within his dantian has condensed into a liquid state due to the Qilian, requiring far more soul power than others at the same level. Fortunately, the Qilian possesses the ability to expedite cultivation, otherwise, he would be utterly disheartened. His soul power gradually approaches the 12th level. At last, the gates of the cold palace are knocked upon. 2 silk letters are presented to Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing by the palace maids. Upon opening the letters, they discover an invitation to the Starry Royal Academy. The invitation features towering mountains and an ancient castle nestled mid-slope, its weathered walls evoking a sense of time as passage. After dismissing the maids, he rouses the still cultivating Zhu Zhuqing and hands her the invitation, saying, "Prepare yourself. We depart for the Starry Royal Academy." Zhu Zhuqing nods with a gentle smile. The following evening, the carriage comes to a halt. The guard turns to the interior, announcing, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the academy." As the curtain is lifted, a small figure emerges, Dai Yao. The Starry Royal Academy lies nearly 100 kilometers from the palace. The strength of an academy is reflected in both its faculty and its simulated environments. Such environments are tailored to facilitate the optimal cultivation of martial souls. For instance, the fiery phoenix thrives in volcanic settings, while aquatic martial souls flourish in rivers, lakes, and oceans. The more simulated environments available, the larger the necessary space. Hence the Academy's location, 100 miles from the Imperial city. "How beautiful!" Zhu Zhuqing exclaims as she peeks out from the carriage. At this moment of twilight, the setting sun casts a golden-orange hue upon the mountains, while tranquil lakes, distant peaks, and the ancient castle nestled among them evoke a sense of paradise. The thought of studying here in the future fills Dai Yao with excitement. Following the attendant's guidance, they navigate through a cluster of buildings. The attendant explains, "This area is designated for Soul Master studies, divided into instructional and dormitory zones. For cultivation, everyone will select suitable locations in the mountains and lakes behind us." While Dai Yao dreams of the future, a chilling voice interrupts from ahead. "Are you the 4th prince?" The speaker possesses a long, thin face, large eyes, and a small mouth reminiscent of a rodent. Dai Yao, maintaining his composure, inquired, "Who are you?" A cold snort escaped the stranger's lips, and in the next moment, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted, exuding an immense aura. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, he transformed into a formidable rat-like creature, enveloped by 2 resplendent yellow soul rings. As a 2-ringed soul master, Dai Yao felt a chill in his heart. A tremendous pressure enveloped him, rendering his soul power unable to circulate normally. Such formidable pressure. Could this be the might of a great soul master? Without even engaging in combat, merely the oppressive force of the martial spirit made it abundantly clear to him that in the presence of this great soul master, he had no chance of retaliation. Suddenly, a strange squeak pierced the air as the first soul ring of the great soul master illuminated, and he burrowed into the ground. Searching for Dai Yao's location beneath the surface, Dai Yao could sense a chilling aura swirling beneath the ground. The intermittent murderous intent emanating from the depths causing him to break into a cold sweat. What should he do? He pondered, yet found no solution. Turning his gaze, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing watching him with concern. In an instant, his inner turmoil vanished without a trace, even in the face of inevitable defeat. He resolved to confront this formidable soul master. He positioned Zhu Zhuqing protectively behind him, gritted his teeth, and summoned the soul power from his dantian. Just as he was about to manifest his martial soul when a hand halted his movement. "Leave it to me," a resonant voice proclaimed. Dai Yao turned to look back. The figure before him was stout, with a face reminiscent of a large fan. This individual boisterously declared, "You, dead rat, let me have a word with you." Immediately, his physique swelled further, his nose elongating like that of a mammoth, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings. Second soul skill, war tread, with a powerful stomp of 1 foot. The ground trembled violently, and a cloud of dust rose to form a brownish-gray ring that spread outward. The earth suddenly caved in, causing the rat to emerge from its burrow, spewing forth a mouthful of fresh blood, utterly disheveled by the move. He glared menacingly at those aiding Dai Yao and venomously retorted, "You, fat fool, do you dare meddle in the affairs of the crown prince? Do you not fear the flames of retribution?" The stout man chuckled softly. "If the crown prince were to personally arrive, I would certainly retreat. As for his desire to deal with the 4th prince, I might even lend a few kicks." His expression then darkened ominously. "However, the crown prince has yet to make an appearance. If you fear being beaten by me alone, you should quickly take your leave." The rat's lips quivered, his eyes fixed on the stout man as if to imprint his image into his memory. Finally, he turned to Dai Yao, his tone icy. "You insolent brat. Today I concede defeat. The crown prince has instructed me to deliver a message. Relish your time at the academy." Chapter 23. The second prince. Dai Yao's heart was burdened. The fleeting sense of relief that had just begun to blossom after his victorious duel vanished without a trace in an instant. Had it not been for the assistance of others, he would have faced calamity, and Zhu Zhuqing would have suffered as a consequence. Having barely entered the academy, he had already been bullied by the minions of the Grand Prince, which would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation and render him a laughingstock. A heavy weight seemed to press upon Dai Yao's chest, leaving him breathless. A profound yearning for strength surged within him. Strength. Everything hinged upon the lack of it. If only I were powerful enough. How could that rodent dare to bully me so brazenly? He resolved within himself to seize every moment to enhance his abilities. For only then could he safeguard himself and protect Zhu Zhuqing. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and expressed his gratitude to the portly figure who had come to his aid. Thank you, my brother, for your assistance. May I ask how to address you? Ah, it's no trouble at all. You may simply call me Fatty, he replied with a hearty laugh. I've long wished to teach that rodent a lesson. I just lacked a reason until today. However, he soon extended a hand in a gesture of invitation, adding, today. Someone forewarned me that the rodent intended to harm you, and specifically instructed me to protect you. Protect me? Who? Dai Yao inquired, puzzled. He had no acquaintances at the Xingluo Royal Academy aside from his uncle, Dai Hengyu, who would come to his aid. It is the second prince. The portly man stated cheerfully, though his tone carried an air of insistence that brooked no refusal. The second prince, Dai Yaming, being a prince himself, was he not my rival? What could his invitation possibly signify? Dai Yao pondered for a moment, unable to fathom why the second prince had summoned him. This was the academy, and he was not concerned about Dai Yaming acting unfavorably towards him. Accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing, the two followed a rotund figure, traversing several kilometers until they entered a grand mountain. They continued along the winding mountain path, and after a considerable time, upon rounding the final bend, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Before their eyes lay a vast lake, beside which stood an exquisite castle, with pavilions every 5 steps and towers every 10, adorned with terraces and flowing waterfalls, harmoniously integrated with the terrain. The scene was a captivating tapestry, each step revealing a new marvel, a true gathering of elegance and beauty. After notifying the guards at the entrance, they navigated through the intricate corridors and finally arrived at a pavilion near the water, where they beheld a solitary figure from behind. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, causing his garments to flutter gracefully, while his golden hair glimmered like the sun. He turned to face them, setting down the teacup in his hand, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, his eyes imbued with profound depth, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. An overwhelming sensation of mastery and control over all things enveloped the atmosphere. At the very first glance of this individual, Dai Yao sensed that he was extraordinary. Fourth brother, Dai Yaming said with a light chuckle. In the Dai family, such a familiar address felt somewhat foreign to Dai Yao, who responded, second brother. I am grateful for your assistance, second brother. Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have found myself in a most embarrassing predicament. Dai Yao expressed with a respectful bow, thankful for the aid rendered. Despite their competitive relationship, he felt compelled to express his gratitude for the help he had received. There is no need for such formality. The first prince is an adversary we both share. His bullying of you cannot be ignored, Dai Yaming remarked, effectively aligning Dai Yao with him in a common cause. I have long heard of the duel. I am astonished to learn that you triumphed over Dai Mubai. Truly, you are a young hero, surpassing the generations before you, Dai Yaming observed with a touch of nostalgia, wishing to emulate Dai Yao by defeating the older Davis. That is indeed a generous overstatement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Dai Yao inquired about the purpose of Dai Yaming's invitation. Second brother, may I ask why you summoned me today? Dai Yaming chuckled softly, turning away to gaze upon the shimmering lake, leaving Dai Yao with a solitary silhouette. I have invited you to forge an alliance, to confront the first prince together. Before the duel, at the Luo Royal Academy, Davis and Dai Mubai, both sons of the queen, had joined forces, overwhelming him to the point of breathlessness. Now, having suffered defeat, Dai Mubai had become a laughingstock at the academy. Devoid of the will to continue the struggle, his focus had narrowed to confronting only Davis. However, Davis was a sole emperor and the most promising heir to the throne, surrounded by a multitude of noble youths and talented commoners. In contrast, Dai Yaming had but a single capable ally, a rather rotund individual. The disparity between their forces was vast, thus he was in dire need of a companion in arms. Dai Yao harbored a deep-seated enmity with the crown prince. And having just vanquished Dai Mubai, his prowess was indeed commendable, making him a viable ally. Yet, A flicker of concern lingered within him. After all, Dai Yao's exceptional talent could potentially pose a threat to his own position. However, upon further contemplation, such a notion seemed implausible. With a 6-year age difference, he had already attained the rank of a 25th level Soul Master. How could a newly initiated Soul Ring user possibly challenge him? What are your thoughts? Dai Yiming inquired with a cheerful smile. Between him and Davis, their soul power levels were roughly equivalent. What he lacked was time. Under Davis's relentless pressure, he found himself deprived of sufficient time for cultivation. As long as Dai Yao could divert Davis's attention, he would be able to focus on his own training, thus increasing his chances of catching up to Davis. Dai Yao harbored similar sentiments. Prior to his arrival at the Starry Royal Academy, his third uncle had already assessed his predicament, foreseeing that he would inevitably endure endless harassment and oppression from Davis, thereby hindering his cultivation. Now, as fate would have it, a timely opportunity presented itself. Dai Yiming stood at the forefront, drawing fire away, allowing him to devote himself to his cultivation. Forming an alliance with his second brother was a coveted opportunity. The two engaged in lively conversation, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere within the pavilion. Just then, an incongruous voice broke the tranquility. "Oh, who is this destitute wretch coming to beg for scraps?" The tone was languid yet infused with an alluring charm, stirring ripples of intrigue in the hearts of those who heard it. As Dai Yao turned to glance back, he beheld a woman leaning against the wall, clad in an alluring black bodysuit, a folding fan concealing her mouth as she let out a soft laugh. The sight of this woman caused Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form to tremble slightly, her eyes reflecting terror as she clutched Dai Yao's arm, seeking refuge behind him. "What are you hiding from?" "I won't bite," the woman said, approaching Dai Yao, folding her fan with a sinister glint in her eyes directed at Zhu Zhuqing. "Sister." "Sister," Zhu Zhuqing's voice quivered. It was none other than Zhu Yamei's fiancée, the second miss of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing. Having been bullied by her elder sisters since childhood, Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's nature. Beneath her seemingly gentle facade lay a heart as treacherous as a dagger. Zhu Zhuqing herself was willful and reckless, particularly after Zhu Zhuqing awakened her martial soul when the bullying intensified. "Who might this be?" Dai Yao inquired. "Zhu Zhuqing, my fiancée, Zhu Yamei declared, proudly resting his hand on the girl's waist. With a derisive smile, Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Dai Yao from head to toe and remarked, "At least you come from royal lineage. Yet your every gesture reeks of poverty." Dai Yao has just awakened his martial soul. Prior to the age of 6, he had been imprisoned in the cold palace, devoid of any royal etiquette training. Having been an ordinary person in his previous life, his demeanor and comportment naturally differed greatly from that of true nobility. However, it was far from the wretchedness suggested by Zhu Zhuqing. This remark was rather unflattering, and Dai Yao could not discern whether the woman's candid nature stemmed from sincerity or disdain towards them. Consequently, he donned a renewed smile and complimented Dai Yiming, saying, "Brother, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful wife." Dai Yao's flattery was merely an attempt to leave a favorable impression on Zhu Zhuqing, avoiding any potential mockery. After all, an alliance with Dai Yiming was on the horizon, and Zhu Zhuqing was also the elder sister of Zhu Zhuqing. It would be utterly foolish to jeopardize their plans over trivial words. "Am I truly so dependent on your compliments regarding my beauty?" Zhu Zhuqing's exquisitely chiseled face was adorned with defiance as she looked down upon Dai Yao and his companion. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she seemed to recoil as if detecting an unpleasant odor, addressing Dai Yiming. "A pauper is indeed a pauper, to be looked down upon yet remain silent. You truly embody the essence of a turtle hiding in its shell. My dear sister, your fiancé leaves much to be desired. With so many admirable men in the world, why would you choose to hang your hopes on a single tree? Rest assured, should you wish to find a worthy companion, I shall certainly introduce you. After all, your green-haired turtle of a husband is utterly incapable of voicing anything worthwhile." Dai Yao stared blankly at Zhu Zhuqing, utterly bewildered by her capacity to utter such venomous words. His fists clenched tightly, a heavy expression darkening his face as he turned to Dai Yiming, demanding in a stern voice, "Will the second prince not offer an explanation?" At this moment, he had abandoned the familiar title of second brother in favor of second prince. His heart swelled with fury. Zhu Zhuqing's remarks had not only tarnished his dignity, but also insulted Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, as Zhu Zhuqing was Dai Yiming's fiancé, he refrained from retaliating directly. "Fourth brother, it was merely a jest from your sister-in-law. Do be more magnanimous," Dai Yiming chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the incident. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, as if she had been exposed to some dreadful revelation. Dai Yao gently patted her quivering hand, his demeanor icy. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before fixing his gaze on Dai Yaming, he remarked scornfully, "Is this the attitude of the second prince towards his allies? Allowing her to insult them and resort to personal attacks?" Zhu Zhuqing leaned casually against Dai Yaming's shoulder, unabashedly mocking him. "You, a mere level 11 soul master, believe you can forge an alliance with Yaming? How utterly oblivious to your own limitations." Dai Yaming, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Your sister-in-law has a playful disposition. Do not take it to heart. However, it seems from your words that you are reluctant to form an alliance with me." The stout man standing nearby interjected, sternly admonishing Dai Yao, "His Highness holds you in regard, which is why he seeks to ally with you. Do not be ungrateful." Observing the second prince's aggressive demeanor, a fierce anger ignited within him. The second prince and his entourage clearly regarded him with disdain, while Zhu Zhuqing's contempt was more overt. If Dai Yao were to shamelessly accept the second prince's offer of alliance at this moment, he would utterly forfeit his dignity. Dai Yao has already been slapped in the face. Must he offer his cheek again for a second blow? Ultimately, the reason the second prince can brazenly coerce Dai Yao is due to Dai Yao's insufficient power, posing no threat to them whatsoever. Ah, what a formidable second prince. Indeed, Dai Yao's anger made his lips quiver slightly. "Oh dear, have I struck a nerve? How frightful." Zhu Zhuqing giggled, leaning against Dai Yaming, her tone laced with a hint of frivolity. Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Dai Yao's sleeve, signaling him to depart swiftly from this place. The second prince and his companions are all formidable soul masters, and Dai Yao and his companions stand no chance. With a light sigh, the second prince revealed that he had never regarded Dai Yao as a worthy opponent. He merely sought to manipulate Dai Yao into diverting Davis's attention. But Zhu Zhuqing had unwittingly thwarted his scheme. Having been bullied by Zhu Zhuqing since childhood, Zhu Zhuqing had then taken to bullying Zhu Zhuqing in return. Verbal insults and physical torment had become the norm. The second prince had meticulously planned everything, instructing Zhu Zhuqing to temper her temper and remain composed during their cooperative endeavors. However, upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, she could not restrain her true nature, thus disrupting the alliance's plans. At this juncture, it was evident that Dai Yao would not ally with him. On one side stood the utterly inconsequential and rival Dai Yao, and on the other, his betrothed, Dai Yaming, who needed no contemplation to discern where to place her loyalties. In light of this, Dai Yaming expressed to Zhu Zhuqing, "They are yours to deal with." He had no intention of intervening against Dai Yao and his companion. One was a mere 11th level soul master, and the other lacked even a first soul ring. Such an engagement would be nothing short of humiliating. Zhu Zhuqing leaped from Dai Yaming's embrace, her soul power surging as her martial spirit manifested instantaneously. She moved with the grace of a cat, clad in black, her form accentuated by a fitted suit that delineated her stunning curves. 2 yellow soul rings shimmered with a captivating radiance. Dai Yao fixated intently on the 2 soul rings, feeling the oppressive weight of soul power that rendered his own abilities ineffective. He realized he was no match for Zhu Zhuqing. However, with Zhu Zhuqing behind him, a sense of despair enveloped him. This was the stronghold of the second prince, leaving him with no means of escape. He forced a few words through clenched teeth. "I hope you do not regret today's decision." "Regret? Who do you think you are?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded Dai Yao with utter disdain. In her eyes, he and his companion were merely toys upon which she could vent her inner turmoil. At the Star Luo Royal Academy, as the fiancée of the second prince, she had been subjected to the oppression of the first prince's faction. With her grievances bottled up, the arrival of Zhu Zhuqing at the academy provided a perfect opportunity to release her pent-up resentment. Dai Yaming was acutely aware of the turmoil that resided in the heart of his future wife. Since the alliance with Dai Yao had faltered, he decided to channel their frustrations onto Zhu Zhuqing. Gazing at the 2 toys before her, Zhu Zhuqing curled her lips into a smirk and extended her hands. Resembling deadly claws, the first soul ring shimmered, and she unleashed her initial soul skill, Phantom Stab. In an instant, a shadow darted towards Dai Yao, swiftly materializing before him, followed by a pair of gleaming black claws exuding an aura of death. Even though he knew he was outmatched, Dai Yao had no choice but to retaliate. 8 extremes collapse. Contrary to expectations, there was no resounding impact. A thick cloud of dust enveloped their figures, and Dai Yao felt a grip on his hand. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere in the arena, Dai Yaming narrowed his eyes. Chapter 25. Third Uncle. As the dust gradually settled, a figure emerged at the center of the clash. One hand clasping Dai Yao's fist while the other shielded against Zhu Zhuqing's claws. In a flurry, Zhu Zhuqing retracted her hands and swiftly retreated. Third Uncle, Dai Yao exclaimed in surprise. This is Dai Yao's uncle, Dai Hongyu, the vice president of the Xingluo Royal Academy. Upon hearing that Dai Yao had been taken by the second prince's men, he hurried over without delay, fortunately arriving in time. I will take Dai Yao with me. The second prince has no objections, I trust. Dai Hongyu released Dai Yao's fist and turned to gaze at him with a smile. Although he was inclined to assist Dai Yao, the conflict between the two princes was, after all, a part of the royal competition which permitted such rivalries. To recklessly undermine the family's regulations, even if he were Prince Xingluo, would inevitably invite repercussions. Your Highness, to trample upon the rules of succession might not be deemed appropriate. Yet, Dai Hongyu did not intend to relent against Dai Yao. On the first day of your enrollment, there are numerous matters to attend to. As a member of your family, is it not reasonable for me to lend a helping hand? He remarked, his demeanor devoid of any anger, accompanied by a smile. Dai Hongyu pressed him with the rules of succession, and he retaliated with his kinship. Now, Dai Hongyu can no longer find an excuse to expel him. You may leave. Dai Yaming waved his hand, signaling Dai Yao to depart. He understood that Dai Hongyu was resolutely determined to protect Dai Yao, leaving him no opportunity to act against him. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing leaned closer, whispering into his ear, Yaming, are you truly allowing them to leave? It has been ages since I last saw Zhu Zhuqing, and we have yet to enjoy ourselves. Rest assured, Dai Hongyu cannot be by Dai Yao's side at all times. There will surely be another opportunity, he replied. Upon witnessing Dai Hongyu's arrival, Dai Yao felt an immense sense of relief. Otherwise, it would have been questionable whether he and Zhu Zhuqing could safely exit the courtyard. At this moment, Dai Yao had regained his composure and realized the crucial importance of strength. Due to his insufficient power, he had narrowly avoided humiliation at the hands of the crown prince at the academy's entrance, and now he was being brazenly bullied by the second prince and others. Clenching his fists, he coldly regarded Dai Yaming and the others, stating, I have just expressed my hope that you will not regret your actions from today. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled lightly, dismissing Dai Yao's fierce words, while Dai Yaming narrowed his eyes, taking note of Dai Yao's statement. My enmity with him has reached a boiling point. Although he may not be my equal at present, I cannot afford to grant him the opportunity to grow. Dai Yaming, by nature, possesses a temperament of quiet endurance. For years, he has endured the oppression of Davis, fully comprehending the mindset of the oppressed. He knows that one day, when he is capable of overcoming Davis, he will undoubtedly repay the anguish inflicted upon him over the years, with interest. It is likely that Dai Yao harbors similar thoughts. Determined not to allow him a smooth path in his cultivation, Dai Yaming resolved firmly. On the journey back, Dai Hongyu walked ahead, while Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. Dai Yao approached Dai Hongyu, gazing up at him with gratitude, and said, Thank you, Uncle San. If it weren't for your assistance, I fear I would not have been able to leave Dai Yaming's residence safely today. Alas, I must also acknowledge my own shortcomings. Dai Hongyu's expression was somber, tinged with a sense of guilt. Dai Yao's mother had entrusted him with Dai Yao's safety, and during their time in the cold palace, he had failed to protect him. Now, upon arriving at the Royal Academy, they had narrowly escaped disaster once more. If the cold palace was the queen's domain, where his influence was limited and he could only do so much to safeguard Dai Yao, that might be understandable. However, the Royal Academy was his territory, and yet peril had still loomed. Yaoer, he lamented, although I hold the position of vice president at the Royal Academy, I am not endowed with the authority to govern every matter. The first and second princes possess formidable backgrounds, and my concerns are manifold. Moreover, if the first and second princes desire to act against you, such actions fall within the competitive rules of the throne. I had initially worried that your victory over Dai Mubai would lead to arrogance, but today, you should have recognized the disparity between yourself and them. In times of weakness, one must exercise patience. Do not allow trivial disputes to ensnare you in perilous situations. When they provoke you, it is best to evade confrontation. Your current focus should be on diligent cultivation to enhance your strength. Dai Hongyu gently stroked Dai Yao's head, elucidating their current predicament and the path that lay ahead. The heartfelt words from his uncle deeply moved Dai Yao. Thank you, uncle. I will surely remember this. Having said so much, he added, now, go on and comfort your little girlfriend. Dai Hengyu's tone took on a playful quality as he raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, teasing Dai Yao. This left Dai Yao blushing profusely. He had initially intended to stammer a retort, but upon catching a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing's profile illuminated by the setting sun, a surge of courage welled up within him, and he confidently declared, "She is not a mere girlfriend. She is my fiancée." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been feeling somewhat uneasy, experienced a fleeting smile on her otherwise frosty visage, though it vanished almost instantaneously. With her head bowed, her facial expression remained obscured, yet her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to embarrassment or merely the warm glow of the sunset. Dai Hengyu was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into hearty laughter, his mirth startling a multitude of mountain birds in the forest. What a clever lad! Truly embodies the spirit of the Dai family. As the fourth prince of Xingluo, and with the assistance of Dai Hengyu, the myriad trivialities of enrollment were swiftly accomplished without any hindrance. His height and weight were measured, and he received a new school uniform. Dai Hengyu placed a purple gold card in Dai Yao's hand and said, "This is my school's cafeteria access card, which allows you to order food anytime you feel hungry. Completely free of charge. I have a dedicated staff member overseeing my meals daily, and this card has remained unused. It is only fitting that I pass it on to you." "Thank you, Uncle San. There is one final matter. You must select your own simulated training environment. The simulated surroundings will significantly aid your cultivation, so choose wisely." After imparting this advice, he departed. Being the vice-dean, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to and could not remain with Dai Yao for long. After Dai Hengyu's departure, he instructed a student to oversee Dai Yao's selection of a simulated training environment. "Does His Highness have a particular preference for such an environment?" The student, approximately 14 or 15 years of age and significantly taller than Dai Yao, bent slightly and spoke with a hint of eagerness. In the original narrative, the Master's decision to merge Shrek Academy with the Tiando Royal Academy was not solely motivated by the opportunity to participate in the elite competition of high-ranking Soul Master Academies across the continent, but also due to the superior facilities that the Tiando Royal Academy possessed. Among these, the provision of simulated training environments was of paramount importance. Knowing that he would soon be attending the Xingluo Royal Academy, Dai Yao had earnestly contemplated the type of simulated environment he desired. Today's two fruitless struggles only served to reinforce his thoughts. Thus, he inquired of the student, "Is there a location within the simulated environment that features a waterfall?" The male student was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Dai Yao's reasoning for choosing a place with a waterfall. In his understanding, such locations were typically frequented by the offspring of nobility for leisurely viewing. Could it be that the fourth prince sought a waterfall merely for aesthetic enjoyment? Internally, he criticized the frivolities of the aristocracy, yet he refrained from expressing such sentiments outwardly. After consulting the available information, he obsequiously responded, "Your Highness, currently all locations with waterfalls are occupied by noble youths, with the exception of one that is owned by a commoner. Waterfalls often serve as the training grounds for protagonists in numerous novels. In the original tale, Tang San, while practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique, was specifically guided by Tang Hao to a waterfall for his training. Dai Yao yearned for an environment adorned with a waterfall, not merely because many protagonists in novels cultivate beneath cascading waters, but due to a profound reflection upon his current shortcomings. He concluded that a waterfall presented the most suitable sanctuary for his training. In encounters with formidable soul masters, whether it be in duels with Dai Mu Bai or two unexpected confrontations today, he found himself at the mercy of their superior soul power, unable to retaliate. The incessant flow of the waterfall could serve as a metaphorical weight of pressure akin to that exerted by these soul masters. Should he acclimate to the relentless force of the waterfall, he would be able to unleash his true potential in battles against advanced soul masters. Furthermore, the sacred white tiger martial soul, a sovereign of the forest, naturally harmonized with the waterfall, which typically acts as the forest's source of water, making it an ideal locale for Dai Yao's cultivation. Additionally, the waterfall not only honed his ability to withstand pressure, but also fortified his soul power. As he resisted the unending torrents cascading from above, his soul power would naturally flourish amidst the exhaustion and training. Upon hearing the remarks of his male peers, Dai Yao felt a pang of frustration. Within the Star Luo Royal Academy, the majority of the nobility gravitated towards the grand and second princes. Despite his evident talent, the vast age disparity rendered him unsupported by those of noble blood. Should these aristocratic youths discover his desire for a waterfall-laden environment, they would not only deny him, but likely conspire against him. What was to be done? The nobility would never grant him such a simulated environment. His only hope lay with that commoner. Although usurping another's training ground was morally questionable, without such an environment, his demise was imminent. He was resolute in his determination to seize it. Dai Yao silently resolved that, regardless of the cost, he would secure this simulated environment. He turned to the male student and inquired, "Is it possible to purchase this simulated environment directly?" His initial intention was to ascertain whether this place could be acquired. If successful, it would undoubtedly be for the best. However, this seemed implausible, as many nobles aspired to acquire this particular location, yet the original owner consistently refused. The male student elucidated, within the Starry Academy, a designated simulated environment remains the property of the individual unless they graduate. Of course, should one choose to sell, they cannot blame others for a decline in their cultivation speed once they are without a simulated environment. Dai Yao wished to acquire a particular piece of land. Yet the owner possessed a rather peculiar temperament. The nobles had set exorbitant prices, but the owner remained steadfastly opposed to selling. This incited great ire among others, some of whom even contemplated resorting to underhanded tactics against her. "Your Highness, there are some disputes regarding this land. Many noble scions covet it. Yet the owner is unwilling to part with it, resulting in a stalemate," explained a male student. Nevertheless, Dai Yao's resolve did not waver. Presently, only one suitable environment remained for him, and he must secure this location. "There is no need for further persuasion. Take me there. I shall negotiate with the owner to explore any possible accommodations." Upon hearing Dai Yao's unyielding determination, the male student inwardly cursed his lack of discernment. Yet he concealed his disdain, offering a few compliments instead, as he led the way. Dai Yao was acutely aware of the thoughts and sentiments harbored by the male students. After enduring 6 years of existence in the cold palace, he had become intimately familiar with the subtle disdain that everyone, whether overtly or covertly, exhibited towards him. This inadvertent display of ambiguous malice was something he knew all too well. He said nothing, taking Zhu Zhuqing along as they trailed behind the male student. As the night deepened, a waning moon ascended into the sky. Treading upon the snow-laden ground of the forest, the trio made their way along the narrow path. Dai Yao inquired about certain matters concerning the academy. Although the male student held Dai Yao in low regard, he nonetheless answered with great care. For he was under the auspices of Dai Hingyu, and perhaps a mere word from Dai Yao could alter his fate. "Within our esteemed royal academy, there are 4 individuals one must not provoke. The foremost 2 are, naturally, the 2 princes, the eldest, Prince Davis, and the second, Prince Diaming. A significant portion of the nobility within the empire rallies around these 2 princes. As for the 3rd prince, Dai Mubai, he has become a source of ridicule. Initially, he persevered in his training, garnering the support of several noble youths eager to capitalize on his potential. However, not long ago, it was rumored that he intended to enter into some form of engagement, returning to the palace for a brief sojourn. Upon his return, for reasons unknown, he descended into self-despair, inciting considerable ire among those who had once supported him. The male student vividly illustrated the scene of those nobles lamenting and striking their chests in frustration, as though he had witnessed their scathing critiques of Dai Mubai firsthand. It appears that the duel that transpired within the palace remained unspoken of, leaving many within the academy unaware of the events that unfolded therein. Dai Yao pondered in silence. The male student continued, "The 1st prince, Davis, has recently entered the sole sovereign realm. Although the 2nd prince has consistently been overshadowed by the 1st prince, he shows no signs of defeat. The reason lies in his possession of a soul bone." "A soul bone?" Dai Yao exclaimed in astonishment, and an unusual expression flickered across Zhu Zhuqing's cold visage. "Indeed, it is said that the 2nd prince possesses a soul bone that has existed for thousands of years. With his 25th level of soul power, he is capable of contending with a 29th level Great Soul Master, all thanks to this extraordinary soul bone." The male student spoke boastfully about the tales he had encountered within the academy. Dai Yao's heart was filled with astonishment. Soul bones were treasures coveted by soul masters across the Douluo Continent. In the original narrative, the ultimate reward for the elite competition of advanced soul master academies throughout the continent was 3 soul bones, rendering them exceedingly precious. Although, in later stages, soul bones became commonplace among the Shrek's 7 monsters, for other soul masters, they remained an unparalleled marvel. Dai Yaming possesses a soul bone. which is undoubtedly unfavorable news for Dai Yao. In the fierce competition for the throne, he will have to confront Dai Yaming directly. The stronger Dai Yaming becomes, the more detrimental it will be for him. Alas, what a disheartening revelation. As Dai Yao bitterly reflected, the trio conversed while walking, and before they realized it, they had arrived at their destination. "We have reached the location, Your Highness," remarked the male student. Chapter 27. The abyss. Before their eyes lay two pools of water, one large and one small, disconnected from one another. Surrounding the pools was an endless expanse of forest, shrouded in deep tranquility. The smaller pool emitted gentle bubbles of steam, revealing a hot spring, beside which stood a thatched cottage. Above the larger pool, a cascade of white silk tumbled down, crashing into the water below with a thunderous roar. At the intersection where the waterfall met the pool, a massive boulder, worn smooth over time by the relentless descent of the water, stood majestically. What a splendid place! In Dai Yao's mind, the massive stone presented itself as an ideal venue for cultivation. He gestured towards the thatched cottage beside the smaller pond and inquired of his student. "Does the master reside there?" "Indeed, Your Highness," the student replied. "The master here is named Feng Wudong, and his disposition is somewhat eccentric, so please exercise caution." Following the narrow path along the shore, the trio arrived at the modest thatched dwelling. The cottage appeared quite rudimentary, constructed simply from wooden planks and straw. Curiously, the ground beside the cottage was a deep, charred black, as though it had recently been scorched by fire. Suppressing his curiosity, Dai Yao rapped lightly on the door. "Who is it?" A melodious voice, imbued with the vigor of youth, resonated from within. The door swung open to reveal a graceful young lady, her fiery red hair cascading down to her waist. She stood slightly taller than Dai Yao, her petite figure brimming with potential, suggesting that she would undoubtedly blossom into a captivating woman in the future. However, she still paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yao's heart was filled with evaluation. "It is I, Zhang Xiaofan, who has come this time to fulfill a commission to purchase this simulated cultivation environment." The student addressed Feng Wudong with a tone of familiarity, as if they were old friends. "Not a chance. Selling it to those wealthy scions? Don't even think about it. I am nothing like you, selling myself to those nobles. Serving them daily, aren't you ashamed?" Feng Wudong spared no regard for Zhang Xiaofan, scolding him fiercely. Zhang Xiaofan appeared somewhat resigned, as if he had anticipated such a situation. He approached Dai Yao and, with a hint of pride in his voice, introduced him to Feng Wudong, his tone noticeably elevated. "Today, we are not dealing with an ordinary noble. This gentleman is none other than the Fourth Prince of Xingluo." "The Fourth Prince of Xingluo?" Feng Wudong looked at Dai Yao with suspicion, then, in a fit of anger, directed her ire at Zhang Xiaofan. "Whom do you think you're fooling? The empire has only 3 princes. Where did this 4th one come from? You are truly unscrupulous in your endeavors. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. He truly is the 4th prince," Zhang Xiaofan explained with a bitter tone. Dai Yao pushed aside Zhang Xiaofan and addressed Feng Wudong. "Greetings, I am Dai Yao, recently bestowed the title of the 4th Prince of the Xingluo Empire. It is understandable if you have been engrossed in your cultivation and are unaware of this." Feng Wudong regarded Dai Yao with suspicion. While not far away, Zhang Xiaofan nodded in affirmation, corroborating Dai Yao's claim. Gradually, she composed herself, acknowledging that Dai Yao was indeed the 4th prince, and replied, "Even if you are the 4th prince, I shall not part with this place of cultivation." With that, she moved to close the door. Dai Yao hurriedly grasped the door, addressing Feng Wudong. "Listen to the price I offer, and then you may refuse at your leisure." However, Feng Wudong exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. She brushed aside Dai Yao's hand that obstructed the entrance, and with a resounding bang, the door was shut. A voice, cold and indifferent, emanated from within. "There is no need to listen. No matter how high your offer, I will decline. This cultivation ground, to you nobles, is merely a scenic spot. Yet for me, it is the place where I shall alter my destiny. I will never sell this simulated environment, no matter the circumstances. You may leave." Feng Wudong firmly rejected him. The door stood as a palpable boundary between the aristocracy and the common folk. Dai Yao felt a tinge of bitterness. This sacred ground of cultivation was not only the place where Feng Wudong altered her destiny, but also where he sought to transform his own fate. Yet, she remained obstinately unwilling to part with it, which posed a significant challenge. However, every problem must have a resolution. Recalling the intimate interaction between Zhang Xiaofan and Feng Wudong moments ago, it was evident that Zhang Xiaofan must possess some vital information. Dai Yao gazed at Zhang Xiaofan. His voice icy as he inquired, "Why does he refuse to sell? You should know the reason. Speak of it." Zhang Xiaofan sought a clear spot, cleared the snow, and gestured for Dai Yao to sit down. He sighed, his expression shadowed by silence. Throughout their journey, Zhang Xiaofan had devoted himself to serving Dai Yao. And in that moment, it was the first time Dai Yao witnessed such a countenance. It seemed to unveil the true essence of Zhang Xiaofan. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan articulated, "The matter is intricate. Wudong's refusal to sell this land stems from deeper reasons." Taking a wooden stick, he inscribed a profound line upon the ground and pointed to one side, stating, "Within the academy, there exist 4 formidable entities. The first 2 are the princes, who embody the aristocracy. With formidable martial spirits and extraordinary talents, they are natural soul masters and born rulers." He then directed the stick to the opposite side. This side represents the commoners. Those among the common folk who attained entry to the Royal Academy possess talent. Yet their abilities pale in comparison to the martial spirits that have been passed down through noble lineages. The line upon the ground signifies a chasm, separating the commoners from the aristocracy. However, there exists a commoner whose martial spirit surpasses that of most nobles. It is one of the apex beast martial spirits. He is known for his integrity and generosity, standing as a champion for any commoner wronged by the nobility, thus becoming the spiritual leader of many common soul masters. Under his guidance, a third faction has emerged, earning him the designation of the third entity not to be trifled with. It can be said that any commoner who reaches the Xingluo Royal Academy possesses a mutated martial spirit. Such mutated martial spirits often bear side effects. I am afflicted. As is Feng Wudong. Within Feng Wudong, a heart fire perpetually torments her, and only prolonged immersion in a hot spring alleviates her suffering. This cultivation ground is, in essence, her lifeline. Upon hearing these words, both Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence. He was aware of the chasm between classes on the Douluo Continent, yet to hear it spoken aloud weighed heavily upon him. In the original narrative, Shrek Academy was peculiar. Only the Fatty and Oscar were true commoners. Their ascendance to soul masters was due to martial spirit mutation. Ma Hongjun, a phoenix emerging from a mere chick, bore a wicked fire that required venting through women. By bringing me here to acquire her cultivation ground, would that not lead to her demise? Dai Yao pondered curiously. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. As tears cascaded down his cheeks, choking back his words, he lamented, "I wish it were not so, but there is no alternative. I too wish to survive. I require funds to procure medicinal herbs, lest the side effects of my martial spirit claim my life. In pursuit of survival, I have sold myself to the nobility, leading a life of subservience and engaging in acts of disgrace. My former friends among the commoners now scorn me." Dai Yao remained silent, gently patting Zhang Xiaofan's back, as the night sky enveloped them, filled only with faint sobs. Chapter 28. The confrontation. This situation had grown rather complicated. The conflict over this cultivation environment not only reflected the rift between commoners and nobles, but also threatened the very life of Feng Wudong. To seize this land meant to extinguish Feng Wudong's existence. Yet, Dai Yao did not embody the self-sacrificing spirit of saving others. Without this simulated environment, the anticipated cultivation results would remain unattainable, ultimately leading to failure in the competition for the throne. Faced with the grim choice of survival for either of the two, Dai Yao would unhesitatingly choose his own life. He knocked again on the door. It swung open, revealing the figure of Feng Wudong. Upon seeing Dai Yao, she impatiently exclaimed, "What do you want now? I already told you, I am not selling." As she prepared to shut the door once more, Dai Yao threatened her directly, "This place is mine now. Other nobles at the Luo Royal Academy cannot do anything to you. But as the fourth prince of the empire, the academy is entirely under royal control. Should you err, I have the power to have you expelled. If you refuse to comply, I will seek out your family, and you may come to regret any unpleasant consequences that arise." Feng Wudong's anger surged, her eyes reddening as she glared at Dai Yao, tears welling in her eyes, her lips trembling without a word escaping. In the face of power, she found herself utterly powerless. Losing the opportunity to study at the academy was a far graver matter than losing the simulated cultivation environment. Dai Yao had cut off her means of survival. His second threat, targeting her family, instilled even greater fear within her. Caught between her own fate and that of her family, the choice was agonizingly difficult. To abandon her path to cultivation meant her own demise. To refuse selling the cultivation site meant endangering her family. Choosing herself would mean forsaking her family, leaving her to endure a lifetime of torment. While choosing her family over herself filled her with resentment. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she gazed at the young Dai Yao, reflecting on the cruel cunning often found among the nobility. Yet, contemplating his youth, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. Dai Yao stood a head shorter and a few years younger than herself. She, at the tender age of 9, realized that Dai Yao must have only just awakened his martial soul. Even if he possessed exceptional talent, he would have only recently acquired his soul ring. Contemplating this, a thought struck her. She addressed Dai Yao, saying, "Since we are both soul masters, let us resolve this in the manner befitting our kind. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you the simulated environment. What do you say?" Upon hearing the challenge, Dai Yao felt a surge of excitement. Since becoming a soul master, he had only faced off against Dai Mu by once and had not battled any other soul masters. Now, an opportunity presented itself, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. He too wished to ascertain the extent of his own strength. Dai Mubai stands among the elite ranks of ordinary soul masters. His ability to triumph over Dai Mubai is largely attributable to fortune, while common soul masters like Feng Wudong represent the standard level of soul masters. Since the opponent has proposed to determine the ownership of the simulated environment through the methods of soul masters, his aggressive demeanor only serves to diminish his standing in the eyes of others. Although Zhu Zhuqing refrained from speaking when Dai Yao threatened Feng Wudong, she undeniably sensed her disdain. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Feng Wudong's tone rose defiantly as she provoked Dai Yao. Dai Yao smiled gently and replied, "In that case, let us proceed." Zhang Xiaofan approached Dai Yao's side, expressing his concerns in a hushed tone. "Your Highness, Feng Wudong is a 13th level soul master, and you have only just acquired your first soul ring. I fear you may not be a match for him. You can still reconsider your decision." Zhang Xiaofan, aware of the disparities among soul masters, was anxious that Dai Yao might blame him in the event of a defeat. "Fear not," Dai Yao reassured him, "should I fail, it will merely be a reflection of my own lack of skill and not your fault." Dai Yao consoled Zhang Xiaofan as they approached the bank of a serene pool, a spacious clearing that served as an ideal arena for the duel of soul masters. Upon entering the state of combat, Feng Wudong shed her earlier expression of grievance, her fiery red hair billowing with confidence and exuberance. "Come forth. I am eager to witness the prowess of the white tiger martial spirit of the Star Luo royal family." Engaging with a formidable opponent is a dream cherished by every soul master. She had previously observed the white tiger martial spirit during duels at the academy. Yet the noble princes, with their exalted status and high soul power, had never afforded her the opportunity to confront them. Consequently, battling Dai Yao represented a chance for her self-improvement. With a commanding declaration, martial spirit manifestation, a vibrant orange flame erupted from Feng Wudong's being. Her hair ignited, and she ascended gracefully, her arms unfurling to transform into wings adorned with crimson feathers. A delicate layer of fuzz formed upon her beautiful cheeks as she spiraled through the air, a faint yellow soul ring encircling her. With fierce determination, she proclaimed, "I am Feng Wudong, martial spirit, blazing firebird, 13th rank battle soul master. I humbly request your guidance." Like Ma Hongjun, her family had long upheld the legacy of the fire turkey martial spirit. However, her mutated martial spirit, while not as potent as Ma Hongjuan's, stood as a respectable medium-tier spirit. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of Dai Yao's past triumph over Dai Mubai, whose soul power reached an impressive 17th rank, and therefore felt no concern in regard to facing an ordinary martial spirit of a common soul master. When Dai Yao defeated Dai Mubai, she was not present. Thus she found herself rather eager for the ensuing confrontation. Confronted by Feng Wutong, whose soul power surpassed her own, Dai Yao exhibited no trepidation. With a manifestation of her martial spirit, a radiant white light emanated from Dai Yao's form. An overwhelming gust of energy surged forth, enveloping Feng Wutong and Zhang Xiaofan in an intangible pressure. Is this the formidable might of the white tiger martial spirit? The oppressive force is astonishing. Feng Wutong murmured to herself, "What does it matter if the martial spirit is powerful? In this simulated environment, I must surely defeat you." Zhang Xiaofan, however, was in a more precarious position. Dai Yao's spirit restrained him, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, his face a mask of fear. As the white light dissipated, Dai Yao's figure emerged. Dai Yao, wielding the white tiger martial spirit, an 11th level battle spirit master, offered a courteous bow to Feng Wutong in return. She merely utilized the first form of her martial spirit, the ordinary white tiger, refraining from invoking the sacred form, as she believed that the first form sufficed against Feng Wutong. Upon hearing Dai Yao's soul power rank, Feng Wutong felt a surge of delight. The two-level disparity in soul power presented a significant advantage. If she could leverage this difference effectively, victory was assured. Yet, the deep yellow soul ring encircling Dai Yao instilled a sense of unease within her. For a common soul master like herself, it was rare to possess a first soul ring of 100 years. Her own barely exceeded that threshold, while Dai Yao's deep yellow soul ring likely approached the upper limit for a first soul ring. Truly, the privileges of nobility shone through, enabling them to effortlessly attain soul rings nearing the age limit with assistance. Feng Wutong lamented, begrudgingly acknowledging that her painstakingly acquired first soul ring barely surpassed a century, while Dai Yao, a noble, could acquire high-quality soul rings with little effort. How profoundly unfair. Little did she know the hardships Dai Yao endured for her first soul ring. Chapter 29. A single move in the air, Feng Wutong made several tentative strikes. With each attempt, her anxiety grew. Numerous dives from above yielded no harm to Dai Yao, and she narrowly avoided being captured by Dai Yao's opportunistic counter. From her aerial vantage, Dai Yao assumed a defensive posture, revealing no vulnerabilities. Frustration mounted within her. Dai Yao understood that without an aerial advantage, a solely defensive approach would not deplete his soul power, while her constant circling in the air consumed her energy significantly more. If this continued, her soul power would diminish before Dai Yao's. Moreover, engaging Dai Yao in close combat on the ground against a white tiger martial spirit would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Realizing her dwindling soul power, Feng Wutong steeled herself. A resonant cry pierced the air as the yellow soul ring shimmered, and soon, a fiery vortex of elemental fire coalesced at her lips. First soul skill, scorching fire line. Fiery orange flames spewed from Feng Wutong's mouth, forming a lengthy stream of fire aimed directly at Dai Yao. The brilliance of the flames illuminated the dark night sky, and Zhang Xiaofan, filled with concern, was acutely aware of the potency of Feng Wutong's first soul skill. Although she was merely a 13th level soul master, the destructive force of this skill was unparalleled among common soul masters. Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes, equally curious about how Dai Yao would confront this assault. Yet, as the flames surged towards him, Dai Yao remained unperturbed. Through his initial observations, he discerned that Feng Wutong's attacks were feeble, failing to breach his defenses. The approaching flames, though seemingly ferocious, posed no real danger to him. Explosive step, Dai Yao bellowed, channeling his soul energy into his feet, and with a sudden stomp, a resounding thud echoed as plumes of dust erupted from the ground, completely shrouding his form. The earth beneath him fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. In the next instant, a figure surged forth from the smoke, soaring like a cannonball towards Feng Wutong in the sky. Is this your first soul skill, the explosive step? But why isn't his soul ring illuminated? Feng Wutong pondered, her confusion dissipating as she beheld the oncoming Dai Yao. To her surprise, rather than fear, she felt a sense of delight. What a fool, charging directly into my searing line of fire, does he seek his own demise? Nobility is indeed devoid of practical combat experience. Just a mere bag of bones, she scoffed, disdain flooding her thoughts. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but lament Dai Yao's foolishness. No, he intends to confront Feng Wutong's first soul skill head-on. Realizing Dai Yao's intent, the once concerned Zhu Zhuqing was now even more astonished by his audacity. In the sky, a brilliant orange fire line hurtled downward, while a diminutive figure shot upward to meet the terrifying flames. The contrast between the two was laughable, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. At that moment, soaring through the air, Dai Yao's deep yellow soul ring glittered as he coldly uttered, "First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier." A white barrier materialized before him, poised to intercept the fiery onslaught. Feng Wutong, who had unleashed the fire line, was astounded. He is now using his first soul skill. What was that earlier display? A self-created soul skill? As Dai Yao activated his first soul skill, the two onlookers comprehended the nature of his earlier ground-shattering move. They seemed frozen in place, unanimously uttering the words, "Self-created soul skill." Among all the individuals they had encountered, none possessed such a unique ability. Only legendary figures were reputed to have such prowess. And now, a legendary figure stood vividly before their eyes. Even if your first soul ring approaches its limit, your choice is utterly foolish. My blazing fireline will surely incinerate you, Feng Wutong proclaimed, brimming with confidence in the might of her first soul skill. After all, the third in the academy had openly acknowledged its tremendous power. Yet, as the fireline made contact with Dai Yao, a scene unfolded that would shatter her very spirit. The white barrier before Dai Yao resembled an impenetrable fortress, cleaving her blazing firelines into two distinct streams. From the ground, it appeared as though a bamboo skewer had been sliced from its apex by a blade. The divided firelines shot forth in opposite directions, their potency significantly diminished. How could this be possible? How could his first soul skill possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Cold sweat trickled down Feng Wudong's cheeks. The scene before her transcended her understanding. How could a soul master, 2 ranks beneath her, exhibit such prowess? The searing firelines that she took pride in were shattered by sheer force. No, this cannot be. She could not accept the reality unfolding before her. Channeling her inner soul power, the firelines blazed with even greater intensity. The orange flames scorched the pristine white of Dai Yao's white tiger protective barrier. His ascent remained unimpeded, akin to a swift blade that effortlessly cleaved the firelines in two. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon her. What manner of creature is this? A profound terror gripped Feng Wudong's heart. Yet she dared not relent in her fiery assault. However, her struggles were destined to be in vain. A hand clutched her swan-like neck, and immense pain surged through her. The flames emanating from her mouth gradually waned, flickering out in a few feeble sparks before disappearing entirely. The manifestation of her martial spirit began to dissipate, robbing her of her ability to soar. Under the force of gravity, Dai Yao seized her neck, bringing her crashing to the ground. An overwhelming defeat. Feng Wutong stood powerless before the fourth prince. Zhang Xiaofan gazed in a daze at the unfolding scene, unable to fathom how effortlessly Dai Yao had triumphed. It is well known that Feng Wudong is an exceedingly formidable presence among first-ring soul masters. Her first soul skill possesses immense power, rendering her attacks nearly insurmountable. And her ability to fly keeps her beyond the reach of those whose martial spirits lack such capability. This was precisely why Feng Wudong had the confidence to challenge Dai Yao to a duel, even knowing he possessed the white tiger martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing initially marveled at Dai Yao's prowess, but upon witnessing him grasp Feng Wudong's neck, she seemed to recall something, empathizing with her plight, and instinctively touched her own neck. Dai Yao gazed coldly at the delicate face before him, the expression of anguish marred by an unwillingness to accept defeat. Her eyes still blazing with fury as she looked at him. "You have lost." Dai Yao uttered the undeniable truth. 2 lines of tears cascaded down Feng Wudong's face as she choked out, "I have lost." She had anticipated defeat, yet she never envisioned it would be so absolute. Chapter 30. The proposal. Feng Wutong, powerless to resist, collapsed softly onto the ground once Dai Yao released her grip. Her garments lay in tatters, exposing her fair skin. During their earlier struggle, the flames she had emitted were deflected by Dai Yao, singeing parts of her attire. She appeared disheveled and forlorn, propping herself up with trembling hands. She gazed at Dai Yao in despair, her voice hoarse as she declared, "You have triumphed. From this moment forth, this realm of cultivation belongs to you." Observing the wretched state of Feng Wudong stirred a pang of sympathy within Dai Yao. Both burdened by their fates, Feng Wutong with the afflictions of her mutated martial soul, and he, shackled by the predestined chains of his lineage, he could not help but empathize. In his previous life, he toiled for meager wages, barely scraping by, a plight strikingly similar to hers. Moved by compassion, he extended 100 gold coins towards her. "This is the amount required for the acquisition of this land. The market price for such a simulated environment is approximately this much. Henceforth, this place shall be mine." Feng Wudong accepted the coins with a bitter smile, her heart filled with resentment at her own frailty, unable to safeguard what was rightfully hers. Without this cultivation environment, the inner flame would relentlessly torment her, potentially consuming her within a few years. Her sole chance of survival lay in discovering a hot spring to suppress the inferno within her. However, the nobility had long since monopolized such springs for their own indulgence. To survive meant submitting herself to those aristocrats. "I would rather perish by the flames than yield to those nobles." Feng Wudong clung to her convictions. Among the commoner soul masters who sold themselves to the aristocracy, how many could retain their dignity? Unless endowed with exceptional talent, ordinary soul masters faced the grim fate of becoming mere servants to the noble families. In the struggle between death and dignity, she resolutely chose the former. Dai Yao then remarked, "This hot spring may be beneficial for you, but for me, it holds no value. If you do not mind, you may remain and continue your cultivation here." Upon hearing Dai Yao's kind words, Feng Wutong felt as though she had grasped the last lifeline, as a glimmer of hope pierced through her despairing heart. Why is he offering me assistance? What does he seek in return? For him, is it not merely my beauty? As a lowly commoner, she understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Dai Yao's permission for her to cultivate freely must surely harbor ulterior motives. She possessed nothing now, save for a visage that could still be deemed attractive. Yet, upon glancing at the graceful Zhu Zhuqing, her confusion deepened. She was acutely aware that her beauty paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing's. So what could Dai Yao possibly desire from her? Thus, she replied, "As long as you do not compel me to engage in activities I detest, I shall remain here." Dai Yao was indifferent to her habits. Whether she chose to stay or leave was of no concern to him, as he was not the one tormented by the side effects of the martial soul. He merely pitied Feng Wutong's plight, offering her a choice. But it was not a matter of begging her to remain. Upon hearing these words, Feng Wutong felt a sense of relief. Dai Yao turned to look. The forest shrouded in darkness, as a white ribbon swept across the pitch-black sky, cascading into the pool below, producing a resounding roar. Contemplating that this place now belonged to him, his spirits soared, inevitably leading him to envision the future. Much like after purchasing a house, gazing at the empty shell, he began to imagine how each room would be adorned and designed. Dai Yao, too, began to contemplate the possibilities of the barren land before him. It was desolate, devoid of any structures. He approached the still-stunned Zhang Xiaofan and instructed, "Tomorrow, send someone here to construct a few simple dwellings. They need only be habitable. I shall compensate you for the labor." After Zhang Xiaofan departed, only 3 individuals remained. Feng Wutong carefully tucked away the gold coins and softly approached Dai Yao and his companion, extending an invitation. "Since you currently lack a place to stay, why not spend a few days in my thatched cottage? It would be no trouble to move once the houses are completed." "Thank you," Dai Yao replied. "After all, you are allowing me the privilege of cultivating here without charge. It is of little consequence for you to reside in my humble abode for a short while. Just do not mind the dilapidated conditions." Feng Wutong boldly responded, reflecting her vivacious nature, which she had restrained in the presence of strangers. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage, they found it indeed quite rudimentary. It merely contained a few simple sleeping quarters and a bamboo chair, with the bed laid upon a mattress of dry straw. Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both taken aback that this was, in fact, a dwelling for a sole master. The conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Dai Yao sighed, admiring Feng Wutong's poise. Despite her humble circumstances, she graciously introduced herself, saying, "Fortunately, all of this is constructed by my own efforts. The cost of living at the Royal Academy is exorbitant. The Spirit Hall provides me with a gold coin each month, which initially seemed ample. However, it barely sustains my expenses at the Academy. Nevertheless, with 100 gold coins, my burdens become significantly lighter." She smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude to Dai Yao. "Thank you, Your Highness, for allowing me to train here free of charge." Dai Yao waved his hand and said, "This place originally belongs to you. However, I find myself compelled to cultivate here for reasons beyond my control. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure, using your parents as leverage. I hope you will not hold it against me." Feng Wutong stared blankly at Dai Yao, never having imagined that a noble, let alone a supreme prince, would apologize to her. In her mind, nobles were either haughty and tyrannical or pretended to be gentlemen, while secretly harboring the basest of intentions. Dai Yao sincerely expressed his apologies, while Feng Wutong became rather flustered, her gaze drifting. "It's all right. I merely harbor biases against nobility. So upon hearing you are of noble birth, my demeanor was rather ungracious." Upon hearing this, Dai Yao chuckled, and Feng Wutong joined in laughter. After a heartfelt exchange, the tensions that weighed on their hearts gradually dissipated, fostering a harmonious rapport among the 3. "It's getting late. Wutong, you should rest," Dai Yao remarked, glancing at the darkening sky. Indeed, at this moment, they had begun to address one another with a sense of intimacy. The trio was unconcerned with the disparity in their social standings. Feng Wutong had initially wished for Dai Yao to call her sister, yet for reasons unknown, he consistently declined. With no other recourse, she settled for being addressed as Wutong. In Dai Yao's mind, he felt a sense of reluctance, coupled with his past life experiences. He was nearing 30 and found it quite unthinkable to refer to someone merely in their teens as sister. Observing Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing gradually entering a state of cultivation, Feng Wudong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that two nobles would engage in such diligent training, even more so than her fellow commoners. During the night, Feng Wudong and her companions would typically rest, but to her astonishment, Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing chose to replace sleep with cultivation, demonstrating an extraordinary level of dedication. Chapter 31. Cultivation. The next morning, having resolved the issue of Dai Yao's cultivation environment, it was now time to address Zhu Zhuqing's needs. Upon understanding Zhu Zhuqing's requirement for a dimly lit setting, Feng Wudong exclaimed with delight, "Sister Zhuqing, the shadowy environment you seek is right here." "Where?" Dai Yao inquired. Behind the cascading waterfall lay a concealed cavern, vast and obscured, perfectly suited for Sister Zhuqing's cultivation. The group approached the waterfall, channeling their soul power to traverse through it and enter the cave. Zhuqing gazed in delight at the surroundings of the cavern. She could distinctly sense the harmonious resonance between the ambient energy and her martial soul. Realizing that training here would yield remarkable results with half the effort, she nodded at Dai Yao, indicating that he need not create a simulated environment for her today. "Very well, Zhuqing, you may cultivate here. Should you require anything, simply call for me." After departing from the cave, he stood by the tranquil pool, observing the majestic waterfall with a hint of trepidation. As the sun ascended, its golden rays illuminated the waterfall, casting a radiant glow. Dai Yao shed his garments, leaving only a pair of shorts, and engaged in some light movements. After all, it was the heart of winter, and the temperatures were frigid. Were it not for the protective aura of his spiritual energy, he would not dare to practice in such conditions. Feng Wudong observed Dai Yao's physique, secretly lamenting how this prince appeared so gaunt and emaciated, truly a squanderer of a life of luxury and abundance. Without uttering a word, Dai Yao dashed barefoot into the relentless cascade, positioning himself upon a large stone below, channeling his soul power to withstand the ceaseless and overwhelming pressure. His balance, compromised by the torrent, was soon swept away, and with a splash, he plunged into the depths. Emerged like a drenched chicken, he scrambled back to the shore. Feng Wudong, astonished, inquired, "What are you doing?" "Training." Shaking her head, she reflected on the notion that while resisting the unending deluge with soul power was indeed a formidable method, it seemed too arduous for a prince accustomed to a life of luxury. Drenched from head to toe, Dai Yao once again dove beneath the waterfall, this time opting to sit upon the stone, finding it easier to stabilize his center of gravity compared to standing. He understood that practicing beneath the waterfall was a form of self-torture, yet in the fierce competition for the throne, perseverance was his only path to survival. Days turned into nights, and time slipped away. After 10 days, Dai Yao, still soaked from the cascading waters, had been enduring the relentless onslaught of the waterfall for an entire hour, employing his soul power to withstand the barrage. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, a long-standing bottleneck within him shattered under the mounting pressure. With a resounding crack, an invisible force erupted from his body, scattering the splashes around him. For a brief moment, the waterfall seemed to halt, only to be followed by an even more formidable surge that plunged Dai Yao back into the water. Though he found himself drenched once again, he was far from disheartened. Rather, he was exhilarated. "I have finally broken through. Level 12 soul power." Dai Yao's soul power manifests in a liquid state, whereas that of an ordinary soul master exists in a gaseous form. This signifies that the soul power he requires to advance from level 11 to 12 is significantly greater than that of an ordinary soul master. Correspondingly, the quality of his soul power is markedly superior, enhancing both the potency of his soul skills and the endurance of his casting, surpassing that of his peers. This explains why, despite absorbing a soul ring over 7 centuries old, he possesses only level 11 soul power. On the riverbank, Feng Wudong, adorned in a striking crimson attire, wore a smile of satisfaction, delighted by Dai Yao's advancement. As Dai Yao exhausted his soul power and repeatedly plunged into the water, replenishing his reserves before resolutely charging into the waterfall once more, Feng Wudong's initial disbelief in his ability to persist transformed into astonishment, ultimately evolving into genuine admiration from the depths of her heart. Dai Yao does not resemble a noble scion, but rather a devoted ascetic. She is uncertain why Dai Yao subjects herself to such rigorous trials, yet witnessing Dai Yao's diligent efforts bear fruit fills her with joy. Concurrently, a ripple emanates from the cave behind the waterfall. A striking figure, cloaked in darkness, emerges through the cascading water and stands before Dai Yao. Zhu Zhuqing's face, once as cold as ice, blossoms into a radiant smile as she declares, "I have made a breakthrough. I am now at level 10. Once I acquire a soul ring, I shall be a true soul master." Remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing achieved this milestone in just over 20 days alongside Dai Yao, a feat that would have taken her a month without Dai Yao's influence, showcasing the astonishing augmentation of cultivation speed in her presence. It is indeed a double blessing. When do you plan to hunt for soul beasts? Dai Yao senses Zhu Zhuqing's elation, particularly since she is typically so frosty. "I shall return to my family tomorrow and come back as swiftly as possible." Zhu Zhuqing approaches Dai Yao, leaning close to whisper, "Do remember to think of me." Observing the slightly bashful Zhu Zhuqing, her cheeks flushed, Dai Yao realizes that this gesture must have required considerable resolve on her part. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Dai Yao wonders, is this truly the Zhu Zhuqing she remembers? She appears anything but the ice-cold beauty. With a spring in her step, Zhu Zhuqing bounds into the forest, waving goodbye while sweetly calling out, "I'm off now, farewell." Dai Yao waved with a smile, and perhaps now, Zhu Zhuqing is the true version of herself. In the stifling atmosphere of the Zhu family, she had to encase her heart in ice to protect herself. Although the shadow of competition for the throne still loomed over her, she was no longer alone. On this path, Dai Yao would steadfastly accompany her. Feng Wutong gazed enviously at the couple, who supported and cared for one another. Such love sounded exquisite. Ah, the sweet scent of romance. Unbeknownst to Dai Yao, with his breakthrough in soul power, the chaotic blue lotus in his spiritual realm unfurled its second petal. At the Star Luo Royal Academy, in the center of a grassy plain, sat a tall and imposing figure in meditation. Slowly exhaling, he emerged from his state of cultivation and casually inquired, "Are there any significant events happening in the academy lately?" A fleeting shadow passed, and amidst the surge of soul power, a student materialized to report, "Boss, there hasn't been much of note recently. The first prince and the second prince have been embroiled in frequent disputes, engaging in trivial skirmishes. Among us common soul masters, one of the academy's training grounds has been taken over." "Taken over? They truly do not regard me at all," the man replied, his eyes flashing with a sharp brilliance. The calmness of his tone belied by the immense pressure it carried. He was Yinantian, the academy's third formidable figure, a level 29 battle soul master. His martial spirit, the Xuanjia Mad Lion, was also among the elite beast martial spirits. The common student affected by the occupation was Feng Wutong, who, despite the encroachment, had not departed. Given the nature of those nobles, she likely. The student looked at Yinantian with concern. "I understand your implication. She has simply aligned herself with the nobility, with no ulterior motives, only to serve as a pawn. There is nothing unspeakable about that." Yinantian remarked with a faint snort. "Dignity is earned through one's own efforts. Some choose to be subservient, and we need not intervene. However, Feng Wudong was once one of us. We cannot allow her to be bullied. After some time, come with me to confront the usurper." Chapter 32. Encountering Dai Yamming again. The sun dipped below the horizon. Dai Yao waded through the water until he reached the shore, and after allowing his clothes to dry slightly, he returned to his humble abode. With the assistance of Zhang Xiaoi, he prepared for his duel with Feng Wudong the following day. The construction team from the academy arrived promptly. At Dai Yao's request, the house was intentionally built in a simplistic manner, utilizing ordinary timber for the beams and ceramic tiles for the roof. Primarily, he lacked the financial means to erect a more exquisite dwelling. Feng Wudong remarked, "This hardly resembles a residence befitting a noble." After changing his attire, Dai Yao called towards the direction of the thatched cottage. "I'm heading to dinner." The dining hall was located within the academy, necessitating a return each time for meals, which Dai Yao found quite bothersome, as it consumed a considerable amount of his training time. Just then, a melodious chirp resonated, and a fiery red figure appeared above the thatched cottage, swiftly descending before him. "Let us go," Feng Wutong exclaimed with delight. As her soul power surged, she transformed into a blazing red thread, soaring through the sky towards the academy. Dai Yao could only execute the explosive steps, weaving through the forest as he pursued his target. Upon entering the academy's dining hall, a clear division between nobles and commoners was immediately apparent. The first floor was predominantly occupied by commoner soul masters, who sat together, engaging in boisterous banter and laughter. In contrast, The nobles occupied the second floor, where the atmosphere was serene and their movements graceful, the only sounds being the clinking of cutlery against plates. Occasionally, they cast disdainful glances down at the commoner soul masters, their lofty demeanor inciting irritation among those on the first floor. What is there to be proud of? Is it merely their advantageous lineage? If I had their status, I would have long since become a grand soul master. Envy and jealousy bubbled beneath the surface. One day, I shall ascend to the ranks of the nobility. Amidst the cacophony, Dai Yao and his companion arrived at the dining hall. You are a prince. You should ascend to the second floor, Feng Wudong advised. As Dai Yao stepped onto the second floor, he was immediately intercepted. Leave. This is not a place for those of your lowly status, a guard admonished, attempting to push him back down. In response, a purple gold card appeared in Dai Yao's hand. He regarded the guards with an air of indifference and inquired, May I dine on the second floor now? The guards, taken aback, inspected the purple gold card with astonishment. Their eyes met, revealing mutual surprise. So, you are affiliated with the vice president. Please, do come in. The guards hastily changed their tune, now fawning over him. Dai Yao bore no resentment towards them for their disdainful gaze, for his attire indeed did not resemble that of nobility. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was the very essence of the world. The several guards who barred his passage were merely upholding this unyielding order. As he tucked away his card and prepared to advance, he was once again halted. Lifting his eyes, he beheld the rotund figure of the second prince's companion. The portly man gestured dismissively at the ground, his voice dripping with arrogance. The second prince has commanded that you are not to be here. The first floor is where you belong. Not far off, the second prince smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon Dai Yao. Am I not above being obstructed as a prince? Dai Yao thought, realizing too late the ill intentions behind that smirk. He had let his guard down after breaking through, only to be ensnared by the second prince's cunning. It seemed today would not end amicably. Look at you. Your attire is hardly befitting a prince. One might mistake you for a beggar. The portly man exclaimed exaggeratedly. The dining nobles, their spirits aflame with pride, nodded in agreement. Unwilling to share a meal with someone whose garb was so reminiscent of the common folk, fearing it would tarnish their own honor, Dai Yao leveraged his status as a prince to exert pressure on the portly individual, who retorted by criticizing Dai Yao's attire, claiming it tarnished the dignity of nobility. He bound all the nobles together in his argument, asserting that even if the royal family sought to reprimand him, he would possess justifiable grounds. Moreover, with the support of the second prince, how could he possibly be held accountable? Dai Yao pondered why he must dine in this establishment. Beneath his calm exterior, he struggled to contain an inner fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. A prince of his stature, unable to partake in a meal within the noble dining area, was that not an immense farce? He would inevitably become a subject of ridicule at the Royal Academy. The portly man smirked derisively, instantly summoning his martial spirit, as two yellow soul rings shimmered around him, unleashing an invisible pressure that surged toward Dai Yao. Will you descend on your own accord, or shall I escort you? The portly man remarked with an ambiguous smile. The commotion on the second floor caught the attention of those below, prompting them to glance upward and engage in fervent discussions upon grasping the nature of the conflict. When did the Empire acquire a fourth prince? I was completely unaware. He has only recently been granted his title, but how did he come to confront these nobles? An informed individual elucidated. Dai Yao made a simple comparison between himself and the portly figure before him, realizing that he stood no chance whatsoever. Gritting his teeth, he slowly descended the stairs. The second prince, Dai Yaming, lounged against the railing, looking down at Dai Yao with a malicious glint in his eyes, and provocatively remarked, You once told me not to regret my past actions. Well, I find myself devoid of any regrets. Upon hearing Dai Yaming's taunt, Dai Yao did not turn back. Dignity is something one earns through their own efforts, and he was far from being a match for the second prince and his ilk. What he lacked was time. If only he were granted sufficient time to unleash his potential, Dai Yaming would be no match for him. For now, all he could do was endure. The common soul masters on the first floor began to murmur among themselves. How did the fourth prince end up being ousted? Someone inquired, peering around. What a disgrace. A prince, reduced to this humiliation and too timid to retaliate. If it were me, I would fight back fiercely if insulted so, another scoffed at Dai Yao. As he reached the first floor, under the gaze of the crowd, Dai Yao found an empty seat and commenced his meal. What a laugh. A noble dining among us common soul masters, the onlookers jeered. The spectators cast disdainful glances at Dai Yao. Typically, These nobles held themselves in high regard, and now, witnessing a fallen noble, how could they refrain from reveling in his misfortune? Have you all said enough? A fiery figure dispersed the crowd, approaching Dai Yao's side. Everyone experiences their share of misfortunes. Do you not possess an ounce of compassion? Feng Wudong admonished the onlookers. Surely you do not harbor feelings for him. Do you aspire to become a royal consort? You think that by assisting him now, he will remember your kindness? Nobles are inherently heartless and ungrateful. Their very essence is tainted, and he will never recall your goodwill. The crowd's malicious conjectures about Feng Wudong incited her ire, causing her brows to furrow in anger. Just as she prepared to retort, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. I appreciate your goodwill. However, this matter is mine to handle, and it would be unwise for you to involve yourself. Dai Yao maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the humiliation he had just endured at the hands of the second prince. He slowly exited the dining hall, casting a final glance at the second floor where Dai Yaming was intently observing him, raising a glass in a mocking toast that grew increasingly sardonic. Taking a deep breath, he stepped outside the dining hall, preparing to return to his training when he unexpectedly encountered an individual of interest. Chapter 33. A reunion with Dai Mubai. 3 passers-by caught Dai Yao's attention, a man flanked by 2 women. The man, ensconced between the 2 enchanting ladies, appeared dashing and charismatic, exuding an air of nonchalance. Most strikingly, the 2 women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were, in fact, identical twins. The man, handsome and resolute in countenance, moved with a certain reckless charm, though it was evident he was inebriated. Even from several meters away, the scent of alcohol reached Dai Yao's senses. This man was none other than Dai Mubai. The third prince had certainly altered his company, indulging in a more extravagant lifestyle of late, remarked some nobles with a hint of jest. These aristocrats, reveling in excess, engaged in nightly festivities, while the women, lacking self-respect, flocked around them without hesitation. The common soul masters looked on with envy and jealousy. Yet, Dai Yao discerned a sense of despair lurking behind Dai Mubai's carefree gaze, an indication of self-abandonment born from hopelessness. Reflecting on the spirited figure he had witnessed not long ago in the arena, Dai Yao felt a deep sense of lamentation. Upon entering the academy, he had heard tales of Dai Mubai's departure from his former diligent training regimen, opting instead for a life of frivolity and indulgence. However, one must ponder, can a soul master truly afford such laxity? It is through relentless effort and an unwavering resolve in the face of adversity that a soul master ought to embody their true essence. Dai Yao caught sight of Dai Mubai, and Dai Mubai, in turn, beheld him. Dai Mubai's body trembled slightly, his gaze flickering with avoidance, and his footsteps quickened as he refrained from engaging in conversation with Dai Yao, swiftly departing from the scene. Dai Yao felt a heavy burden within. The defeat in the duel had led Dai Mubai to a state of self-destruction. Should Dai Yao falter in the competition for the throne, this too would become his future. No, I shall not allow this to transpire. Dai Yao clenched his fists, resolutely determined to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Channeling his soul energy into his legs, he swiftly departed from the training area and ventured into the woods, returning to his simulated environment. Days passed. Every morning, Dai Yao arrives at the teaching area to delve into the foundational knowledge of soul masters. In the remaining hours, he diligently practices, striving to master the nuances of soul beasts, discerning their ages, understanding their vulnerabilities, and absorbing the latest philosophies circulating within the realm of soul masters. He has always believed that aside from the knowledge of twin martial spirits, the most valuable lessons imparted by the master in the original text to Tang San pertain to soul beasts. The so-called 10 core theories, in his opinion, are utterly devoid of practical application. Moreover, much of the so-called knowledge has long been known to the major powers of the continent, yet they hoard it jealously, failing to disseminate it widely. Initially, he thought that Yu Xiaogang, possessing such extensive knowledge of soul beasts, must have something of value, even if he had pilfered from numerous families. However, after his studies at the Royal Academy, he discovered that the knowledge related to soul beasts is universally accumulated and studied by every major power, often surpassing the breadth and depth of the Master's teachings. Furthermore, the knowledge of twin martial spirits was actually extracted from Bibi Dong. He finds it perplexing how Yu Xiaogang has garnered such unwavering affection from both Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. Dai Yao scoffs, believing that when it comes to academic achievements, Yu Xiaogang pales in comparison to his prowess in romantic endeavors, a true mastery in that realm. This is one aspect where Dai Yao acknowledges the need to learn from Yu Xiaogang. He reflects that aside from his studies, only cultivation remains. In recent days, he has toiled incessantly, diligently refining his skills. The number of times he has fallen into the water is beyond counting. His skin has wrinkled from prolonged exposure. Despite the exhaustion, the sensation of his soul power steadily increasing eradicates all weariness. Since returning from the cafeteria that day, Feng Wudong has come to understand Dai Yao's background and experiences. Dai Yao possesses merely a noble title, yet her existence is even less privileged than that of the common spirit masters. At the very least, she has loving parents, while Dai Yao's mother has passed away, and her father remains a stranger, compelling her to feign ignorance day and night in order to guard against the queen. How pitiful! Feng Wudong feels a deep sympathy for her. She understands that Dai Yao stands no chance in the competition for the throne. All her efforts shall ultimately be in vain. Once, she approached Dai Yao beneath the waterfall and, in confusion, asked her, knowing full well that you have no hope, why do you still strive so hard? To which Dai Yao, enduring the relentless pressure of the cascading water, merely smiled faintly, keeping her eyes closed, and replied. Though Dai Yao's figure was diminutive, from that moment on, he loomed significantly larger in Feng Wudong's heart. A few days later, Zhu Zhuqing returned. After acquiring her first soul ring, her confidence surged, prompting her to challenge Dai Yao once more. The outcome was, as expected, a victory for Dai Yao. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul skill, the Phantom 100 Claws, was entirely countered by Dai Yao, unable to breach the defenses of the White Tiger's guardian barrier. Moreover, Dai Yao's explosive speed matched Zhu Zhuqing's pace effortlessly. Finding no glimmer of hope for triumph, Zhu Zhuqing conceded gracefully. However, upon learning of Dai Yao's plight, the joy she felt from her newfound power was swiftly overshadowed. As their eyes met, both understood their current circumstances. Let's strive together, Dai Yao encouraged with a smile, extending his hand. Yes, let us strive together, Zhu Zhuqing replied. A faint smile gracing her typically icy visage as she placed her hand in his and gradually rested her head on his shoulder. Only Feng Wudong, feeling solitary and desolate, remained discontented. The thought of Dai Yao's earlier remark about this very situation, likening it to that of a lonely dog, irked her immensely. At the residence of the second prince, by the waterside pavilion, Dai Yaming stood by the river, hands clasped behind his back, inquiring, has there been any news regarding Dai Yao lately? The rotund attendant, standing nearby, responded to the second prince's query. Dai Yao has shown no signs of activity. Ever since we humiliated him in the cafeteria, he has remained secluded in his simulated environment, not emerging at all. Meals are being managed by a commoner soul master. The second prince turned in surprise, asking the attendant, he hasn't come out? I never anticipated that he could endure such a profound humiliation. A look of uncertainty crossed his face. Dai Yao's reaction indeed caught him off guard. He had dismissed Dai Yao's potential, believing that 6 years was too long for mere talent to compensate. However, Dai Yao's ability to endure such indignity instilled a sense of apprehension within him. Young people are often brimming with pride. He had initially intended to humiliate Dai Yao further, provoking him to retaliate, only to subsequently defeat him publicly, while simultaneously applying the same tactics against Zhu Zhuqing, humiliating them in every conceivable way, both in strength and dignity. Under such comprehensive and layered humiliation, he doubted that Dai Yao could survive. Anyone with an ounce of regard for their honor would resort to suicide to escape the humiliation of reality. To his astonishment, after suffering such a significant loss in the cafeteria, Dai Yao had chosen to endure, retreating into his simulated environment to diligently cultivate. He cannot be permitted to cultivate in peace, the second prince pondered. After much contemplation, he found no viable solutions. As long as Dai Yao refused to emerge for a challenge, he would not achieve his objectives. How has our royal family produced such a coward? The second prince thought angrily. At this juncture, only one course of action remained. Fatty, from this day forth, you shall go to Dai Yao's training grounds and challenge him. If he refuses, provoke him, ensuring he cannot cultivate in peace. I refuse to believe he is merely a reincarnated turtle, the second prince declared fiercely. In the Royal Academy, personal combat was prohibited. Battles must be conducted in designated duel arenas. The most renowned coliseum in the Xingluo Empire was the White Tiger Duel Arena of the Royal Academy. The elite competitions for high-level soul masters from across the continent were held there. Ascending to this arena was a dream cherished by many soul masters within the Xingluo Empire. It represented the pinnacle of honor in their lives. The attendant hesitated. "Your Highness, I am a great soul master. Is it not too embarrassing to challenge a first-ring soul master with such grandiose arrangements?" The second prince sighed internally. He truly lacked suitable personnel. Among his subordinates, the only second-ring soul master was the attendant, while several noble soul masters, though aligned with him, would never engage in such a disgraceful endeavor. He replied, "Fatty, you understand my predicament. Those noble soul masters will not assist me. You are my only reliance now. Reputation matters little. Rest assured, if I ascend to the throne, I shall surely grant you nobility." Thus, the attendant was indeed the commoner soul master mentioned by Yi Nantian, who sought to sell himself into nobility for a path to glory. The attendant looked at the second prince with a hint of bashfulness, hesitating for a moment before finally resolutely stating, "Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. I shall fulfill this task to the best of my ability." As evening fell, in the realm of Dai Yao's cultivation, seated beneath the cascading waterfall, he sensed a stir within the forest. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a group led by a rotund figure. A scornful voice resonated. "After so many days of seclusion, I thought you, turtle, had entered hibernation. The second prince specifically summoned me to ascertain your well-being." The rotund man glanced around, his eyes widening as he took in the stark simplicity of Dai Yao's dwelling, and he let out a derisive chuckle. Dai Yao, however, remained unresponsive, closing his eyes and continuing to channel the soul power within him, resisting the relentless pressure above. Witnessing Dai Yao's indifference, the hefty man was instantly incensed, his anger boiling over. As a common soul master, he had long endured scorn from others. Yet since becoming affiliated with the second prince, he had garnered respect from nearly everyone, except those aligned with the first prince. Why should Dai Yao look down upon him? Was he not merely a prince? Even in the face of death, he still maintained his airs. Recalling the second prince's instructions, he suppressed his fury and sneered, "Fourth prince. As a royal, why do you cower like a turtle? I challenge you now, dare you accept?" Upon hearing that a grand master was challenging a first-ring soul master, those accompanying the hefty man were taken aback, their gazes towards him filled with curiosity. Yet, the hefty man pressed on, disregarding the situation, and upon seeing Dai Yao's silence, he inwardly scoffed. The second prince had anticipated that Dai Yao would refuse to engage. His intent was merely to disrupt Dai Yao's focus, not allowing him the peace to cultivate. Thus, he continued his tirade. "You coward, timid as a mouse. You've brought shame upon the nobility." Though the crowd looked down upon the hefty man's actions, they could not help but feel disdain for Dai Yao, who remained silent in the face of such insults. The principle that a gentleman should not suffer humiliation resonated deeply. Anyone with a modicum of spirit would not allow themselves to be belittled. Moreover, as a noble, Dai Yao's dignity and reputation were paramount, held in higher regard than life itself. Chapter 34. Yi Nantian, the hefty man, continued his relentless insults, while Dai Yao remained as still as a meditating monk, seemingly impervious to the disruption. The onlookers' contempt for Dai Yao only grew. How humiliating it was for a prince to be openly berated without retort. Some among the nobility expressed their outrage, declaring that he was unworthy of his status. He is but a first-ring soul master. Of course, he would shy away from a challenge posed by a grand master, choosing instead to preserve his own skin, a wise decision indeed. Others, however, admired Dai Yao's restraint. Amidst the murmurs, Dai Yao continued to sit silently beneath the waterfall, unyielding. The hefty man, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted, "You spineless wretch! Coward! Pitiful creature! Turtle without a shell! Orphan!" He unleashed every creative insult he could summon, astonished by the eloquence of his own words, each one more colorful than the last. His verbal assault flowed with rhythm and cadence, akin to a symphony in performance. In that moment, he felt as though he were a celestial bard. As the crowd listened to the hefty man's barrage of insults, their disdain for Dai Yao began to wane, replaced by pity. Even as mere spectators, they found the onslaught unbearable, how much more so for the target of such vitriol. It was as if they had discovered a new world. Their curiosity piqued to hear the hefty man's inventive vocabulary, eager to enrich their own limited lexicon. Yet, Dai Yao remained as stoic as a statue. The hefty man's mental state began to unravel. It felt as if his verbal assault had no impact on Dai Yao whatsoever. His words flowed incessantly, his neck thickening, his face reddening, saliva nearly spilling from his lips, Yet Dai Yao remained unmoved. Frustration mounted as the hefty man felt lightheaded. Having spoken for over 10 minutes, this relentless barrage of insults was a true feat of endurance. Regardless of how vile his words became, Dai Yao continued to disregard him entirely. No strategy seemed effective. At last, he could bear it no longer and collapsed onto the ground, at his wit's end. "Fourth Prince, I beg you, acknowledge me, if only for a moment. My voice is nearly spent." Just then, Dai Yao's soul power was entirely depleted. The protective barrier around his body flickered and vanished, allowing the powerful water to cascade down and immerse him. Emerging from the water, Dai Yao called out to the hefty man, "You acknowledged me. You acknowledged me. You can no longer endure this, can you? You must accept the duel." Upon hearing Dai Yao's words, the hefty man was elated, scrambling to the water's edge as if a parched traveler finally encountering an oasis. "No, what I meant is, if you are thirsty, I can offer you water." Dai Yao replied with a smile. The hefty man, hearing this, was left dazed, his mind a muddled mess, and he coughed up blood in despair. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Struggling to his feet, the hefty man seethed, "Do not think that by refusing the duel, the second prince will not find a way to deal with you. You will see what awaits you soon enough." A common soul master was not permitted to insult a noble, especially not a prince. Yet, Dai Yao was no ordinary prince. To ascend to royalty, one must possess the backing of a powerful maternal lineage, but Dai Yao's mother was merely an ordinary woman, lacking significant influence, leaving him vulnerable and isolated. In the struggle for the throne, the contest was not solely one of individual strength, but also of the power backing each prince. A prince devoid of any support could never firmly secure the position of emperor of the Stellar Empire. This was one of the many reasons why various factions held little regard for Dai Yao. During the competition for the throne, if a prince was deemed weak and ridiculed by another's subordinates, such insults did not contravene any rules. Even if the Elder Council wished to intervene, they would find no justification. Furthermore, the party delivering the insults would undoubtedly resist any interference from the council. Dai Yao was subjected to bullying by the second prince, with not only the second prince obstructing him, but the first prince also interfering, leaving the elders powerless to intervene. As the crowd dispersed, the drenched Dai Yao returned home, sitting cross-legged to restore his spiritual energy. He meticulously etched the derogatory words of the fat man into his memory, lacking the ability to retaliate. He understood that engaging in a verbal exchange would only serve the second prince's intentions. The most effective form of retaliation was to remain silent. He focused intently on his cultivation, refusing to let the fat man's verbal assaults affect him, thereby undermining the second prince's objective. Though he feigned indifference as the fat man insulted him, internally, he was far from tranquil. He could tolerate the insults directed at himself. But when the fat man disparaged his mother, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. Fortunately, the distance kept the fat man from witnessing his grim expression. To Dai Yao, the father of the Starry Emperor was merely a stranger. He had considered him dead for years. In contrast, his mother, despite her lowly status and the disdain of the nobles, held an exalted place in Dai Yao's heart. He would not permit anyone to tarnish her reputation. Yet, in his current state, he was no match for the fat man, and confronting him directly would be folly, especially with the second prince backing him. Moreover, he was no longer alone, as Zhu Zhuqing now accompanied him. He could not allow his own troubles to endanger her. He bore not only his own fate but also that of Zhu Zhuqing. "Just wait, fat man. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions today." Dai Yao chastised himself severely. In the following period, the portly individual garnered immense fame. He earned a reputation as an esteemed performer from the academy, instilling fear in all who heard his name, even evoking surprise from the second prince. With this formidable asset at his disposal, the second prince found that whenever he encountered adversarial forces, there was no need for him to intervene personally. The mere mention of the portly individual's title as an academy performer was enough to send the opposition into disarray before any confrontation commenced. In a fleeting moment, the second prince's influence soared to unparalleled heights. Conversely, Dai Yao's reputation suffered considerably. He had become the subject of ridicule at the Xingluo Royal Academy. The name of Dai Yao, the cowardly and ineffectual prince, spread throughout the academy. The second prince actively disseminated tales of Dai Yao's misdeeds, and upon learning of this, the first prince joined in gleefully, adding his weight to the campaign against Dai Yao's reputation. Under the influence of both princes, Dai Yao became the object of disdain at the Starry Royal Academy, with curious onlookers occasionally visiting his training grounds to glimpse the legendary figure. This is the so-called useless Dai Yao. After all, he is a prince. How can he be so spineless? New female students gazed at the training Dai Yao and stifled their laughter. The first and second princes looked down on you. But you, fourth prince, have a chance to fulfill your dream of becoming a royal consort, teased another girl. Go away, go away. The younger girl retorted with annoyance. I would never be interested in such a cowardly man. Ha ha ha, there are advantages to such men. If you tell him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. The girl continued, jesting about Dai Yao's supposed merits. Suddenly, a burst of flames surged forth, driving the two girls away. Do you really think the fourth prince would look at you? You might as well take a good hard look at yourselves, each of you a withered fruit. Who would ever find you appealing? A fiery figure appeared before them, exuding an imposing presence, accompanied by a golden soul ring that radiated tremendous pressure. Who do you think you are? The two girls replied defiantly. Who am I? You better get lost now. Do you want me to take action? Feng Wudong shouted. Hands on her hips, exuding vigor and confidence. The two girls shot her a venomous glare, but upon seeing the gleaming yellow soul ring, their expressions changed dramatically. And they hurriedly retreated. Humph, what a pair of big-chested, empty-headed women. Is it truly enjoyable to mock others for your own amusement? Feng Wudong thought indignantly. Such incidents occurred daily, and even as a mere observer, she found it unbearable, how much more so for Dai Yao himself, who was at the center of such ridicule. With this thought, she couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. This one do. He is suffering alone. I must lend him a hand, Feng Wudong resolved firmly. Days later, sensing a peculiar shift in his surroundings, Dai Yao opened his eyes. Before him stood a tall and imposing man draped in a crimson cloak, resembling a spear, motionless and exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance, akin to a majestic lion on the savannah. Who are you? Dai Yao inquired, Yinantian. The man's response, consisting of merely 3 simple words, seemed to possess an inexhaustible power, rendering the very air around them momentarily still. Dai Yao's gaze sharpened, for he was well aware of Yi Nanshan's reputation as the third most formidable figure in the academy and a spiritual leader among the many commoner soul masters. His every action drew the attention of countless individuals within the institution. It was likely that this encounter would not bode well. Dai Yao pondered silently before speaking. It is a rare honor to receive such esteemed guests. Might I inquire about your purpose here? Yinantian surveyed his surroundings, noticing Dai Yao seated beneath the waterfall, laboriously resisting the relentless torrents of water. He inwardly acknowledged, it seems that Wudong did not deceive me. This individual is indeed remarkable. He then addressed Dai Yao. You have unjustly occupied the training grounds of Feng Wudong. While her defeat was merely a testament to her lack of skill, she is one of our commoner soul masters. And that does not imply there exists no one among us capable of challenging you. Today, I intend to impart a lesson. Though he uttered these words, his internal sentiments diverged from his speech. Upon realizing that Dai Yao had taken over Feng Wudong's simulated environment, he had initially sought to reprimand him. However, the incident involving the second prince's insult towards Dai Yao in the dining hall had escalated to such proportions that he became aware of Dai Yao's circumstances. With Feng Wudong providing further explanation, he resolved to act as though the matter had never transpired. Yet, Feng Wudong's persistent pleas for him to offer guidance to Dai Yao had proven too much to bear, prompting him to visit Dai Yao's training grounds today, ready to engage with this individual. To earn my guidance, you must first prove your worth, Yinantian mused silently. Chapter 35. Guidance. Yi Nanshan's reputation resonated throughout the academy. Aside from the current contingent participating in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent, he stood as one of the highest ranked in terms of soul power. As Dai Yao's heart gradually sank, he realized he stood no chance against a 29th level assault-type soul master, especially one wielding a top-tier martial soul. His spirits had been low for days. Incited by the two princes, numerous challengers had been disturbing his training. Some even dared to call him out by name, including both soul masters and great soul masters. Yet, he refrained from accepting their challenges, knowing they were merely pawns stirred by the second prince to disrupt his focus. Should he engage in a duel, whether victorious or defeated, the challengers would undoubtedly gain notoriety, leading to a relentless stream of confrontations. Consequently, Dai Yao found himself increasingly unable to train in peace, and the gap between him and Dai Yao Ming would only widen. Before he could catch his breath, Yinantian approached him, his demeanor somewhat gloomy. Do you not find it embarrassing, a great soul master facing off against a mere first-ring soul master? He remarked. Yi Nantian smiled nonchalantly. I hear you defeated the level 17 Dai Mubai right after obtaining your soul ring. Today, I want to use my second soul skill. Shall we see how we measure up? After countless challenges over the past few days, the mere mention of a duel elicited a reflexive response from Dai Yao. Accepting a duel was no trivial matter. He had reservations, knowing those who sought him out were often driven by a desire for glory and recognition. However, Yi Nantian was different. He came as the representative of oppressed commoner soul masters, and his cause was undeniably just. Moreover, the opportunity to engage with a skilled opponent was rare indeed. Very well, I accept your challenge. Such courage. Many who have heard my name have surrendered outright. You, however, not only refused to yield, but dare to accept my challenge. Quite unlike the coward portrayed in the rumors, Yi Nantian declared with a boisterous laugh. A glint of admiration for Dai Yao in his eyes. The two positioned themselves by the water's edge, ready for combat. The bank was sufficiently wide to accommodate their duel. Dai Yao, 12th level soul master, martial soul, white tiger. I humbly seek your guidance, he declared, invoking his martial soul. Yi Nantian slowly lowered his crossed arms. A formidable aura emanating from him. Martial soul manifestation. He bellowed, his physique swelling impressively, his already imposing frame rendered even more formidable, his hair thickening like a lion's mane. 29th level assault-type soul master, martial soul, Xuanjia Mad Lion. Before his words had fully settled, Dai Yao unleashed a burst of speed, closing the distance with astonishing swiftness. So fast, Yi Nantian was taken aback. This velocity rivaled that of a typical agility-type soul master. How is this possible? With such rapidity, combined with the rumored devastating power of his self-created soul skill, the force behind Dai Yao's strike was not to be underestimated. Yi Nantian cast aside his initial disdain. In that brief encounter, he recognized Dai Yao's formidable strength. Crossing his arms defensively in front of him, he braced for impact. Yet, something felt amiss. What appeared to be a ferocious punch landed lightly against his defenses, like a gentle breeze, devoid of any real force. This punch is so light, Yi Nantian pondered. But in an instant, he grasped the precarious situation. This was merely a feint. The true assault was yet to come. In Dai Yao's eyes, a brilliant light flashed, and the soul power within him surged like a mighty river. A feigned strike landed on Yi Nantian's defense, and as his body spun effortlessly, a powerful punch surged through the gap beneath Yi Nantian's hands, striking directly at his chest. The 8 extremes collapse. With a furious roar, Dai Yao struck. A resounding thud echoed, as his formidable punch stirred up a cloud of dust from the ground, enveloping Yi Nantian entirely. Dai Yao felt an inner joy, possessing unwavering confidence in his 8 extremes collapse technique. In the duel among soul masters of the first ring, he believed that even the 17th level Dai Mubai could be matched by him through the prowess of his 8 extremes collapse. During their previous encounter, Dai Mubai had leveraged his extensive experience in a blend of reality and illusion to dominate the fight, effortlessly toying with Dai Yao. After his defeat, Dai Yao engaged in self-reflection, acknowledging his shortcomings. He committed to memory the awareness of blending offense with reality and illusion, and to his delight, he made progress on his first attempt today. However, as the dust settled, an astonishing scene unfolded before Dai Yao's eyes. Yi Nantian stood there, unscathed, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of an ancient behemoth. Alongside him were 2 yellow soul rings, the first of which shimmered brilliantly. Following the strike, Yi Nantian earnestly remarked, that was a commendable attack. Among first-ring soul masters, the power of your strike ranks among the finest. Had I not promptly activated my first soul skill, the frenzied lion transformation, you might have inflicted harm upon me. Dai Yao's spirit sank. He had not anticipated that his determined strike would be so effortlessly thwarted. Although the age and superior physical prowess of Yi Nantian played a significant role, the atmosphere thickened, signaling that the true contest was only just beginning. After invoking the fierce lion transformation, Yi Nantian's speed and strength surged, resembling a diminutive version of the White Tiger's iron transformation. In the ensuing clash, Dai Yao engaged with Yi Nantian using the 8 extremities burst multiple times. While he made some progress, victory remained elusive. The execution of the 8 extremities burst required considerable time and soul power, rendering continuous use unfeasible, thus compelling him to resort to explosive footwork to evade Yi Nantian. In contrast to Dai Yao, who felt ensnared and increasingly restless, Yi Nantian was taken aback. It is essential to note that although he had come at the behest of Feng Wudong, he was not inclined to hold back. Without resorting to his second soul skill, he was already exerting his full strength. Dai Yao resembled an elusive loach. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would strike with the 8 extremities burst, only to slip away with his explosive footwork when Yi Nantian prepared to counter. Yi Nantian found himself exasperated. His speed could not match that of Dai Yao, and he was unable to seize him. That little rascal, I refuse to believe I cannot catch you. He seethed internally. Suddenly, as Dai Yao circled around Yi Nantian, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He detected a significant flaw in Yi Nantian's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, unleashing the 8 extremities burst. At that moment, Yi Nantian revealed a triumphant smile. The flaw had been deliberately exposed, a trap set for Dai Yao to fall into. You are still young. Yi Nantian pondered wistfully. Steeling his muscles, he braced himself against Dai Yao's punch. The tremendous force reverberated through his chest, causing him pain despite having anticipated the strength behind it. However, his objective was achieved. Gradually bringing his hands together in a gesture of victory, he smiled and declared, "You little rascal, having struck me so many times, I shall repay you in kind." Dai Yao became acutely aware of the peril he faced. Once Yi Nantian completed his embrace, he would be utterly ensnared. Yi Nantian's physique was extraordinarily robust, and in close combat, Dai Yao knew he would be no match. Alarm bells rang incessantly in his mind, yet he could conceive no means of escape. At that moment, his explosive speed was rendered futile. The embrace approached with alarming swiftness, leaving him no time to react. Meanwhile, Yi Nantian's exhilaration grew. He could hardly contain his eagerness to strike Dai Yao. However, in the blink of an eye, his smile froze. He sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Dai Yao, an insurmountable force arising from the depths of his martial spirit. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white wings manifested behind Dai Yao, allowing him to alter his trajectory in a split second, narrowly evading Yi Nantian's grasp. Having escaped the range of Yi Nantian's attack, Dai Yao gasped for breath, droplets of sweat cascading down his brow. A moment of carelessness had nearly cost him the duel. Had he not promptly summoned the second form of his martial spirit, he might have already faced defeat. Regaining his composure, he declared to Yi Nantian, "Come again." Yi Nantian's face betrayed a mix of astonishment and intrigue as he responded, "Is this truly the essence of your martial spirit?" Dai Yao nodded. In Yi Nantian's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Previously, it was his martial soul that suppressed others. Yet for the first time, he found himself under the influence of another's martial soul. It is crucial to note that his martial soul was already of the highest caliber, and even during his battles against the first and second princes, he had never felt such pressure from a martial soul. Yet now, he sensed it emanating from Dai Yao. He cast a complex glance at Dai Yao, dispelled the manifestation of his martial soul, and, with a sense of resignation, declared, "I shall not fight any longer." Dai Yao felt somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in an intense battle, and now, unexpectedly, it had come to an abrupt halt. As long as he maintained a diligent defense, his opponent would be unable to inflict any harm upon him. Yet he found himself unable to seize his adversary, resulting inevitably in a stalemate. Yi Nantian meticulously analyzed the situation, deducing the outcome of the match. However, he could not help but quip, "You little rascal. You are as slippery as an eel." Dai Yao subsequently dispelled the state of his martial soul manifestation and approached Yi Nantian, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Nantian." Throughout the battle, although Yi Nantian faced considerable frustration, he adhered to the rules and wielded powers surpassing those of a first-ring soul master with commendable integrity. Moreover, Dai Yao sensed a benevolence emanating from Yi Nantian, who, despite having intended to teach him a lesson, refrained from bringing anyone along, thus sparing him any further humiliation. After all, he was already the subject of ridicule within the academy, and Yi Nantian had no need to add insult to injury. Yi Nantian nodded in approval, saying, "Indeed, you possess not only remarkable talent, but also a discerning mind. It is Feng Wudong who entrusted me with the task of offering you guidance." Upon hearing that Yi Nantian had been requested by Feng Wudong, a wave of gratitude surged within Dai Yao. Suppressing his emotions, he hurriedly inquired of Yi Nantian, "Brother Nantian, might I ask what deficiencies I currently possess?" Yi Nantian pondered for a moment before responding, "At present, Your self-created soul skills have already placed you in an undefeated position among first-ring soul masters. He paused, his tone growing somber as he continued. However, your adversary is the second prince, and the disparity between you is indeed vast. Even I would find it difficult to prevail against him. Although the second prince possesses only a soul power of level 25, he is augmented by a soul bone, significantly enhancing his strength. Your current soul skills are sufficient for combat against first-ring soul masters, yet you lack the means to pose a threat to great soul masters. Dai Yao was taken aback. He had sensed it during the recent battle. Even when employing the most potent technique, the 8 extremes collapse, he could inflict no significant harm upon Yi Nantian. Moreover, this was when Yu Nantian was holding back. Yet, Yi Nantian continued to assert the harsh reality. The disparity between you lies not only in soul techniques, but also in soul power. How can your soul power of over 10 levels compare to that of the second prince, who possesses 25 levels? In my view, you stand no chance of defeating the second prince. Upon hearing Yi Nantian's assessment, Dai Yao felt as if a massive stone had pressed upon his chest, leaving him breathless. He forced a smile and inquired of Yi Nantian. Indeed, at present, I am not the second prince's opponent, yet I shall not surrender. Excellent. Yi Nantian quickly changed his demeanor, breaking into a hearty smile. If you were to heed my advice and succumb to despair, I would hold you in contempt. Though I am merely a civilian soul master, lacking the advantageous training conditions of noble soul masters, I do not believe my future will be any less promising than theirs. To my mind, your 8 extremes collapse harbors immense potential. I once encountered a soul technique focused on striking with fists. While his punches lacked the power of your 8 extremes collapse, he possessed a unique method known as hidden strength. Every adversary he faced found it an arduous struggle. If your 8 extremes collapse could also incorporate hidden strength, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon, even capable of contending with great soul masters. Yi Nantian encouraged. Thank you, Brother Nantian. Dai Yao expressed his gratitude. Yi Nantian's wise counsel illuminated the path ahead for Dai Yao. If he could successfully integrate hidden strength into the 8 extremes collapse, his chances of triumph in the confrontation with the second prince would surely increase. All right, I have said what I needed to say. That girl, Feng Wudong, finally has no reason to pester me. Yi Nantian revealed a look of trepidation, as if Feng Wudong were some terrifying creature. At this point, I truly wish to give you a good thrashing. You, my friend, hit me quite painfully, he said through clenched teeth, addressing Dai Yao. Those who are unaware bear no guilt, Brother Nantian. Dai Yao replied with an awkward smile, already channeling his soul power, as if ready to unleash an explosive escape at any moment. Just kidding. I'm off now. No need to see me off. Yi Nantian laughed heartily, turning to depart, leaving Dai Yao with a retreating figure and a casual wave of his hand. By the way, he turned back. Should we ever find ourselves on equal footing, you must engage me in combat. Restraining my soul power today was simply unsatisfying. With that, he turned away once more, his figure vanishing into the dense forest. Dai Yao watched Yi Nantian depart, and only after he had vanished from sight did he return to the waterfall's embrace. The icy cascade struck his body, gradually soothing his tumultuous thoughts. Having triumphed over Dai Mubai, he had allowed himself to become somewhat complacent, considering the significant disparity in soul power he had surpassed. Yet today, merely engaging in a spar with the restrained Yi Nantian, he became acutely aware of the profound chasm that exists between a great soul master and a first-ring soul master. Furthermore, the second prince was not only a great soul master, but also possessed a soul bone. Dai Yao gently caressed his forehead, a sense of despair enveloping him due to the vast disparity in strength. Nevertheless, he resolved to diligently cultivate and narrow the gap with my potential. There will certainly come a day when I surpass him. He raised his fist and murmured to himself when facing the second prince. The 8 extremities burst must be infused with hidden energy. Chapter 36. 3 years since my soul power transformed into a liquid state. I have yet to employ it to unleash the 8 extremities burst. Dai Yao contemplated. After all, the immense power contained within liquid soul energy left him apprehensive about his body's ability to withstand it. Upon arriving at the academy and after a period of recuperation, his previously depleted body had gradually regained its strength, and now he was ready to attempt the liquid soul energy version of the 8 extremities burst. Without further ado, he directed the liquid soul energy within his dantian into his right arm. Instantly, Dai Yao felt a swelling sensation in his right arm, as an overwhelming force filled it entirely. Venturing into the nearby forest, he sought out a massive boulder and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the stone dented inward, and the recoil left Dai Yao's right arm tingling. However, when he gazed at the boulder, disappointment washed over him. The damage inflicted was merely a 50% increase over the standard 8 extremities burst. It was still insufficient to pose a threat to a Grand Soul Master. Utilizing liquid soul energy to activate the 8 extremities burst was evidently not a viable path. It seemed he must place his hopes on hidden energy instead, Dai Yao lamented. In battle through the heavens, Xiaoyan's 8 extremities burst was not only formidable, but also imbued with hidden energy, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Hidden energy, as its name implies, is the power concealed within an apparently ordinary strike. It harbors boundless force that, upon impact, inflicts pain that begins within the internal organs and radiates outward. This agony intensifies, and those unaware may even experience a momentary paralysis. Yi Nanshan's guidance was indeed profound, aligning perfectly with Dai Yao's own thoughts. For he had contemplated the aspect of hidden energy, but had repeatedly failed in his attempts, ultimately having to abandon the pursuit. Yet, Yi Nanshan's arrival illuminated a path forward, the compression of soul energy. By compressing the soul energy and utilizing the force of a punch, he could transmit the condensed energy into his opponent's body, causing it to explode within and inflict immense pain. However, compressing soul energy placed tremendous strain on the body, and any misstep could result in a catastrophic explosion of soul energy, leading to irreversible damage. This perilous endeavor was why few chose to create their own soul techniques. After all, reckless experimentation could result in bodily harm, effectively severing one's path as a soul master. Yet Dai Yao was different. He possessed the protection of the Chaos Blue Lotus, which would allow him to recover even if his body sustained injuries. Determined, Dai Yao first transformed the liquid soul energy into a gaseous state, as the energy of liquid soul power was too immense. A failure in compression could yield even greater damage. Although the Blue Lotus could facilitate recovery, it would require more time. Thus, he sought to minimize the potential harm. He concentrated on directing the gaseous soul energy into his arm, focusing his mind as he slowly compressed the soul power. However, with each successive compression, the repulsion between the soul energies grew stronger, and the overwhelming force caused a momentary daze in Dai Yao's consciousness. This is not good. In the depths of his heart, Dai Yao cried out in alarm as the immense soul power erupted uncontrollably from his arm with a resounding bang. A tremendous shockwave surged through the forest, radiating outward in a circular pattern, scattering the fallen snow and leaving only the frozen earth behind. The surrounding trees swayed as though caught in a violent tempest, toppling outward. At the center of this chaos, Dai Yao found himself in a snowless clearing. Yet he grimaced in pain, clutching his right arm, which had turned a deep shade of black and throbbed with excruciating agony. Sweat streamed down his face as he gasped for breath, invoking, "Chaotic Blue Lotus, restore me." Instantly, the azure light of the Blue Lotus from his spiritual realm cascaded down, enveloping his injured right arm. A refreshing aura flowed through his arm, akin to a gentle spring breeze awakening the earth, alleviating much of the pain. However, Dai Yao did not relent. Despite the injury to his right arm, he still had his left arm and could make another attempt. Should this effort fail, he would have to wait until his body fully recuperated. Following the steps of his initial attempt, Dai Yao meticulously compressed the soul power, just as it threatened to explode. A spark ignited in his eyes, and with swiftness, he delivered a powerful punch against the massive stone. This time, the force of the 8 extremes collapse was somewhat diminished, leaving merely a small dent in the surface of the stone. Had he succeeded? With his mind strained from prolonged concentration, Dai Yao felt utterly exhausted, panting heavily as he scrutinized the small pit created by this attempt, filled with doubt. Approaching the stone, he found no visible anomalies on its surface. It was evident that the power exerted was lesser this time. After all, the liquid soul power he had used previously was indeed more potent. Yet, as he moved to the rear of the stone, a wave of excitement surged through him. Behind the stone lay scattered debris, a testament to the impact, all originating from the stone itself. The force of his strike had penetrated the thick stone, transmitting its energy to the rear, hinting at the dismal state within the stone's core. Gradually, he employed his soul power to wear down the stone, and after 3 hours, it was cleaved in two. The cross-section revealed a stunning sight. From the point where Dai Yao's fist struck, A fan-shaped area of shattered rock extended to the back of the stone. In other words, his punch had transmitted the hidden force throughout the entire stone. Conversely, the point of his initial strike only bore faint, shallow markings at the edge of the pit. The disparity was stark, demonstrating the formidable might of the hidden force. I have succeeded, Dai Yao thought, brimming with exhilaration. With the experience of his first triumph, mastering the hidden force was no longer a mere fantasy. Once he grasped this power, he would stand a considerable chance against Dai Yaoming in their competition. Clenching his uninjured left hand, he envisioned a promising future. 3 years later, beneath a waterfall, sat a drenched young man. Though somewhat disheveled, his charisma was undeniable. His physique was well-proportioned, standing tall and straight like a spear, with a resolute face and an air of vigor. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his dark gaze resembled cold stars. This young man was none other than Dai Yao, now at the age of 9. The moment of truth had arrived. Dai Yao steadied his mind and silently recited his thoughts. The soul power within him surged like a tempestuous sea, rushing towards the bottleneck within his body. In the next moment, a formidable aura erupted forth. The once descending waterfall abruptly reversed its course, colliding with the downward stream, and together they cascaded into the pool below, producing a deafening roar. It was akin to a caged bird soaring into the sky, reclaiming its freedom. Dai Yao felt a sudden lightness envelop his body, and the once tumultuous soul power gradually settled into tranquility. He had finally broken through. A genuine joy illuminated his face, for after 3 years of relentless cultivation, he had reaped the rewards at this moment. Today, his soul power had ascended to the 20th level. It is noteworthy that within these 3 years, he had progressed from the 11th to the 20th level, marking him as a prodigy. Moreover, Dai Yao's soul power was in a liquid state, which required a significantly greater amount of energy compared to ordinary soul masters. Sensing the abundance of soul power within him, Dai Yao contemplated that it was time to acquire his second soul ring. Chapter 37. The Purple Lotus. Over the past 3 years, Dai Yao had honed his 8 extremes collapse to an extraordinarily formidable level. According to Yi Nanshan's assessment, this technique was sufficient to give many great soul masters a headache. Before obtaining his second soul ring, Dai Yao had matters to attend to. He had discovered peculiarities within his spiritual realm. With each level, his soul power ascended. A new petal blossomed from the chaotic blue lotus in his mind. Today, upon reaching the 20th level, he was curious about the transformation of that chaotic blue lotus. Submerging his consciousness into the spiritual realm, he approached the chaotic blue lotus. The blue lotus slowly unfurled its 10th petal, and in an instant, the entire spiritual world appeared to be bathed in a cerulean light. The sacred white tiger folded its wings, enveloping its entire form beneath them, trembling in awe. As the radiance dissipated, the color of the flower began to shift gradually, transforming from blue to purple, as the blue lotus evolved into a purple lotus. The purple lotus detached from its stem, drifting downwards, while the stem of the blue lotus withered away, disintegrating into fine ash. Dai Yao delicately lifted the purple lotus, scrutinizing its exquisite form. The petals of the purple lotus unfurled gently, exuding an astonishing allure. What purpose does this purple lotus serve? Dai Yao gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. He would much prefer the blue lotus, which he understood. After he took the purple lotus away, a small green sprout emerged from the withered blue lotus, growing at a visibly rapid pace. In merely a few breaths, a chaotic blue lotus blossomed forth, adorned with 12 leaves and layers of tightly wrapped, yet-to-bloom buds. Dai Yao gradually came to an understanding. With each level he ascended, a petal of the azure lotus would unfurl, and upon the blossoming of the 10th petal, a complete lotus would take shape. This time, it was a violet lotus. What kind of lotus would follow? As Dai Yao's thoughts drifted back to the present reality, a flicker of intent summoned a violet lotus to materialize in his hand. Indeed, this purple lotus was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. In the original narrative, Tang San utilized the celestial herb from the ice and fire yin yang to enhance the soul powers of the 7 monsters, even elevating Ning Rongrong's martial soul, transforming the 7 treasure glazed tile into the 9 treasure glazed tile. What effects might this purple lotus possess? Dai Yao pondered, contemplating whether he should seek out Tang San for an introduction to the lotus's capabilities. A wry smile crept over him. Knowing Tang San's nature, he would certainly not tolerate his presence. A person who could pluck celestial herbs without leaving a trace would surely be envious upon learning of his possession of such a divine treasure. If Tang San were to discover the existence of the purple lotus in his possession, he would undoubtedly take action against him once he ascended to godhood. It seemed that the only course left was to explore its mysteries on his own. Dai Yao stroked his chin, deep in thought. As he traversed the waterfall and entered the cave, Zhu Zhuqing was seated in meditation, and upon sensing the disturbance, she opened her eyes. Seeing the distinctly transformed Dai Yao, she exclaimed in delight, "You have successfully broken through." She leaped into his embrace, disregarding his dampened attire, her usually frosty visage adorned with a rare smile. Over the past 3 years, Zhu Zhuqing had blossomed. Her fiery figure was beginning to take shape, and her exquisite features were captivating. In her daily studies, she attracted many male admirers, yet her cold demeanor earned her the moniker of the Ice Mountain Beauty within the academy. In stark contrast to Zhu Zhuqing's rising fame, Dai Yao's reputation had suffered considerably. The label of cowardice had persisted for 3 years, deeply rooted in the perceptions of others. During this time, he had not accepted a single challenge, drawing scornful whispers from his peers. Everyone was aware that Zhu Zhuqing was the fiancée of the fourth prince, Dai Yao, and they lamented the unfortunate pairing of such a beautiful flower with a mere cow dung, pitying her for being engaged to a man of weak character. If her suitors were to witness the renowned Ice Mountain Beauty smiling so radiantly in a man's embrace, it would surely shatter their hearts. Holding Zhu Zhuqing tightly and inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, Dai Yao spoke softly, "I apologize for the grievances you have endured these past 3 years. Your treatment in the academy has been unjust due to my reputation." Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, replying, "You are the one who has truly suffered. It is you who bears the brunt of the scorn and the peculiar gazes." She had witnessed Dai Yao's transformation over the years. His relentless training, countless moments of exhausting his soul power only to fall and rise again, had forged within him a confidence as formidable as a sword drawn from its sheath, an indomitable spirit cultivated through repeated failures and recoveries. Gazing at the spirited young man before her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a swell of pride. To others, he was a coward, yet in her eyes, he was a hero, unyieldingly confronting challenges. After spending some time together, they made their way outside the cave. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the sky, her expression tinged with sadness as she said, "Once again, we must part. I must return home to acquire my second soul ring." Over the past 3 years, not only had Dai Yao reached level 20, but Zhu Zhuqing had also achieved this milestone, and due to his assistance, she had even progressed slightly faster. As her family resided far away, she needed time to prepare for her journey. Zhu Zhuqing embraced Dai Yao one last time, softly declaring, "Let us meet again once we both become great soul masters." Watching her retreating figure, Dai Yao felt a pang of longing, yet anticipation for their reunion as great soul masters filled his heart. Just then, a delicate hand rested upon Dai Yao's shoulder, startling him. Turning around, he was met with a radiant face, clad in fiery red attire, with hair to match. It was Feng Wudong. Over the 3 years, she too had matured. Her beauty was striking, and she had garnered many admirers within the academy. However, most of her suitors, being nobles, sought only to take her as a concubine, earning their disdain. Now 12 years old, she had reached level 19 in her soul power. With her hand resting on Dai Yao's shoulder, her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Are you still watching? They're almost out of sight." Dai Yao, feeling disinclined to respond, had forged a bond with Feng Wudong akin to that of brothers over the years they had spent together. At times, they would even share light-hearted commentary on the attractive female students within the academy, of course, always in secret from Zhu Zhuqing. Pushing aside a hand resting on his shoulder, Dai Yao's tone took on a playful defiance. "Hey, I'm merely observing. Who can blame me for having a fiancée? Jealous? Are you single dog?" Upon hearing the term single dog, Feng Wudong's irritation surfaced. "What can I say? Your noble family's customs are utterly bizarre. Engagements at the tender age of 6. After exchanging some banter, Dai Yao announced, "I have now reached the 20th level, and in a few days, I shall return to my clan to acquire my second soul ring." Upon hearing of Dai Yao's advancement, Feng Wudong expressed her astonishment, followed by a resigned smile. "The talent among your noble class is truly remarkable. Not long ago, Zhuqing's sister also broke through to the 20th level, and now you have as well. It's utterly disheartening. I am 3 years your senior, yet find myself a level behind." She spoke in exasperation. Just then, a staggering figure burst forth from the woods, wearing an anxious expression. It was a male student who, upon glancing at Dai Yao, regarded him with unabashed disdain before turning to Feng Wudong. "This is dire. Zhu Zhuqing is on the dueling grounds, and her sister Zhu Zhuqing is about to. Chapter 38. The Crisis of Zhu Zhuqing. This is terrible. Zhu Zhuqing is on the dueling grounds and is at risk of being killed by her sister, Zhu Zhuqing. The urgency was palpable in the male student's face. He was a classmate of Feng Wudong and was familiar with Zhu Zhuqing, hence his hurried message. In his eyes, Dai Yao, as Zhu Zhuqing's betrothed, was merely a useless coward, and he could hardly be bothered to engage Dai Yao in conversation. Where are they? Upon hearing this alarming news, Dai Yao was momentarily taken aback, but his demeanor quickly shifted to one of cold intensity as he anxiously inquired of the male student. 3 years had passed, yet the enmity between him and the second prince had not waned in the slightest, despite his self-imposed isolation from the world of cultivation. What good would it do to tell you? The male student regarded Dai Yao with contempt. Dai Yao gritted his teeth, veins standing out on his forehead, as a blazing hatred for Dai Yaming and his companion ignited within his chest. For 3 long years, he had endured countless humiliations, swallowing his pride, even when his mother was belittled, forcing himself to bite his tongue and swallow his anger. But today, with Zhu Zhuqing facing peril, he could no longer restrain himself. If he were to remain passive while his fiancée was in danger, he would truly become a coward. He was acutely aware that to these students, he was perceived as weak. With no inclination to explain himself, he unleashed his formidable soul power at the 20th level. His voice frigid as he commanded, "Quickly tell me, in which arena are they now?" An overwhelming aura erupted from Dai Yao's body, causing even the male students to breathe more rapidly. Such potent soul power, could this truly be the coward of legend? In astonishment, he gazed at Dai Yao, murmuring. In the academy's first arena. Upon learning the location, Dai Yao instantly summoned his martial spirit, activating the burst step, leaping into the air like a flash of white lightning, gliding towards the academy on his wings. The male student stood dumbfounded, watching Dai Yao soar away, his earlier demeanor completely shattering the impression he had held. He could not help but ask Feng Wudong, "Is he really the coward as rumored?" I sensed an indescribable fear emanating from his martial spirit. Feng Wudong smiled gently. "He is no coward. He has far more pressing matters to attend to than concern himself with a tarnished reputation." At this moment, the arena of the Star Luo Royal Academy was alive with commotion. Countless students filled the spectator stands, comprising both commoner and noble soul masters. All eyes were fixated on the 2 competitors on stage, who elicited admiration from the crowd due to their breathtaking beauty. One was older, fiery and passionate, while the other was younger, cold and aloof. The elder girl, Zhu Zhuqing, possessed an alluring figure and captivating peach blossom eyes. Dressed in a tight-fitting black bodysuit that accentuated her stunning curves, provoking cheers from the audience with her teasing demeanor. The younger girl, Zhu Zhuqing, though still developing, already hinted at her future beauty, yet her expression remained emotionless, radiating an icy aura. Despite her fiancé's notorious reputation, Zhu Zhuqing remained steadfastly loyal, much to the dismay of her admirers. With a beguiling smile, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, "My dear sister, it has been quite a challenge to see you. Who would have thought that after 3 years, you would surprise me so greatly?" Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had broken through to the 20th level, intending to return to her family for her second soul ring, a piece of information that had somehow been leaked. The news of Zhu Zhuqing's advancement left Zhu Zhuqing astounded. She herself was only at the 27th level, and with Zhu Zhuqing's age being 3 to 4 years younger, she was on the verge of becoming a great soul master as well. Zhu Zhuqing's talent incited envy in Zhu Zhuqing, who lamented the unfairness of fate that bestowed such gifts upon her sister rather than herself, pondering how it could aid Dai Yaming in the struggles against the second and first princes. The humiliation she had suffered at the hands of Zhu Zhuqing over the years could finally be repaid. 2 yellow soul rings circled Zhu Zhuqing as she moved gracefully, activating her first soul ring, her eyes transforming from seductive to fierce. First soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. She transformed into a purple shadow, swiftly launching herself at Zhu Zhuqing. At this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing was already at her limit. Having fought for an extended period, her soul power was significantly lower than Zhu Zhuqing's, and without her second soul ring, she stood no chance. Bearing numerous injuries, she gritted her teeth, supporting her dislocated right arm, her beautiful eyes reflecting determination as she forced herself to activate her first soul skill, advancing towards Zhu Zhuqing with one hand. As anticipated, Zhu Zhuqing was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Like a shattered rose, She exhibited a poignant beauty that broke the hearts of countless spectators. Zhu Zhuqing approached with a triumphant smile, while Zhu Zhuqing, enduring her pain, struggled backward, the recent blow inflicting severe damage upon her, a deep wound visible on her arm. Yet, under the suppression of her soul power, the pain was somewhat dulled. "Oh, my sister, what a pity. If your cowardly fiancé does not arrive soon. Next year on this day may very well be your death anniversary." Zhu Zhuqing laughed maniacally, relishing Zhu Zhuqing's suffering as if reliving her own torment under Zhu Zhiyun's attacks. After waiting a moment, she lamented, "It seems your fiancé will not come after all. Truly a turtle hiding in its shell." The surrounding students were equally incensed by the sight. What a disgrace to have such a flower planted in dung. The fourth prince lacks any sense of responsibility. His fiancée is being beaten to such a state, and he does not show up. Indeed, he brings shame to all men. While it was understandable for the fourth prince to remain absent, given the overwhelming odds against a great soul master, the crowd glared at the speaker with disdain, recognizing him as yet another coward. Sisters, keep your eyes peeled. Be wary of such men. Even if their martial spirits are lacking or their levels low, they must possess a sense of responsibility. The chubby boy sighed, "Your Highness, that scoundrel will not come. I've scolded him for 2 years at his training grounds. And he knows I'm a great soul master. He neither retorts nor retaliates. With your soul power level surpassing mine, how could he possibly show up?" Zhu Zhuqing turned to Zhu Zhuqing, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "It appears your taste in men is lacking, sister. Since that is the case, bid farewell to this world. In your next life, do not be reborn into the Zhu family." Chapter 39. Fury ignites. The first yellow soul ring on Zhu Zhuqing's body gleamed, her fingers transforming into 5 sharp daggers aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. As she beheld the impending attack, Zhu Zhuqing despairingly closed her eyes, uncertain if Dai Yao would come to her rescue. After 9 years of patience, Dai Yao had finally become a great soul master, harboring a glimmer of hope for vengeance. If he were to arrive today, he could only be a pair of fated souls with her. After all, in the eyes of the world, a spirit master of the first ring could never triumph over a grand spirit master. On one side of the scale lies the 9 years of vengeance, while on the other stands her, uncertain of what Dai Yao would choose. Yet, selfishly, she yearned for Dai Yao to come. Even if it were merely to glimpse him from the audience, it would suffice to affirm her significance in his heart. The ominous shadow of the deathly claw drew ever closer, and Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank to the depths of despair. It appeared that Dai Yao would not come to her rescue. A streak of white lightning swiftly descended from the heavens, landing in the center of the arena and stirring a thick cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events immediately captured the crowd's attention, prompting many to rise and lean over the railing, eager to discern what had just transpired. Amidst the chaos, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows, sensing a familiar aura within the swirling dust. It was the presence of the white tiger spirit. As the dust settled, a white shield emerged, and when it vanished, Zhu Zhuqing found herself enveloped in the embrace of a figure. Witnessing this scene, many noble spirit masters in the audience lamented their missed opportunity to seize such a moment of affection, allowing this individual to capture the chance instead. When the man turned to face them, Zhu Zhuqing recognized him and exclaimed in astonishment, "Dai Yao! Dai Yao! Is that not the fourth prince? The infamous incompetent?" This name sparked a wave of murmurs among the spectators. The fourth prince was widely regarded within the academy as inept, having dismissed countless challenges. Yet, the man standing before them was entirely unlike the image they had conjured. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an indomitable confidence. A striking youth whose demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a coward. Even Zhu Zhuqing, amidst her injuries, appeared radiant. Gazing at her wounded form, Dai Yao spoke with remorse, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, and tears welled up as she beheld the visage she knew so well. "I will take you off the stage first. You need to heal, and I shall handle the rest," Dai Yao gently reassured her. "No, you have not yet obtained a spirit ring. You cannot defeat them," Zhu Zhuqing urged, disregarding her pain with concern. "Trust me, I will be fine." Just as he turned to escort Zhu Zhuqing from the arena, Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, interjected, "Are you being too presumptuous? This is clearly a duel between my sister and me. Your interference shows a lack of respect. Your actions against Zhuqing are merely provoking me to appear." "Very well, I shall accept your challenge in her stead." Dai Yao was acutely aware of their intentions and thus readily acquiesced to their demands. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. For the past 2 years, she had dispatched challengers to Dai Yao, yet he had consistently refused to engage. Today, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhu Zhuqing, she was determined not to let him retreat again, lest he become a timid turtle once more, hiding away for another 3 years. The stoic second prince finally broke his silence, addressing Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Yu, step down and allow the chubby one to take the stage. In the previous battle with Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuqing had excessively drawn upon her soul power in pursuit of a brutal victory, leaving her with less than 30% of her strength. Furthermore, she had heard of Dai Yao's self-created soul technique that enhanced speed, allowing him to rival agility-type soul masters. Not to mention the physical augmentation bestowed by his white tiger martial spirit. Given these factors, Zhu Zhuqing's chances of victory were slim. It would be wiser to send the level 25 chubby one into battle. In truth, she yearned to take the stage herself, for that would be the most foolproof strategy. However, she had to consider the perceptions of the onlookers. As a dignified second prince of the realm, to bully a mere one-ring soul master would tarnish her reputation. Her sights were set solely on the first prince, who was already at a disadvantage. If she were to ruin her reputation, all hope would be lost. During the Kangxi era, the disadvantaged 8th prince had skillfully cultivated his reputation, earning the esteemed title of the 8th virtuous king, which posed a significant threat to the then 4th prince, Yangzheng. The chubby one, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, "Thank you, your highness." For 3 years, Dai Yao had trained tirelessly, while he himself had incessantly cursed and provoked him, attempting to incite a duel that had cost him considerable training time. He harbored deep-seated resentment for the turtle who had evaded confrontation. Today, he would finally have his vengeance and make Dai Yao experience the pent-up frustration of the past 2 years. Bounding onto the platform, the chubby one cast a malicious glance at Dai Yao. "You little brat. I thought you would forever remain hidden in your shell. Who would have guessed you possess a romantic side?" He couldn't help but admire Dai Yao's reckless bravery in rescuing Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, Dai Yao paid him no heed, merely fixing his cold gaze on Dai Yaming, and stated with icy resolve, "Today's events must be avenged in blood. Since you have sent him to the arena, I shall collect a bit of interest first." The chubby one's fury ignited at being disregarded. "You insolent little fool, cherish your time now. You shall not leave this arena on your feet today." With his martial spirit manifested, an overwhelming aura radiated from the chubby one, enveloping the surroundings. Many one-ring soul masters, feeling the immense pressure, sighed in lament for Dai Yao's ignorance. Even from a distance, they could sense the oppressive weight. How could Dai Yao, so close, endure such strain? It was inconceivable for a one-ring soul master to surpass a great soul master, not only due to the disparity in soul power, but also the absence of a soul ring skill. The chubby one defiantly declared, "Level 25 Battle Soul Master. Martial Spirit, or Mammoth. I welcome your guidance." A similarly formidable aura erupted from Dai Yao. After manifesting his martial spirit, he did not bow but instead assumed a battle stance, his expression as frigid as ice, his eyes fixated intently on the chubby one. Dai Yao, Level 20 Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit, White Tiger. Under the intensity of Dai Yao's gaze, the chubby one felt a flicker of trepidation, as if he were being stalked by a ferocious beast. Is this truly the legendary turtle? Someone wondered aloud, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Could it really be? Another replied, astonished, "How old is he?" "He has already reached level 20 in soul power." The formidable prowess of Dai Yao ignited yet another wave of discussion among the audience, as the ethereal image of a certain individual began to shatter within their minds. Chapter 40, The Brutal Slaughter. The rotund figure sensed a twinge of unease. Who could have anticipated that within a mere 3 years, Dai Yao would ascend to level 20? Fortunately, he had yet to acquire a second spirit ring. Otherwise, this duel would have been truly precarious. The first yellow spirit ring illuminated. The initial spirit ability, War Charge. Upon the manifestation of his martial spirit, his weight multiplied, and with an unstoppable momentum, he charged towards Dai Yao. Each step he took reverberated through the ground, causing considerable tremors. With a cruel smile, he aimed to rend Dai Yao to shreds. Yet, in the face of the overwhelming, almost tangible pressure bearing down upon him, Dai Yao felt a surge of exhilaration. His relentless efforts over the past 3 years had finally borne fruit. Beneath the cascading waterfall, he had sat in silent meditation for 3 years, enduring the ceaseless pressure of the water. He resembled a nimble fish, gracefully navigating through the pressure unleashed by the rotund adversary. evading every ounce of force directed at him. Indeed, the fruits of 3 years of labor were not in vain. As Dai Yao thought with delight, he unleashed his explosive speed, resembling a bolt of white lightning as he charged toward the hefty opponent. Was he a fool? How could a mere first-ring soul master dare to confront a grand soul master head-on? Such thoughts crossed the minds of the observing soul masters. It was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. These nobles truly possessed no practical combat experience. A disdainful commoner soul master regarded Dai Yao and rendered his judgment. His soul power was decent, but his intellect left much to be desired. Others shook their heads in disapproval. In their perception, a first-ring soul master was utterly inferior to a grand soul master in terms of both soul power and physical strength. Engaging in direct confrontation with a grand soul master was nothing short of courting death. The astonishment that had initially arisen from Dai Yao's soul power level vanished without a trace, and the image of the timid and inept Dai Yao resurfaced in their minds. Indeed, he was merely an incompetent wretch. In the audience, Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Dai Yaming with a smile, eagerly anticipating Dai Yao's impending misfortune. However, Dai Yaming sensed something unusual. Dai Yao has never been an impulsive individual. His 6 years of forbearance in the cold palace and 3 years of enduring humiliation in the academy are not characteristics of such a person. What could possibly motivate him to act in this manner? He pondered in confusion. Could it be that he possesses the capability to confront the hefty adversary head-on? He stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. As he saw Dai Yao charging towards him, the rotund figure felt an unexpected surge of joy. Truly, it is said that when one neglects the path to heaven, they unwittingly stumble into the gates of hell. Since you have chosen to relinquish your resistance, I shall certainly allow you to draw your last breath. In the eyes of the corpulent opponent, Dai Yao's actions were nothing short of a surrender, an invitation to demise. Dai Yao was utterly unfazed by his words, a raging fire igniting within his chest. The soul power coursing through him surged with overwhelming momentum. Channeling into his right hand as he unleashed a thunderous shout, 8 extremes collapse. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, 2 figures swiftly converged. Colliding with a sound reminiscent of thunder, the stout opponent merely swayed slightly in place, regaining his balance, while Dai Yao was forcefully rebounded, hurtling backward until he managed to steady himself after several steps. Observing Dai Yao's disheveled appearance, the stout man laughed arrogantly. With such meager skills, you dare to boast. Speaking of blood debts and retribution? Truly shameless. To the spectators, the outcome of this confrontation came as no surprise. However, they were astonished by the power of Dai Yao's strike. It was no wonder he dared to clash head-on with a grand soul master. He possessed a certain prowess. Indeed, engaging in a direct confrontation yielded no advantages. Dai Yao silently contemplated this. Yet his true lethal move was not the apparent force of the 8 extremes collapse, but rather the hidden energy behind it. At the moment the stout man reveled in his triumph, a surge of excruciating pain shot through his arm. How agonizing! His expression twisted into a grimace, beads of sweat cascading down as he felt an overwhelmingly tyrannical force rampaging through his body, rendering him immobile. Having just regained his footing, Dai Yao revealed a cruel smile. This was the genuine power of his 8 extremes collapse. Slightly bending his knees, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed, rushing toward the stout man even faster than before. He recognized that opportunities were fleeting, and it was this ignorance of the 8 extremes collapse that afforded him this rare chance. Once the stout man became familiar with it, such opportunities would be scarce. With a sinister grin, he swiftly closed the distance to the stout man, seizing the injured arm in a vice-like grip. In the stout man's eyes, filled with terror, Dai Yao struck forcefully at his elbow. A piercing scream erupted, echoing with a chilling resonance that left all spectators momentarily stunned. The abrupt turn of events silenced the entire arena. The stout man's arm had been violently bent backward, and he clutched his trembling limb in agony, eyes wide with fear as he stumbled backward in desperation. With his hand broken, his strength had diminished significantly, and the relentless pain was a torment to his senses. He knew he was no longer a match for Dai Yao. Yet, Dai Yao would not grant him an easy escape. He advanced step by step toward the stout man, each move akin to the approach of death itself. The stout man, witnessing Dai Yao's relentless advance, suddenly grasped his intent, just as Zhu Zhuqing had toyed with Zhu Zhuqing. Now Dai Yao sought to annihilate him. He struggled, eager to concede, as long as the referee was present. A simple admission of defeat would allow him to withdraw from the match. However, Dai Yao was resolute in denying him that opportunity. Dai Yao's face now contorted in a fearsome manner, akin to a flash of lightning, struck with the force of a tempest. The devastating punch of Bejequin landed squarely upon the fat man's mouth, rendering him utterly speechless. With a single blow, the fat man's visage was irrevocably altered. Dazed and reeling, he found himself surrounded by fallen teeth, his mouth awash with blood, and the sporadic gasps for breath were the sole testament to his continued existence. Dai Yao's fists were drenched in blood, the skin scraped away to reveal stark white bone beneath. The ferocity of his strike was evident. This punch was delivered in the name of my mother. Dai Yao howled like a wild beast. For 3 long years, the portly adversary had not only insulted him but had also defiled his mother's honor to provoke a duel. He was no wooden puppet. The tarnishing of his mother's reputation warranted action. He harbored this rage within, a simmering fury that culminated in this very blow. Yet he did not cease. He summoned his soul energy once more and unleashed another punch. The 8 extremes collapse, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, striking the portly foe squarely in the face. This punch was for Zhu Zhuqing. The adversary's head sunk into the ground, fissures cracking the earth around them. With that single blow, the portly man's visage became unrecognizable, while Dai Yao's knuckles grew increasingly battered. But he pressed on, raising his fist high before bringing it down with tremendous force, delivering a third punch to the portly man's face. This blow was for myself. The entirety of the portly man's head sank into the earth, convulsions occasionally racking his body. Dai Yao gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground in an uncontrollable manner. With those 3 punches, he had exhausted all his strength. 3 years of patience, 3 years of pent-up rage, were finally unleashed today. The arena fell into an uncanny silence as the spectators stared in bewilderment at this scene, witnessing a soul master of the first rank decisively overpowering a grand soul master. Dai Yao's 3 punches not only struck the face of the rotund man, but also resonated within their hearts, shattering the feeble and incompetent image that resided in their minds. Though Dai Yao knelt upon the ground, in their hearts, he embodied a figure as formidable as a demon god. Chapter 41. Yi Nanshan's cessation of war. The battle concluded with but a single clash, swiftly revealing the victor. In a flash, the rotund adversary lay on the ground, having been struck down by Dai Yao. The onlookers were utterly astonished. A monster? Could he truly be a rank 1 soul master? Some gazed, dumbfounded, at the silhouette in the arena, incredulously voicing their disbelief. Surely everyone had erred. How could such an individual possibly be a timid tortoise? Doubts arose regarding Dai Yao's notorious reputation accumulated over 3 years. The opponent had already lost the capability to fight. Was it excessive for Dai Yao to continue inflicting harm? Some viewed his actions as cruel. However, witnessing Dai Yao's triumph, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain her elation, feeling as if the pain coursing through her body had vanished. The 3 years of suppression had not only been a burden borne by Dai Yao, but by her as well. Although Dai Yao's methods were bloodthirsty and brutal, they were directed at foes. For her, they were but thunderous tactics. Now, having endured hardship, she yearned to share in Dai Yao's joy. Yet her injuries confined her to her place, leaving her with only pride for him. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Dai Yao would transcend the disparity of a soul ring to defeat a great soul master. It is essential to understand that possessing an additional soul ring entails far more than merely acquiring an additional soul skill. The absorption of a soul ring brings comprehensive enhancements. Moreover, he had vanquished the rotund opponent with overwhelming force. Dai Yaming's expression instantly darkened, though Dai Yao's victory over the hefty opponent was already disheartening. The brutal beating that left the latter severely injured was akin to a slap in the face. Among his subordinates, the hefty man was considered one of the more formidable. Admittedly, there were others who surpassed him in strength, yet those individuals belonged to the aristocracy and would not fully heed his commands. Only the hefty man would diligently execute any task assigned to him. Now, witnessing his subordinate on the stage, battered and on the brink of collapse, Dai Yaming felt the weight of not only losing his most trusted aide, but also suffering a significant loss of face. He approached the stage, gently lifting the hefty man's head from the pit, and placed his finger beneath the flaring nostrils, still able to detect a faint breath. The hefty man's visage was grotesquely altered, and he struggled to open his deformed eyes, murmuring a few words of remorse. "I am sorry." These fragmented utterances were labored, as his mouth had sustained severe injuries, rendering his speech unclear and barely discernible. He had betrayed Dai Yaming's trust, intending to teach Dai Yao a lesson, yet found himself schooled instead. Dai Yaming's expression was intricate. Although the hefty man had been defeated and left in such a wretched state, he had nonetheless devoted himself wholeheartedly and achieved remarkable feats. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Each word resonated with intensity as his blood surged, his tone imbued with boundless fury. Indeed, you have spoken and acted upon your words, collecting your dues. However, today you shall not return alive, Dai Yao coldly remarked. The defeat of the hefty adversary today had made him acutely aware that Dai Yao posed an immensely formidable threat. The ability to transcend a level and effortlessly vanquish a great spirit master was a testament to Dai Yao's prodigious talent. Moreover, with Dai Yao already reaching the 20th level, he was on the cusp of acquiring a spirit ring. Soon, when faced with the great spirit master Dai Yao, even he would find himself in a predicament. Furthermore, he had irrevocably forged an enmity with Dai Yao. A flicker of regret had begun to stir within him. Dai Yao was a mere 6 years his junior and was rapidly approaching the status of a great spirit master, with boundless potential for future achievements. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, he found himself with no alternative. He must act swiftly to eliminate Dai Yao while he was still vulnerable, even if it meant contravening clan regulations. Otherwise, once Dai Yao grew powerful, his demise would be inevitable. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as his martial spirit manifested, transforming his hand into a tiger's paw, equipped with claws as sharp as daggers. Dai Yaming's actions elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Two formidable soul masters relentlessly challenged a mere first-ring soul master, displaying a shocking lack of shame. To bully the weak is one thing, but to launch a surprise attack while the opponent is still recovering from a previous battle is utterly despicable. Such contemptible behavior drew the ire of countless witnesses. Yet, Dai Yao could no longer afford to concern himself with public opinion. The potential of Dai Yao instilled in him a deep-seated fear. At that moment, Dai Yao too had come to his senses, adopting a combat stance, his eyes unwavering, not daring to blink even once. The pressure exerted upon him by Dai Yao was overwhelmingly immense. Dai Yao is no ordinary soul master. Over the span of 3 years, he has ascended from the 25th to the 29th level, reaching the pinnacle of soul masters. Moreover, he possesses a soul bone, which not only grants him a new ability but also enhances his physical prowess in all aspects. The pressure he exerts is far beyond what the hefty opponent can withstand. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Dai Yao's face, his heart sinking gradually. Without his second soul ring, and with only the 8 extremes collapse at his disposal, his chances of victory appear slim. In the audience, Zhu Zhuqing beams with delight, relieved that Dai Yao can still contend with Dai Yao. Yet, she feels a twinge of fear at having such a formidable adversary. Regret washes over her for having offended Dai Yao due to her impulsive actions. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing is in a state of frantic distress, struggling to assist Dai Yao, but her severe injuries render her unable to rise after collapsing to the ground. A resonant voice echoes from outside the arena. "You have gone too far, Second Prince." The crowd turns to see a towering young man emerging beyond the arena. Many commoner soul masters express their delight, for this man is none other than the formidable Yu Xiaogang, known as the third most untouchable figure within the academy. Amidst the reverent gazes of numerous soul masters, Yu Xiaogang strides into the arena, positioning himself before Dai Yao. It turns out that upon hearing of Zhu Zhuqing's peril, Feng Wudong realized the gravity of the situation after Dai Yao's departure. Instead of heading to the arena, he promptly sought Yu Xiaogan's assistance. After understanding the circumstances, Yu Xiaogang readily agreed to lend his aid. In fact, he had already arrived at the arena during the earlier scuffle, though he had chosen to remain silent. With a single decisive strike, Dai Yao determined the outcome, an action imperceptible to others. Yet Yu Xiaogang discerned the fleeting opportunity born from the mastery of hidden strength. This hidden force necessitates the compression of spiritual energy, attainable only by those of extraordinary fortitude and great destiny. What a remarkable young man. He has indeed succeeded. Yu Xiaogang marveled inwardly. As he beheld the approaching throng, numerous noble soul masters converged around Dai Yao, establishing a standoff against Yu Xiaogang and his companions. Dai Yao, feeling cornered, sternly declared, "Our royal matters are not for you to meddle in, are they?" Yu Xiaogang merely twisted his neck and assertively replied, "I may be a commoner, yet I am also a soul master. I cannot stand idly by while a great soul master confronts a first-ring soul master." At that moment, Dai Yao was determined to disregard all semblance of dignity. He had to incapacitate Dai Yao today, or he would never find peace again. Yinantian, I respect you to a degree, but do not delude yourself into thinking you are of any significance. You are but a commoner, and you have no authority here. These words not only infuriated Yinantian, but also utterly enraged the numerous commoner soul masters present. In the academy, commoner soul masters had long been oppressed by their noble counterparts. Only by banding together could they hope to resist. Now, with the second prince so brazenly belittling their status as commoners, they could no longer contain their outrage. The throng of commoner soul masters stepped forward, their gazes icy as they fixed upon the noble soul masters, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense, as if the air itself had solidified. After the initial surge of anger, Yinantian quickly regained his composure. Engaging in a dispute with the nobles would only lead to their detriment. As the leader of the commoner soul masters, he bore the responsibility for their collective well-being. It was unwise to clash with Dai Yao over a mere Dai Yao. Chapter 42. The 10-day agreement. At that moment, a voice broke through the tense atmosphere. Brother Nantian, your intervention today will not be forgotten. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Dai Yao expressed his gratitude to the commoner soul masters with a bow, then turned to Yinantian, acknowledging his help. Yinantian's assistance had been more than generous. However, this dispute fundamentally lay between him and Dai Yao, and it was essential for him to confront it directly. Observing the brooding expression of Dai Yao, Dai Yao offered no conciliatory gestures in return. The conflict between them was irreconcilable. Your Highness, this situation has escalated to an unsightly degree. This matter concerns only the two of us. There is no need for others to become involved. Dai Yao surveyed the tense situation, sensing a hint of trouble. However, he did not allow it to show. Maintaining his impeccable demeanor, he spoke in a calm tone. What do you propose? In 10 days, a decisive battle will determine the victor. What say you? Dai Yao's voice resonated with strength. His adversaries were not only the second prince, but also the formidable first prince. Yet, the current circumstances no longer permitted him to remain passive. He had to eliminate Dai Yao, the obstacle in his path. Yinantian furrowed his brow, perceiving Dai Yao's overestimation of his own abilities. His previous victory over the stout opponent was merely due to Dai Yao's unexpected latent energy. He could discern the hidden force. And based on Dai Yao's profound knowledge, it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of it. Moreover, Dai Yao possessed a soul power level of 29 and wielded a soul bone, along with a top-tier beast martial spirit, making him arguably the most formidable presence among Grand Soul Masters. Furthermore, Dai Yao was already aware of Dai Yao's latent energy and was unlikely to be unprepared. The fact that Dai Yao could triumph over the stout opponent indeed astonished Yinantian. However, when faced with Dai Yao, he found no glimmer of hope for victory. Not only Yinantian but also the other soul masters perceived Dai Yao's arrogance. The common soul masters remained silent, perhaps out of consideration for Yinantian's reputation. But the noble soul masters unabashedly mocked him. Did he truly believe that defeating that foul-mouthed rotund fellow would enable him to conquer the second prince? Such presumption is utterly unfounded. Dai Yao maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on Dai Yao, harboring concerns within. He understood that Dai Yao sought these 10 days to acquire the soul ring, and soon he would confront the formidable Dai Yao, a grand soul master. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice measured. What if I choose not to accept? Dai Yao smiled faintly and provocatively remarked, weren't you the one who sent people daily, clamoring for a duel with me? Now that I challenge you, are you too afraid to accept? Upon hearing these words, Dai Yao could endure it, but the numerous noble soul masters who depended on him could not. The audacity of a mere first-ring soul master to be so brazen before a grandmaster was akin to a direct insult. The noble soul masters, who inherently valued their pride, were instantly incited. Forming a faction has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the ability to harness the strength of many, while the downside is that, as the second prince and leader, his dignity represents not only himself, but also his entire faction. If a soul master of significantly superior strength were to provoke him, choosing to endure would be understandable. However, when confronted by someone of lesser strength, he must retaliate. Otherwise, how could he maintain his leadership? Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on Dai Yao and declared sternly, very well, let it be 10 days hence. After the crowd dispersed, Yinantian approached Dai Yao. Are you preparing to obtain your second soul ring in these 10 days? Dai Yao nodded slightly. Yinantian shook his head gently and sighed. Do you think that achieving the rank of a great soul master guarantees you a chance of victory? You underestimate Dai Yao far too much. Even if you acquire your second soul ring, he still possesses a soul power that is 7 or 8 levels higher than yours. In terms of soul power, you hold no advantage whatsoever. Moreover, he possesses a soul bone. As far as I know, although this soul bone is merely over 3,000 years old, its soul skill is immensely powerful, even surpassing the might of his second soul skill. Yi Nanshan's words plunged Dai Yao's heart into despair. No matter how one analyzed the situation, it could be said that he had no chance of winning. His only glimmer of hope lay in his second soul ring. This meant that his second soul ring must transcend all limits, its age even exceeding a millennium. In order to provide him with an enhancement sufficient to bridge the gap, Dai Yao felt a bittersweet sensation within. He then clasped his fists towards Yi Nantian and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Nantian, for your counsel. However, I believe there remains a glimmer of hope for my victory. Observing Dai Yao's tranquil demeanor, which seemed impervious to his words, Yi Nantian was taken aback, pondering to himself. This young man appears confident in his ability to overcome Dai Yao. Could it be that he possesses some hidden strategy? Acknowledging Dai Yao's resolve, Yi Nantian refrained from further remarks, wishing him success in the forthcoming challenge. With that, he turned and departed. As Dai Yao watched Yi Nanshan's retreating figure, a sense of gratitude filled his heart. He vowed to repay the kindness shown to him by Yi Nantian once he achieved success and recognition. Navigating through the forest, he soon returned to his training grounds. The injured Zhu Zhuqing had already been brought back by Feng Wudong. Upon entering the room, 2 radiant faces turned towards him. Zhu Zhuqing lay weakly on the bed, her eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Dai Yao at the door. Feng Wudong handed him a bowl of medicinal soup and gestured towards Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Now that you have returned, it is your turn to take care of Sister Zhuqing." The door creaked shut behind him as Dai Yao approached the bedside. He gazed at the frail and wounded Zhu Zhuqing, gently taking her hand that lay outside the covers, and tenderly inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Zhu Zhuqing offered a slight nod in response. Dai Yao spoke with a sense of guilt. "I am sorry. If it were not for me." A delicate finger pressed against his lips, silencing his words. Zhu Zhuqing gently caressed Dai Yao's cheek, her usually cold face revealing an uncommon tenderness as she said, "Do not blame yourself. It is our fate. In 10 days, I shall duel with Dai Yao, and I will surely avenge you," Dai Yao solemnly promised. Zhu Zhuqing immediately grew anxious, struggling to sit up, her expression filled with urgency as she exclaimed, "You need not go to such lengths for me. Can the duel be cancelled? The entire academy is aware of this matter. It cannot be revoked." "Then let us flee. We must leave tonight," Zhu Zhuqing insisted, eager to gather her belongings. However, Dai Yao halted her movements, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I have a fair chance of victory." Seeing Dai Yao's resolute determination, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her struggle, lying calmly back on the bed, and said softly, "I believe in you. Our fates are intertwined. If you were to perish, I would not wish to live on." Dai Yao felt a sudden jolt, goosebumps rising all over his body. His previous attempts at deception had merely led to Zhu Zhuqing remaining by his side. The girl's heartfelt emotions stirred a flicker of doubt in his resolute ambition to be a scoundrel. "No, I must steadfastly adhere to my path of debauchery." Gritting his teeth, he fought against the urge to succumb to Zhu Zhuqing's affections. In a bid to divert his attention, a thought crossed his mind, and a purple lotus materialized in his hand. Zhu Zhuqing was immediately captivated by the flower, sensing within it a profound yearning. Chapter 43. The Power of the Purple Lotus. Dai Yao hesitated and said, "I possess a rare celestial herb that may aid in the recovery of your injuries, though I am uncertain of any potential side effects." The moment he laid eyes on the purple lotus, he was reminded of Zhu Zhuqing, as they both exuded a similar aura, pure, aloof, and enchanting. The purple lotus swayed gently, emanating a mysterious and alluring fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand, eagerly accepting the lotus, captivated by its beauty. After a moment of enthrallment, she turned to Dai Yao and remarked, "I sense a profound resonance between the purple lotus and myself. It will be greatly beneficial. Moreover, I have an inexplicable feeling that it poses no adverse effects. The celestial herb, a creation of heaven and earth, is imbued with spiritual essence." And Zhu Zhuqing felt assured that the purple lotus would not harm her. Thus, she hastened to consume it. As the lotus entered her mouth, transforming into a liquid that coursed down her throat, a faint aura of pressure radiated from her body, with her skin gradually taking on a purplish hue. The injury she had sustained began to heal at an astonishing rate, the once deep wounds fading to mere faint traces, as if they had never existed. This remarkable transformation left even Dai Yao in utter astonishment. Surely, the celestial herbs in the original tales could not yield such terrifying effects. But the peculiar changes did not cease upon the healing of her wounds. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, and her once black irises now bore a hint of purple, exuding a mysterious allure. The spirit of the nether cat within her felt warm, as if basking in sunlight, undergoing a subtle transformation. Her martial spirit was evolving, and in a most favorable direction. A martial spirit, once awakened, is believed to be immutable. There had never been a recorded instance in the history of Douluo Continent where a martial spirit underwent a postnatal change. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Yao in awe, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "What is this purple lotus? What happened?" Dai Yao inquired, perplexed. Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes and replied, "My martial spirit is undergoing a mutation. Where did you procure this purple lotus?" The revelation struck Dai Yao like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned. He quickly admonished Zhu Zhuqing with grave seriousness, "Do not inquire about the origins of the purple lotus, and keep this matter to yourself. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in grave danger." In that fleeting moment, the potential repercussions of the information regarding the purple lotus altering martial spirits dawned on him, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. Countless soul masters have struggled due to the quality of their martial spirits, facing stagnation from soul master to title de law. If word got out that the purple lotus could transform martial spirits, they would stop at nothing to force him to relinquish it. Those common soul masters afflicted by martial spirit mutations might resort to any means necessary to eliminate the side effects of such changes. The first to act would undoubtedly be those within families possessing impure martial spirits, and even a few elders might succumb to temptation and turn against him. With only one purple lotus in his possession, he could not satisfy their demands. Should the secret be revealed, they would find themselves at odds with the entire world. Contemplating the dire consequences, Dai Yao cautioned, "Zhuqing, from this day forth, refrain from using your martial spirit. Once this duel concludes, we shall retreat to a place where no one knows us, and only then may you wield your martial spirit." Zhu Zhuqing nodded solemnly, fully comprehending their predicament. As her martial spirit immersed in the warmth of her surroundings, she gradually realized that the mutation process would be gradual. Sitting cross-legged, she addressed Dai Yao, "Brother Yao, rest assured, I will not reveal my martial spirit at the academy from this day forward. The mutation requires time, and I have nearly healed from my injuries. I am capable of taking care of myself now, so you should go hunt soul beasts." Dai Yao nodded and departed from the room. He had merely 10 days to acquire his second soul ring. Outside the academy's gates, a carriage awaited him. Leaping onto the carriage, the driver cracked his whip, and with a hearty shout, the carriage rumbled away from the academy, embarking on a journey lasting a day and a night. Dai Yao successfully arrived at the Royal Beast Garden. Throughout the journey in the carriage, his condition had returned to its peak. Gazing at the majestic mountains, with a canyon that appeared as if it had been cleaved in two, Dai Yao couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The thrilling moment of obtaining his first spirit ring seemed to unfold before his eyes, yet he was no longer the naive individual who could be easily manipulated. After traversing the canyon for some time, he finally reached the place where the spirit beasts were nurtured. "Captain of the guards, step forth." Dai Yao sat astride his steed, surveying the rows of guards assembled to welcome him, and spoke in a commanding tone. When he acquired his first soul ring, a guard had attempted to take his life, only to meet with his own demise at Dai Yao's hands. The captain of the guards could not possibly be unaware of this incident. Furthermore, it later came to light that the soul master originally assigned to protect him had also been obstructed by the queen. Now was the moment for him to exact his retribution. The captain of the guards stepped forward, his expression grim. Dai Yao's unceremonious command had caused him considerable embarrassment in front of his subordinates. Approaching Dai Yao with a look of trepidation, he heard Dai Yao whisper something in his ear, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. In a state of panic, he summoned a soul master. "Your Highness, if there are any further requests, please do not hesitate to command me. Whatever is within my power, I shall accomplish. I implore you, Your Highness, to show mercy and spare me," he stammered, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Dai Yao waved his hand, dismissing him, and turned to face the soul master. This soul master, though only in his 40s, appeared strikingly aged. Dai Yao remarked, "You are the soul master responsible for my protection during the hunt for soul beasts, are you not?" The middle-aged soul master, somewhat perplexed, wondered why Dai Yao sought him out, especially since he had yet to venture into the soul beast territory where his protection would be necessary. Upon receiving the desired response, Dai Yao sneered. Since you were tasked with my safeguard, why did you fail to appear when someone attempted to assassinate me upon my acquisition of the first soul ring? The middle-aged soul master was momentarily rendered speechless, stammering, I was intercepted by an unfamiliar soul master. It was not my intention to neglect my duty. Please, Your Highness, understand. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must acquiesce to one request. What request? Assist me in hunting a soul beast. The middle-aged soul master's face paled in astonishment. Your Highness, aiding a prince in the hunt for a soul beast is strictly forbidden. Is it permissible for you to neglect your duty and place me in peril? Dai Yao rebuked with indignation. Should you refuse, I shall promptly report to the Elder Council and let them decide your fate. You will have no say in the matter then. The middle-aged soul master's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately resulting in a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Traditionally, each prince's second soul beast has been the earth dragon, but I must inquire, how many years' worth of earth dragons do you intend to hunt? 1,300 years. Chapter 44. Coercion. The middle-aged soul master gasped in astonishment, then awkwardly chuckled. Your Highness, I have already acquiesced to your conditions. Do not jest with me. I am not jesting, Dai Yao asserted with gravity. Observing Dai Yao's earnest demeanor, the middle-aged soul master finally recognized the seriousness of the situation. After a prolonged silence during which his throat bobbed, he slowly replied, Your Highness, I am afraid I cannot comply with your request. Are you not concerned about the punishment from the Elder Council? Your Highness, compared to the Council's penalties, your demands instill far greater fear in me. The middle-aged soul master elucidated. You must understand, the maximum age limit for a soul master's second soul ring is 760 years. To absorb a 1,000-year soul ring is tantamount to courting death. If I were to acquiesce to your request, I would become the architect of your demise. I cannot bear the weight of such a crime against a prince. For millennia on Douluo Continent, no soul master has ever possessed a second soul ring of 1,000 years. With the exception of those who participated in the divine trials and received rewards from the gods. Absorbing a soul ring not only subjects one to the immense soul power impact, but also to the malignant thoughts of the soul beast. A first-ring soul master simply lacks the physical prowess requisite for absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Dai Yao found himself in a predicament. As a mere one-ring soul master, he was utterly incapable of hunting a millennium soul beast, especially one as formidable as the Earth Dragon, renowned for its strength. When he obtained his first soul ring, he managed to slay the 700-year-old Xian Shui turtle, partly due to the turtle's inherent weakness in offense, and partly owing to a series of fortuitous circumstances that granted him the opportunity to exploit its vulnerabilities. Without the assistance of the middle-aged soul master, he would have been unable to acquire a millennium soul ring. Even if he sought help from the soul masters in his family, they would categorically refuse to allow Dai Yao to absorb a millennium soul ring. However, with the middle-aged soul master having a hold over him, there remained a glimmer of hope. Dai Yao pressed, if you refuse to comply, I shall report to the Elder Council. Your negligence nearly cost the prince's life, and the council will surely punish you and your entire clan. The middle-aged soul master showed not a hint of fear, scoffing in retort. Compared to the accusation of causing the prince's death, the punishment for my negligence is comparatively trivial. Moreover, at that moment, I was obstructed by an unfamiliar soul master. If punishment is indeed warranted, they must first locate the one who hindered me. Fourth Prince, should you choose to court disaster, do not implicate me. The atmosphere grew tense, and no amount of coercion could sway the middle-aged soul master. Dai Yao found himself at a loss. Was it truly the case that he could only secure a century-old soul ring? A bitter thought crossed his mind. With a silent sigh, a radiant white light erupted from Dai Yao's form. As his martial soul manifested, a commanding roar of a tiger echoed through the forest. The middle-aged soul master narrowed his eyes. Your Highness, surely you do not intend to resort to force against me? I am a soul master of the soul sect. Dai Yao shook his head gently and said, No, I wish to show you something. What is it? My first soul ring. Upon observing the yellow soul ring encircling Dai Yao, the middle-aged soul master let out a dismissive snort and remarked, What is so remarkable about a 100-year soul ring? Please take a closer look, Dai Yao urged. The middle-aged soul master, realizing the seriousness in Dai Yao's demeanor, approached him and scrutinized the yellow soul ring. Upon noticing the faint purple hue contained within, His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "How many years is this soul ring?" 700 years. The simplicity of those words struck the middle-aged soul master like a thunderclap. Historically, the limit for a first soul ring had always been around 430 years. Never had anyone surpassed this threshold. Now, before him stood a miracle. He gazed at Dai Yao in a daze, speechless for a long while, before finally rasping, "How did you achieve this?" "No comment. Now you must believe that I am capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. If I report to the Elder Council, both you and your family will undoubtedly face doom. However, assisting me in hunting a 1,000-year soul beast could offer a glimmer of hope. You know how to choose, don't you?" Dai Yao stated. He was untroubled about revealing the secret of absorbing a soul ring beyond the limit. For these soul masters were all supported by the Star Luo royal family. Should the truth come to light, their entire family would be dragged down with him. More importantly, if he successfully absorbed the 1,000-year soul ring, everyone would know this secret in the duel with Dai Yiming a few days hence. The middle-aged soul master smiled bitterly. "It seems your highness had foreseen this. Since you have stated it so, what choice do I have? Follow me." The royal beast sanctuary is divided into 3 regions, each corresponding to a different kind of soul beast: the Xian Shui turtle, earth dragon, and diamond beast, which are hunted sequentially by the white tiger martial spirit from the first to the 3rd soul ring. As the 3rd soul ring has a lifespan of over 1,700 years, the soul beasts within the sanctuary also do not exceed 2,000 years. The earth dragon resides in mountainous caves, where the terrain is rugged and challenging to navigate. After several hours of travel, they finally located a suitable earth dragon. "Your Highness, we have found it," the middle-aged soul master said wearily. He turned to look at Dai Yao, only to find him still composed, unperturbed, as if the exertion had no effect on him, which left him astonished. It was known that he, a dignified soul sect master, with several soul rings enhancing his physical attributes, should be far superior to a one-ringed soul master. Yet, while he was exhausted, Dai Yao appeared to be effortlessly thriving. What a prodigy! No wonder he dares to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, the middle-aged soul master marveled. Unbeknownst to him, within Dai Yao's body, a green lotus was emitting a faint azure glow. "Let us begin," Dai Yao commanded. As his words fell, a tremendous surge of powerful energy erupted from the middle-aged soul master, sending a gust of wind that swept through the surroundings, lifting dry twigs and leaves and exposing the damp earth beneath. The 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple, shone with captivating brilliance. Yet under such immense pressure, Dai Yao glided through most of it as if swimming, with the residual minor pressure causing him no harm. The results of his 3 years of training beneath the waterfall were once again on display. "What a marvel!" the middle-aged soul master exclaimed in awe. Feeling pressured by Dai Yao, he sought to use the overwhelming force of his released soul rings to humiliate Dai Yao, but to his surprise, Dai Yao remained unfazed. The powerful aura also roused the slumbering earth dragon, which let out a commanding roar from its cave, followed by the emergence of a fearsome giant, the 1,000-year earth dragon. Chapter 45, The 1,000-Year Soul Ring. During his studies at the Star Luo Royal Academy, Dai Yao learned to discern the ages of soul beasts. Particularly, he had focused on the earth dragon, a soul beast exceptionally suited to the white tiger martial spirit. The age of the earth dragon could be roughly estimated by its size. The dragon before him measured approximately 8 meters in length and 3 meters in height, indicating it was between 1,300 and 1,400 years old. "This one will do," Dai Yao instructed the middle-aged soul master. Immediately, the soul master leaped into battle, engaging fiercely with the earth dragon. The soul rings shimmered with hues of yellow and purple, and the soul power surged forth, accompanied by piercing dragon roars echoing through the forest. The earth dragon's eyes flickered with fear. Having lived for a millennium, it possessed a modicum of wisdom. Realizing there was no escape, yet felt that a direct confrontation still offered a glimmer of hope. White vapor billowed from its nostrils, and it opened its fearsome maw, gathering white energy within. With an aura of terror, a white shockwave surged forth towards the middle-aged soul master, carving a trench into the ground as it passed. "Come on," the middle-aged soul master bellowed. His 4th soul ring glimmered. He too was ready to unleash his ultimate technique. The 2 formidable soul abilities collided, enveloping the entire world in a blinding white light. After a considerable time, Dai Yao gradually opened his eyes. The middle-aged soul master appeared somewhat disheveled, with dirt smudged on his face and several rips in his clothing. "I have not failed in my duty. Your Highness, deliver the final blow," he urged. Thank you for your assistance today, Dai Yao expressed, bowing respectfully. Without the middle-aged soul master's aid, he would have been unable to hunt the millennia-old soul beast alone. He silently vowed that one day, when he achieved success and fame, he would repay the middle-aged soul master. Approaching the wounded earth dragon, Dai Yao noted its weakened state as it lay helplessly on the ground, glaring defiantly at him with its enormous eyes. Its mouth slightly ajar, it struggled to move, yearning to devour Dai Yao. Dai Yao spoke no superfluous words, swiftly plunging his blade into the brain of the earth dragon. The creature's pupils gradually dilated, as a rich violet glow coalesced upon its lifeless form, marking the opportune moment to absorb its essence. Dai Yao's expression tightened as he took a deep breath and settled beside the corpse of the earth dragon, addressing the middle-aged soul master. I appreciate your assistance. The middle-aged soul master nodded in acknowledgement, taking on a vigilant stance around them. With his protection in place, Dai Yao could finally set aside his concerns about the threats posed by soul beasts in the forest and dedicate himself entirely to absorbing the soul ring before him. Channeling his soul power, a spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind Dai Yao as he summoned the soul ring of the earth dragon. The violet soul ring, as if finding an outlet for its pent-up energy, surged toward Dai Yao the moment it made contact with his martial soul, unleashing an immense flow of soul power akin to an ocean pouring into a river. The overwhelming wave of soul energy startled even the middle-aged soul master. This 1,000-year-old earth dragon's soul ring was, in terms of quality, likely comparable to his own fourth soul ring of 3,000 or 4,000 years. As the soul ring entered his body, Dai Yao was immediately engulfed by a torrent of warmth that coursed through him, followed by an intense sensation as if he were submerged in molten lava, causing his entire being to boil with energy. The earth dragon, renowned for its formidable and savage nature among soul beasts, presented a soul ring as ferocious as its character. Dai Yao felt as though countless blades were slicing through his very being, each organ racked with excruciating pain. The overwhelming force of the soul ring relentlessly tore at his body, plunging him into a state of profound agony. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. Having absorbed a soul ring that transcended all limits for the first time, he was now well prepared to assimilate the Millennium Soul Ring with ease. Over the span of 3 years, he had devoted himself to rigorous training, honing his physique beneath the cascading waterfall, thus forging a body far more resilient than that of an ordinary soul master. Despite his physical capabilities far surpassing those of his peers, he was still but 9 years old, and the Millennium Soul Ring exceeded the limits of a second soul ring by an unimaginable margin. The ferocious and brutal soul ring of the earth dragon relentlessly battered Dai Yao's frail form. To the middle-aged soul master, the outcome appeared inevitable. Dai Yao would meet his demise in a catastrophic explosion of his own body. Alas, it seems the fourth prince is nearing his end. The middle-aged soul master sighed. I must prepare to flee to the ends of the earth. Yet, the scene that unfolded next left him utterly astonished. To his astonishment, Dai Yao's body, which was on the verge of shattering, began to gradually mend itself. Qing Lian, restore me, he roared within the confines of his mental realm, enduring excruciating pain. In an instant, Qing Lian unleashed a cascade of azure light, mending his almost fractured form. Yet, the immense energy continued to surge, causing his body to oscillate between destruction and restoration, while the essence of the soul ring gradually dissipated and was absorbed in the process. Time slipped away unmeasured, and at last, Dai Yao's body ceased its disintegration. The absorption of the soul ring had reached its conclusion. No longer did fine droplets of blood seep forth, and the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease. In the realm of his consciousness, a violet soul ring emerged. Dai Yao, drenched in sweat, felt the exhilaration of successfully absorbing the soul ring overshadowing his exhaustion. What harm is there in surpassing one's limits when I possess an advantage? Observing the dual spirits of the azure lotus and the sacred white tiger, he pondered for a moment before deciding to affix the soul ring to the azure lotus. After all, the greatest advantage of possessing twin martial spirits lies in the ability for one spirit to achieve the rank of title Douluo, allowing the second spirit to begin absorbing soul rings from the maximum age of the first. In the original narrative, Tang San, upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, attached soul rings to the Haotian hammer, with the lowest age of the soul beast exceeding 50,000 years. However, Dai Yao's situation was distinct. Although he too possessed twin martial spirits, he had not affixed a soul ring to the chaotic azure lotus. Inexplicably, it had acquired a yellow soul ring. This time, He intended to treat the azure lotus as his primary spirit, planning to attach soul rings to the sacred white tiger after attaining title Douluo. The 1,000-year soul ring seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly soaring towards the chaotic azure lotus. Yet, the chaotic azure lotus appeared somewhat disdainful, gently shaking itself and casting the purple soul ring aside to the sacred white tiger, as if deeming the purple soul ring unworthy of its presence. The ring made several reluctant attempts to connect, only to be met with the same rejection, ultimately turning its gaze towards the sacred white tiger, which now exuded none of its former majesty, rolling playfully on the ground like an oversized white cat, revealing a longing in its eyes. Dai Yao was astonished by this extraordinary sight. As the divine white tiger absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, it transformed from its earlier playful demeanor, rising once more with an imposing and majestic presence. Dai Yao gently exhaled, slowly opening his eyes as 2 soul rings spiraled around him, one yellow, one purple. The second soul ring of a millennium. He marveled at his success. The middle-aged soul master stood in awe, his expression bordering on madness. He hurried to Dai Yao's side, gasping for breath, his voice filled with excitement. You have truly succeeded. Your Highness, do you realize? You have created a miracle. Never before in the realm of soul masters has anyone successfully absorbed a Millennium Soul Ring at the second soul ring stage. Chapter 46, The Sovereign of the Netherworld. As he felt the soul power coursing through his body, Dai Yao was astounded to discover that his soul power had reached the 23rd level. Truly, the enhancement from the Millennium Soul Ring equated to years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary individual. Not only had his soul power increased, but his physical prowess had also significantly improved. If he were to engage in combat with the plump fellow now, he would likely require no hidden strength. Merely employing the 8 extremes collapse would suffice to leave the plump one searching for his teeth. Indeed, the distinction between a first-ring soul master and a great soul master is a realm apart. The transformation of his body was profound, Dai Yao reflected. It was evident now that his earlier battle against the plump one had relied heavily on fortune. At that moment, the middle-aged soul master lifted the tense curtain and respectfully reminded him, Your Highness, the time is nearly upon us. The two had rested in the Beast Master Garden for a day, regaining their spirit and soul power. After Dai Yao successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, the middle-aged soul master's demeanor transformed into one of utmost reverence, bordering on obsequiousness. Let us return, he suggested, after a modest meal of dried meat. They packed up their camping gear and departed the Beast Garden along the same path they had come. After several hours of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the Beast Garden. Bidding farewell to the middle-aged soul master, Dai Yao climbed aboard the carriage, traversing the canyon. As they exited the canyon, Dai Yao lifted the curtain of the window and glanced back. The towering mountains loomed like a colossal wall reaching into the clouds, obstructing the view of the distant horizon, leaving only a narrow fissure in the center. Perhaps I shall never return here again, Dai Yao thought, his emotions in disarray. Although his experiences within the Beast Garden had been far from pleasant, the 2 soul rings he acquired imbued him with a unique sentiment towards this place. The oldest soul beasts in the Beast Garden were merely 2,000 years old, insufficient to meet the requirements for his 3rd soul ring. In due time, he might have to venture into the Stardow Forest to secure a more satisfactory soul ring. The middle-aged soul master gazed silently in the direction Dai Yao had departed, lost in thought. Finally rid of this calamity. Let us hope he does not return, the captain of the guards muttered, observing the middle-aged soul master standing idly by. The captain waved his hand in front of him and jested, What troubles you, my friend? Is there something about the Fourth Prince that has captured your attention? Did he perhaps threaten you? Startled from his reverie by the captain's antics, the middle-aged soul master swatted his hand away in disdain, then turned fervently to gaze after Dai Yao, cryptically stating, My dear brother, do you know what I have witnessed? What have you seen? The captain inquired, perplexed. I have seen a legend rising. And so, a day and a night passed. Dai Yao finally returned to the Royal Academy. As he stepped into the academy, numerous gazes were cast upon him, a mix of curiosity, disdain, and hostility. However, Dai Yao remained unfazed, disregarding these looks as he made his way directly to his place of cultivation. Behind the waterfall, within the dark cave, Zhu Zhuqing was meditating, absorbing the dark attribute soul power that gathered around her. She opened her eyes, sensing the transformation of her soul power, and pondered, My cultivation speed has significantly accelerated. Previously, the energies of heaven and earth seemed reluctant to merge with her, as if they had to be coaxed. since the mutation of her martial soul every time she cultivated. The energies rushed to her, as if it were an honor to be part of her practice. After consuming the purple lotus, her current martial soul was worlds apart from the nether cat martial soul. Yet, the thought of the mysterious purple lotus filled her with unease. She was unaware of where Dai Yao had obtained the purple lotus, but its existence was undoubtedly a treasure of the world, something unprecedented that could enhance a martial soul. Since he was unwilling to disclose its origin, she would not press him. However, upon his return, she felt it imperative to remind him of its significance and the need for caution. Within the Star Luo Academy, she was acquainted with many. Ever since her martial soul mutation, she had refrained from publicly using it. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the waterfall. Zhu Zhuqing promptly retracted her martial soul and approached the cave entrance, her gaze alert towards the outside. When that familiar figure emerged, a wave of joy washed over her. "You have returned," she said, looking at Dai Yao's weary face and smiling gently. Their interaction resembled that of an old married couple, sweet yet understated, rather than the fiery passion typical of young lovers. Born into royalty, their emotions were tempered by the harsh realities of throne competition, making them appear more like companions seeking warmth in a cold world, a compromise born of necessity. The so-called engagement was merely a facade for this compromise. However, after 3 years of mutual support, Zhu Zhuqing gradually came to accept Dai Yao, especially after he appeared in her moment of despair, cracking open the ice of her heart, which had frozen due to the misfortunes of the Zhu family. "What is the condition of your martial soul?" Dai Yao embraced Zhu Zhuqing and noticed that she seemed to have grown taller. Recalling the peculiar circumstances that followed her consumption of the purple lotus a few days prior, he voiced his concerns. Observing the worry etched on Dai Yao's face warmed Zhu Zhuqing's heart. "After taking the purple lotus, my martial spirit has significantly strengthened." Upon saying this, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial spirit. At first glance, there appeared to be no discernible changes. However, Dai Yao's observations contradicted his words. The state of her martial spirit was undeniably captivating, rendering him utterly transfixed and motionless. Previously, she exuded a sense of agility, but now she resembled an exalted sovereign, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery with every gesture. What makes her so alluring? Could the purple lotus have this effect? Dai Yao pondered. "Take a moment to truly feel it," Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of mischief in her eyes. As Dai Yao closed his eyes, a sudden chill enveloped the surroundings, and he felt as though his entire being was submerged in icy waters. A shiver coursed through him, and even the breath he exhaled crystallized into frost. "What is this? Why is it so cold?" Dai Yao rubbed his arms in astonishment and inquired, "How can this be possible?" It is worth noting that he is a formidable assault-type spirit master, possessing exceptional physical prowess and a remarkable resistance to the cold. He could endure sitting beneath a waterfall in the depths of winter, yet now he finds himself unable to withstand it. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed around the cave, which remained unchanged, moss-covered and seemingly impervious to the chill. "No, the temperature within the cave has not altered." Dai Yao abruptly turned around, his mind racing in shock. "How did you accomplish this?" he asked, astonished. Above Zhu Zhuqing's head floated a crown of ice crystals, exuding an overwhelming pressure, causing the dark elements within the cave to stir as if heralding the arrival of a sovereign. The sacred white tiger martial spirit seemed to sense something, instantly merging with Dai Yao. This entity was of the same caliber as his sacred white tiger martial spirit. "This is my current martial spirit, the Nether Ruler," Zhu Zhuqing elucidated. "Nether Ruler?" Dai Yao echoed in disbelief. Indeed, in appearance, it bears a close resemblance to the Nether Spirit Cat martial spirit, yet in essence, they are worlds apart. If the Nether Spirit Cat is a wanderer of the Netherworld, then my current martial spirit is its sovereign, Zhu Zhuqing explained. Indeed, at a glance, Dai Yao could scarcely distinguish between the two. However, once the ice crystal crown adorned Zhu Zhuqing's head, despite her unchanged form, her entire demeanor transformed, radiating an aura of dominion and supremacy. "What was that chilling sensation I experienced just now?" Dai Yao pondered aloud, recalling the bone-chilling cold he had felt. "That was the essence of the Nether," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "The Nether does not affect the physical realm. Rather, it influences the soul." Dai Yao pondered for a considerable time before he slowly spoke. "Although I cannot discern the transformation of your martial spirit from your exterior, those high-ranking soul masters, seasoned and knowledgeable, can detect the changes in your martial spirit with the slightest oversight. Upon hearing Dai Yao's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned grave. Do not utilize your martial spirit for now. After the duel between Dai Yaoming and myself concludes in a few days, we shall depart from the Star Luo Empire to a place where no one knows us, Dai Yao instructed. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded and then inquired, was your process of obtaining the soul ring smooth? Everything proceeded smoothly. That is good. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared somewhat hesitant. What do you wish to say? Dai Yao noticed the shift in Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor and furrowed his brow. If Zhu Zhuqing grasped Dai Yao's hand, unable to meet his gaze. If I were to prevent you from engaging in the duel, and we were to leave immediately, would you be angry? Dai Yao gently lifted her exquisite face, compelling her to meet his gaze, and earnestly remarked, do you wish for me to become a coward who retreats without a fight? Do you perceive me as merely a coward, akin to those in your thoughts? No. Zhu Zhuqing urgently shook her head in denial, on the verge of tears, and explained with palpable anxiety, it's just that the second prince is exceedingly formidable. You cannot match him at this moment. A temporary retreat does not signify cowardice. Your potential far surpasses that of the second prince. If you can endure for a few more years, you will undoubtedly surpass him. Suddenly, Dai Yao felt an urge to smile. In the original narrative, Dai Mubai fled from the competition for the throne and ran to the Heavendo Empire, which ultimately became a source of inner turmoil for Zhu Zhuqing. Ironically, it was now she who advised him to evade the confrontation with the second prince. Do you believe me? Dai Yao asked earnestly. Of course I believe you, but there is no need to let personal grudges dictate your actions. Zhu Zhuqing urged anxiously. However, Dai Yao interrupted her. Then take a look at my second soul ring, he said slowly. The second soul ring? Aren't the second soul rings of the White Tiger family all Earth Dragon types? What could be so surprising? Zhu Zhuqing wondered, perplexed. But as the purple soul ring gradually emerged, her eyes widened in shock, rendering her speechless. This is... Now you should believe that I can defeat Dai Yaoming, Dai Yao proclaimed with confidence. The appearance of the purple soul ring shattered all doubts and concerns, instantly calming Zhu Zhuqing's heart. The following day, the streets of Xingluo Imperial City were bustling with activity, alive with the sounds of traffic and throngs of people. Surrounded by an array of architectural marvels, two children, a boy and a girl, strolled along the thoroughfare. The boy exuded an air of youthful vigor, while the girl appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll. They were none other than Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wore an expression of icy indifference, as if disinterested in everything around her. Yet, her tightly clasped hand on the hem of Dai Yao's garment betrayed her true feelings. Relax, there's no need to be so tense, Dai Yao comforted, extending his arm to encourage her to grasp it. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, gripping his arm tightly as if fearing they might become separated. Although her demeanor remained cold, her peripheral vision was captivated by the novel sights around her. After all, the past 3 years had been spent in the monotony of rigorous training, leaving little opportunity for leisure or exploration. Dai Yao felt a sense of novelty. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary worker, devoid of any travel experiences. His world confined to the small territories of home and school. Now, witnessing majestic classical architecture for the very first time, the excitement within him was indescribable. A few idlers in the alley gazed greedily at the two elegantly dressed individuals, their expressions betraying their avarice. These two little ones have quite the appeal. If we pull off this job, we could earn a handsome profit, one short figure urged the leader. Yet, unexpectedly, the leader struck him on the head. You foolish brat. Do you lack discernment? Can't you see what they are wearing? The spirit cat and white tiger symbols. They belong to the royal family of Xingluo. We are currently in the Xingluo Imperial City. If you seek death, don't drag me down with you. The leader warned fiercely. As passers-by noticed the attire of Dai Yao and his companion, looks of astonishment graced their faces, followed by a subtle lowering of their heads in respect. For this was the Xingluo Imperial City, the epicenter of imperial power. Under the gaze of the crowd, Dai Yao arrived at his destination, the spirit hall of the Xingluo Imperial City. What an impressive sight, Dai Yao marveled. The spirit hall, expansive and elegantly constructed, exuded an air of solemnity that remained untarnished even after millennia. The sheer magnitude of such a structure within the Xingluo Imperial City spoke volumes of its formidable influence. He gently patted Zhu Zhuqing, who was still in a state of astonishment, and said, "Come, let us enter." The Spirit Hall, the most powerful faction in the original narrative, was home to two of the three deities, the Angel God and the Rakshasa God, both hailing from this very place. During Dai Yao's 9 years in the Xingluo Empire, the entire world was shrouded in gray, steeped in an overwhelming sense of oppression. He had once contemplated escaping this realm of turmoil, much like Dai Mubai. However, the formidable influence of the Empress extinguished that notion. Dai Mubai is the son of the queen. Were it not for her efforts, he would find it exceedingly difficult to escape the Star Luo Empire. Should he depart from the royal city, devoid of the Elder Council's protection, the queen would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to act against him. However, at present, Zhu Zhuqing, whose martial soul has undergone a mutation, can no longer remain in the academy. Dai Yao must depart from the Starry Luo Empire. The influence of the two princes, Davis and Daemin, alongside the power represented by the queen from the Zhu family, the imperial authority embodied by the Star Luo Emperor, and the esteemed Elders Council representing various clans, intertwines in a complex web of power. The two princes and the queen harbor deep animosity towards him, making it far from easy for Dai Yao to extricate himself from this precarious situation. Presently, the only force capable of breaking this deadlock is the Spirit Hall. An elderly man intercepted the two, his eyes widening in shock upon noticing Dai Yao's attire. "Are you not members of the royal family?" he inquired, his voice laced with uncertainty. Indeed, in the Star Luo Empire, the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the royal family has always been fraught with tension, particularly during the period of cooperation between the Star Luo Empire and the Haotian sect, when the Spirit Hall found itself severely constrained within the Imperial city, heavily suppressed by the Haotian sect. Consequently, the royal family and the Spirit Hall have maintained an unspoken agreement of non-interference, rarely crossing paths. Thus, the appearance of individuals seemingly affiliated with the Star Luo royal family at the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly a significant event. It is none other than Dai Yao, the fourth prince. Dai Yao responded. Chapter 48, Soul Master Registration. The elderly gentleman escorted Dai Yao and his companion into a grand palace. The spacious interior was adorned with antique tables and chairs, clearly designed for receiving guests. "Please take a seat here and wait a moment," the elder said respectfully, before instructing his attendants to promptly bring tea. Navigating through a winding corridor, the elder arrived at an opulent chamber, the office of the bishop. He knocked gently on the door. "Enter." A deep voice resonated from within. With that, two guards stationed beside the entrance forcefully swung open the heavy doors. The elder stepped inside, raising his gaze to find the corpulent bishop, Ferdinand, buried in a mountain of documents on his desk. As the highest-ranking bishop of the Spirit Hall in the Star Luo Empire, this was Ferdinand's daily routine. "What is it?" Bishop Ferdinand looked up, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Although the elder lacked significant power, he was more than capable of handling mundane affairs. After a moment's reflection, the bishop realized there were no pressing matters or important figures requiring his attention that day. "The fourth prince of the empire has arrived and is currently waiting in the reception hall," the elder replied. Ferdinand lowered his head, returning to his work, and casually remarked, "Is that not just the fourth prince? The throne is not his to claim, so there is no need for alarm. Besides, our relationship with the empire has always been tenuous. Getting too close to the fourth prince could invite criticism. Resolve his matters swiftly. Do not let him linger here for too long." "Understood," the elder responded respectfully. Just as he turned to leave, Bishop Ferdinand suddenly called out to him. "Wait a moment. Is there anything else, Bishop?" the elder inquired, perplexed. Ferdinand paused, rising from his seat to approach the table, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Did the fourth prince mention the purpose of his visit?" "He said he came for Soul Master registration." "Soul Master registration?" Bishop Ferdinand echoed in disbelief, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. It had been an age since any prince had registered as a Soul Master at the Spirit Hall. Typically, those who registered were commoners, fallen nobles, or Soul Masters from vassal states, though the Spirit Hall nominally led all Soul Masters. Both the imperial families of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire had long paid lip service to this. The three major sects also disregarded the Spirit Hall altogether. The Soul Masters from these powerful factions would never undertake registration at the Spirit Hall. How intriguing, Ferdinand mused, a smile gradually forming. His memory of events from 3 years prior was somewhat hazy, yet the remarkable talent of Dai Yao remained vivid in his mind. He meticulously recorded any individual who might influence the Spirit Hall, particularly after hearing about Dai Yao's recent triumph over a great Soul Master as a one-ring Soul Master, which piqued his interest. "Take me to meet this young man," Ferdinand instructed. In the reception hall, Zhu Zhuqing sat elegantly, taking a moment to savor the tea before her. Though a sense of frustration brewed within her, she had anticipated a delightful outing with Dai Yao today, only to find themselves at the Spirit Hall instead. Soul masters on the Douluo Continent tended to mature quickly. Even the adolescent Ma Hongjun was known to frequent brothels. In such an environment, although Zhu Zhuqing had devoted much of her time to rigorous training, she had gleaned some understanding of matters of the heart. Today, Dai Yao invited her out, and she initially believed that this steadfast and relentless practitioner had finally gained some insight. With a hint of perplexity, she inquired, "Brother Yao, what brings you to the Spirit Hall today?" Dai Yao merely smiled and remarked, "Soul Master registration, of course." The royal family has no tradition of registering with the Spirit Hall. It seemed Dai Yao had chosen to remain silent thereafter, while Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, disinterested in engaging with him. At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure as robust as a mountain entered, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile that the fifth elder found detestable. He appeared rather languid, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of composure and seriousness while handling official documents. As he walked in, he said, "Isn't the fourth prince scheduled to duel the second prince in a few days? What brings you to our Spirit Hall today?" Upon hearing these words, Dai Yao realized that Bishop Ferdinand had been keeping a close eye on him, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Attaining his objectives seemed considerably more feasible. Naturally, it was about the Soul Master registration. As a Soul Master, should he not visit the Spirit Hall? Dai Yao replied with a smile. Bishop Ferdinand erupted into laughter. "It appears this lad wishes to align himself with our Spirit Hall," he mused to himself. Yet he seeks no flattery, using the guise of Soul Master registration to disguise his intentions. The royal family has trained him well. Throughout the millennia, countless princes have chosen to seek refuge in the Spirit Hall, unable to endure the royal family's ruthless regulations. However, these princes were often of mixed quality or were spies deliberately infiltrated by the royal family, causing significant detriment to the Spirit Hall. Of course, there were exceptional individuals who, under the tutelage of the Spirit Hall, became titled Dueluos, causing considerable distress for the Star Luo Empire. Nevertheless, the Star Luo royal family has never amended its ancestral laws. The emperors selected through the harsh criteria of these laws have been the fundamental reason for the empire's enduring rule over millennia, far more so than the sporadic emergence of titled Dueluos. Bishop Ferdinand had once been quite wary of Dai Yao. After all, the young man had demonstrated the remarkable ability to create soul techniques immediately upon acquiring his first soul ring, a talent not recorded within the annals of the Spirit Hall. Once Dai Yao triumphs in the competition for the throne, he will undoubtedly pose a substantial threat to the Spirit Hall. Yet today, Dai Yao has taken the initiative to approach the Spirit Hall. In a fleeting moment of thought, he comprehends Dai Yao's intentions and devises a method to manage him. This involves nurturing a titled Dueler who would become a source of distress for the Star Luo Empire. Since it pertains to the registration of soul masters, please follow me. The Archbishop Ferdinand gestures for Dai Yao to accompany him. The Spirit Hall occupies a vast expanse, and after traversing a considerable distance, they finally arrive at the Soul Master registration area. Along the way, numerous Soul Masters, upon seeing Archbishop Ferdinand, bow deeply to express their respect, to which Ferdinand merely nods in acknowledgement, thus illustrating his formidable presence. The palace designated for Soul Master registration is an imposing structure, soaring over 200 meters high, with a grand floor-to-ceiling window that provides ample illumination. Upon entering the chamber, Dai Yao experiences a peculiar sensation, as though the soul power within him pulses to a distinctive rhythm. A swift glance around the room leads him to discover the source of this influence on his soul power. At the very center of the palace lies a fist-sized black stone, reminiscent of the stone he encountered during his own martial spirit awakening. Adorning the walls is a magnificent mural depicting a beautiful woman with 6 wings, one hand wielding a shield and the other brandishing a sword aloft. This is none other than the 6-winged angel, the divine martial spirit inherited by the Spirit Hall. "Your Highness, are you captivated by this portrait?" Archbishop Ferdinand inquires with a smile. "When I first visited, I too was enchanted by this angelic image," Ferdinand elucidates. "It is said that the Spirit Hall was founded by an angel, and thus, the sword of the angel symbolizes the Spirit Hall." Dai Yao nodded. Qiandaolu, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, is the possessor of the angel spirit, a lineage that has been passed down through generations within the Spirit Hall. Perhaps due to Qiandaolu's elevated status, Bishop Ferdinand remains unaware of this. "Let us begin. Unleash your spirit and release your soul rings," Ferdinand instructed. Dai Yao strode to the center of the palace, extending his right hand, calming his mind, and channeling the soul power within him to summon forth the white tiger martial spirit. A resounding roar of the tiger erupted, infused with the majesty of a sovereign. Dai Yao transformed into a formidable figure, with a pair of pristine white wings manifesting behind him. 2 soul rings emerged from beneath his feet, rising and falling in a mesmerizing dance around his body. One was yellow and the other purple. The purple soul ring radiated an ethereal glow, emanating an aura of mystery and immense power. Bishop Ferdinand, who had initially entered with a beaming smile and eyes nearly squinting into slits as he lounged in a recliner with an air of languor, was abruptly startled into a standing position upon witnessing the purple soul ring. His expression shifted to one of astonishment as he rubbed his eyes and double-checked the color of the soul ring before exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this a 1,000-year soul ring?" Dai Yao calmly responded, "Indeed." Ferdinand exhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult of emotions within him. "You must have endured considerable trials to attain the Millennium Spirit Ring. Such extraordinary talent is truly unprecedented. It is a pity that you are the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly seek to recruit you into the Spirit Hall." Displaying the Millennium Spirit Ring serves as a testament to one's potential, marking the initial step toward realizing one's ambitions. As a normal individual, it is inconceivable to develop any sense of belonging under the harsh clan rules of the Dai family. Dai Yao, a time traveler, has developed a conventional worldview. While reading novels, he felt indifferent towards the plight of Dai Mubai. However, upon truly traversing to the Dai family, he realized how inhumane their clan rules were. Joining the Spirit Hall, although tempting, seems unwise. Despite the unpleasantness of life in the Star Luo Empire, there remain a few cherished individuals, including his third uncle, who are worth his concern. Aligning with the Spirit Hall would signify a severance with them, and not only for him, but also Zhu Zhuqing would have to part ways with her kin. Dai Yao had not yet reached the level of narcissism where he could make decisions for Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, he declined, saying, "I am afraid I must refuse the bishop's kind offer." However, Bishop Ferdinand was not so easily dissuaded. "As I understand it, Your Highness, the fourth prince, your current circumstances are rather dire." "How so?" Dai Yao inquired, perplexed. He had pondered this question before. The crown prince had only sent someone to confront him on the first day of school and had not troubled him since. Ferdinand patiently elucidated. "It is because he is vying for the captaincy of the Xingluo royal team, with the second prince as his rival. He was concerned that you and the second prince might unite. Little did he expect that you would come into conflict with the second prince. He is likely pleased to see you two at odds, as it serves to exhaust the second prince's resources. However, now that the captaincy has been established and the crown prince has been elected by popular acclaim, he can finally turn his attention to you. Your Highness, I initially believed you had no chance in the duel against the second prince, but your Millennium Soul Ring has instilled in me a measure of confidence. Yet, even if you triumph over the second prince, what then? You cannot possibly contend with the crown prince. A moment's lapse could lead to your utter ruin." At this juncture, Bishop Ferdinand gazed earnestly at Dai Yao, passionately advising, "Your Highness, come to my Spirit Hall. Within its walls, you will find no antiquated clan rules. We shall provide you with the finest cultivation resources. Once your abilities reach a certain level, you might even receive a soul bone as a reward." After a prolonged silence, Dai Yao sighed deeply. Zhu Zhuqing watched him anxiously. "Bishop, do you genuinely believe that the Spirit Hall will wholeheartedly support my training as a son of the Empire?" Dai Yao carefully chose his words before responding. "It took me considerable time to formulate this question." Observing Dai Yao's lingering doubts, Bishop Ferdinand hastily replied, "Your Highness, you need not worry about this." Before he could finish, Dai Yao raised his hand to halt him. "Since the bishop is so insistent, let us proceed under the assumption that the Spirit Hall will unreservedly support me. However, will the other geniuses of my generation acquiesce? Will they permit me to claim a portion of the resources that rightfully belong to them? Moreover, as a traitor to my country, can I truly expect to gain the Pope's trust?" These two questions left the bishop momentarily speechless, enveloped in silence. Indeed, Dai Yao's assertions were entirely valid. Resources were limited, and for every piece one gained, another must be sacrificed. Consequently, it was plausible that the other geniuses of the Spirit Hall would turn against Dai Yao, leading him to a predicament akin to that of the Xingluo Royal Academy. The second point was also a source of concern for Ferdinand. Betrayers are forever looked down upon. Throughout the millennia, There have been instances of princes defecting to the spirit hall as spies, many of whom were rare geniuses, causing significant harm to the spirit hall. Furthermore, these princes were scrutinized repeatedly to ensure they were not spies before being accepted. Nevertheless, these individuals ultimately revealed their true identities, and their prior experiences in the Xingluo Empire were mere facades. Thus, Dai Yao could never earn the Pope's trust. This posed an insoluble dilemma, which left Ferdinand with a look of regret. It is about time, Dai Yao mused. His visit to the spirit hall had, in truth, signified his intention to align himself with them, not to join, but to draw closer. Yet, anything easily obtained is often held in low regard. Talent is no different. Only those who invest significantly in their acquisition are truly valued. In his previous life, Dai Yao had witnessed this in the corporate world. Capable veterans worked diligently for meager salaries, while newly hired employees, lacking experience, sometimes earned more than those who had labored in the company for years. This is the nature of humanity. I have intentions towards the spirit hall, but it seems that now is not the most opportune moment to join, Dai Yao stated earnestly to the bishop. What do you mean? The bishop asked, puzzled. After my duel with Dai Yaming, I shall depart from the Xingluo Empire, and I may require your assistance then. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure your safe departure from the Xingluo Empire. Bishop Ferdinand vowed with unwavering conviction. However, the bishop's overly eager demeanor caused concern for Dai Yao. Are you not worried that I might merely exploit the spirit hall to escape the Xingluo Empire? Dai Yao questioned, intrigued. If I wish to recruit your highness, I must naturally place my trust in you. Even if you intend to use me, I must demonstrate the spirit hall's sincerity to you. Chapter 50. Dai Hongyu's Dilemma. The bishop's words stirred a sense of gratitude within Dai Yao. In the Xingluo Royal Academy, he was a figure shunned by all, facing dire circumstances and lacking support in the struggle for the throne, with even opportunists turning their backs on him. Yet within the far more powerful spirit hall, he found respect. In that case, following my duel with Dai Yaming, I shall set forth from the Xingluo Empire, Dai Yao declared. The spirit hall shall await your highness, Ferdinand promised. On the way back, Zhu Zhuqing observed Dai Yao, her hesitation palpable. She understood that he had contemplated their future extensively. She could even comprehend a flight to the Heaven Do Empire, but she was perplexed as to why he sought the spirit hall. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask, Dai Yao said, having already sensed her uncertainty, smiling. Brother Yao, why do you wish to align with the spirit hall? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Not to join, but to align, Dai Yao clarified, pointing out the flaw in her wording. Align? Indeed, joining the spirit hall is a path of no return. However, we have no other options. Can we leave the Xingluo Empire on our own? The Empress is lurking in the shadows. While we might gain our freedom by leaving the Imperial city, we would also find ourselves in perilous territory. To survive safely, we need a force to shield us from the Empress's pressure. Across the continent, only a few powers possess such strength. Given our adversarial relationship, the Heaven Do Empire would certainly provide protection. Yet, as a prince of an enemy nation, I would inevitably be confined by them. What then? Is the point of departing the Xingluo Empire? Then there are the three great sects. The Haotian sect remains reclusive, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are both situated in Heaven Do. The outcomes of approaching these two sects might be akin to that of seeking refuge in the Heaven Do Empire, with the freedom gained being limited. In contrast, the Spirit Hall stands apart between the two great empires and possesses the greatest capacity to protect us. Moreover, most members of the Spirit Hall are commoner soul masters, making it the most inclusive. Therefore, seeking the Spirit Hall is the best choice. Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment and realized that while Dai Yao had explained why he chose the Spirit Hall, he had not clarified the significance of aligning. With her eyes wide in confusion, she tilted her head and asked, "What does aligning mean?" As Dai Yao walked, he elucidated. Our departure from the Star Luo Empire does not signify an irrevocable severance with it. Would you truly wish to completely cut ties with your kin? Upon hearing Dai Yao's words, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. The mere thought of the Zhu family sent shivers through her. Yet the prospect of a complete break was something she found herself unable to articulate. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, Dai Yao realized his assumption was indeed correct. Zhu Zhuqing lacked the courage to entirely renounce her family. In the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai fled to the Heaven Do Empire. And in the face of insurmountable odds in the royal succession struggle, they chose not to resist. Furthermore, after attaining the rank of title Douluo, Rather than seeking retribution against their kin, they forgave them, with Dai Mubai even relinquishing the throne in favor of Davis. This clearly illustrates their submissive nature. Their choices were undoubtedly influenced significantly by their bloodline. Thus, it was evident that Zhu Zhuqing would never fully part ways with her family. In contrast, Dai Yao was not merely a time traveler. He harbored no affection for the concept of family and bore a profound enmity towards the queen. It could be said that if anyone sought to obliterate the Star Luo Empire, he would readily lend his aid. Nonetheless, as Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, he felt compelled to consider her emotions, refraining from making unilateral decisions on her behalf. I understand now. Thank you, Brother Yao. A swirl of emotions enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. With her keen intellect, she discerned the motivations behind Dai Yao's alignment with the spirit hall from his words, a flicker of sweetness blossoming within her heart. Yet, his statement also served as a poignant reminder of her readiness to sever ties with her family, to genuinely join the spirit hall. In that fleeting moment, a bittersweet amalgamation of feelings surged within her, leaving her in a state of profound complexity. Upon returning to the academy, Dai Yao remained in the sanctuary of cultivation. He continued to meditate beneath the cascading waterfall, steadfastly resisting the pressure it exerted. Though only a few days had passed, he understood the necessity of unwavering diligence in his practice. At that moment, he noticed two figures approaching him. The fiery silhouette was unmistakably Feng Wudong, while the other was the long-absent Zhang Xiaofan. Feng Wudong brought Zhang Xiaofan to Dai Yao's side, exchanging pleasantries before Zhang Xiaofan clarified his purpose. Your Highness, the Vice Dean requests your presence. The Vice Dean? With several Vice Deans in the academy, Dai Yao found it difficult to discern which one was being referred to. It is Prince Dai Hongyu. In the depths of his heart, Dai Yao felt a shadow of unease as he quietly mused. After such a prolonged wait, they have finally arrived. Striding confidently towards the spirit hall, it was impossible to conceal his intentions from those who were observant. Moreover, he had no desire to hide them. Upon reaching the office of the vice president, he knocked gently on the door. Come in, a voice called from behind the door. Zhang Xiaofan opened the door, gesturing for Dai Yao to enter, and after he stepped inside, he carefully closed the door. Observing the now taller and more spirited Dai Yao, Dai Hongyu felt a deep sense of pride. He thought to himself, your mother would be smiling down from the heavens. Yet, the news of Dai Yao's visit to the spirit hall, which had surfaced just days prior, stirred a sense of unease within him. No one from the Xingluo royal family dared to entangle themselves with the spirit hall. Dai Hongyu inquired directly, Dai Yao, what was your purpose in visiting the spirit hall a few days ago? To register as a spirit master, Dai Yao replied with a stoic expression. Register as a spirit master? Dai Hongyu seemed to find this notion ludicrous, furrowing his brow. Unable to comprehend why a prince of the Star Luo Empire would seek registration at the spirit hall. Indeed, the spirit hall provides a certain subsidy to every registered spirit master below the 30th rank, with great spirit masters receiving 10 gold coins each month. As a prince, the elders bestow upon me a mere 1,000 gold coins annually, yet this sum proves insufficient within the Royal Academy. A monthly stipend of 10 gold coins amounts to 120 coins in a year, which is not an insignificant figure for me. Thus, my visit to the spirit hall for registration is quite reasonable, is it not? Dai Yao elucidated, his words rendering Dai Hongyu utterly speechless. For each prince, the income from the Elder Council constituted but a mere fraction. The majority was derived from their maternal clans. However, no one anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Dai Yao, who possessed no maternal lineage whatsoever. Consequently, he lacked the most substantial source of income. Yet, these were merely Dai Yao's pretexts, a fade for his visits to the spirit hall. His relentless training, coupled with the pursuit of knowledge pertaining to soul masters, left little room for extravagant expenditures. Indeed, he consistently saved a considerable portion from the annual allocations provided by the Elder Council. Chapter 51, The Midnight Visitor. Dai Mu by Dai Hongyu, well aware of Dai Yao's circumstances, quickly comprehended that this was merely a ruse. He sighed inwardly, recognizing Dai Yao's choice with a sense of disappointment, yet more so with an aversion toward the clan's regulations. With a long exhalation, he leaned wearily against his chair and cautioned Dai Yao, you must understand that certain actions are beyond reproach. Once taken, there is no turning back. Dai Yao and Dai Hongyu exchanged a glance, both comprehending the thoughts that lingered in each other's minds. Dai Hongyu hesitated, his lips moving slightly, his gaze flickering as he looked at Dai Yao, who remained silent for an extended period. Undeterred, He inquired. Have you truly made up your mind? Dai Yao nodded emphatically. Dai Hengyu helplessly closed his eyes, slowly exhaling a breath of stale air, as if attempting to expel years of pent-up anguish. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with tension. Dai Yao was acutely aware that this moment was pivotal in determining his fate. In the mind of his uncle, the weight of familial loyalty versus personal affection was a delicate balance. Should the family's rules prevail, Dai Yao would find himself unable to leave this room today, potentially facing lifelong confinement or even death. Conversely, if his uncle prioritized their emotional bond, Dai Hengyu might overlook his betrayal and departure from the Star Luo Empire, perhaps even encouraging it. After a prolonged silence, Dai Hengyu finally shattered the suffocating tension in the air. He cast a complex glance at Dai Yao and spoke. You may go. Leave the Star Luo Empire. I can only secure 7 days for you. After that, news of your journey to the Spirit Hall will be impossible to conceal, and your fate will no longer concern me. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled for Dai Yao to depart. Thank you, uncle, Dai Yao said, slowly kneeling to the ground and respectfully bowing 3 times before turning to leave. Not daring to look back, he understood the magnitude of the sacrifice his uncle had made in reaching such a decision. As the Prince of Star Luo, the family's regulations were the foundation of his existence. Allowing Dai Yao to escape signified a relinquishment of the beliefs he had upheld for half his life. His uncle's affection for him had clearly surpassed his commitment to family loyalty. Compared to his nominal father, the Emperor of Star Luo, his uncle bore the semblance of a true father. Thank you, uncle, Dai Yao murmured, his gaze lingering on the plaque of the vice principal on the door, a warmth flooding his heart. During his 6 years in the cold palace, he had only learned one lesson: to exercise caution. In truth, he had also contemplated the worst-case scenario. He feared that upon realizing his resolve, Dai Hengyu would confine him and hand him over to the elders for judgment. Should such a predicament arise, he would be compelled to reveal the secret of his twin martial souls. Firstly, with such extraordinary talent, even the White Tiger clan would hesitate to take his life, thus preserving his own. Secondly, the Spirit Hall would stop at nothing to rescue him. In an age devoid of divine beings, possessing twin martial souls and achieving the rank of title Duel would render him one of the most formidable forces on the Douluo Continent, a prize even the Spirit Hall would not readily relinquish. Simultaneously, this would signify that his uncle had completely abandoned him. In the Star Luo Empire, he would be left utterly alone, adrift in a vast world. With no ties remaining, he could act without restraint. Fortunately, Dai Hengyu had not opted for this path. The vice principal's office awaited. The wall behind Dai Hengyu suddenly cracked open, revealing a figure in a gray robe who knelt before him. Did you all hear that? Dai Hengyu's face was devoid of warmth, his expression cold as he spoke. I heard, replied the gray-robed figure, his head bowed, lacking any vitality. In the starry royal family, there exists a myriad of guardians, yet none are more esteemed than the legendary shadow guards, the personal attendants of the royal family. Each shadow guard is a paragon among their peers, with many possessing the formidable strength of soul saints. The individual kneeling before Dai Hengyu was, in fact, a shadow guard of the soul Douluo rank. Eliminate anyone who knows the fourth prince has gone to the Spirit Hall. Exercise caution. Do not allow any trace to escape. Dai Hengyu stated impassively. A single sentence dictated the fates of hundreds. In the Douluo Continent, the common folk were as insignificant as ants. Understood. The moment the shadow guard finished his response, he transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. Dai Yao, because of my mistakes, I lost your mother. Let this be my atonement. Dai Hengyu murmured as he approached the window, gazing at the radiant scenery outside, his voice tinged with sorrow. The silence of the vice principal's office was imbued with an air of desolation. Only 1 day remained until the duel. Today, Dai Yao unusually refrained from training and sat by the riverbank alongside Zhu Zhuqing, both appreciating the beauty of the waterfall. Under the night sky, the waterfall resembled a cascade of white silk, adorning the darkness with a shimmering edge. The sounds of wildlife echoed through the surrounding forest. For the first time in 3 years, he recognized the waterfall's exquisite allure. You are truly a training fanatic. Zhu Zhuqing playfully poked Dai Yao's cheek with her finger, her tone laced with exasperation. With a subtle smile, Dai Yao chose not to elaborate. After all, within the Baihu clan, neglecting one's training equates to a gradual demise. The duel was set for tomorrow. Further practice was rendered pointless at this juncture. The paramount task now was to calm one's mind. ensuring the full potential could be unleashed in the upcoming contest. Suddenly, a wave of alarm surged through him. "What is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, noticing Dai Yao's unusual demeanor. "Nothing. You should return to your room and rest," he replied gently, gazing at her delicate visage nestled in his arms. Although Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled by the situation, she obediently retreated to her chamber. Once assured of Zhu Zhuqing's safe entry, Dai Yao made his way along the shoreline, stepping purposefully into the depths of the forest. "Come forth," he called into the enveloping darkness of the woods. "When did you discover my presence?" A pale figure gradually emerged, hair disheveled and appearance unkempt, yet those piercing eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. It was none other than Dai Mubai, the second most ineffectual student of the academy. "It seems your despondency is merely a facade. Your training has not ceased," Dai Yao remarked coldly, observing the determination in Dai Mubai's gaze. "Are you not the same? Enduring humiliation while diligently honing your skills," Dai Mubai replied with a slight shrug. Dai Yao was utterly astonished. For 3 years, he and Dai Mubai had not crossed paths. He had presumed that after Dai Mubai's failure, he would succumb to despair. Yet it appeared that this was merely a fade. "What brings you to me today?" Dai Yao inquired. "I am to depart from the Star Luo Empire tomorrow," Dai Mubai replied, his expression revealing a hint of inner turmoil. For him, leaving Star Luo was nothing short of a blessing. His years at the Star Luo Royal Academy had been stifling. Yet, he found himself at a loss as to whom he could share his elation with. In truth, his circumstances were akin to those of Dai Yao. Despite having a mother and an elder brother, they felt as distant as strangers. Ironically, it was Dai Yao who had once bested him, who stirred a distinct sentiment within him. Perhaps it was the shared experience of being looked down upon that fostered a sense of camaraderie. "Congratulations," Dai Yao remarked with a smile. "You are finally poised to leave this oppressive family." He was filled with emotion. Although Zhu Zhuqing was no longer present, Dai Mubai had resolutely decided to depart from the Star Luo Empire. "You should also consider your own plans. The Star Luo Empire is not a place for us to linger. Since Davis has assumed the captaincy of the Star Luo Royal Academy, he has been preparing to make his move against you," Dai Mubai kindly cautioned. "Thank you, but I have no such intentions at present," Dai Yao responded. Dai Yao is inherently cautious. He would never disclose to Dai Mubai that he would soon depart from the Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai shook his head, pondering that Dai Yao was still youthful. Only through experiencing hardship would he choose to change his course. He glanced at the small house by the river, where the dim yellow light cast a delicate silhouette on the window. With a hint of envy, he said to Dai Yao, "Treat her well." "You need not say a word." "I shall do so," came the reply. The night was as dark as ink, and the two individuals, known as brothers, were destined to tread the same path. Chapter 52. The Curtain Rises. When Dai Mubai departed, Dai Yao cryptically remarked, "Rest assured, we shall meet again in the future." Dai Mubai felt somewhat bewildered. "What does it mean?" "You will understand in due time." The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, Dai Yao opened his eyes. After a simple wash and grooming, he donned a plain white garment. Zhu Zhuqing extended her hands, meticulously adjusting his attire, smoothing out the creases, her head bowed in silence. Dai Yao understood her intentions and gently caressed her back, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, everything will be all right." Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhu Zhuqing threw herself into Dai Yao's embrace. He felt her body tremble, a clear sign of her distress. "You must win, you must return alive." Zhu Zhuqing's voice quavered with emotion. "I promise you, I will," Dai Yao replied solemnly. As he opened the door, he found 2 figures awaiting him, Feng Wudong and Zhang Xiaofan, both wearing expressions of unmistakable concern. Dai Yao could not help but jest. "Why the long faces? It's not as if I cannot return." "You still have the audacity to joke," Feng Wudong retorted with a sidelong glance. "Your opponent is none other than the renowned Second Prince, a formidable adversary with a fearsome reputation. Although many harbor doubts about your chances, we will undoubtedly cheer for you from the sidelines." Zhang Xiaofan chimed in supportively. "Is everyone really so skeptical of my abilities?" Dai Yao replied with a chuckle. Observing the concerned expressions on their faces, he ceased his levity and stated earnestly, "Rest assured, I will emerge victorious in this duel." Though the two were uncertain of the source of Dai Yao's confidence, his tone undeniably eased their apprehensions. The 10-day appointment between Dai Yao and the Second Prince has captivated countless onlookers. Both being princes, both wielding the formidable white tiger martial soul, and both having attained the prestigious rank of Great Soul Master. This event is indeed a spectacle of utmost interest. Within the academy, not only the students, but also numerous instructors eagerly anticipate this contest. The allure of the duel has drawn many spectators from beyond the academy's walls, including the esteemed Platinum Bishop Ferdinand from the Spirit Hall of Xingluo Imperial City. Naturally, such a duel between two princes has also attracted the presence of the Elder Council's fifth elder stationed in the Imperial City, as well as various nobles from the duchies. As time progresses, the last sliver of moonlight vanishes from the horizon, and the crimson glow begins to dispel the darkness enveloping the earth. With the first rays of dawn illuminating the academy, the tranquil atmosphere is abruptly shattered. The moment has arrived for the long-awaited duel. The arena, long shrouded in dust, is specially opened for this occasion. The illustrious White Tiger Duel Arena, typically reserved for the elite competitions of high-ranking Soul Master academies across the continent. The renown of the White Tiger Duel Arena resonates throughout the land, as many aspiring Soul Masters dream of engaging in a fierce battle within its hallowed grounds during their studies. The arena is vast, circular in shape, surrounded by ascending stone tiers that evoke the image of a grand coliseum. From the highest tier, the combatants appear as mere ants upon the battlefield, visible only through specialized equipment. Even so, the expansive arena is soon brimming with spectators, a sea of humanity whose excited murmurs create a cacophony that overwhelms the senses, infecting all who enter with an exhilarating atmosphere. Atop the high platform, a considerable space has been reserved for those of noble standing, boasting the best vantage point and an enhanced viewing experience. Yet today, this area is also teeming with attendees, as numerous Soul Masters studying at the Royal Academy and nobles from the Empire flock here. Notably, a few seats remain conspicuously empty at the forefront, designated for the four princes, the fifth elder of the Elder Council, the vice dean of the Academy, Dai Yao, and the Platinum Bishop Ferdinand. Regrettably, due to the brief span of just 10 days, many from the 7 great sects are unable to attend. A multitude of individuals have already taken their seats on the platform, and amid the fervent uproar, Bishop Ferdinand suppresses his anticipation for Dai Yao, maintaining a facade of a long-practiced smile as he provocatively addresses the fifth elder beside him. 3 years ago, was it not the same scenario? Only this time, the fourth prince's opponent has shifted from the third prince to the second prince. The Xingluo Empire truly boasts an abundance of talent, yet so many prodigies fail to appreciate their worth. In his mind, he adds, those talents you fail to cherish in the Xingluo royalty, we of the Spirit Hall shall treasure. Seated nearby, the third prince, Dai Mubai, twitches his lips but swiftly regains composure, taking a swig from his wine flask, feigning a demeanor of self-despair. The strong scent of alcohol prompts many around him to frown in disapproval. Upon hearing Ferdinand's sardonic tone, the fifth elder does not respond kindly. Humph. Our Xingluo Empire, with its millennia of heritage, undoubtedly possesses its unique qualities, unlike your Spirit Hall, where yesterday's pope bore the surname Qian, today's is Bai, and who knows what it might be tomorrow. Such a lack of tradition. The fifth elder chooses not to engage in a debate over clan rules, instead launching a direct verbal assault on Ferdinand's shortcomings. However, Ferdinand merely smiles in silence, inwardly remarking, perhaps tomorrow the pope will bear the surname Dai? Observing Ferdinand's disingenuous smile, the fifth elder grows increasingly disdainful, sensing an ulterior motive behind that grin. On the battlefield, the second prince sits in quiet meditation, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Clad in exquisitely crafted attire, he exudes an air of elegance and charm, his visage diverging from the typical ruggedness associated with the White Tiger clan, leaning instead towards an alluring handsomeness that captivates many female spectators in the arena. Davis sat upon the elevated platform, observing the ostentatious demeanor of Dai Yao, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Over the past 3 years, had it not been for his ambition to vie for the captaincy of the Starry Royal Academy's battle team, he would have long since dealt with the two jesters, Dai Yao and Dai Yao. He was acutely aware that, beneath Dai Yao's polished exterior and charming appearance lay a man of profound cunning, one who had unwittingly fallen prey to him on several occasions. Dai Yao, just wait, he mused, as you dismantle that insufferable brat Dai Yao today, I shall dismantle you tomorrow. Since you still harbor intentions of competing with me, I shall not hold back. In his mind, Dai Yao stood no chance of victory. After all, how could a newly ascended Soul Master, who had just acquired his second soul ring, possibly contend with Damien, whose soul power had reached a formidable 29 level after years of dedication. As time slipped by, the moment of the duel drew near. The once boisterous arena gradually fell into a hush, all eyes converging on the opposing passage, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the next combatant, the Academy's reputed coward, the fourth Prince Dai Yao. Suddenly, Ferdinand atop the platform squinted his eyes, and then they widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Here he comes." Chapter 53. Testing the waters at the far end of the passage, a figure clad in pristine white gradually emerged. Golden hair cascaded lightly over his shoulders. His countenance resolute and his bearing striking, standing tall and straight as a spear. His pair of onyx eyes sparkled like cold stars in the night sky. Upon his entrance, the arena erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Many young women secretly stirred, captivated by his presence. A few disdainful snorts echoed from the platform, one belonging to Zhu Zhuqing and another to Davis. Davis felt that this little rascal, Dai Yao, was even more ostentatious than he himself. In a moment of indignation, he let out a cold snort. This little brat, truly a show-off. Just wait until after today, and see how proud you remain, Zhu Zhuqing thought furiously. Immediately, she cast a malicious glance at Zhu Zhuqing, only to be obstructed by Dai Hongyu. With a somewhat irreverent tone, Dai Hongyu raised an eyebrow at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "Dai Yao's little girlfriend, if you find someone too bothersome, why not come and sit beside me?" Upon hearing the words little girlfriend, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed, and she subtly distanced herself from Zhu Zhuqing. The atmosphere in the arena also shifted. "Have you finally decided to stop being a timid turtle?" Dai Yao scoffed, glancing at Dai Yao not far away. Ever since the confrontation between the rotund fellow and Dai Yao, the former had remained incapacitated despite the assistance of a support soul master. The defeat of the rotund fellow had severely tarnished his reputation, causing many of his noble followers to abandon him, resulting in a significant diminishment of his influence. The root cause of all this turmoil was none other than Dai Yao. In response to Dai Yaming's words, Dai Yao merely smiled faintly, saying, "We both understand the reason behind this infamy. There is no need for further elaboration. Such simple remarks cannot sway my state of mind." Dai Yaming's expression darkened considerably. Although he possessed formidable strength, he was more accustomed to being a strategist orchestrating battles rather than a soldier charging into the fray. At that moment, a referee of the Soul Emperor level ascended to the arena. Soaring into the sky, he gestured for silence, commanding everyone to maintain decorum and not disrupt the outcome of the competition. He then approached the two contenders and stated, during the match, "The use of any knives or concealed weapons is prohibited. Anyone who falls from the platform will be deemed the loser, as will anyone who concedes voluntarily. Do either of you have any objections?" "None," Dai Yao and his opponent replied in unison. Their eyes met in the air, igniting a fierce spirit of combat within each of them. The match has commenced. The referee's hand descended, officially signaling the start of the contest. Dai Yaming first manifested his martial soul, the character for king on his forehead radiating an unapproachable majesty. Dai Yaming, a formidable level 29 assault-type soul master with the White Tiger martial soul, proclaimed, "Please instruct me." Despite being 100 meters apart, the overwhelming wave of soul power quickened the breaths of the first row of spectators, weighing heavily upon their hearts as if a colossal stone pressed down upon them. Even the audience seated on the highest stone steps could sense a subtle yet palpable pressure. The disparity in martial souls instilled an immense sense of unease among the spectators, and the surging soul power left them astounded. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of pressure that Dai Yao, his opponent, was enduring. Yet, at that moment, Dai Yao felt no trace of pressure. His skin pulsated, expelling all burdens from his being. Despite the 6-level gap in soul power between him and Dai Yaming, it affected him not in the slightest. 3 years of arduous training had not been in vain. A quiet joy blossomed within Dai Yao's heart. Beneath the waterfall, enduring 3 years of hardship and pressure, all was for this very day. No longer would he allow the disparity in soul power to impact him. With a respectful bow, he declared, "I am Dai Yao, a level 23 assault-type soul master with the sacred White Tiger martial soul. Please instruct me." Hardly had the words left his lips when he unleashed a burst of speed, akin to a flash of white lightning, rapidly charging toward Dai Yaming. In the midst of his sprint, the sacred White Tiger martial soul enveloped him, and though its wings could not truly take flight, they significantly enhanced his velocity. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Dai Yaming. How swift! Dai Yaming thought in astonishment. In Dai Yao's eyes, The reflection of his terrified visage was vividly apparent. The brief interval between the conclusion of Dai Yao's words and his sudden appearance before him was merely a matter of a few breaths. How could this be? My soul power appears to exert no influence over him. Cold sweat trickled down his face. This lightning-like speed evoked a chorus of astonishment from the duel arena, akin to the relentless ebb and flow of the tides. Their amazement stemmed not only from the swiftness, but also from the formidable martial spirit enveloped in radiant light. The terrifying pressure emanating from the martial spirit was palpable. Some individuals, with weaker fortitude, could not conceal the terror etched on their faces. If the pressure exerted by Dai Yaming's white tiger martial spirit felt like a stone weighing upon their hearts, then the divine white tiger martial spirit imposed the weight of an entire mountain, suffocating in its intensity. Truly magnificent. Bishop Ferdinand gazed in rapt fascination at Dai Yao's martial spirit, exclaiming in wonder. This marked his third encounter with this martial spirit, yet each sighting left him profoundly shaken. Even at the outset, the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Dai Yao cast a cold glance at Dai Yaming, his right fist tightening as the liquid soul power within him surged like a raging river. 8 extremes burst. The force of his punch, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind breaking, surged towards Dai Yaming with an unparalleled momentum. This strike was imbued with hidden strength. Should it land on Dai Yaming, it would render him temporarily incapacitated, akin to his previous swift victory over the rotund opponent. Yet, Dai Yaming was no ordinary adversary, for he had been chosen as a rival by Davis, and thus, his defeat would not come easily. The first yellow soul ring illuminated, instantly activating the white tiger protection barrier. A thunderous clash reverberated throughout the duel arena, the ground beneath Dai Yaming cracking under the immense pressure. It is worth noting that this was a battleground capable of withstanding the might of a Soul King. Many spectators covered their ears, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the impact. When they turned their attention back to the arena, they found the two combatants had separated. After the 8 extremes burst was thwarted, they exchanged a few rapid blows, and Dai Yu quickly realized he was being suppressed by Dai Yaming. In a confrontation devoid of soul techniques, he was no match for Dai Yaming. The disparity in their combat experience was too significant. Reminiscent of his battle with Dai Mubai 3 years prior, the difference in practical experience was evident. Over the past 3 years, Dai Yao had immersed himself in solitary training, diligently honing his soul power, leaving him with little time to engage in actual combat. That must be the move you used to defeat the rotund fellow. You triumphed with that technique, so how could I be unprepared? Dai Yaming remarked with a faint smile. According to the rotund man's account, when he faced your attack that day, he felt an excruciating pain in his very core. This must indeed be the hidden strength you wield. Dai Yao shook his head with a smile. Since Dai Yaming was already aware of the hidden power of Bajigong, it seemed that a swift resolution was no longer feasible. Bajigong could achieve a decisive victory if it struck true, yet Dai Yaming had anticipated this move, unable to breach the white tiger's protective barrier. The hidden force of Bajigong posed no threat to Dai Yaming. In the realm of soul masters, Bajigong was formidable enough at the first ring. But as one ascended to the rank of Grand Soul Master, its power diminished significantly, rendering it unsurprising that it could not penetrate the white tiger's defense. Now, let the true contest commence. With a brilliant glint in his eyes, Dai Yao resolved to win the duel with honor, as the peculiar tactic had proven ineffective. Soul energy surged as 2 soul rings gradually emerged. Chapter 54. The True Confrontation. Observing Dai Yao's hasty retreat after suffering a setback, Dai Yaming withdrew his hands, a sneer curling his lips. Huh, why do you flee? Are you afraid to confront me directly? Or perhaps what they say is true, you are but a coward. Anyone with a modicum of discernment could see that after Dai Yao's strike had failed to yield results, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position in their subsequent exchanges. This was the disparity of practical combat experience. The second prince was destined for victory. Indeed, the fourth prince was merely a buffoon. The gap in combat proficiency between the two princes was glaring, and the fourth prince's defeat was becoming evident. Should he fail to unveil something novel, the situation would grow perilous. A calm analysis emerged amidst the tension. Feng Wudong, observing the match, felt a pang of anxiety, while Yunanshan's expression darkened. Compared to the supporters of Dai Yao, the second prince's followers were far more numerous. Witnessing the second prince gaining the upper hand in battle, the arena erupted with rhythmic cheers, a resounding wave, rising and falling like the ocean. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged from all directions towards Dai Yao. the invisible weight seemingly rendering his steps heavier. On the high platform, Zhu Zhuqing clasped her hands to her chest, her expression fraught with concern, while her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, radiated satisfaction, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. "Look, my dear sister, enjoy the impending slaughter." Her gaze was sultry, yet her words were imbued with chilling coldness. Elder Wu observed the scene with a steely demeanor. When he inadvertently glanced at Bishop Ferdinand beside him, he noted a flicker of anticipation in the bishop's eyes. What could he possibly be anticipating? Elder Wu pondered, though the ensuing events on the battlefield soon clarified his uncertainty. Though the peculiar strategy had failed, Dai Yao grasped the disparity between himself and Dai Yaming, allowing him to refine his combat strategy. Thus, it was time to commence the true battle at last. Dai Yao shone with brilliance, and realizing that unorthodox tactics had failed, he resolved to win the duel with integrity and valor. But what constitutes a true battle? Dai Yao's heart was filled with confusion, as he could scarcely fathom what advantages Dai Yao might still possess. Dai Yaoyun summoned his soul power, causing his plain white robe to billow without wind, while two soul rings slowly ascended from his feet, one yellow and one purple. The purple soul ring radiated a brilliant light, enigmatic and formidable. A wave of astonishment surged through the arena, echoing like a tidal wave as countless spectators involuntarily rose to their feet, captivated by the mesmerizing purple ring. "What is this? Am I not seeing correctly?" Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. "You are not mistaken. It is indeed a Millennium Soul Ring." Those nearby swallowed hard, staring vacantly at the purple ring. How did the fourth prince achieve this? Was he truly the so-called waste of rumors? Doubts began to surface regarding Dai Yao's notorious reputation over the past 3 years. Is he a monster? Some pointed at Dai Yao in a daze, cold sweat trickling down their faces. As the purple soul ring emerged, the entire arena erupted in fervor, even the adjudicator. A soul emperor found himself drawn to its allure, momentarily forgetting his duties. "Silence! Silence!" The adjudicator soared into the air, unabashedly exuding the oppressive aura of a soul emperor. Even so, it took a considerable time for the arena to gradually quiet down, yet the shock within their hearts remained unquenchable. Nobles on the high platform stood, leaning over the railing, astonished by the unfolding scene. How did this young man accomplish such a feat? The fifth elder's beard trembled incessantly, as for the first time. He began to question the family's rules. Are the family's edicts truly correct? Is it worth sacrificing a genius like Dai Yao to uphold these regulations? Meanwhile, Bishop Ferdinand, witnessing Dai Yao's astonishing second soul ring, felt a secret thrill but restrained his laughter, presenting a rather comical expression. "Huh. Such a genius choosing to ally with my spirit hall is truly divine providence." The fifth elder caught sight of Ferdinand's ludicrous demeanor and, filled with concern, glared fiercely, demanding, "What are your intentions? If your spirit hall dares to harm Dai Yao, our star Luo Empire will ensure you pay the price." "Oh, my dear fifth elder, please trust me. I have no such intentions. After all, Dai Yao cannot possibly defeat Davis. He is bound to meet his demise, so why would I take unnecessary risks?" The bishop's tone infuriated the fifth elder, yet he acknowledged the truth in his words. Sighing inwardly, he resolved to do everything possible to safeguard Dai Yao's life and preserve his soul spirit and innate talent. Bishop Ferdinand resumed his feigned smile. Reveling inwardly, "The talent you neglect in the star Luo Empire, my spirit hall shall cherish." As the arena gradually settled into silence, everyone's focus returned to the duel itself, yet the shock imparted by that purple soul ring lingered, refusing to fade. Dai Yaming gazed in astonishment at the soul ring before him, as if a thunderclap resounded within his heart. He realized that the match was gradually slipping beyond his control, the outcome of the duel becoming increasingly enigmatic. "Damn it, if it weren't for that accursed Yunantion, I would have dealt with Dai Yao long ago. Sparing myself this wait until today." Clenching his fists, he harbored a quiet resentment. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, regarding Dai Yao with a cold detachment. "I should not have granted you those 10 days. What use is there in discussing this now? Let us commence the true duel." All eyes converged upon Dai Yao, but he dared not relax for an instant. In this life-and-death struggle, any hint of negligence could prove fatal. The purple soul ring shimmered as his second soul skill was unleashed. The air around them stirred tumultuously, spiraling towards Dai Yao, and as the purple soul ring flickered, he was enveloped in a radiant white light. Gradually, the white luminescence coalesced before his lips, forming a sphere of blinding light. This orb emanated a chilling aura, instilling a sense of dread. Placing his hands before him, fingers aligned and thumb poised, he focused intently. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, he declared, "Second soul skill, White Tiger-S Radiant Wave." Spectators beheld the white wave of light slicing through the arena like a bolt of lightning, followed by a powerful gust of wind that carried an ear-piercing whistle, sweeping towards the audience. Their hair and garments were tousled by the forceful current, and the shrill sound compelled many to cover their ears. A fresh wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Dai Yao gazed at the terrifying white sphere converging before Dai Yao, feeling a twinge of trepidation. He preferred to crush his adversaries using his own formidable power rather than engage directly in combat. Yet, upon turning to the audience, he noticed the concerned expression of Zhu Zhuqing, which steeled his resolve. Regardless of the 1,000-year soul technique, his 6th-level soul power was no mere ornament. Chapter 55. Collision. The second soul ring illuminated, manifesting the same white tiger fierce light wave. However, while Dai Yao wielded a 1,000-year soul technique, Dai Yaming's was merely a 100-year technique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two identical white waves collided, merging at the point of impact into a spherical form. The energies they continuously released flowed unceasingly into the energy sphere. To everyone's astonishment, the energy sphere began to drift slowly towards Dai Yao. This 1,000-year soul technique was indeed extraordinary. Despite the 6-level disparity in soul power, its might far surpassed that of Dai Yaming's second soul technique. Dai Yao mused with delight. As the energy sphere drew ever closer, Dai Yao felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably, the overwhelming aura of destruction instilling profound dread within him. He realized that he could not allow this to continue. The radiance of the second soul ring gradually waned, and without the continuous influx from the white tiger fierce light wave, the energy sphere surged rapidly towards Dai Yao, enveloping him in an instant. The wave penetrated through Dai Yao, continuing its relentless path and piercing the protective wall, creating a gaping hole from which debris cascaded down. The supporters of Dai Yao gasped in astonishment. After such a blow, whether he could survive remained a question, let alone achieve victory in the duel. Zhu Zhuqing anxiously scanned the arena, desperately searching for Dai Yaming's figure. Regret began to seep into her heart as she pondered why she had harbored animosity towards Dai Yao. Had Dai Yao and Dai Yao successfully allied, perhaps the position of captain of the Xingluo Royal Academy would have rightfully belonged to Dai Yao, thereby averting the current predicament. The fifth elder was alarmed by Dai Yao's formidable strength. Should he triumph over the second prince today, it was conceivable that he could eventually overpower the first prince. A prince rising from the ranks could inherit the Xingluo Empire and elevate it to unprecedented heights. But would the first prince grant Dai Yao the time to grow? Would the empress, standing behind the first prince, permit Dai Yao to flourish unimpeded? With these thoughts, the fifth elder was engulfed in despair. From within the smoke, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. What is this? Dai Yao squinted. He could not believe that Dai Yao had emerged unscathed from the previous assault. However, as the smoke dissipated, Dai Yao appeared before everyone. Albeit tattered and slightly injured, his aura remained undiminished, even more potent than before. Particularly, his right arm radiated a brilliant blue glow. In the duel arena, the supporters of the second prince erupted in cheers, celebrating the miraculous survival. How did he withstand my attack? Dai Yao pondered. And upon noticing the glowing right arm, understanding dawned upon him. This must be his soul bone. Such a powerful soul bone skill. It completely negated my white tiger radiant wave. It is said that you possess a rare soul bone. The skill that just withstood my millennium soul technique must be from that soul bone, right? Dai Yao gestured towards Dai Yaming's right arm. Indeed, Dai Yao did not shy away from revealing the truth. The previous battle had already unveiled his secrets. He extended his right arm, a malicious glint in his eyes as he addressed Dai Yao. The right arm bone of 3,000 years, soul bone skill, destructive death light. For the sake of securing the throne, the second prince's mother had spared no expense in procuring this soul bone suited for him. One could say that her family had sacrificed everything to ensure his victory. In this battle, he, like Dai Yao, had no option but to win. Upon hearing 3,000 years of right arm bone, Dai Yao felt a chill run down his spine. This was indeed dire news. The age of this right arm bone was significant, and the soul bone skill was the worst-case scenario he had envisioned, a pure offensive soul technique of immense power, capable of rivaling his millennium soul techniques. His greatest advantage had been his millennium soul rings, now overshadowed by the second prince's soul bone, plunging the situation into a stalemate. It appeared that the outcome was already determined. Davis remarked softly. Although the situation before him was at a stalemate, continuing the fight would be disadvantageous for Dai Yao. The disparity between the two was not merely in combat experience, but also in soul power. With Dai Yao possessing a soul power of 23 levels, how can it possibly be compared to Dai Yiming's soul power of 29 levels? The recent battle was a contest of soul techniques, eliminating the factor of combat experience. If the two were to engage without the use of soul techniques, it is likely that Dai Yao would swiftly face defeat. Dai Yiming removed the tattered garments, revealing a robust physique. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he coldly declared, "I concede that your talent astonishes the world. Yet age will forever remain your insurmountable gap. Today, I shall grant you no further opportunities." Dai Yao disregarded the harsh words spoken by Dai Yiming. A war of words had become utterly futile. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Combat experience was not his forte. Hence, he had to capitalize on his strengths while sidestepping his weaknesses, striving to engage in battle through the utilization of soul techniques. The ensuing confrontation took everyone by surprise. Whenever the second prince attempted to engage Dai Yao in close combat, Dai Yao's initial move invariably featured the 8 extremities collapse. With past experiences as a cautionary tale, Dai Yiming had no choice but to invoke the White Tiger Shield to defend himself. After the initial strike, Dai Yao swiftly executed an explosive retreat, circling around Dai Yiming. Once he had gathered enough power, he unleashed the 8 extremities collapse once more against Dai Yiming. A missed attack prompted an immediate withdrawal, leaving Dai Yiming seething with frustration. After several such exchanges, Dai Yiming could no longer contain himself and resorted to employing a soul bone skill to strike at Dai Yao. Dai Yao, however, was unyielding, activating his second soul technique to counter Dai Yiming's assault. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Dai Yao refrained from engaging Dai Yiming in direct combat when devoid of his soul techniques. The spectacle bewildered countless spectators, who were left questioning the peculiar turn of events in the battle. The chase and evasion were almost comical. Indeed, what a coward! He lacks the courage to confront directly. Zhu Zhuqing glared furiously at Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, many noble soul masters couldn't help but twitch their lips. Had it not been for Dai Yiming's possession of a soul bone, the current scenario would likely have been one-sided. Dai Yao exerted complete dominance over Dai Yiming. Should an ordinary soul master encounter an opponent of Dai Yao's caliber, they would surely have succumbed long ago. Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed to Zhu Zhuqing. Her lips were pressed tightly together as she fixated on the duel arena. With each clash of soul skills between Dai Yao and Dai Yiming, her heart tightened a fraction more. In the use of soul skills, Dai Yao indeed rendered Dai Yiming's practical experience inconsequential, but what of their soul power? With every deployment of a soul skill, his internal soul power diminished. How could a soul master of the 23rd rank possibly contend with the robust soul power of a 29th rank? As time progressed, it became increasingly evident to the onlookers that Dai Yao was, in fact, facing a slow demise. Once his soul power was depleted, it would signify Dai Yao's defeat. The sinister smile on Dai Yiming's lips grew increasingly pronounced. Since Dai Yao wished to engage in a contest of soul techniques, he would oblige him, competing in soul power. He harbored no doubts about besting Dai Yao. While the onlookers held little faith in Dai Yao's chances, he remained unfazed. The liquid soul power within him surged with vigor. Chapter 56. A contest of soul power consumption. Utilizing soul power for a duel was a clever choice, yet it could not bridge the gap in their respective powers. It merely prolonged the inevitable. Davis watched the match with a cold gaze, contemplating within. He cast a glance at the inebriated Dai Mubai and disdainfully mused. Today marks the demise of Dai Yao. Dai Mubai is no worthy opponent. It seems my final adversary will be you, Dai Yiming. Through relentless discussions and analyses, the audience began to grasp Dai Yao's strategy of avoiding direct combat and relying on soul techniques for his duels. It became increasingly clear that if the match continued, Dai Yao would undoubtedly face defeat. That insufferable brat, like a bothersome fly buzzing incessantly, impossible to swat away. Dai Yiming felt a surge of irritation, waiting for Dai Yao to exhaust his soul power so he could relish in tormenting him. Suddenly, a powerful punch surged towards him, and Dai Yiming broke into a cold sweat. Had he not promptly unleashed the White Tiger Guardian barrier, a blow from Dai Yao would have surely left him in a state akin to that of the portly competitor. He focused his mind, fully alert, observing every move Dai Yao made. After several exchanges of soul techniques, both combatants engaged in a fierce back and forth. Within a brief span, Dai Yao and Dai Yaming clashed multiple times with their White Tiger Radiant Wave and Destructive Death Ray, both panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The continuous execution of such formidable soul techniques placed an immense strain on their bodies. Damn it, how does he still possess soul power? Dai Yaming wearily lifted his head, gazing at the equally fatigued Dai Yao, feeling a sense of trepidation. At this moment, he had less than 30% of his soul power remaining, by all accounts. Dai Yao should have long since depleted his own. How could he still unleash a millennia-old soul technique? Could it be that he harbored some extraordinary trait? Surely, his internal soul power could not surpass that of a soul master of the same rank. How many hidden cards did this fellow possess? The difficulty of the battle far exceeded Dai Yaming's expectations. He had never anticipated that Dai Yao could push him to such an extent. Moreover, he had even resorted to using soulbone skills, yet victory remained elusive. The thought of Dai Yao's seemingly endless arsenal sent shivers down Dai Yaming's spine. He could hardly fathom how formidable Dai Yao must have been at his age. As the spectators began to sense the anomaly, whispers rippled through the crowd. How does the fourth prince still have soul power? A typical soul master at rank 23 would have long since exhausted theirs. As the battle progressed, an increasing number of soul masters recognized the peculiarity, leading to a crescendo of discussions that filled the arena with noise. In the arena, Dai Yao moved with explosive speed, calmly engaging Dai Yaming in their duel. A smile slowly crept across his lips, for Dai Yaming's consumption of soul power played right into his hands. Although his soul power rank was only 23, the total amount of his soul power surpassed that of lower-ranked soul venerables. His soul power was in a liquid state, resulting in a lower rank than that of a typical soul master. Years of unwavering training and 2 instances of absorbing soul rings beyond the limits had fortified his soul power immensely. After several exchanges of soul techniques, he still retained 50% of his soul power, far more than the nearly depleted Dai Yaming at rank 29. As Dai Yao swiftly maneuvered across the dueling arena with explosive speed, he maintained a watchful eye on every movement of Dai Yaming. Seizing the opportune moment, he unleashed his second soul skill. The formidable White Tiger's Radiant Wave compelled Dai Yaming to resort to his Destructive Death Ray for defense. Dai Yaming's heart grew increasingly anxious, his brows knitting into a deep furrow. After employing his soulbone skill, only a little over 10% of his soul power remained, allowing him to invoke the skill just once more. He had reached a point of desperation, yet the tide of the situation was beginning to turn. Dai Yao, once the hunter, now found himself the prey. The contempt he once held for the competition of soul power had dissipated, replaced by a rising tide of fear as he contemplated the horrifying consequences of defeat in the duel. 3 years prior, Dai Mubai's failure had led him into despair, rendering him a mere laughingstock within the academy. Now, Dai Yao questioned whether he would even survive the duel. No, I must endure, he resolved firmly. Yet, he possessed but one opportunity to unleash his soulbone skill. Defeat seemed inevitable. At that moment, the audience gasped as they beheld the spectacle before them. The state of the second prince's martial soul flickered erratically, struggling to maintain its form. Had the prince exhausted his soul power? Dai Yao's supporters could scarcely believe their eyes, collapsing onto the stone steps, leaning back in defeat. How could the 29th level second prince be drained of soul power while the seemingly vigorous 23rd level fourth prince thrived? Such bewilderment echoed in the minds of all present. On the high platform, witnessing Dai Yao's depletion of soul power, Zhu Zhuqing slumped to the ground, gazing vacantly at the duel, lost in thought. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, Feng Wutong, and others appeared elated, as if victory were within grasp. Observing Dai Yao's return to his normal state, Yin and Tian furrowed his brow, discerning Dai Yao's intent to feign weakness in hopes of seizing a final opportunity for a decisive blow. The fifth elder's emotions were conflicted. Both princes were rare talents, and the loss of either would cause him pain. Yet the rules of the White Tiger clan were immutable, although Dai Yao found himself in dire straits. Should his scheme succeed, a reversal of fortunes was possible. Conversely, should Dai Yao uncover Dai Yao's strategy, it would spell doom for him. He bore the weight of his sorrow, closing his eyes, unable to witness the impending outcome. Beside him, Bishop Ferdinand supported his chin with his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Should Dai Yao triumph, joy would abound. Yet should he falter, His only recourse for survival would lie in aligning with the spirit hall. In that eventuality, the reins of power would shift into his hands. This duel had already yielded him countless surprises. Irrespective of the outcome, Dai Yao's survival was assured. Yet it also served as a test of his mettle. One must never underestimate an opponent, even when they seem cornered. Now, the balance had shifted entirely in Dai Yao's favor. It remained to be seen how he would counter Dai Yao's desperate gambit. Should he fail, the spirit hall would not diminish his status, yet he would undoubtedly be regarded with less esteem. As Dai Yao relinquished his martial soul's embodiment, a surge of elation coursed through Dai Yao. After 3 years of arduous training, enduring solitude and monotony, the day of reckoning had finally arrived. The humiliation of 3 years past would today be repaid in full before all. He advanced slowly towards Dai Yao, a smirk of vengeance betraying his anticipation. Each step echoed ominously, like the tolling of a death knell, resonating in the hearts of the second prince's supporters. As Dai Yao approached, Dai Yao had bowed, felt a frantic pulse in his chest. Closer, just a few more steps, and he would be within striking distance. All eyes were riveted on Dai Yao. Dai Mu Bai's wine flask clattered to the ground as disbelief washed over him at the prospect of Dai Yao's imminent victory, while Zhu Zhuqing could bear no more. Shutting her eyes tightly. Chapter 57. The duel with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Dai Yao's heart jolted. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was it not akin to his battle with Yin and Tian during his first ring competition? When Yin and Tian exposed a weakness, he had charged in without hesitation. Had it not been for the sacred white tiger martial soul, he might have faced defeat then. What distinguished the present Dai Yao from the Yin and Tian of that time? The caution born from 6 years of seclusion resurfaced. He halted, hastily employing a retreating step. Moving away. Why retreat when victory was within grasp? This bizarre turn of events left the spectators bewildered, murmuring among themselves. Yin and Tian finally exhaled. Astonished, this young man has discerned the second prince's scheme. Were I in his position, under the gaze of so many, maintaining composure would have been impossible. I would have rushed in heedlessly. Bishop Ferdinand smiled with satisfaction, nodding in affirmation. This lad is not only exceptionally gifted, but possesses commendable character. He is indeed fated to align with our spirit hall. His gaze shifted to the still anxious Zhu Zhuqing, his heart swelling with delight. What a fortunate turn of events. Not only has a sacred white tiger martial soul emerged, but also a phantom spirit cat martial soul. Together, they wield a martial soul fusion technique, surely destined to be intertwined with our spirit hall. As Dai Yao gradually distanced himself from the attack range, Dai Yao's eyes burned with desperation, his voice a pained scream. Why are you retreating? Why? Dai Yao remained silent, secretly relieved upon witnessing Dai Yaming's reaction. Had he truly been negligent and fallen victim to Dai Yaming's soul-bone skill, he would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Amidst the fluctuations of soul power, the second soul ring illuminated. The Millennium Soul Skill, White Tiger's radiant light wave. Once again, this soul skill emerged. A wave of despair washed over Dai Yaming. Should he fail to counter the White Tiger's radiant light wave, he would instantly lose his combat capability. With no other options, he summoned his remaining soul power to unleash his soul-bone skill. The two formidable soul skills clashed in a stalemate, gradually dissolving into nothingness as time progressed. Dai Yaming, weak and defeated, knelt upon the ground, gazing despondently at the heavens as 2 streams of hot tears traced down his cheeks. Today's defeat was not solely his own. It encompassed his fiancée Yi and his maternal lineage, rendering all efforts to naught. A profound sense of regret enveloped him, as he pondered how different things might have been had he chosen to collaborate with Dai Yao and foster a harmonious relationship. Instead, he had betrayed Zhu Zhuqing and dashed his mother's hopes. Meanwhile, Dai Yao remained suspicious, questioning whether Dai Yaming was merely feigning weakness, perhaps concealing a hidden strength. Maintaining a safe distance from Dai Yaming's range of attack, he focused on stabilizing his turbulent soul power, with the intention of unleashing another White Tiger radiant wave. He sought to ascertain whether Dai Yaming had genuinely exhausted his energy. Gradually, his body regained composure as his Millennium Soul technique illuminated, taking aim at the prostrate Dai Yaming. Amidst the gasps of onlookers and Zhu Zhuqing's desperate cries, the White Tiger radiant wave descended upon Dai Yaming, an unstoppable force engulfing him. As the blinding light dissipated, the battered Dai Yaming rolled upon the dueling ground, his form resembling that of a charred remnant, his features obscured, revealing little more than intermittent breaths. It appeared he had indeed lost all capacity for resistance. Dai Yao coldly contemplated. He unleashed a burst of speed, delivering a devastating 8 extreme strike to Dai Yaming's abdomen. A resounding roar echoed throughout the duel arena as Dai Yaming was struck into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. 3 years of humiliation. I repay you today. Dai Yao bellowed. With each punch that landed upon Dai Yaming, blood splattered onto Dai Yao's clothing. Many spectators, unable to bear the gruesome scene, turned their heads away. Above, Zhu Zhuqing wept in despair. Meanwhile, those supporting Dai Yao, including Feng Wudong, leaped with excitement, and even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing revealed a radiant smile. Dai Yao, panting heavily, gazed upon the nearly lifeless Dai Yaming. With each punch, he spared no effort, unleashing 3 years' worth of humiliation in a relentless torrent. After all, as a formidable offensive soul master, his life force was resilient. Even in the face of such grievous injuries, he clung to existence. Grasping Dai Yaming by the throat, he steadily lifted him, casting a glance towards Zhu Zhuqing on the platform, a cruel smile playing upon his lips. No, Zhu Zhuqing cried out, her tears flowing like rain. Her voice filled with despair. Dai Yao raised Dai Yaming high above, turning around to proclaim the victory of the match. The coward's hat that had adorned Dai Yao's head for 3 long years was shattered to pieces. The spectators were profoundly stunned by this scene, and the entire dueling arena fell into a hushed silence. In everyone's eyes, there existed only that figure, reminiscent of a demonic deity. Dai Yao cast Dai Yaming to the ground, placing a foot upon his head, and pointed at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Zhu Zhuqing, 3 years ago, I warned you not to regret your actions of that day. Today is the day of reckoning for you. I offer you a chance. If you dare to face me in the duel arena today and emerge victorious, I shall spare Dai Yaming. Dai Yao's voice rang out, resonating throughout the duel arena with a chilling clarity. Upon hearing his proposal, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. The fourth prince had just emerged victorious in a fierce battle against the second prince, albeit by a stroke of luck, leaving many skeptical of his remaining soul power. Indeed, the fourth prince's arrogance was palpable. Why would he engage in combat with a formidable grand soul master when his own soul power was nearly depleted? Most spectators believed that Dai Yao, with his dwindling soul energy, was recklessly courting disaster by confronting Zhu Zhuqing, who was also a grand soul master. However, the trampled Dai Yaming held a different perspective. From the few blows Dai Yao had landed on him moments ago, he sensed an overwhelming surge of soul energy emanating from Dai Yao. This indicated that, despite having exhausted his own 29th level of soul power, Dai Yao still possessed a significant reserve. What manner of monster is he? With his formidable soul bone abilities, he could barely contend with Dai Yao, while Zhu Zhuqing not only lacked the same level of soul power, but also fell short in soul techniques. As an agile attack-type soul master, Zhu Zhuqing's speed was only marginally superior to that of Dai Yao. It could be asserted that Zhu Zhuqing stood no chance against Dai Yao. Dai Yao had no intention of letting the two of them escape. With his head pressed beneath a foot, he could scarcely part his lips. Yet he labored to utter 2 words, no. He extended his scarred hand, clutching Dai Yao's foot, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, I beg you, spare her, please. You may torment me as you wish. Dai Yao was somewhat taken aback. The second prince was indeed a romantic soul. Yet he was running out of time. Soon, he would depart from the Star Luo Empire and would not return for an extended period. He would never allow Zhu Zhuqing to live in peace. Not long ago, had he not arrived in the nick of time, Zhu Zhuqing might have already met her demise. How could he possibly let Zhu Zhuqing escape so easily? Observing the hesitant Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yao provocatively taunted, What's the matter? My soul energy is nearly depleted, yet you, a grand soul master, dare not accept my challenge? Or are you, in truth, merely a cowardly turtle? Chapter 58, the finale. The label affixed to Dai Yao was astonishingly returned to him unaltered. It was truly a case of self-inflicted consequences, Zhu Zhuqing mused. She attempted to discern from Dai Yao's expression whether he was merely bluffing, but the murderous intent etched upon his face offered no clarity. Considering that Dai Yao had been engaged in battle for such an extended duration, his soul energy must surely be dwindling. She took a deep breath, her peach blossom eyes sharpening with fierce determination. She refused to believe that even a nearly exhausted Dai Yao could best her. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. At that moment, Dai Yamei was still pleading for him to spare Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yao paid no heed, and, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing accept the challenge, immediately burst into laughter. He pushed Dai Yaming aside and stood in the arena, awaiting Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fully aware of Dai Yao's intent to avenge her. However, given the current circumstances, she was reluctant to let Dai Yao put himself in peril for her sake. Just as she was about to call out to him, Dai Hengyu restrained her. Trust in him, he thought. Since he dared to challenge Zhu Zhuqing in such a public setting, he must possess unwavering confidence in his victory. Dai Hengyu was acutely aware of the tribulations that Dai Yao had endured over the past 3 years, particularly as Dai Yao was on the verge of departing from the Xingluo Empire, with little hope of vengeance in the foreseeable future. Today marked his final opportunity. Amidst the spectators' bewilderment, the duel between the two commenced. Zhu Zhuqing gazed sorrowfully at Dai Yaming, who pleaded for mercy, casting a furious glare at Dai Yao. Had her gaze possessed lethal intent, Dai Yao would have already faced a torturous demise. I shall avenge you, Zhu Zhuqing resolutely vowed. She harbored significant apprehension regarding Dai Yao's formidable strength. Upon activating her martial soul, she eschewed a direct confrontation with Dai Yao, opting instead to exploit the advantages of an agility-focused soul master, circling around him much like she had when battling Dai Yaming, to ensure a decisive victory. Her strategy was to deplete Dai Yao's soul power. Had just emerged from a fierce battle, depleting his soul power in a brief span. Astute. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's movements, he grasped her intentions and offered his commendation. Yet, what significance did it hold? A radiant white light illuminated the scene as the wings behind Dai Yao unfurled, and the royal symbol upon his forehead emanated an oppressive aura that was almost blinding, inciting an instinctual reverence in those who beheld it. The formidable pressure of his martial soul was sufficient to instill fear in the soul masters positioned in the front row. For Zhu Zhuqing, his opponent, the situation was even more dire. Under the weight of his overwhelming martial soul pressure, her soul power faltered, rendering her movements sluggish and her speed significantly diminished. This is dire. A sense of foreboding surged within Zhu Zhuqing. I've got you now, Dai Yao smirked. Channeling his soul power, he executed a burst of speed, propelling himself forward. Under the immense pressure of Dai Yao's martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's pace appeared to him as that of a sluggish snail. Though she stood in front of Dai Yao, he closed the distance between them with alarming rapidity. In her stealthy state, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sudden jolt of dread, an overwhelming sense of crisis washing over her. With wide eyes, she glanced back, only to find Dai Yao's icy visage, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of soul power indicating he was about to unleash a truly terrifying soul skill. Realizing escape was futile, she steeled herself for combat. The yellow soul rings adorning her body illuminated, and she invoked her second soul skill, Ethereal 100 Claws. Bending her body slightly, a surge of tremendous power erupted, manifesting as countless pale purple claw marks that lunged toward Dai Yao. No, Dai Yao, lying on the ground, was rendered immobile, his eyes filled with despair. 8 extremes collapse. Dai Yao bellowed in fury. Relying on his formidable physical prowess, he endured Zhu Zhuqing's nether claw, yet he managed to deliver a punch that struck her. As Zhu Zhuqing was sent soaring through the air by the impact of the 8 extremities collapse, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Despite her own severe injuries, Dai Yao had absorbed the full brunt of her second soul skill, sustaining far greater damage. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Just moments before, as she had raised her hand to block Dai Yao's assault, the sheer force of his blow had rendered her palm numb. This tingling sensation did not cease. It coursed rapidly up her arm, swiftly transforming into excruciating pain that engulfed her insides, as if set ablaze. Ah! Zhu Zhuqing cried out in anguish, her body curling up on the ground as she trembled in torment. Lying nearby, Dai Yaming displayed a look of deep concern. During his confrontation with Dai Yao, he had remained vigilant against this very move, yet Zhu Zhuqing, lacking any defensive skill, had merely exchanged blows and found herself utterly defeated. Dai Yao felt a surge of delight within. This was the might of hidden strength. He had endured Zhu Zhuqing's soul technique merely to land the Ba Ji Beng strike upon her corporeal form. Once struck, the outcome would be determined. Indeed, he swiftly vanquished Zhu Zhuqing. An ordinary great soul master stood no chance against Dai Yao, who only faced worthy opponents like Dai Yaming, possessing a supreme martial soul, perhaps even augmented by a soul bone, to pose any challenge to him. Even now, after the prolonged battle, Dai Yao retained a substantial reserve of soul energy. It could be said that within the realm of great soul masters, he was invincible. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he gazed down upon her from a position of superiority and coldly remarked, Did you ever consider the consequences of the scorn you heaped upon me and Zhu Qing all those years ago? Fear marred Zhu Zhuqing's once enchanting visage, erasing the arrogance with which she had once humiliated Dai Yao and his companion. Dai Yao raised his right hand high, channeling his soul energy, and struck down towards Zhu Zhuqing. The ground trembled, and Zhu Zhuqing's towering form swayed violently, blood swirling through the air. The sight of Dai Yao ruthlessly shattering beauty sent chills down the spines of countless spectators. Such a captivating being. How could one bear to lay a hand upon her? Alas, the arena forbade the use of blades or concealed weapons, leaving only fists as instruments of conflict. He slowly raised his bloodied fist, crimson droplets cascading down, each drop a testament to his adversary's lifeblood. This strike was for Zhu Qing, had it not been for my intervention a few days prior. She would have surely met her demise. Dai Yao's voice was cold as ice. With a single blow, Zhu Zhuqing's face twisted in agony. Just as Dai Yao prepared to unleash another punch, he felt an obstruction at his feet. It was Dai Yaming, his battered hand grasping at Dai Yao's ankle. Inch by inch, he crawled closer, pleading, "Spare her, it is all my fault. Your tarnished reputation was orchestrated by me sending the portly fellow. I beg you, let her go. I would gladly trade my life for hers." Hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, lying motionless on the ground, had tears stream down her disfigured face. The audience was profoundly moved, touched by the sincerity of Dai Yaming and Zhu Zhuqing's bond. Despite their royal status, it was unimaginable that such love could drive one to sacrifice their life for the other. Dai Yao, indifferent to Dai Yaming, kicked him aside and prepared to continue his punishment of Zhu Zhuqing. How could the fourth prince be so cold-hearted, truly devoid of compassion? Witnessing Dai Yao poised to strike again, many spectators voiced their condemnation, unable to comprehend why he would proceed after having already inflicted such grievous injuries upon the second prince. Was it merely the burden of a 3-year-old tarnished reputation? Hadn't Zhu Zhuqing survived the recent duel? Why persist in this vendetta? Amidst the chorus of reproach, Dai Yao remained unfazed, channeling his inner soul power. Yet, a voice resonated in his ear. Chapter 59, Severed Arms Cease Your Actions, Dai Yao. The right to punish the second prince belongs solely to the victor of the royal succession. Once you ascend to the throne, you may exact your vengeance upon them at your discretion. Dai Yao discerned that it was the voice of the fifth elder. He cast a fleeting glance at the elder on the high platform, choosing to disregard him. Had he been the one to falter today, he was certain the fifth elder would have intervened to restrain Dai Yaming, for in the elder's eyes, the family's rules eclipsed all else. Yet, why should he halt simply because of those soulless, decrepit family dictates? What nonsensical rules? He was a normal person, devoid of any masochistic tendencies. And in this fierce contest for the throne, he found himself in an unequivocally disadvantageous position. Not only was he the youngest, but he also bore the burden of his mother's passing, which meant he had to confront the 3 other princes alone. And where was the family then? Did they uphold the rules of competition? When he was tormented by those eunuchs in the cold palace, where was the family? Only recently, even a subordinate of the second prince dared to openly insult him. On what grounds? Did the family intervene? You throw around a hollow promise of succession to the throne as if it grants you dominion over everything, yet offer not a shred of reward. Why should he serve you? If you cannot even deliver the promised fairness, on what basis should he owe you his loyalty? Dai Yao let out a cold snort, disregarding Elder Wu as he prepared to strike Dai Yaming once more. Elder Wu's gaze sharpened. Could it be that this impudent youth dared to defy the clan's regulations? Beside him, Bishop Ferdinand's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Should Dai Yao unleash this punch, it would signify his formal severance from the Star Luo royal family. The arena was filled with a cacophony of boos, and under Elder Wu's scrutinizing gaze, amidst Bishop Ferdinand's hopeful expectations, Dai Yao, poised to deliver the blow, caught sight of Dai Hengyu shaking his head slowly. It was a silent plea for him to refrain from executing the strike. Dai Yao was momentarily taken aback. While he could disregard the opinions of everyone else, he could not dismiss those of Dai Hengyu. He cast a cold gaze upon the 2 princes, the second prince and Zhu Zhuqing, who huddled together in a corner, his clenched fist seeming to freeze in midair, suspended indefinitely. After a prolonged silence, the alert Dai Yaming opened his eyes, noticing that the murderous intent radiating from Dai Yao was gradually dissipating. Gratefully, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and, having narrowly escaped death, bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Fourth Prince. May your highness show mercy and spare us." Their foreheads struck the ground heavily, blood gushing forth. As they slowly rose and prepared to depart, Dai Yao halted them. "Stop," he commanded, his icy voice echoing in Dai Yaming's ears like the ominous approach of death. "If you sever an arm, I shall grant you clemency." Dai Yao coldly remarked that the humiliation of this day would undoubtedly be etched into Dai Yaming's memory for a lifetime. Although it may not eradicate future threats entirely, it would serve to sever an arm, ensuring that he could never attain the esteemed rank of title de law, thereby diminishing Dai Yaming's menace to its bare minimum. In the original tale, Tang Hao, in order to return the soul bone to the Haotian sect, sacrificed an arm and a leg, causing his soul power level to plummet from over 90 to 79, from which he could never ascend again. It was only later, when Tang San utilized the characteristics of the blue-silver domain to restore Tang Hao's limbs, that he regained his stature as a title de law. For an ordinary individual, the loss of limbs would render any possibility of recovery non-existent. Only someone of Tang San's extraordinary prowess could possess the ability to restore such lost parts. As long as Dai Yaming severed an arm, he would remain incapable of posing a threat to Dai Yao. Although the fifth elder forbade him from taking the lives of the two, severing Dai Yaming's arm was his ultimate limit. Upon hearing that Dai Yao would spare them, both Dai Yaming and his companion felt a surge of joy, yet the thought of self-mutilation cast a shadow over their hearts. Dai Yaming gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, I shall comply. If I sever an arm, you must spare both of us. Once a promise is made, it is as binding as a team of 4 horses." Dai Yao responded, "No." The disfigured Zhu Zhuqing grasped Dai Yaming's arm, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs as she pleaded for him to reconsider. She was acutely aware that Dai Yaming's aspiration was to enhance his strength and ascend to the throne. However, with the loss of an arm, his body would be forever incomplete, and he would never reach the pinnacle of the soul master path, marking an indelible regret in his life. Her heart ached with profound remorse for the choices she had made, echoing Dai Yao's earlier sentiments. Dai Yaming gently removed Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and a smile spread across his bloodied face, somewhat terrifying yet tender as he comforted, "It's all right. Sacrificing an arm for our survival is worthwhile." He understood Dai Yao's intention behind demanding the amputation. Had he refused, Dai Yao would undoubtedly have taken his life right there. Enduring 3 years of monotonous training, he bore insults in silence. There was no doubt that Dai Yao was a ruthless individual, one who could not be easily constrained, even by the family's rules. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his soul energy, placing his right hand upon his left arm and exerting a fierce force. His left arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain into the air, as radiant beams ascended from the audience, showering down upon Dai Yaming. The wound gradually ceased bleeding, and Dai Yaming's complexion turned as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down in agony as he weakly uttered, "Is that enough?" Dai Yao nodded. He was indeed a man deserving of admiration. In his heart, Dai Yao felt a surge of approval. Zhu Zhuqing cast a resentful glance at Dai Yao. Yet Dai Yaming approached her with a gentle smile, shaking his head to convey that she ought not to harbor hatred towards Dai Yao. The outcome of the day was a consequence of their own actions, and to have escaped with their lives was a testament to Dai Yao's remarkable mercy. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing assisted Dai Yaming as they stumbled down from the dueling arena, gradually vanishing into the competitor's passage. The arena soon resonated with sporadic applause, which, as if influenced by an unseen force, grew increasingly thunderous until it echoed like a tempest. Although the results of the duel were unexpected, the fervent devotion of the second prince and the formidable prowess of the fourth prince provided the spectators with a visual feast. They understood that from this day forth, a new star had risen in the Starry Empire. Such innate talent and brilliance, rare throughout history, are seldom encountered. Zhu Zhuqing leaped from the stands, her heart racing as she dashed onto the dueling ground, throwing herself into Dai Yao's embrace, her cheeks stained with tears. Dai Yu was taken aback by the unexpected display of emotion from the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zhuqing gradually regained her composure, her cheeks blossoming with a delicate blush as she shyly turned her gaze away. The numerous onlookers were envious to witness the icy beauty reveal such a side of herself in Dai Yao's embrace, yet they could not summon any feelings of jealousy. In this moment, the radiant Dai Yu seemed to elevate Zhu Zhuqing to heights beyond her reach. On the lofty dais, Elder Wu regarded Dai Yao with a prolonged silence, his thoughts heavy with the implications of Dai Yao's actions, which clearly contravened the family's rules. Contemplating Dai Yao's remarkable talent, All his frustrations ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. Bishop Ferdinand observed Elder Wu with a knowing smile, as if concealing something beneath his facade. The sight of Ferdinand's irksome expression prompted a disdainful snort from Elder Wu, who then turned away in irritation. Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, one pair of eyes stood out, cold and filled with a palpable intent to kill. That piercing gaze belonged to Davis. Chapter 60. The fourth cannot be provoked. Following today's battle, Dai Yao would undoubtedly become a thorn in Davis's side. At merely 9 years of age, he was already a formidable opponent, while Dai Yaming was 15. Although Dai Yao had 6 fewer years of cultivation experience, he still managed to triumph over Dai Yaming. Dai Yaming not only possesses a top-tier beast martial soul, but also wields a soul bone, boasting a soul power that has reached the 29th level, rendering him unparalleled among great soul masters. Yet, he was unexpectedly defeated by Dai Yao, who is 6 levels his junior. Had it not been for Dai Yao's relatively lesser combat experience, the outcome of this duel might have been overwhelmingly one-sided. This confrontation not only astonished all spectators, but also sent a chill down Davis's spine. The icy, piercing gaze emanated from him, and Dai Yao easily discerned its source. As the elation of victory slowly faded away, unfazed, he turned his attention toward Davis. In the struggle for the throne, a clash between the two was inevitable. However, Davis would not be as foolish as Dai Yaming, allowing Dai Yao the opportunity to grow stronger. Davis let out a cold snort and departed the arena with Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yao's mood instantly turned heavy. It appeared that Davis was preparing to take action against him, and he needed to leave the Luo Empire as soon as possible. In the days following the soul battle, Dai Yao remained immersed in a simulated environment, training relentlessly beneath the waterfall. Even though the soul battle had concluded and he had triumphed over Dai Yaming, he could not afford to relax his standards. On the path of a soul master, Dai Yaming was merely a stumbling block. He would encounter many more formidable foes in the future. Originally, he intended to leave the Luo Empire immediately after the soul battle. However, Zhu Zhuqing had yet to acquire her second spirit ring and needed to return to her family to hunt for soul beasts before departing. The soul masters nurtured by her family had been meticulously chosen by generations of ancestors, perfectly aligning with the family's martial spirit. Once they reached the Heaven Do Empire, finding suitable soul beasts would pose a significant challenge. Thus, despite the urgency of time, Zhu Zhuqing had to return to the Zhu family to hunt. The circumstances for both of them had improved considerably. Since Dai Yao's victory over Dai Yaming, Zhu Zhuqing's status had risen significantly. In the Zhu family, those who once bullied her now greeted her with smiles, no longer exuding their previous arrogance. Zhu Zhuqing was keenly aware that their change in demeanor was entirely due to Dai Yao. She felt immensely fortunate to have such a fiancé. In the days following Zhu Zhuqing's departure, Dai Yao's life underwent a tremendous transformation. Firstly, he was inundated with visitors, all seeking to align themselves with him. After Dai Yaming's defeat, his faction had disbanded, leaving the Crown Prince as the dominant force within the academy. One of the 4 major powers that were once untouchable had fallen, and the remaining 2 factions could not compare to the Crown Prince's might. Amidst the chaos within the academy, many saw an opportunity to ally with the Fourth Prince and establish a 4th faction. Although Dai Yao was merely a great soul master, significantly weaker than the Crown Prince in terms of soul power, and his family's influence was starkly inferior, he continually created miracles. He had consecutively defeated the 3rd and 2nd princes and had absorbed a millennium-old soul ring for his 2nd spirit ring, encouraging many to take a risk on him. In the past, they believed that there was a gap in strength between the 4th prince and the 3rd and 2nd princes, just as there was now with the Crown Prince. Yet, Dai Yao had vanquished them all, making victory over the Crown Prince seem plausible. Moreover, Dai Yao was alone, with no supporters. After the soul battle, people's eyes were keenly aware of his potential. While timely assistance was no longer feasible, enhancing his already flourishing situation was still possible. Thus, they flocked to visit Dai Yao, eager to pledge their allegiance. However, Dai Yao declined every offer, as he intended to leave the Luo Empire soon, lacking the inclination to establish a faction. Furthermore, with Dai Yaming's withdrawal, he would be the primary target for Davis. Having learned from Dai Yaming's experience, Davis would not grant him any opportunities for cultivation. The wisest choice was to retreat swiftly and avoid conflict with Davis. For the first time in 3 years, he stepped into the noble dining hall of the cafeteria. Gone was the disdain he once felt. Despite wearing the simplest of robes, He commanded the respect of all soul masters. From the moment he entered the cafeteria, he attracted countless gazes. He resembled a lion surveying its territory on the grasslands, exuding a regal air. During his meal, he displayed no semblance of noble etiquette or poise, yet this did not incite any discontent. Rather, many nobles appreciated his unpretentious demeanor. This was the advantage of strength. When one possesses sufficient power, all actions are deemed correct. Previously, he had been expelled from the cafeteria by Dai Yao and had not set foot inside since, creating a mental barrier. Today, upon returning to the cafeteria, he found that the resolution of this inner conflict brought him little joy and instead felt somewhat mundane. However, among the myriad of changes, the most bothersome aspect was the incessant attention from girls expressing their affection for him. Once, due to his notorious reputation, many had come to witness the so-called academy joke. Now, countless girls who harbored feelings for him harassed him day and night, causing him considerable annoyance. Even while walking down the street, he found himself constantly pursued. Whenever confronted with the girl's advances, Zhu Zhuqing would cast him a lingering glance, and he suspected that had she been able to utilize her martial spirit, she would have swiftly intervened to drive away those pestering him. Perhaps in a previous life, he would have relished such attention, but now he found it exceedingly tiresome. This truly hinders my cultivation. Dai Yao disdainfully mused. What importance does cultivation hold for a woman? Moreover, I am in the presence of a renowned ice-cold beauty, one whose beauty surpasses that of many in the academy. If it were Hu Liena or Qianrenxue, I might consider it. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. How splendid it would be if it were Bibi Dong or Poseidon. The night was moonless, with thick clouds obscuring the moonlight. The forest lay shrouded in darkness, occasionally punctuated by the calls of wild beasts. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Dai Yao replied, his gaze sharpening. Could it be yet another group of girls seeking affection under the cover of night? "It seems the fourth prince has been rather troubled of late," a newcomer jested, well aware of Dai Yao's recent woes. The figure was cloaked in a black robe, and upon removing the hood, Dai Yao instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. "You?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Before him stood none other than Lan Yuxuan, the crown prince of the Bailton kingdom, a figure not to be trifled with in the academy. A leader among the nobility of various principalities and kingdoms. He had come at the behest of Ferdinand, the platinum bishop of the Star Luo Empire's Spirit Hall, to assist the fourth prince in departing from the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 61. The Choice Within the Academy. The distinction between noble spirit masters and commoner spirit masters was stark. The leader of the commoner spirit masters was Yi Nantian, while the noble spirit masters were led by Davis and Dai Yao. However, beyond this, the noble spirit masters had yet another leader. Davis and Daimin lead the noble soul masters within the empire, while numerous noble soul masters from various kingdoms and principalities are likewise guided by a singular leader, the illustrious Lan Yuxuan, who stands before Dai Yao. Commanded by Ferdinand? Dai Yao is perplexed. Why would a crown prince heed the orders of the Pope of the Spirit Hall? However, upon further reflection, clarity dawns upon him. In the original narrative, the foundation of the Spirit Empire is established upon all the kingdoms and principalities beyond the two empires. With several decades remaining until the formation of the Spirit Empire, it is evident that such an endeavor cannot be accomplished overnight. To construct the empire, the Spirit Hall must have long been striving to garner support from the myriad of kingdoms and principalities. It is likely that many leaders among these realms have already acquiesced to the commands of the Spirit Hall. Lan Yuxuan, it seems, belongs to one of the kingdoms that has aligned itself with the Spirit Hall. Indeed, to avoid detection by Imperial forces, Pope Ferdinand could not come in person and thus sent me in his stead. Upon removing his hood, Lan Yuxuan reveals a handsome visage, with striking brows and starry eyes, shoulder-length azure hair, and a posture that exudes elegance and nobility. Upon noticing the chair, he first furrows his brow, then, with a resigned sigh, retrieves a handkerchief from his bosom to place upon the seat before finally sitting down. Every gesture he makes is akin to a textbook example of nobility. "You must have studied at Yuxian?" Dai Yao cannot help but quip. Lan Yuxuan is momentarily taken aback, then regains his smile, which now carries a hint of genuine sentiment compared to his earlier courteous demeanor. "Indeed, your highness possesses keen insight. I did study for a time at Yuxian in the Heavendo Empire. Since my arrival in the Star Luo Empire, no one has guessed how your highness came to know. Just a casual remark. You need not pay it any mind," Dai Yao replies, pleasantly surprised by his own accuracy. With your every action, even the most fastidious noble would find no fault. In the Douluo Continent, aside from Yu Xiaogang, where else could one cultivate such talent? Though Dai Yao expresses admiration for Yu Xiaogang, he does not truly regard it as exceptional. If Yu Xiaogang were genuinely formidable, why could it not instill a proper worldview in Tang San? Especially in the case of Dueling, which gave rise to Wang Donger and Wang Qiuer, even interfering with Hui Yuhao's normal married life, a truly outrageous affair. Ultimately, Yu Xiaogang serves merely as a training room for the aristocracy, imparting only the tenets and etiquette of nobility. Lan Yuxuan surveys the surroundings and praises, "I was present at Your Highness's recent battle and was thoroughly impressed. Observing Your Highness's living environment reflects your diligence. Unparalleled among noble soul masters, making your achievements today inevitable." After a courteous exchange of flattery, the conversation finally turns to the crux of the matter. "Since Your Highness has departed from the Star Luo Empire, have you decided on your next destination?" Lan Yuxuan inquires. "The Heaven Dou Empire." Lan Yuxuan smiles. "Your Highness seeks to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. Am I correct?" "Indeed," Dai Yao nods in affirmation. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yuxuan articulates, "Given Your Highness's choice to proceed to the Heaven Dou Empire, there are certain taboos I must clarify beforehand." "Please proceed," Dai Yao responds. Lan Yuxuan explains, "First, with Your Highness's strength, any academy would eagerly welcome you. However, you must select an academy with prospects for advancement. Secondly, as the Prince of Star Luo, you should avoid the following 6 academies: the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, Shinkong Academy, Qihua Academy, Xiangjia Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Leitang Academy." "Why is that?" Dai Yao inquires. "There is no need to elaborate on the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, as it belongs to the Heaven Dou Royal family. It would be inappropriate for you, as the Prince of Star Luo, to join an academy associated with the Heaven Dou Royal family. As for the other 5 academies, I would also advise against them. In contrast to the Star Luo Empire, which emphasizes balance, the Soul Masters of the Heaven Dou Empire pursue extremes. As their names suggest, these academies only accept Soul Masters of a singular element. Therefore, while these academies may boast the potential for advancement, Your Highness need not squander time there." Dai Yao nodded in affirmation of Lan Yuxuan's assertion. "What options remain now?" he inquired. Lan Yuxuan smiled gently. "Aside from these 6 academies, there are still the Blue Ba Academy, Oakland Academy, Songhui Academy, Purple Star Academy, and the Flame Radiance Academy. Among them, Songhui Academy boasts considerable strength, with a soul saint personally instructing its students. Blue Ba Academy's strength is mediocre, lacking both in upper-tier prowess and lower-tier stability. And it seems to have some ties with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Both Songhui Academy and Blue Ba Academy hold significant roles in the original narrative. At one point, Songhui Academy's soul saint, after enrolling 7 disciples with gem spirit souls, utilized a fusion technique of the 7 spirits. Had Tang San not possessed the purple extreme magic eye, he would have surely faced dire consequences. This academy holds no allure for Dai Yao. Conversely, he is more familiar with Blue Ba Academy, the precursor to the future Shrek Academy, founded by Lu Erlong, an illegitimate daughter of a high-ranking member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. However, Dai Yao harbors no intention of joining Blue Ba Academy. He wishes to steer clear of mingling with the Shrek 7. If he had such inclinations, he would have already journeyed to the Barak Kingdom to take Dai Mubai's place. "And what of the remaining 3 academies?" Dai Yao inquired. Lan Yuxuan replied. "Flame Radiance Academy, as the name suggests, is led primarily by fire-type soul masters, yet its strength pales in comparison to the Blaze Academy, necessitating the recruitment of some civilian soul masters. Purple Star Academy imposes no recruitment restrictions. As long as one can provide sufficient gold coins, admission is granted. Consequently, the strength of its students varies widely, positioning it at the bottom among the academies I mentioned, although some possess the capability to challenge for advancement. Finally, there is Oakland Academy, the strongest of them all. In the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, they nearly advanced to the next stage, unseating an Elemental Academy. Most importantly, they have a prodigious Soul Master, for whom the Academy deliberately reserved a spot to participate in the previous Elite Tournament. Given his age, he is eligible to compete in this current one as well." Dai Yao was taken aback. Participating in 2 sessions of the Soul Master Elite competition was no trivial matter. It required not only substantial strength, but also considerable youth. Initially, Dai Yao was troubled by the thought that if the academy he joined lacked sufficiently outstanding teammates, the difficulty of advancing in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition would undoubtedly be greatly increased. Nevertheless, having faith in the prestige of the Spirit Hall, he resolved to journey to Oakland Academy in a few days. Rising to his feet, Dai Yao extended his right hand in a gesture of handshake. Your Highness need not worry. With the Spirit Hall by my side, we shall surely have a safe passage. Lan Yuxuan clasped Dai Yao's hand, alleviating his concerns. Blessed be the Spirit Hall, Lan Yuxuan said devoutly. Chapter 62. The transformation of the chaotic Blue Lotus. The Academy was bustling these days, as the national elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies, held every 5 years, had just concluded. The Star Luo Royal Academy's team had secured the championship, leading to nationwide celebrations. The academy was abuzz with festivity, adorned with lanterns and decorations, as both commoners and nobles came together to commemorate this historic moment, overshadowing the fervor of Dai Yao's duel from a few days prior. In the original narrative, the Continental Elite competition had been held 3 times, with the Spirit Hall triumphing in 2 instances and the Star Luo Empire winning once. This time, victory was deemed inevitable. In preparation for the next grand competition, the Star Luo Royal Academy had already begun selecting candidates early, and it was nearly ready, with Davis appointed as the team captain. The victorious Star Luo Royal Academy team had just returned to the academy today, significantly increasing the number of advanced Soul Masters present. Several Soul Sovereigns and even Soul Sect experts made their appearance. In addition to this event, there was another matter that caught Dai Yao's attention. Dai Mubai has vanished. No longer pretending to be inebriated while flaunting himself with the pair of twins within the academy, it appears he has departed from the Star Luo Empire. Dai Yao couldn't help but recall the words spoken by Dai Mubai during his recent visit under the cover of night. We shall meet in the Heaven Do Empire. At that time, I must engage in a spirited contest with you, the 7 monsters of Shrek. Dai Yao, filled with excitement, reflected on his conversation with Lan Yuxuan. Following their discussion, he secluded himself, refusing to meet anyone from the outside world. Every meal was delivered to him by Feng Wudo. As he pondered the passage of time, he realized another day had slipped away. It had been 3 days since his duel with Dai Yaming, including the day of the duel. Only 3 days remained from the 7 days granted by Dai Hengyu. Dai Yao let out a sigh, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing would return swiftly. Standing before the waterfall, he surveyed the surroundings and, finding no one, ventured into the cascade, entering the cave within. After so many days, he finally had the opportunity to explore his other martial soul, the chaotic Blue Lotus. Remarkably, upon acquiring his first spirit ring, the chaotic Blue Lotus somehow manifested a spirit ring of its own. Dai Yao felt a profound sense of regret and sighed deeply. After all, the most extraordinary aspect of the twin spirits was that upon reaching the rank of title de law with one spirit, the second spirit could be endowed with soul rings derived from soul beasts that were at least 50,000 years old. Yet, the chaotic Blue Lotus spirit had entirely forfeited this remarkable advantage. Now that he had attained the rank of Great Soul Master, he wondered whether the chaotic Blue Lotus had undergone any transformation. As soul power surged, a Blue Lotus manifested in his left hand. Its emerald hue radiated an awe-inspiring majesty that compelled one to avert their gaze, evoking an innate desire to worship. The instant the chaotic Blue Lotus appeared, the plants within the cave erupted into rapid growth. Within a mere breath, the cave had transformed into a veritable forest. The vegetation flourished abundantly, defying the laws of nature in the absence of sunlight. However, Dai Yao had long ceased to be astonished by the extraordinary nature of the chaotic Blue Lotus. As it slowly rotated in his hand, channeling soul power, 2 soul rings materialized around the Blue Lotus, both of a deep, noble purple hue, imbued with an air of mystery. Dai Yao was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. 2 Millennium Soul Rings. This meant that his conjecture was indeed correct. The Chaos Blue Lotus was capable of generating its own soul rings. When he initially attempted to affix the Millennium Soul Ring of the Earth Dragon to the Chaos Blue Lotus, it had clearly rejected him. At that time, there was no second soul ring available for him to absorb, indicating that the soul ring must have been nurtured by the Chaos Blue Lotus itself. Could it be that if I continue my cultivation, the Chaos Blue Lotus could also nurture a 10,000-year soul ring, or even a 100,000-year soul ring? He pondered in astonishment. The ability to cultivate soul rings, what a terrifying power. However, Dai Yao had grown accustomed to wonders. He became increasingly convinced that this blue lotus was indeed the legendary Chaos Blue Lotus. Simultaneously, he noticed that the once century-old first soul ring had now transformed into a millennium soul ring. Dai Yao inhaled sharply. The Chaos Green Lotus not only has the capacity to nurture soul rings, but also possesses the ability to extend the lifespan of existing soul rings to the limit that his current physique can endure. The enhancement of soul ring longevity can only be achieved through divine trials, obtaining rewards from the gods. If the Chaos Green Lotus can continually enhance the lifespan of soul rings when his body is capable of withstanding a 100,000-year soul ring, the Chaos Green Lotus could not only give rise to a 100,000-year soul ring, but also elevate all prior 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings to the same extraordinary level. Should he ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo, the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul could attain a terrifying total of 900,000-year soul rings. 9 blood-red soul rings. Formidable indeed. However, reflecting upon Tang San's divine trial, where the Haotian Hammer martial soul also possessed 900,000-year soul rings, the last one being the deep-sea demon whale soul ring, which even reached 1,000,000 years, Dai Yao found his excitement waning. What, he pondered, could be the second soul skill of the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul? In Dai Yao's heart, a sense of perplexity arose. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the second millennium soul ring illuminated. The azure lotus in his grasp transformed into myriad specks of blue light, dispersing into the air. Shortly thereafter, these azure luminescent particles scattered throughout the cave, gradually coalescing into an ethereal silhouette of a blue lotus, enveloping Dai Yao within its embrace. Gradually, Dai Yao experienced a profound realization. This second soul skill granted him an invincible state, rendering any assault incapable of breaching the defense of his ethereal shadow. Only when his soul power was entirely depleted could an adversary possibly inflict harm upon him. Astonishing, Dai Yao marveled. With this ability, as long as he retained soul power, no one could ever penetrate his defenses. It bore a resemblance to Xiao Wu's invincible golden body, albeit with temporal and quantitative constraints. Whereas his second soul skill harbored none of these concerns. The chaotic Qingtian martial soul, with its dual skills of offense and defense, was remarkably balanced. The first soul skill, the god-slaying spear, was undeniably domineering, an attack governed by rules that surpassed the capabilities of ordinary offensive techniques. The second soul skill was also exceptionally formidable. While Xiao Wu's invincible golden body transcended the typical realm of soul skills, it was still bound by time and frequency limitations. Whereas the invincibility conferred by the second soul skill of the chaotic Qingtian bore no such temporal constraints. Dai Yao endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. With the acquisition of these two soul skills, he finally possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. After retracting his martial soul, he surveyed the cave, strewn with plants. Feeling somewhat vexed, ultimately, he chose to disregard it and returned to the base of the waterfall to continue honing his soul power, patiently awaiting Zhu Zhuqing's return so they could depart together from the Star Luo Empire. Starry night, Dai Yao leapt from the waterfall and returned to the wooden cabin. Concluding a day of rigorous training, he fetched water, boiled it, and prepared tea to quench his thirst. As the fragrant steam rose gently, Dai Yao lifted his cup and savored the tea. Dai Yao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to curl up in agony. Beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow. The tea is poisoned, he instantly deduced, realizing that someone intended to harm him. Chapter 63, Assassination. The excruciating pain left Dai Yao little room for contemplation. Within mere moments after consuming the tea, the potent toxin coursed through his veins, spreading throughout his body. His subcutaneous blood vessels exhibited a sinister shade of purple. This is dire, he thought in despair. With a flicker of determination, he summoned the chaotic azure lotus from his spiritual realm, which radiated a soothing blue light. Wherever the azure light traveled, the poison dissipated instantly. The pain receded rapidly, and the purple hue on his face visibly faded. Were it not for the pool of sweat beneath him and his labored breaths, one might have assumed that the harrowing ordeal was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, he realized he had not been sufficiently cautious. This experience served as a stark warning for Dai Yao. After his victory over Dai Yaming, he had grown complacent, believing himself to be beyond danger within the Star Luo Academy. Never let your guard down. This mantra must be etched into his very bones. For the enemy's intent to harm him would never wane. A modicum of vigilance could very well preserve his life. Having narrowly escaped death, Dai Yao's fury ignited. Who seeks to harm me? The most probable culprit was none other than Dai Yaming's mother. Dai Yaming had fallen to him, shattering her hopes of becoming a titled Dueler and eliminating her from the royal succession. A deep-seated enmity indeed. Moreover, as a consort of the emperor, she possessed soul bones, and her maternal relatives wielded significant power, making it entirely feasible for her to orchestrate such treachery. Another potential suspect was the queen's faction, as he had now become a thorn in the side of Davis. With the battle against Dai Yaming freshly concluded, it was an opportune moment to poison him, conveniently placing the blame on Dai Yaming's mother. Such a scheme would not only rid them of Dai Yao, but also entrap a rival in the process, a strategy that achieved two objectives with one stroke. Among all possible motives, these two individuals stood out as the most likely perpetrators, though other possibilities existed. None were as significant as these two. Dai Yao stroked his chin, pacing back and forth as he contemplated the identity of the poisoner. Above him, concealed in the shadows of the wooden cabin's beams, a figure watched with wide eyes. Filled with astonishment, he was the one responsible for the poisoning. It is worth noting that the toxin he employed was acquired from the renowned poison Douluo by Douluo. Known for his mastery of poison, he had achieved the title of Douluo, and his expertise was unparalleled across the Douluo Continent. How could his poison possibly fail to incapacitate a great soul master? The shadowed figure was Zhu Tao, a member of the victorious Star Luo Royal Academy team, boasting a soul power exceeding level 40. Among his peers, he was considered a rare prodigy. More significantly, he belonged to the Zhu family. Upon returning to the academy, he had received a command from the queen to assassinate Dai Yao. The queen, bearing the surname Zhu, wielded considerable influence as the wife of the Star Luo emperor. However, Zhu Tao was not inclined to obey her orders. Their ability to triumph over the spirit hall was partly attributable to his soul bone, which had been bestowed upon him by the queen under certain conditions. Soul bones are coveted treasures for soul masters, regardless of how outrageous the queen's demands might be. He would not hesitate to comply. If she commanded him to eliminate the prince, he would do so without question. Furthermore, as a member of the Star Luo Royal Academy team, he could effortlessly infiltrate the academy, which was fortified against infiltration by ordinary assassins. Zhu Tao observed Dai Yao, who had initially curled up in agony on the ground, seemingly affected by the snake venom, yet inexplicably rose to his feet once more. Fourth Prince, although I am unaware of your methods for recovering from the venom, the queen seeks your demise, and you shall not escape. Initially intending for him to die quietly, it seemed that was no longer an option. As a swift attack-type soul master with the ethereal shadow leopard as his martial spirit, a mutated martial spirit perfectly suited for assassination, his soulbone skill was a deadly strike that had caused considerable distress to numerous support-type soul masters during elite competitions at the Advanced Soul Master Academy. I, a formidable soul master, shall dispatch you as effortlessly as one would a mere chicken. Zhu Tao thought derisively. With a surge of soul power, he instantly summoned his martial spirit, blending seamlessly into the shadows, casting a long silhouette as he unleashed his soul bone skill, Night Stab. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power rendered Dai Yao unable to rise. Such formidable soul power, this individual must have reached the realm of soul master. Dai Yao gritted his teeth, resisting the pressure that accompanied the disparity in levels. Were it not for his years of training beneath the waterfall, he would likely be rendered motionless on the ground. In truth, from the moment he recovered from the poisoning, his heart had been in his throat. Knowing someone sought to harm him, it was certain they would have sent someone to monitor whether he succumbed to the poison. Additionally, that individual's strength could not be insignificant, otherwise he would detect their presence. The training location was secluded, and since he had closed his doors to visitors, few came by, leaving only Feng Wudong nearby. Yet, he wished to avoid alarming Feng Wudong. Should the assassination plot be exposed, they would undoubtedly eliminate witnesses, potentially endangering her life. He could only rely on himself. After recovering from the poisoned state, he discreetly channeled his soul power, awaiting the arrival of any potential intruder. To his astonishment, this individual not only possessed the strength of a soul master, but also initiated an immediate lethal strike, granting him no opportunity to call for help. Confronted with a soul master, his white tiger martial spirit had no means of retaliating. In the face of life and death, Dai Yao remained exceptionally composed. The dazzling cold light, imbued with the aura of death, surged toward him. In a split second, a resplendent azure lotus illusion blossomed, enveloping Dai Yao entirely. When the icy light struck the azure lotus, it seemed to collide with an iron barrier, making no progress whatsoever. What is this? Zhu Tao pondered in shock. A formidable soul master, utilizing a soul bone skill, had been thwarted by a mere great soul master. This was entirely beyond his expectations. After the cold light collided with the azure lotus, it gradually transformed into starlight, vanishing from sight. When he looked up, he saw Dai Yao holding a blooming azure lotus. 2 purple soul rings slowly spinning around it. The second purple soul ring shimmered with brilliance. 2,000-year soul rings. When did a great soul master become capable of absorbing 1,000-year soul rings? Zhu Tao stared dumbfounded at the azure lotus in Dai Yao's hand. Quickly coming to a realization, no, you possess dual martial spirits, he exclaimed. Prior to the assassination, he had taken care to gather information on Dai Yao and knew that his martial spirit was the sacred white tiger, a top-tier beast martial spirit. Yet now, the azure lotus in Dai Yao's grasp was clearly his second martial spirit. What kind of misfortune have I brought upon myself? Zhu Tao lamented, unable to suppress his tears. He had never anticipated that his intended target would possess dual martial spirits. Now that he had incurred Dai Yao's wrath, there was no turning back. He could not afford to allow Dai Yao any chance of survival. As long as Dai Yao lived and grew strong enough, it would be he who met his demise. From the moment Zhu Tao unleashed his soul bone skill to the instant Dai Yao activated the second soul skill of his chaotic azure lotus, only mere breaths had transpired. Dai Yaohuan's formidable soul power is incomparable to that of an ordinary soul master. However, even so, half of his soul power has already been expended, illustrating the significant toll his second soul skill exacts. The adversary before him has assumed an aggressive stance, causing Dai Yao to focus intently. Calculating the remnants of his soul power, he has but one more opportunity to strike. The glimmer of survival rests upon his first soul skill, the God-slaying spear. Chapter 64. The Deprivation of Soul Bones. How could he possibly obstruct my soul bone ability? Upon witnessing the night puncture thwarted by Dai Yao, Zhu Tao momentarily froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. He is a soul ancestor. Moreover, he wielded a soul bone skill. Even those of equal rank in the assault-type soul master category would regard it with trepidation. Throughout the elite competition of the continent's prestigious soul master academies, he had triumphed over countless formidable opponents with this very technique. Yet now, such a potent soul skill has been thwarted by a mere soul master. What manner of being is he? Zhu Tao is engulfed in profound regret, lamenting his compliance with the queen's command. Dai Yao, not only a wielder of twin martial souls, was capable of withstanding the assaults of the spirit sect even during his time as a great soul master. His talent is indeed a rarity in this world. Presently, he had no other recourse but to eliminate Dai Yao. Coldly regarding him, he lamented, "Your Highness, you dare to conceal the secret of your twin martial souls. Alas, this secret shall be buried forever." Upon hearing this, Dai Yao discerned that the individual before him was not a professional assassin. True assassins are typically taciturn, functioning as mere killing machines focused solely on their missions. This person, while attempting to take his life, indulged in idle chatter, which did not align with the demeanor of a skilled killer. "Oh, since I am already a dead man, might you enlighten me on who wishes to end my life? Allow me to comprehend my fate." Dai Yao spoke, maintaining his vigilance without a hint of relaxation. His soul power surged within his second soul ring. At the slightest indication of danger, he would unleash his second soul skill. Moreover, his inquiry was not solely for information. It was also a tactic to buy time. The academy employed dedicated night watchmen to ensure its safety, and perhaps they had already sensed the commotion. If he could delay long enough, he might secure a chance to survive. "Humph, let you be an ignorant fool. That is of no consequence." Zhu Tao scoffed, perceiving Dai Yao as already deceased. He doubted Dai Yao could continuously employ the defensive soul skill. Powerful soul techniques demanded substantial soul power. The soul skill capable of repelling the spirit sect's assaults during his tenure as a great soul master was undoubtedly a premier technique. Surely, his soul power was nearing depletion. As Zhu Tao was about to unveil the identity of the true mastermind, excitement surged within Dai Yao, yet his expression remained inscrutable. "The one seeking to kill you is..." Just then, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the distant sky, followed by an overwhelming aura of soul power rushing toward the cabin. The Academy's night watchmen were hastening to the scene. "Damn it, you intend to buy time." Zhu Tao instantly grasped Dai Yao's strategy, seething with rage. You are destined to die today. Remain in your ignorance. With soul power erupting with reckless abandon, Zhu Tao was finally set to unleash his soul skill. His fourth purple soul ring gleaming ominously, the immense pressure of his soul technique making it difficult for Dai Yao to breathe. So close. Dai Yao lamented internally, regretting that the arrival of the night watchman was ill-timed. Had they been a few seconds later, he would have discovered the identity of the true culprit. Observing Zhu Tao preparing to deploy his soul technique, he felt a surge of joy instead of fear. A true assassin, when thwarted, would retreat to seek another opportunity. Yet Zhu Tao displayed no inclination to flee, intent on finishing him off, which was entirely uncharacteristic of a killer. Zhu Tao's actions confirmed Dai Yao's suspicions. If he were indeed a professional assassin, Dai Yao would have faced a greater dilemma. The secret of his twin martial souls was now known to this individual. Should this person choose to depart, the revelation of his secret would undoubtedly attract endless trouble. He possessed the capability to eliminate this man, and even if injured, he would ensure to leave him here. Furthermore, even with injuries, he could recuperate through the azure lotus. With no time for further contemplation, his soul power surged, and the first purple soul ring of the azure lotus shone brightly. First soul skill, God-slaying spear. The azure lotus in his hand rapidly expanded. Its roots transformed into the spear's shaft, the petals and leaves gradually converging to form the spearhead. Once transformed into a long spear, it exuded an ancient aura. The color of the spearhead, derived from the lotus petals and leaves, was profoundly deep, completely shedding the vibrant and lush appearance of the azure lotus. Upon witnessing Dai Yao execute his first soul skill, Zhu Tao erupted into laughter. You still wish to resist? Do you believe your first soul skill can thwart my fourth soul technique? How laughable! Dai Yao was unaffected by the verbal taunts. Upon grasping the god-slaying spear, he entered a sublime realm. In his hands, it felt less like a weapon and more like a manifestation of a principle, an unraveling of rules. Much like a game master. With a mere thought, he could obliterate everything before him, even to the extent of creation and annihilation. However, the spear's power was not as horrifying as it seemed. Before him, the target of assassination appeared as an energy entity, a humanoid figure composed of blue luminescence, with the exception of the left arm, which was starkly black. A closer examination revealed that the left arm was a blend of blue and black luminescence, although the black was more pronounced, giving it an overall dark appearance. What could that substance on his left arm be? Dai Yao pondered. He channeled his soul power into the god-slaying spear, activating the principle of disintegration. The blue energy entity began to disintegrate gradually, with the left arm, marked by the black luminescence, dissolving most rapidly. As he wielded the spear, Dai Yao felt his internal soul power depleting at an observable rate. Suddenly, Zhu Tao, who was still casting his soul technique, halted, clutching his left arm in agony. Letting out a pained scream, he realized that the soul bone in his left arm was detaching from his body. What kind of soul technique is this? He writhed in torment on the ground, his teeth nearly shattering, each breath a struggle. The black luminescence separated first, leaving a gaping wound in Zhu Tao's left arm. Flesh and blood in disarray. A dark soul bone fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Dai Yao uttered no more words, taking swift steps to thrust the god-slaying spear into the assassin's body. There was no resistance, as if he had merely pierced through a sheet of paper. In a flash of lightning, Dai Yao turned the tide of battle. Zhu Tao stared blankly at the spear embedded in his chest, feeling an unseen force tearing apart his entire being. Following the length of the spear, his gaze landed upon the figure holding it, ultimately focusing on the face. Regret washed over him in waves. He had a promising future, a member of the Star Luo Royal Academy's battle team. A talented soul master destined to become a legend of the Star Luo Empire. Now, he was on the brink of death, his bright future dissipating into nothingness. The bitterness and regret surged within him. How he loathed it. Why had he acquiesced to the queen's demands? Soon after, Zhu Tao's body began to disintegrate gradually. His eyes, mouth, nose, flesh, organs, and blood transformed into dust, drifting away into the air. Dai Yao gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. The god-slaying spear had drained all his soul energy in mere moments. However, in comparison to the relief of surviving, this price seemed insignificant. Chapter 65. Farewell to the Starry Realm. When he first wielded the god-slaying spear, he was left utterly fatigued. barely able to crawl back to his room, where he lay in bed for several days. This time, after its use, he felt significantly better. He was merely fatigued, without any severe side effects. The sensation of being alive was truly wonderful. Dai Yao gasped for breath, even finding the air to be sweet and fragrant. Upon spotting the dark, glistening bone, a word hesitantly crossed his mind. Soul bone? He picked up the soul bone and examined it closely. It was a left arm bone, and as he held it, it emanated a refreshing aura. Sensing the surging soul power within, Dai Yao was certain that this was indeed a soul bone. It seemed that the assailant's initial strike had utilized a soul bone skill. Recalling how Zhu Tao had attacked him from the beam without any soul ring sparkling. The attack had been vicious and treacherous. This soul bone skill must be a type of assassination technique. The immense soul power caused the entire forest to sway violently, and Dai Yao realized that the night watchman was approaching. With no time to spare, he swiftly tossed the soul bone into the lake, awaiting the arrival of the night watchman. 10 breaths later, a figure appeared in the room. It was a figure cloaked in gray robes, completely shrouded, revealing not a hint of skin. Accompanying him was a vast wave of soul power. The little wooden cabin trembled, its doors and windows lamenting, on the verge of collapse. From the moment the gray-robed figure entered, Dai Yao was instantly overwhelmed by the tremendous soul power, rendered immobile. It was only when the gray-robed figure realized the situation that he retracted his soul power. Without uttering a word, he waited for Dai Yao to rise before scrutinizing him intently, then shifted his gaze to search throughout the wooden cabin. Dai Yao watched as the figure clad in gray scoured the room, his heart tightening with anxiety. Should he be discovered having recently survived an assassination attempt, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue into how he evaded the attack and the whereabouts of the assailant. He could not explain. The assassin had turned to ashes, and the secret of his dual martial souls must remain concealed. Esteemed night watcher, may I inquire what brings you to my humble abode tonight? Dai Yao offered a cup of tea to the gray-robed figure. However, the individual ignored him entirely, instead soaring into the air to continue his search. After a sweeping glance around the room, he halted abruptly upon reaching the beams, hovering nearby and extending his pale hand to touch them. The gray-robed figure's action sent chills down Dai Yao's spine. The beams were precisely where the assassin had once lingered. Suppressing his mounting tension, he nonchalantly asked, "Esteemed night watcher, is there an issue with the beams?" Without responding, the gray-robed figure exited the small wooden cabin, unleashing a formidable mental force that enveloped the entire cultivation area. Upon making contact with the lake, Dai Yao distinctly heard the figure emit a soft hum. However, the gray-robed figure paused momentarily in the air, merely casting a deep glance at Dai Yao before a torrent of soul power surged forth, propelling him far away. The sequence of events left Dai Yao utterly perplexed. It seemed the gray-robed figure had not only discovered the assassination plot, but also located the soul bone. Yet for reasons unknown, he had not pressed him and simply departed. Uncertain of the night watcher's stance, Dai Yao dared not retrieve the soul bone. Tonight's ordeal intensified his unease. The perilous assassination attempt and the ambiguous attitude of the night watcher rendered his situation increasingly precarious since his victory over Dai Yaming. He yearned to escape the Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, hurry. The time given by my uncle draws near. If I do not return soon, I fear I may never leave. As Dai Yao pondered this, a fiery red figure descended beside him. What troubles you? I sense a powerful fluctuation of soul energy here. Feng Wudong inquired with concern. Nothing much, merely employing a soul skill. Dai Yao replied with a disingenuous smile. Employing a soul skill? Feng Wudong clearly did not believe him. Truly, it's nothing. You should rest. It's late, and it's inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone together. Dai Yao feigned nonchalance. Bah. Feng Wudong's cheeks flushed red. Do you think I wish to be with you? With that, she summoned her martial soul and soared toward her dwelling. Feeling the cool breeze, however, a hint of disappointment welled up within her. She understood that Dai Yao merely wished to send her away. Sighing softly, she returned to her thatched cottage and gazed out the window. In the silvery moonlight, she saw that solitary figure standing by the pond, lost in thought. The next day, Zhu Zhuqing finally returned to the academy. Upon seeing Dai Yao, a faint smile graced her otherwise cold visage as she grasped his hand and softly proclaimed, I have obtained my second spirit ring. Dai Yao gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's hair, akin to petting a small kitten. He had grown accustomed to her presence beside him, and after merely a few days apart, he found himself feeling somewhat unaccustomed. You have worked hard, Dai Yao said. After a moment of tender affection, he added, tonight, we shall depart from the Starry Empire. Is it so soon? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, if we do not leave now, we may find it impossible to depart later. I shall inform Lan Yuxuan to prepare, and you must return at once to pack our things. We shall leave the Starry Empire tonight. Upon witnessing Dai Yao's earnest demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing recognized the gravity of the situation. Nodding in understanding, she summoned the power of her nether master martial soul, transforming into a shadowy figure that swiftly vanished into the forest. Dai Yao proceeded in the opposite direction, intent on seeking out Lan Yuxuan. Under the cloak of night, Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing traversed the teaching district, arriving at a secluded entrance of the academy. This was the designated meeting place with Lan Yuxuan. Both were clad in simple attire, wearing the coarse garments typical of common folk. Zhu Zhuqing had exchanged her enduring leather trousers for these humble garments, her remarkable figure now shrouded in plainness, rendering her beauty considerably less striking. They appeared as mere commoners, and when Dai Yao greeted Lan Yuxuan, the latter failed to recognize them. You two have disguised yourselves remarkably well. I almost did not recognize you, Lan Yuxuan remarked in admiration. Moments ago, Lan Yuxuan had been sternly reprimanding them, attempting to drive them away, yet Dai Yao chose not to expose his deception. Directly addressing the matter at hand, how do we leave the Star Luo Empire? Lan Yuxuan guided them away from the academy to a vast open space, where 8 horse-drawn carriages awaited. There are a total of 8 carriages. His Highness will take one to depart, while the remaining 7 will serve as your cover. With this understanding of the Spirit Hall's arrangements, Dai Yao felt a sense of relief. The 7 carriages would provide maximum protection, ensuring his safe passage. Once he left the Star Luo Empire, he would be free as the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky. Thank you. I shall forever remember your kindness today. Dai Yao expressed his gratitude, clasping his fists in respect. Lan Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such gratitude from a genius like Dai Yao, momentarily compromising his noble demeanor as he replied, You're welcome. I am merely fulfilling my duties for the Spirit Hall. Dai Yao assisted Zhu Zhuqing onto the departing carriage, subsequently leaping up himself. The coachman cracked his whip, and the horses whinnied softly as the carriage began its slow journey, traversing the streets and passing through the gates of the Imperial city, gradually fading into the distance. Only the cold, silvery moonlight illuminated the departing figures. Chapter 66. A letter. This chapter depicts Feng Wudong. Feel free to skip if uninterested. The following day, at the Star Luo Royal Academy, the place of simulated cultivation, the forest echoed with the light, cheerful footsteps of an individual evidently in high spirits. A fiery red figure danced among the trees, akin to a sprite. It was none other than Feng Wudong. Clutching her lunchbox, she gazed toward the distant waterfall, joyfully reflecting, Today's dish is stir-fried green peppers with meat, accompanied by 2 vegetable sides and a serving of chicken soup. Dai Yao particularly relishes this. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's departure from the Star Luo Royal Academy, the ones most elated were not the girls who harbored feelings for Dai Yao, but rather, it was she. Yet, she was acutely aware that he was merely a commoner, while Dai Yao held the status of a prince, establishing an insurmountable chasm between them. Furthermore, her martial soul was merely a firebird, commendable among ordinary soul masters, yet considerably inferior when juxtaposed with the elite martial souls within the soul master realm. Thus, although she harbored feelings for Dai Yao, she concealed them deep within her heart, maintaining the customary distance they shared. She even forged a brotherly bond with him, solely to justify their time spent together. However, since Zhu Zhuqing's departure, Dai Yao had been left to fend for himself regarding meals, as he was not well acquainted with many in the academy and was reluctant to rely on unfamiliar faces for sustenance. Thus, this responsibility naturally fell upon Feng Wudong. Of course, with a promise of compensation. While the remuneration was generous, what Feng Wudong cherished most were the brief moments of conversation during her meal deliveries. Those fleeting instances were the highlight of her day. Voices of several chattering girls echoed through the forest from their conversation. Feng Wudong discerned their desire to glimpse the legendary Dai Yao. Humph, she thought with discontent. These vixens had previously scoffed at Dai Yao, yet now they flocked here without shame. However, recalling Dai Yao's icy demeanor towards them eased her irritation, shaking off the presence of these female students. Feng Wudong proceeded to the cultivation site. To her surprise, She found the familiar figure that had sat beneath the waterfall day in and day out was now absent. Prompting a soft gasp, could he be in the cave behind the waterfall? That made sense. Zhu Zhuqing had returned yesterday, and she typically trained within the cave. Only Zhu Zhuqing could draw Dai Yao away from his practice. Feng Wudong thought bitterly, yet she felt no trace of jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing's beauty made her feel inadequate. Although others regarded her as a great beauty, she knew she paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing. After a few leaps, she arrived at the waterfall, where the splashes of water soaked her skirt. Dai Yao, Zhu Zhuqing, I brought your meals, she called out, but there was no response from behind the waterfall. She shouted several more times, yet the cave remained silent. Why was there no reply? Were they not in the cave? Feng Wudong hesitated. Her voice had been quite loud, and even with the waterfall's barrier, they should have heard her. However, the cave was a private domain, and intruding upon it without invitation was improper. After much deliberation, as the warmth of her lunchbox began to wane, she resolutely stepped through the waterfall. Upon entering the cave, she was startled to find it empty. The once cold and damp cavern had transformed into a lush primeval forest, with trees thriving wildly and flowers competing in vibrancy. What on earth has happened here? Feng Wudong exclaimed in astonishment. However, she did not linger on the cave's peculiar transformation. After searching in vain, she leaped back out from behind the waterfall. Where could they possibly be? Could it be that they were not training, but rather engaged in something inappropriate? They are only 9 years old. Feng Wudong vigorously shook her head, dispelling the unwholesome thoughts, and, after a few more leaps, arrived at Dai Yao's small wooden house. She knocked gently on the door. No one answered. I'm coming in, she announced, attempting to push the door open, only to discover it was unlocked. As the wooden door creaked open, her gaze turned vacant. Her mouth agape, and the lunchbox slipped from her hands, scattering food across the floor, with chicken soup spilling everywhere. The house was devoid of inhabitants, and many belongings appeared to be missing, as though it had been ransacked. I should have known, Feng Wudong thought bitterly, realizing that Dai Yao had already departed. She had noticed his peculiarities over the past few days, but the joy of their interactions had overshadowed these signs. Now, as the moment of realization struck, all the previous anomalies replayed in her mind. It felt as though her strength had evaporated, and she slumped against the doorframe, barely preventing herself from collapsing entirely. Her fiery red hair seemed to lose its luster, failing to reflect its former brilliance. She stared blankly at the empty wooden house, her heart heavy with sorrow. She understood that she could never aspire to be with Dai Yao, especially with his stunning fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing. All she could do was bury her feelings deep within. Yet, Dai Yao's silent departure shattered her passionate heart into a million pieces. A mere notification would have sufficed. Dai Yao's abrupt departure underscored his lack of regard for Feng Wudong as a friend. The fervor she had displayed over the past 3 years now felt like a cruel jest, and the coin she had kept in her pocket as a token of gratitude for her meals served only to mock her clumsy pretense. Such is the nature of nobility, unyielding and merciless. I am but a lowly commoner. What foolish thoughts am I indulging in? A bitter smile crept upon Feng Wudong's lips, yet tears surged uncontrollably from her eyes. 3 years prior, when Dai Yao had seized her by the throat amid a flurry of chaos, he had etched an indelible mark upon her heart. She slapped her cheeks, urging herself to awaken from this reverie, to abandon such fanciful notions. As she chastised herself, her gaze fell upon an envelope resting on the wooden table. Approaching the table, she grasped the envelope, upon which were inscribed the words, to Feng Wudong. Upon seeing those words, her spirits lifted, transforming her gloom into joy, though she could not bear to revisit her earlier thoughts. Unsealing the envelope, she began to read. Dear Wudong, this letter must be burned after reading. This small cabin is known only to you, thus it is for your eyes alone. By the time you read this, Zhi Qing and I will have departed from the Xingluo Empire, embarking on our journey to the Tiando Empire. The matters at hand are of great significance, and I regret my inability to disclose them to you beforehand. Only after our departure could I leave this note for you. Our 3 years together have been as close as family. Yet the side effects of your mutated martial soul necessitate that you remain in the hot springs to suppress your inner fire, preventing you from accompanying us. I am grateful for your companionship over these years and assure you that I will endeavor to find a remedy for your martial soul's affliction, though it will require time. Should you leave the Xingluo Royal Academy, please inform me of your whereabouts so that I may contact you once I discover a solution. Finally, thank you, Wudong. As she concluded the letter, a smile inadvertently graced Feng Wutong's lips. How childish, pretending to adopt a mature tone, as if one could forget your age. Foolishness. How could one possibly cure the side effects of my martial soul? Even the esteemed faculty of the Xingluo Royal Academy would find such a task daunting. Nevertheless, I shall cherish your kindness in my heart. The self-pity that had enveloped Feng Wutong dissipated entirely. After tidying the small cabin and ensuring it was spotless, she made her way to the edge of the pond, where she began to comb her hair. Her fiery red locks cascaded like flames down her back. Moments later, Feng Wutong transformed, and the lake reflected the image of a stunning figure, exuding an air of confidence. The most captivating feature was her elegantly styled high ponytail. Chapter 67. A leak of information at the Xingluo Royal Academy, in the Vice Principal's office. Dai Hongyu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, sat before the table, troubled by the expulsion documents regarding Dai Yaming. Suddenly, a dark mist materialized, which quickly dispersed to reveal a figure in a gray robe, kneeling on one knee. This was the same gray-robed individual who had appeared at the Dai family residence a few days prior. It turned out that he was not a mere sentinel of the academy, but rather Dai Hongyu's shadow guard. Has Dai Yao safely exited the city? Dai Hongyu inquired. His gaze lowered. His Highness the Fourth Prince has indeed left the city safely, and under the protection of the Martial Soul Hall. He will reach the Tiando Empire without incident, the gray-robed figure replied. In that case, withdraw our people to avoid detection by the Queen's men. It would only complicate matters, commanded Dai Hongyu. Yes, my lord, the figure responded. Just as the gray-robed man was about to depart, Dai Hongyu recalled something and called out to him. What transpired with Dai Yao a few days ago? Reporting to you, my lord, the Fourth Prince was the target of an assassination attempt the night before last. Why did you not inform me of this? Dai Hongyu raised his head, his voice significantly louder, demanding an explanation. My lord has sacrificed so much for the Fourth Prince. It would not do to place yourself in jeopardy, the gray-robed man replied, his head bowed in deference. Dai Hongyu regarded the cloaked figure with a cold gaze and remarked, You have been by my side for many years and understand my character. Considering our long-standing relationship, I shall overlook this instance. However, should there be a next time, you will return to the Shadow Nest. The figure in gray, a protector known as a Shadow Guard, was trained in the Shadow Nest, a place of rigorous discipline. Shadow Guards are bound to serve but one master throughout their lives, and upon being discarded, they must return to the Shadow Nest to live out their days. Thank you for your great kindness, my lord, the Shadow Guard replied, bowing deeply in gratitude. He was aware that his recent actions had transgressed the boundaries, and had it not been for his intentions on behalf of Dai Hongyu, he would have been forsaken. The royal family always prioritized loyalty above all else. Even the most formidable of warriors would face abandonment if deemed disloyal. Let us discuss the circumstances at hand, Dai Hongyu suggested, choosing not to further press the matter with the Shadow Guard. Yes, my lord. Based on the residual fluctuations of soul power, it appears that the Fourth Prince was attacked by a soul master. Logically, he should not have survived, yet not only did he emerge unscathed, but the assailant has also vanished without a trace. Additionally, I have detected a fluctuation of soul power in the lake adjacent to the Fourth Prince's residence, which, based on my years of experience, suggests the presence of a soul bone. Dai Hongyu's eyes narrowed as he contemplated. It seems the Spirit Hall places great importance on Dai Yao. The fact that he was able to survive an assault by a soul master indicates he possesses something of great value. The young lad has demonstrated remarkable caution, resisting the temptation of the soul bone and discarding it into the lake. With this, I feel more at ease about his journey to Tiando. Dai Hongyu inquired, Have you ever spoken of these matters to anyone else? No, came the reply. Then you shall bury these matters within yourself forever. Should I hear of them from another source, you may return to your shadowy abode. Indeed, the figure in the gray robe bowed his head in acknowledgement. The Academy's security is formidable. How did the assassin manage to infiltrate? Dai Hongyu pressed on. I have conducted an investigation, he responded. Given the Academy's strength, an ordinary soul master would lack the capability to breach its defenses. I have scrutinized all suspicious individuals over the past few days, and only one suspect has emerged. Oh, who is it? Zhu Tao, an agile attack-type soul master from the Star Luo Royal Academy's battle team. Dai Hongyu let out a cold snort. Zhu Tao Zhu. What a Zhu family. What a queen. How dare they engage in clandestine maneuvers right under my nose. To think they would dare to lay hands on Dai Yao within my domain. In light of this, The document regarding Dai Yaming's expulsion shall be returned, allowing him to trouble Davis a bit. He then commanded, although Dai Yao has departed, the news must remain contained for as long as possible. The figure in the gray robe hesitated, saying, Your Highness, tomorrow marks our limit. After that, the news of the fourth prince's visit to the spirit hall will be impossible to conceal. Sighing, Dai Hongyu replied, We shall do our utmost. A few days later, the news of the fourth prince's journey to the spirit hall of the Star Luo Empire could no longer be hidden. The fifth elder, residing within the palace, was the first to learn of it. A prince, venturing to the spirit hall for soul master registration. Did this not imply that the Star Luo Empire was beneath the spirit hall? The fifth elder was infuriated. He quickly realized Dai Yao's intentions, recalling the deeply meaningful smile of Bishop Ferdinand during their recent duel. That clever lad harbors thoughts of aligning himself with the spirit hall. To think he conspired with that rotund Ferdinand to deceive me. If I let this matter slide, what face do I have left as the fifth elder? The prince represented the visage of the Star Luo Empire. His defection to the spirit hall would reflect poorly on his education. Go. Immediately fetch Dai Yao from the Royal Academy. The fifth elder commanded his subordinates, his flaming red hair symbolizing his uncontrollable wrath. A few hours later, his subordinates rushed back, barely pausing for water. Elder, it's bad news. According to Dai Yao's classmates, he disappeared several days ago. What? It seems he planned this in advance. The fifth elder rose abruptly, his robust frame resembling that of a demon, instilling fear in his subordinates. Though he appeared brutish, he was far from foolish. He contemplated. Since he has been gone for several days before I receive the news, someone must be aiding him from the shadows. The spirit hall lacks such capability. It must be someone from our royal family. Humph, none other than that rascal Dai Hongyu. Putting aside matters concerning Dai Hongyu, the immediate priority was to retrieve Dai Yao. The fifth elder understood that deploying conventional forces would be too late by the time the news reached the Star Luo Emperor and propagated through royal channels. Dai Yao would likely have already departed the empire. Thus, the only viable option was for him to take action personally. Studying the map of the Star Luo Empire, he swiftly identified several potential locations from which Dai Yao could have fled. He instructed his subordinates, informed the royal family, I shall personally intercept this rebellious nephew. His subordinates broke into a cold sweat, recalling that the fifth elder had once been the uncontested tyrant of the continent, feared and revered as the bloodthirsty demon tiger. Many trembled at the mere mention of his name. Although the fifth elder had since adopted a life of cultivation within the palace, none dared underestimate him. He could not help but feel a pang of pity for Dai Yao. Being targeted by the bloodthirsty demon tiger promised no favorable outcome. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of red flames erupted from the palace, soaring into the sky and painting the heavens crimson, as if the sky itself were ablaze. The powerful wave of soul energy caused countless inhabitants of the Star Luo royal city to collapse in awe, gazing upward. A formidable force had made its move. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, the rotund bishop opened his eyes wide. Chapter 68. The spirit gate within a carriage traversing the official road. Dai Yu concluded his training and let out a soft sigh, accepting a bottle of water that was offered to him. You must be thirsty. He heard Zhu Zhuqing's icy voice, which unexpectedly warmed his heart. Thank you, he replied, taking a sip of water. He then opened the front door of the carriage and inquired of the coachman, Good sir, how far are we from Wuguan? Wuguan was a border checkpoint of the Star Luo Empire, not the closest, yet not the farthest either. The other 7 carriages had taken different routes to provide cover for his own, and the path he chose was rather inconspicuous. As long as the other carriages served their purpose, he could depart safely. They had been traveling for 10 days and nights since leaving the Imperial city, without rest, changing horses and drivers in each city with the assistance of the Spirit Hall. This pace exceeded that of a great Soul Master's full-speed journey. The coachman, who had been swapped in from the last city, appeared utterly exhausted as he replied, We are almost there. Just another day and night, and we'll reach Wuguan. However, I can barely hold on any longer. I'll need to change drivers in the next city. Thank you for your trouble. Dai Yao expressed his gratitude. Oh, it's no bother. The compensation from the Spirit Hall is quite generous. A whole gold soul coin. After this job, I won't have to worry for months. The weary coachman chuckled. A gold soul coin. Dai Yao found it somewhat amusing. To a soul master, it was merely the cost of a few meals. Yet for a commoner, it represented several months' worth of living expenses. Returning to the carriage, which was crafted from special materials designed to muffle sound and soul power, he reflected on the views outside as they sped away. According to Lan Yuxuan, This carriage had been specially made by a noble for discreet purposes. Excitement and anxiety swirled within him as he contemplated the new environment ahead. Upon reaching the Tiando Empire, he would encounter characters from the original tale, Huo Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the Tian Shui girl group. The thought brought a smile to his face. What are you thinking about? Zhu Zhuqing, observing Dai Yao's expression, frowned. Although she was unaware of his thoughts, she sensed they were not pleasant, akin to the way lecherous men gazed at her. Stinky Dai Yao, with me around. How can you think of anyone else? Zhu Zhuqing huffed, feeling a surge of annoyance. Dai Yao immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "It's nothing. Just contemplating the matters concerning Feng Wudong." Zhu Zhuqing, disinclined to expose him, recalled the phrase mentioned in the letter and inquired, "Is what you wrote about helping Sister Wudong resolve the side effects of her martial soul true?" "Of course it is," he replied. "My solution is the coxcomb phoenix sunflower." In the original narrative, Ma Hongjun utilized the coxcomb phoenix sunflower not only to resolve his malevolent fire issue, but also to lose considerable weight and enhance his appearance. As a bird martial soul with fire attributes, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower could indeed prove effective. The Academy cannot address the adverse effects caused by the mutation of a commoner soul master's martial soul. How do you plan to resolve it? We mustn't let Sister Wudong suffer. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. The hermit possesses his own clever strategies. Dai Yao replied with an enigmatic smile. He gently caressed Zhu Zhuqing's cat ears and added, "Have you forgotten? I can evolve your martial soul. Surely I can tackle the side effects of a martial soul." With that, he retrieved a dark soul bone from his bosom, its chilling aura causing a sharp pain in his chest. It was indeed Zhu Tao's soul bone. "Yu Qing, this is a soul bone, perfectly suited to your attributes. I entrust it to you." "Soul bone," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Every soul master understands the immense value of a soul bone. Even one that is not suitable for them is often preserved and cherished. Yet, Dai Yao nonchalantly offered her such a precious item. Even true spouses cannot exhibit such generosity, she mused. "Thank you," she managed to utter, biting her lip. The simplicity of her words bearing the weight of 1,000 burdens. Although they were betrothed, their emotional investments were not equal. Since their fateful encounter, she had only performed small gestures for Dai Yao, such as delivering a meal or folding a blanket. In contrast, Dai Yao not only forgave her attempted assassination but also gifted her a rare soul bone. Had he not arrived in time during her duel with Zhu, she might have already met her demise. The imbalance in their emotional contributions weighed heavily on Zhu Zhuqing's heart. "Silly girl, what are you thinking?" Dai Yao noticed her unease and attempted to comfort her. "This soul bone is not suited for me at all. I follow a path of strength and dominance. While this soul bone exudes a cold aura, evoking a sense of chill, your martial soul, the Dark Ruler, is perfectly aligned with it. Moreover," he added with a hint of bravado, "this soul bone is merely a few thousand years old. I have no interest in it." Upon hearing Dai Yao's reassurances, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh. "You dismiss a soul bone of such rarity. What age would a soul bone need to be for it to catch your eye?" "At least 100,000 years. He replied casually, knowing only Zhu Zhuqing could hear him. "Such nonsense." She giggled, covering her mouth. However, in the original tale, most of Tang San's soul bones were indeed around 100,000 years old, with the skeletal remains of the deep-sea demon whale reaching up to 1,000,000 years. With such extraordinary figures in mind, Dai Yao's words were not entirely unfounded. Dai Yao's playful antics alleviated the tense atmosphere within the carriage. After 10 relentless days and nights of travel, even a soul master's body would succumb to weariness. Yet, despite Dai Yao's fervent efforts to lighten the mood, the shadow looming over the two would not dissipate until they left the Star Luo Empire. Time passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Wuguan. The imposing Wuguan towered approximately 20 zhang high. As they approached, looking up revealed a sky obscured from view. The thick walls, steeped in a somber hue, bore witness to the passage of time, with countless Tang Do lives lost within its embrace. Outside the walls, dark crimson stains, perpetually washed yet ever present, formed a peculiar shade. While unremarkable at a glance, a palpable aura of menace lingered as one passed by. At that moment, the gate stood ajar, and soldiers clad in chainmail diligently inspected the travelers and their carts. These battle-hardened warriors exuded an indomitable aura, rendering even the most arrogant of individuals subdued in their presence. Upon opening the carriage door, the soldier glanced inside, merely discovering 2 children who appeared to be commoners. With a wave of his hand, he allowed them to pass. "Let us proceed." The driver had changed, snapping the reins and urging the horses forward. As they traversed the archway, the previously dim surroundings gradually brightened, illuminating not only their vision but also the heart that yearned for freedom. Finally, they were leaving the Star Luo Empire. Dai Yao mused, embracing Zhu Zhuqing and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson. However, they had scarcely moved when the sky above the Star Luo Empire suddenly ignited. Chapter 69. Captured the heavens over the Star Luo Empire erupted into a fiery blaze. A vivid red hue spreading across the firmament as if set ablaze. An immense pressure descended abruptly, and a figure materialized in the sky, slowly descending upon the ramparts of Wuguan. The overwhelming force of soul power rendered all present unable to stand upright. Birds scattered, and beasts roared in frenzy. Even the horses pulling Dai Yao's carriage were startled, rearing in panic. Had it not been for the driver's efforts to maintain control, they would have bolted from the road. Yet the guards at Wuguan, enduring the pressure of the soul power, strove to maintain their composure. Pointing at the figure atop the walls, "Who goes there? This is Wuguan. Such insolence cannot be tolerated." The figure on the ramparts regarded the soldier with appreciation. "Indeed, I am one of the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire. I am the fifth elder of the Dai family, and by the decree of the emperor, I hereby declare Wuguan sealed. An important figure has defected. I implore you all to assist." The fifth elder had raced through several checkpoints, soon realizing that some empty carts were mere decoys. The true carriage of Dai Yao's departure was not among the few mentioned. After sealing those checkpoints, they swiftly proceeded towards other potential routes Dai Yao might traverse. Wu Pass was the last checkpoint they reached, when the fifth elder displayed the resplendent Imperial edict. The soldiers bellowed, "Close the city gates." The heavy gates, weighing several tons, gradually descended, and with a resounding thud, they completely severed the passage to the Tiando Empire. Observing the bustling soldiers, the fifth elder stroked his beard and scoffed, "You little rascal, I have sealed all the paths. I shall see where you can flee." Upon noticing the peculiar activities behind him, all those who had just exited hastened their pace, rushing toward the Tiando Empire. Those residing in Xingluo returned to Wu Pass, awaiting the next opening. From the moment he beheld the strange phenomenon on the horizon, unease settled in Dai Yao's heart. When he recognized the figure atop the city wall, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. It was none other than the fifth elder. He urged the coachman to swiftly calm the horses and leave this place as quickly as possible. The fifth elder, surveying the chaotic crowd in the distance, inquired of a nearby soldier, "Have those individuals been inspected? Are there any unusual persons among them?" "What do you mean by unusual?" the soldier asked. "Children, aged around 9 or 10. "Yes, there are a few children, appearing like commoners." "Is there a boy and a girl?" "Indeed." "Where?" The soldier pointed to the carriage where Dai Yao was situated. "There." A tremendous surge of soul power erupted, sending forth a wave of energy that stirred dust and leaves, forming a rapidly expanding ring. The departing crowd was engulfed in thick dust, their startled cries interspersed with coughs. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as if the air itself was torn apart, and the fifth elder transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the carriage. In the blink of an eye, he traversed from the city wall to hover above the carriage. "You little brat, you've made it easy for me to find you. Come back with me," the fifth elder commanded sternly. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power bore down upon the carriage, causing Dai Yao and his companion to scream in agony, collapsing to the ground, immobilized by the immense force. The coachman, spitting blood, lost consciousness, while the two horses' legs snapped under the strain, collapsing to the ground with feeble whinnies. With another surge of force, the carriage exploded with a deafening roar. Splintering wood flying everywhere, revealing two children aged around 9 or 10. Dai Yao lay prostrate on the ground, as if a mountain had been placed upon him, rendering him utterly unable to rise. A bitter sorrow enveloped his heart. He had exerted every ounce of effort within him. The 8 carriages had diverted his attention, and for over 10 days he had toiled night and day without rest, even resolving meals and sleep within the confines of those carriages. He had done all that was within his power, yet even after breaking free, he was still discovered by the fifth elder. Despair gnawed at him. Could it be that I am truly unable to escape the fate of the Baihu family? Under immense pressure, Zhu Zhuqing was in great torment. Dai Yao lifted his head, looking at her with a gaze full of remorse. "I am sorry. It is I who have brought you harm." Despite her evident suffering, Zhu Zhuqing managed to smile. "No, the 3 years spent with you have been the happiest of my life." The fifth elder, hovering high above, snorted disdainfully, his fingers curling in a gesture of command, lifting both Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing into the air. Do you dare defy the clan's regulations? Have you grown weary of life? Return with me and reflect thoroughly before the ancestral tablets. Maintain a good attitude, and you may yet have a chance to survive. The tablet grove served as the place for dealing with the family's wrongdoers. Generally, a sinner reflecting there, provided they displayed a good demeanor, could hope for eventual freedom. Yet, the two before him appeared resigned, as if accepting their fate, prompting a flicker of doubt within him. Do you have nothing to say? He inquired. What is there to say, Fifth Elder? Given that we have fallen into your hands, our choices are limited to reflecting in the tablet grove or facing death. What options remain for me? Dai Yao remarked with a cold laugh. However, I have one request. You are in no position to make demands. You are a sinner of the White Tiger clan. The fifth elder retorted angrily, expressing his disappointment. Despite Dai Yao's remarkable talent, even if he were to fail in the competition for the throne, he would ensure the preservation of his lineage. Yet, why does Dai Yao choose to depart from the Xingluo Empire? Elder Wu, I implore you to release Zhu Zhuqing. She does not belong to my White Tiger clan, and family rules should not be imposed upon her. Dai Yao bowed his head. Before Elder Wu could respond, Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes and questioned Dai Yao. I am your fiancé. Why am I not a member of the Dai family? Upon hearing this, Dai Yao felt a throbbing headache, as he had never witnessed Zhu Zhuqing in such a fervent state. Enough of this. In such dire circumstances, why fuss over such trivial matters? Their quarrel left Elder Wu visibly exasperated. Clearly, they were at a critical juncture concerning their lives and deaths, yet it had devolved into this. He had not come to witness their bickering. Enough. Dai Yao, you are fortunate to have a wife like Qing. She is correct, as your fiancée. She is indeed a part of the Dai family. Even in death, she remains a spirit of the Dai clan. Hearing the mention of the Dai family filled Dai Yao with irritation. Who wished to be born into your family? After enduring suffering for so many years. Where was the Dai family? He looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a bitter smile. Why must you insist? If you have the chance to leave, why choose to endure further hardship at the ancestral monument? There is no good life awaiting you there. Zhu Zhuqing smiled sweetly, completely shedding her previous cold demeanor. Since I am your fiancé, we share both fortune and misfortune. How could I abandon you? Elder Wu, known as the bloodthirsty demon tiger and feared by outsiders, was extraordinarily lenient with his kin. Even if Dai Yao wished to flee the Xingluo Empire, Elder Wu sought to dissuade him from such thoughts. He gazed at Dai Yao, patiently advising, once you arrive at the ancestral monument, reflect deeply on your misdeeds. The family is never at fault. Should you have a change of heart, I will ensure you retain your chance to compete for the throne. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, Dai Yao's heart sank. It was precisely because he could no longer endure life in the Xingluo Empire that he had resolved to leave. Returning now would be akin to courting death. Elder Wu's words were merely idle chatter. If the family rules were to be strictly enforced, he would be met with a grim fate. And Elder Wu would not dare to oppose them. Elder Wu adhered to the rules, but those same rules ensnared him. Other than exposing his twin martial spirits, he saw no alternative. Dai Yao gazed up at the heavens, a wave of despair washing over him. Was there truly no other path to tread? Just then, a familiar force surged through his palm, reminiscent of his experience in the Spirit Hall. It was the power of the Platinum Bishop Ferdinand. Chapter 70. The Contest of Soul de Law. Dai Yao immediately comprehended Ferdinand's intentions. Although Ferdinand had already arrived, he chose to remain hidden, presumably to compel me to declare my allegiance and join the Spirit Hall directly. However, Dai Yao was not inclined to affiliate himself with the Spirit Hall so hastily. He suddenly interjected, Elder Five, I have something to say. What is it? Elder Five inquired, somewhat perplexed, as Dai Yao had previously acquiesced, yet now seemed to waver. I must ask, since Dai Mubai has departed from the Star Luo Empire, why does Elder Five not pursue him? Dai Yao questioned assertively. He left the Star Luo Empire directly, without colluding with the Spirit Hall. Your concern should not be about leaving the Star Luo Empire, but rather about your ambiguous ties to the Spirit Hall. Elder Five retorted with a scoff. Increasingly convinced of Dai Yao's obstinacy and his failure to recognize his predicament, Dai Yao had been anticipating this response. Previously, inquiring would have been futile, but now, aware of Ferdinand's lurking presence, he felt emboldened to continue. Then allow me to pose another question to you, Elder. Am I capable of departing the Empire on my own merits? Dai Yao's tone escalated sharply. On what grounds could you not? Elder Five began to respond instinctively, but mid-sentence. He faltered, rendered speechless. He understood Dai Yao's circumstances and was acutely aware of the entanglement between the Star Luo Emperor and Dai Yao's mother. If Dai Yao were to leave the Star Luo Empire unprotected, under the scrutiny of the Empress, his demise would be inevitable. Yet, has not every generation engaged in such fierce competition for the throne? Observing Elder Five's hesitation, Dai Yao scoffed. If Dai Mubai can depart the empire unscathed, why can't I? Without the assistance of the Spirit Hall, my day of leaving the Imperial city would surely mark my demise. No, Dai Yao, you need not be so pessimistic. Your family stands behind you. Elder Five empathized, suddenly grasping Dai Yao's choice. Family, what a notion. At the mention of family, Dai Yao appeared ignited by a smoldering rage. What has my family ever done for me? When I was bullied by those eunuchs in the cold palace, where was my family? When I was insulted by Dai Yaming's subordinates at the academy, where was my family? I am a prince, after all. When I was preparing to leave the Star Luo Empire, where was my family? Dai Yao shouted these words with a heart full of anguish, tears brimming in his eyes. Must you force me into a union with the Spirit Hall in order to leave the empire? Just as I sought to survive. Your family reemerges. I yearn only for life. Have I ever erred? Now you accuse me of betraying the family and demand my repentance. I ask, why must this be so? The words echoed in the heavens as the dust settled, leaving many travelers puzzled, murmuring amongst themselves. The sight of the two children stirred a sense of pity within them. Zhu Zhuqing gently approached Dai Yao, tenderly grasping his hand with a soft smile, conveying a world of understanding without uttering a single word. The fifth elder stared blankly at the agitated Dai Yao, his desperate cries piercing his heart like a sharp blade. He empathized with Dai Yao, yet could not acquiesce to his demands. As the fifth elder of the council, he bore responsibilities of immense weight. The fate of the family rested heavily upon their shoulders. He could not allow a moment of sentimentality to unleash a calamity upon the family. Indeed, given Dai Yao's potential, should he depart from the Star Luo Empire and flourish, he would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to it. At this juncture, he deemed it essential to apprehend Dai Yao, regardless of the consequences. This was also the reason Dai Yao had refrained from posing that pivotal question earlier. Once asked, there would be no turning back for him from the White Tiger family. Enough, Dai Yao. Even if you bear countless grievances, betrayal of the family is unforgivable. If the family has erred, you may offer suggestions, but betrayal is a line that cannot be crossed. The fifth elder declared coldly, with a swift motion of his hand. Immense spiritual energy surged forth, generating fierce winds in the sky, ready to seize Dai Yao. At such a critical moment, would Bishop Ferdinand not intervene? Dai Yao comprehended the peril he faced and shouted loudly. Suddenly, another presence manifested in the air, shattering the fifth elder's invisible grasp to pieces. As Dai Yao and his companion plummeted from the sky, their soul energy surged, and in an instant, their martial spirits manifested. Wings unfurled as he embraced Zhu Zhuqing. Although flight was beyond their reach, gliding posed no challenge. With the wings providing some cushioning, the velocity of their descent was nonetheless too rapid for a gentle landing. Gritting his teeth, Dai Yao shielded Zhu Zhuqing, tumbling upon impact to decelerate their fall. Dai Yao is a formidable assault-type soul master, possessing a tough exterior and remarkable resilience. The damage incurred from the roll is negligible. The protected Zhu Zhuqing remains unscathed. As the rolling finally comes to a halt, Zhu Zhuqing hastily rises, her expression filled with concern as she assists Dai Yao to his feet. Are you all right? Dai Yao, not daring to linger even for a moment, urged, it's nothing. Let us hurry. The two, resolute and without a backward glance, summoned their soul power and exerted every ounce of strength to race toward the direction of the Heaven Do Empire. A booming laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth, followed by a powerful wave that surged skyward, forcefully repelling half of the fiery red skies. Countless individuals clutched their ears in agony, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of that laughter, akin to thunder exploding in their vicinity. From a mountain peak, a portly figure soared into the air, confronting Elder Wu directly. It was none other than the long-awaited Bishop Ferdinand. Elder Wu's gaze sharpened, and he sternly warned, "You corpulent fool, do you realize that by shielding Dai Yao today, you declare the Spirit Hall as an enemy of our Star Luo Empire? Can you bear the consequences?" His voice rumbled like thunder. "Oh dear, Elder Wu, there is no need for such agitation." Ferdinand maintained his signature insincere smile, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner. In truth, he was silently lamenting. He had lain in wait, anticipating Dai Yao to boldly proclaim his allegiance to the Spirit Hall. As the bishop of the Spirit Hall, it would grant him legitimacy in defending its disciples. However, he did not expect Dai Yao, even in such dire circumstances, to refrain from uttering the words of allegiance. Yet, this only served to elevate Ferdinand's regard for Dai Yao. It was evident that he was a man of his word, and once Dai Yao chose to join the Spirit Hall, betrayal would be an impossibility. Dai Yao did not join the Spirit Hall, thus he was unable to assist Dai Yao openly. Consequently, as he fled from Wu Guan, he had to rely solely on himself. What he could do was to stall the fifth elder. "Ah, old friend, I was just preparing to report back to the Spirit Hall today, yet I did not expect to encounter you here. For all these years, have you not longed for a contest?" Ferdinand did not overtly protect Dai Yao. Instead, he engaged the fifth elder in a private contest to buy time. The fifth elder comprehended this reasoning, his expression as frigid as ice. "Fatty, I advise you not to deceive yourself. It's merely a friendly competition. Why speak such words?" Ferdinand waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of indifference. "Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, the fifth elder let out a boisterous laugh. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, an oceanic wave of soul power erupted, thickening the air around them, causing the world to darken abruptly. 8 terrifying soul rings began to materialize. Chapter 71. The Heaven Do Empire. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. The optimal configuration of soul rings. The 8 soul rings rotated ominously around the fifth elder, exuding a menacing aura of destruction that enveloped the surroundings. Particularly, the 4 black soul rings were profoundly ominous. The citizens within Wu Guan trembled in fear, gazing anxiously at the sky. Ferdinand, undaunted, emitted a soft hum, summoning 8 soul rings of his own, also the optimal configuration. The 2 ascended into the sky in unison, propelled by an unmatched velocity, colliding with one another. A tremendous crash resonated through the heavens and the earth. Both were sent flying backward. The deafening roar echoed across the expanse, and the once fiery red sky was swept clean by the powerful shockwave, revealing a pristine blue. The onlookers on the ground fared no better. The residual force from their clash knocked everyone to the ground amidst cries of alarm. The 2 fleeing Dai Yaos were taken aback, caught in the tumult of the shockwave, and lifted into the air, struggling to maintain their balance as they prepared for an imminent fall. As Dai Yao turned around, he beheld 2 brilliant streaks battling fiercely in the sky. Suddenly, a colossal red tiger emerged, spewing forth flames, while on the ground, an enormous war elephant rose, erecting thick earthen walls that connected heaven and earth. The black soul rings shimmered incessantly, and powerful soul techniques were unleashed across the expanse. Flames surged, the land crumbled, and the roars of the tiger and the trumpeting of the elephant resonated like the harbingers of apocalypse. Is this the essence of a soul battle? Dai Yao was profoundly shaken by the scene behind him. "I must become a title Douluo." Determination surged within him, igniting a fervent desire for power. One day, he would reclaim his justice. As he helped Zhu Zhuqing to her feet, the residual chaos of the battle left both of them in disarray. With no time to admire the spectacle behind them, they witnessed the gates of Wuguan City swing open, soldiers pouring out in pursuit. Dai Yao decisively commanded, "Let us go." On the road outside Tiando Imperial City, a horse-drawn carriage ambled along. Pulling back the curtain and gazing out, the surroundings were lush with trees, and in the distance, a magnificent pagoda stood tall. A boy pointed at the pagoda and inquired of the coachman, "What is that?" "Oh, that is the residence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the second most prestigious sect in the world." The boy nodded, a look of understanding dawning upon his face. This boy was none other than Dai Yao. Following that earth-shattering battle, he had successfully evaded capture, making his way to the Tiando Empire with the assistance of the Spirit Hall. More than 10 days had passed since leaving Wuguan, and during this time, the urgency of their journey had subsided. They leisurely traversed the landscape, shedding the oppressive memories of the past 9 years. As he gazed upon the approaching walls of the Imperial City, Dai Yao felt increasingly exhilarated. "Tiando Imperial City, here I come." Upon entering Tiando Imperial City, the first sensation that enveloped him was the languorous ambience of the air. Unlike the stern and austere atmosphere of the Xingluo Empire, the Tiando Empire exuded a natural romanticism and freedom, devoid of the bellicosity found in Xingluo. As he disembarked from the carriage, Dai Yao's first destination was the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was easily identifiable, its towering structure visible as soon as one entered the Imperial city. Arriving at the Spirit Hall and presenting Bishop Ferdinand's letter of introduction, he was soon granted an audience with the Platinum Bishop, Salus. Salus had narrow shoulders, resembling a javelin, in stark contrast to the portly Bishop Ferdinand. Upon learning that they were introduced by Ferdinand, Salus did not show any disdain due to their youth, extending every courtesy. The two sat on the sofa, sipping tea while awaiting Salus, who occupied the main seat and opened Ferdinand's letter. After reading just a few lines, Salus's gentle eyes suddenly widened, shifting his astonished gaze to Dai Yao, repeating the scrutiny several times before confirming the information in the letter. After a moment, Salus set the letter down and smiled. "Ah, it is His Highness from Xingluo. Ferdinand has already conveyed your intentions to me. I will prepare everything you need at once." He tidied the letter and placed it in a cabinet, speaking as he walked. "Regardless of the academy you wish to join, I can assist you. However, I suggest you consider joining our Spirit Hall's battle team directly. I appreciate your kindness, but I have just arrived in Tiando and currently have no intention of leaving." Dai Yao replied with a courteous bow. "Very well then." Salus chuckled and shook his head. At Oakland Academy, under the escort of the Spirit Hall, Dai Yao and his companion arrived at their first prospective academy, Oakland. The atmosphere was bustling. Before the wide entrance, a crowd had gathered. Everyone was engrossed in the notice at the entrance, discussing animatedly. "The Tiando Royal Academy battle team challenges us? Didn't they just suffer a crushing defeat in the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition? They didn't even reach the qualifying rounds. No, it's not the Tiando Royal Academy team, but rather the newly formed Royal Academy team." Newly formed? Yes, the Royal Academy had long prepared their candidates, waiting for the competition's conclusion to assemble a new team immediately. "Then why challenge us?" a novice inquired, puzzled. "Ah, you do not understand. It is tradition. After each formation of the Tiando Royal Academy team, they challenge other academies to hone their skills and select the most suitable team members," an upperclassman explained. "And we at Oakland Academy are their first stop. I shall wholeheartedly support our Academy's team. Perhaps the new team will succeed where we failed in the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition," a newcomer enthused. The upperclassman scoffed. "Dismissing the vet of the newcomer, the Tiando Royal team is not something our academy can contend with. This challenge is merely a facade for the Tiando royalty to showcase their team's might and establish their authority, a mere pretext. So we truly have no chance of victory?" The newcomer's faith wavered. "Not a chance. Our academy's best outcome would be to lose gracefully," the upperclassman replied, his tone laced with despair towards the Tiando Royal team. "Moreover, I've heard that the new Tiando Royal team includes disciples from the top 3 sects, as well as kin of the poisoned Douluo, each possessing top-tier martial souls. How can we ordinary academies compete with them?" In the midst of the crowd, a squad of royal guards suddenly appeared, clad in iron armor, bringing silence to the entrance. A noble-looking man disdainfully surveyed the Oakland students, shaking his head with contempt, saying, "Battling with you trash is a waste of our royal team's time. Clear the way. I seek your principal." His words ignited the fury of the onlookers. Yet the students, cowed by the reputation of the Royal Academy, could only seethe in silence. "Humph, a bunch of trash, all cowards. What are you still doing here? Don't you know to get out of my way?" The representative of the Royal Academy exuded arrogance. In the face of this noble's brazen laughter, all fell silent. He represented the Tiando Royal Academy. A young man with a square jaw observed the noble, clenching his fists as anger surged within him. With a cold snort, he turned and entered the academy. From the discussions among the students, Dai Yao gleaned the events that had unfolded. Paying little mind to the commotion, he entered the campus alongside Zhu Zhuqing. Armed with Salus's letter of recommendation, his entry into the academy was effortless. Even without it, his talent would have made him a desirable candidate. However, he did not rush to seek the principal. Instead, he leisurely explored the academy. The streets were orderly, and the students moved with discipline. From the teaching blocks to the dining hall, into the most precious simulated training environments. After a thorough tour, he realized that Oakland Academy paled in comparison to the previous Xingluo Royal Academy. The quality of education, too, was incomparable. How could an advanced Soul Master Academy compete with one that received royal attention? However, these matters held little significance for Dai Yao. As they strolled along, the two unconsciously arrived at the Soul Arena of the Academy. Soul Masters were regarded as the noblest profession on the continent. And the Advanced Soul Master Academy attracted numerous young soul masters, each a prodigy in their own right, inevitably competitive and ambitious. Thus, each Advanced Soul Master Academy emulated the outside world by establishing a soul arena to resolve disputes among students. At that moment, a throng of spectators had gathered around the arena, the atmosphere charged with excitement and the sound of cheers reverberating in the air. "Shall we take a look?" Dai Yao inquired, turning his head. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Approaching the edge of the arena, they observed that the combatants on the field included a noble from the Tianshou Royal Academy, who was currently trampling a male student beneath his foot, delivering several vicious kicks. He then glared at the onlookers, tauntingly declaring, "This kind of trash dares to challenge me. Truly delusional. I am merely an ordinary great soul master from the Royal Academy. How could you possibly compete with our royal team?" The noble's arrogant voice echoed throughout the arena, and the expressions of the surrounding students were painted with anger, yet none dared to step forward. They were acutely aware of their own abilities. Perhaps they held their ground within the Oakland Academy, but compared to the students from the Royal Academy, they felt vastly inferior. "What? Is no one brave enough to confront me? Where are your newly formed Oakland team members? Have they all turned into turtles?" The noble laughed derisively. A stout man among the crowd clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and just as he prepared to enter the fray, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the arena. The noble, surveying the surroundings with contempt, suddenly found his gaze fixed in astonishment. Among the crowd, he spotted an enchanting beauty, one that even the Royal Academy seldom boasted. The woman, clad in simple attire, appeared unremarkable in the throng, yet he, well versed in the allure of women, recognized that with a touch of refinement, she could radiate stunning beauty. He glanced at the male student beside her, disdainfully thinking, "Such a beauty is beyond your reach. The fair are forever drawn to the strong. With just a beckon of my hand, this woman would be mine." Who would have thought that in this dilapidated Oakland, such a breathtaking figure existed? Rubbing his hands together, he suppressed his previous arrogance, forcing a smile as he descended from the arena platform. After dispersing the onlookers, he approached the woman and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Tianshou Royal Academy. Do you understand what that signifies? If you agree to be my concubine, I shall ensure your entry into the Tianshou Royal Academy. What say you?" The woman was none other than Zhu Zhuqing. The noble's proposition stirred a commotion among the spectators, while they too aspired to join the Tianshou Royal Academy. The condescending tone of the noble felt like a blatant insult. Should Zhu Zhuqing acquiesce to his demands, it would not only tarnish her own reputation, but also that of the entire academy. "Do not agree to him," the crowd urged passionately. Dai Yao stepped forward, casting a cold glare at him, and exclaimed, "Get lost." The nobleman, unfazed, merely smirked with disdain, perceiving Dai Yao as nothing more than an insignificant insect, unworthy of his attention. Nonchalantly grooming his nails, he spoke in a condescending tone, "You should understand, commoners like you, lacking any remarkable martial souls, stand no chance of entering the Royal Academy. At 15, I have reached the 26th level. Such talent is requisite for admission to the Tianshou Royal Academy. You worthless trash have no hope. However, beauty can serve as a resource. Should you satisfy me, I could grant you access to the Tianshou Royal Academy." The nobleman leered at Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing these words, Dai Yao suddenly realized that it was his attire that had led to such contempt. Having escaped from the Star Luo Empire, he had been donning commoner-esque garb to remain inconspicuous, and now, upon arriving in Tianshou, he had yet to change. A wave of disdain for the Tianshou Royal Academy surged within him. In the original narrative, the seven monsters were astonished by the arrogance of the Academy's nobles upon their arrival. Witnessing the demeanor of the noble soul masters firsthand only deepened his aversion. Knowing the nobleman was merely at the 26th level eased Dai Yao's mind, and he prepared to confront and teach this nobleman a lesson, but Zhu Zhuqing held him back. "Brother Yao, I wish to handle this myself." Zhu Zhuqing emanated an icy aura, her gaze as frigid as ice, regarding the nobleman as if he were already dead. "Is it wise to confront him at just the 26th level?" Dai Yao expressed concern. Zhu Zhuqing turned to him, her frosty demeanor fading, revealing a smile that captivated onlookers, rendering them almost entranced. The nobleman was drooling in fascination. "Brother Yao, for 3 years, you have protected me. This time, I wish to try for myself. Besides, you have yet to witness my prowess since I became a great soul master." Zhu Zhuqing spoke sweetly. During her time at the Star Luo Royal Academy, Due to the mutation of her martial soul, she had refrained from showcasing her abilities to avoid drawing attention. Dai Yao was also curious about Zhu Zhuqing's current strength and said, "Very well, let me know when you can no longer hold on." Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing ascend the battle platform, the nobleman chuckled. "Oh, what a little firecracker. I like it." Zhu Zhuqing merely snorted in disdain. Unwilling to waste her breath, she intended to make the nobleman pay for his reckless words with her strength. The battle commenced. At the referee's command, the arena fell into an immediate silence. The gathered students could hardly bear to watch. Zhu Zhuqing was far too young and inexperienced, an Oakland student. How could she possibly compete with a 15-year-old, level 26 noble soul master? They could not help but feel pity for Zhu Zhuqing, fearing she would fall prey to the noble soul master's grasp. Simultaneously, they looked down upon Dai Yao for lacking the courage to fight himself, letting a girl step into the arena. However, the unfolding events quickly captivated everyone's attention. Shui Buhui, level 26 battle soul master, martial soul, snow leopard, please enlighten me. The noble soul master leered. Chapter 73. Instant kill. Zhu Zhuqing lightly tapped her toes, her soul power surging as her martial soul manifested. With cat ears and tail, her hands transformed into lethal claws, and her eyes became slit pupils. Her form grew significantly, and even the oversized commoner's attire could not conceal her alluring figure. Yet, what drew the most attention was the ice crystal crown that hovered above her head. Regal and commanding, her icy demeanor resembled a snow lotus atop a mountain, unattainable and enigmatic like the celestial goddess of the heavens. As Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul emerged, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the arena, as if the very essence of soul power was frozen in place. This girl is formidable. What kind of martial soul is that? I feel utterly suppressed. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, but none were more affected than Shui Buhui. Despite the fierce sunlight, he felt an icy chill permeating his being. It was not merely his soul power that was affected. His thoughts, and even his very soul felt as though they had been encased in ice. Zhu Zhuqing, level 22 agility attack soul master, please enlighten me. The crowd erupted in amazement, for it was astonishing that someone so young could reach level 22 soul power. As her words fell, Zhu Zhuqing darted forward, transforming into a fleeting purple shadow, rapidly closing in on Shui Buhui. What incredible speed! The onlookers marveled. This velocity surpassed that of many soul venerates. Shui Buhui, facing the oncoming Zhu Zhuqing, felt no fear. After all, a strong attack soul master was never intimidated by an agility attack soul master in direct confrontation. Still so young, he thought, marveling at her soul power level, yet reassured by her choice of attack. Little beauty, are you trying to throw yourself at me? In a direct duel, a strong attack soul master was invincible. First soul skill, Snow Knight Assault. His first yellow soul ring illuminated as he prepared to teach Zhu Zhuqing a painful lesson. His eyes cold, he extended his claws and crouched low, motionless, fixated on the approaching Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, with a flash of brilliance, he unleashed his pent-up energy, erupting forth at an astonishing speed, his claws slicing through the air like a white blade, powered by overwhelming force, crashing towards Zhu Zhuqing. To his astonishment, he realized that due to the chill within him, this strike was only half as powerful as usual. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing did not evade. She boldly charged toward the white blade. In that critical moment, the crowd witnessed a blur as Zhu Zhuqing's speed surged once more. Her claws met the blade with a graceful flick, causing the terrifying white blade to vanish into thin air. What just happened? The strange scene left many students bewildered. Yet the stout-nosed nobleman's eyes gleamed with recognition. Was that merely a basic strike capable of countering a Grand Master's first soul skill? Such terrifying physical prowess. How could our academy harbor such a prodigy? After consuming the purple lotus, Zhu Zhuqing had not only evolved her martial soul, but also significantly enhanced her physical abilities. During their past sparring in the Star Luo Empire, Dai Yao could only suppress Zhu Zhuqing's physical strength without defeating her. Despite training relentlessly for 3 years with his divine martial soul, the Holy White Tiger, it was evident how formidable Zhu Zhuqing's physique was, coupled with her innate speed. Zhu Zhuqing stood out as a true anomaly among soul masters of the same level. In an instant, the distance of several dozen meters was traversed. Zhu Zhuqing was now directly before Shui Buhui. Yet, Shui Buhui remained unfazed. A strong attack soul master never feared a direct clash with an agility attack soul master. He crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Zhu Zhuqing's first yellow soul ring glimmered. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. As Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her claws, Xue Buhui realized he had gravely underestimated her. She was no mere agility attack soul master. Not even a strong attack soul master of the same level could possess such power. With a single strike, Zhu Zhuqing shattered his defenses, her claws raking across his chest, leaving 3 deep gashes. Zhu Zhuqing executed a graceful somersault in midair, delivering a kick to Xue Buhui, who soared away like a cannonball, landing outside the battle arena, spitting blood as he fell. The entire confrontation transpired in mere moments. From the moment Zhu Zhuqing revealed her martial soul to Xue Buhui's fall from the platform, the spectators remained momentarily stunned, unable to process the swift conclusion. As the battle ended, the onlookers were still in a daze, enveloped in silence, until a sudden burst of applause jolted them back to reality. Once they regained composure, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, their cheers echoing like a tidal wave. Well done. That's how you teach that brat a lesson. All the grievances they had endured were released in this moment. They had refrained from intervening due to their own lack of strength, but now, with Zhu Zhuqing standing up for them, they could not contain their joy. The stout-nosed nobleman, too, found renewed vigor. He had been troubled about forming the Oakland battle team, especially since no one had been willing to join after challenging the Tiando Royal Academy. Knowing they would face certain defeat and humiliation, no one wanted to participate. Those capable were unwilling, and those incapable could not be counted on. Forcing the issue would only lead to a more disgraceful loss for Oakland Academy. Now, however, he had found a potential candidate. All the students rushed onto the battle platform, surrounding Zhu Zhuqing with eager eyes. She was not only beautiful and strong, but had also avenged them, making her their goddess. Yet their goddess paid them no heed. Her visage as cold as ice, her frosty aura daunting to any who dared approach her. Outside the crowd, a voice suddenly called out, "Let us go." Upon hearing that sound, the goddess in their hearts instantaneously thawed, blossoming into a breathtaking smile. Ignoring the flirtations around her, she swiftly extricated herself from the crowd and followed a man. All they could see was the silhouette of this man. The goddess trailed closely behind him, clutching the hem of his garment, moving in unison with him, her smile radiant like the warmth of spring, rendering her previous icy demeanor a mere illusion. Zhu Zhuqing, filled with joy, exchanged laughter with Dai Yao, blissfully unaware of the countless hearts shattered behind her, left cold and desolate. Meanwhile, Xue Buhui sat forlornly on the ground, dazed, still reeling from the earlier blow. He vigorously shook his head and gazed at Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, harboring resentment as he thought, "What is happening? How can there be such a prodigy at the Oakland Academy? Just wait. Our Tiando Royal Academy team will teach you a lesson." "Yao Ge, how did I perform?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her eyes sparkling like a child eager for praise from a teacher. "Quite impressive," Dai Yao replied, eliciting a smile from her. After surveying the academy and experiencing the earlier commotion, the two finally arrived at the principal's office. Unbeknownst to them, a broad-nosed man was stealthily following behind. Chapter 74. Enrollment. They knocked on the door of the principal's office. "Come in," an elderly voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, they found an old man seated inside. His head of white hair meticulously combed, his face lined with wrinkles. Upon seeing the two children, the elder chuckled and said, "Young ones, you shouldn't wander into the principal's office." He stood up, not ushering them out, but rather retrieving some cookies and snacks from a cabinet behind him to offer to Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing. "At your age, it's a prime time to build a solid foundation. Don't be too playful. Off to class now." Seeing the cookies in hand, Dai Yao chuckled softly, realizing the elder mistook him for a student of the academy. "Principal, I am here to enroll." Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter. "Indeed, at your age. To express your desire to enroll in front of me shows quite a bit of courage." He patted Dai Yao's shoulder and added, "However, some things cannot be achieved merely through effort. The enrollment period for new students has already passed. You will have to wait for the next admission." Unperturbed by the rejection, Dai Yao produced a letter of recommendation from Salus, the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, and handed it to the elder. "Please take a look at this." The elder, puzzled, opened the letter, and the unmistakable aura of Salus emanated from the document. After reading it, the elder fell silent, his expressions shifting from one to another before he finally spoke. "Even with the recommendation from Bishop Salus, you must possess adequate talent to enroll." The elder still refused, and Dai Yao admired the elder's steadfastness. Since talent was a prerequisite for admission, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Show your martial soul." Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, then summoned her soul power, manifesting her martial soul, with 2 radiant yellow soul rings shimmering with captivating brilliance. The elder, who was drinking water, was so taken aback that he sputtered it out. "A great soul master?" he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Zhu Zhuqing as if she were a marvel. He rubbed his hands together, the earlier refusal seeming like a distant memory, and warmly inquired, "Child, how old are you? What level is your soul power?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Dai Yao, and upon receiving a nod, she replied, 11 years old, level 22 agility type soul master. Prior to their visit, Dai Yao had specifically instructed her to state her age as 2 years older, as becoming a great soul master at the age of 9 would be quite astonishing. Nevertheless, even with the inflated age, it was still quite impressive. The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and declared, "Child, your talent is among the finest I have encountered in my lengthy career as a soul master. You may choose any of the high-level soul master academies in the Tiando Empire. Even the Tiando Royal Academy would welcome you with open arms. Choosing our Oakland Academy would be an injustice to your potential." Encountering such a gifted student, the elder did not simply accept her as a student. Instead, he provided superior advice, truly embodying the qualities of a wise mentor. In stark contrast to Shrek Academy, which only accepted prodigies and monsters, Oakland Academy was not only lacking in facilities and funding, but, without the affiliation with the Blue Tyrant Academy, would not even qualify to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. The only commendable aspect was its decent faculty. Dai Yao remarked, "The principal need not worry. We are capable of being our own masters. Due to personal reasons, we are unable to join the Royal Academy of Tiando. In light of this, the Academy of Auckland is indeed a desirable option for us." The elder stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. "By the way, I am unaware of your soul power level," he said to Dai Yao. "I possess a soul power level similar to Zhu Qing, around level 23, Dai Yao replied. The elder clapped his hands in delight and promptly led the two into the reception room, rummaging through drawers to present all manner of snacks. "What would you like? I shall do my utmost to cater to your desires, whether it be simulated environments, training resources, or even hunting soul beasts. Anything within my means will be provided for you," the elder promised. Hearing this, Dai Yao nodded inwardly, recognizing the distinct treatment afforded to geniuses. As their conversation flowed amiably, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a man with a square face and wide nose. "Pardon the intrusion, old principal." The man chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all, Qianli, come in." The elder joyfully introduced Dai Yao and Zhu Qing. "Dai Yao, Zhu Qing. Allow me to present to you the captain of our Auckland battle team, Feng Qianli. Although he may not match your age, he is nonetheless a talented soul master." As the elder began to introduce Feng Qianli, the latter interjected with a smile, "There is no need for such introductions, old principal. I have already met them. The recent soul duel was truly astonishing, and Zhu Qing's prowess left me in awe." "Soul duel? What soul duel?" the elder inquired. "The Royal Academy of Tiando issued a challenge to us, and the soul master who delivered the challenge was exceedingly arrogant, speaking with utter disdain for our academy. Some students, unable to tolerate this, proposed a soul duel. The few who ascended the duel stage were easily bested by that Royal Academy soul master, but when he encountered Zhu Qing, they both took to the stage. We had little faith in Zhu Qing due to her youth, yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. She defeated that Royal Academy soul master in a single move. Humph, the Royal Academy of Tiando is becoming increasingly excessive. They always seek to assert their dominance over our Auckland Academy." The elder's expression turned somewhat irate. Feng Qianli continued, "Old principal, I have come to express my grievances. The date of the duel draws near, yet we are struggling to assemble our team. Upon learning of their upcoming duel with the Royal Academy of Tiando, no one seemed eager to join the team. Is it truly that dire? To shrink back in the face of formidable foes is unbecoming of a soul master." The elder's demeanor became grave. Noticing Dai Yao and Zhu Qing, the elder chuckled and pointed at Feng Qianli, saying, "Ah, so this is your scheme." Feng Qianli grinned sheepishly, offering no rebuttal. The elder, with a resigned expression, approached Dai Yao and Zhu Qing, stating, "Dai Yao, Zhu Qing, from our earlier conversation, you should now grasp the challenges facing our academy. If you do not wish to join the team, feel free to speak openly." Upon hearing the elderess words, Feng Qianli became anxious, eager to interject, but was halted by the elder. "This is their choice. You need not speak," the elder admonished. Dai Yao gazed at Feng Qianli, contemplating that the genius soul master from Oakland, as mentioned by Lan Yuxuan, must indeed be him. To nurture his potential, they had specifically enrolled him in this competition, ensuring he would be more seasoned for the subsequent tournament. It was evident that he had been prioritized by the academy, as he had ascended to the position of captain of the Oakland Academy team, including himself and Zhu Zhuqing. There were already 3 soul masters capable of rivaling the main forces of the 5 Elements Academy, as long as the other members of the team possessed reasonable strength. Advancing in the tournament should pose no challenge. Dai Yao nodded with a smile. Arriving in Auckland was solely for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. And now having the opportunity to face the Royal Academy of Heaven Do was indeed a rare fortune. Chapter 75, Fearful Teammates. Dai Yao and his companion completed their enrollment procedures and, after selecting their dormitory, followed Feng Qianli to the location of the Auckland battle team. As they walked, Feng Qianli elaborated on the various structures within the academy, demonstrating his profound familiarity with the institution. The conversation gradually shifted to the impending duel. Feng Qianli remarked, "With your joining, we have perfectly assembled a 7-member team." Dai Yao inquired, "Since a duel is imminent, have we thoroughly investigated the personnel of the Tiando royal team?" "Indeed, it is precisely because we have conducted a meticulous investigation that despair has set in," Feng Qianli replied with a sense of dejection. The royal fighting team comprises 7 members. The captain, Yu Tianheng, wields the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit and is a level 29 assault-type soul master, adorned with 2 yellow soul rings. The vice-captain, Dueling, possesses the emerald-scaled serpent spirit, a level 28 control-type soul master, also equipped with 2 yellow soul rings. Team member Shi Mo, who carries the Xuanwu turtle spirit, is a level 28 defense-type soul master, similarly featuring 2 yellow soul rings. Another team member, Shi Mo, shares the same spirit and classification as Shi Mo, also at level 28 with 2 yellow soul rings. Team member Yu Feng, with the wind chime bird spirit, is a level 26 agility-type soul master, bearing 2 yellow soul rings. Osro, another team member, wields the ghost leopard spirit, also a level 26 agility-type soul master with 2 yellow soul rings. Lastly, Yilingling, a level 25 support-type weapon soul master, possesses the 9-heart begonia spirit, complemented by 2 yellow soul rings. This information is rather recent. It has come to our attention that Captain Yu Tianheng has recently surpassed level 30. However, due to the impending duel, he has been unable to acquire a 3rd soul ring. Otherwise, we, as Advanced Soul Master Academies, would have simply conceded. Upon mentioning the names of these 7 individuals, Feng Qianli's expression grew exceedingly grave. Most of them possess top-tier martial spirits, particularly Yu Tianheng and Dueling. Yu Tianheng belongs to one of the upper 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, boasting the most formidable beast martial spirit in the world, rendering him a terrifying force that all academies fear. Dueling, the granddaughter of the poison Douluo, wields unparalleled poison mastery among soul masters of her rank, instilling caution even in soul emperors. Her presence transforms the Tiando royal team into a formidable unit capable of both offense and defense. In attack, they wield Yu Tianheng as a spear, with the world's most powerful beast martial spirit capable of tearing apart any adversary. In defense, they utilize Dueling's poison as a shield, deterring anyone from approaching recklessly. Dai Yao also adopted a serious demeanor. However, as long as there were no soul masters present, he felt utterly unperturbed by these individuals. Among the great soul masters, he was invincible. He yearned to confront Yu Tianheng, to witness the so-called number 1 beast martial soul, and to shatter the reputation of the world's foremost beast martial soul. Feng Qianli was indeed correct. Yu Tianheng and Dueling warranted particular attention. Yet, Dai Yao recognized that, aside from these 2, there was another individual who deserved scrutiny, Yilingling. In the original narrative, Ning Rongrong had remarked that were it not for the limited number of 9-heart Sitang, which was passed down through a singular lineage, the title of the world's foremost support martial soul would likely not have belonged to the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. The 9-heart Sitang is a marvel among martial souls. Had it not been for Tang San's eventual fortuitous advantage, utilizing the 8 spider lances, The outcome of their confrontation could have been uncertain. Nonetheless, Dai Yao refrained from disclosing this information to Feng Qianli, partly due to the difficulty in explaining its source, and partly because the pressure facing everyone was already considerable. There was no need to stoke the flames further. Soon, they arrived at the training ground of the team. It was a modest arena for soul battles, its ceiling enclosed. During the day, sunlight illuminated the space, but at night it relied solely on artificial lighting. Suspended from the lofty ceiling were 3 white banners, each embroidered with the emblem of Oakland. As the banners fluttered, upon stepping through the entrance of the arena, Dai Yao noticed Feng Qianli gazing reverently at the 3 flags. What could this signify? Dai Yao pointed towards the banner and inquired. This represents the flags of our Academy's battle team from the previous 3 Continental Soul Master Academy tournaments. It embodies the glory of our institution. Feng Qianli, filled with fervor, declared, "Now, the Tiando Royal Academy seeks to trample upon our honor. I shall exert every ounce of my strength to impede them." His voice resonated with unwavering determination. Dai Yao was momentarily taken aback. The honor of the Academy? Something worth safeguarding with utmost effort. Feng Qianli led the 2 to the inner sanctum of the soul fighting arena. On the field stood 4 men and 1 woman, who were lamenting continuously, with only one individual soundly asleep on a nearby sofa. Upon seeing Feng Qianli enter, the 3 men and the woman quickly surrounded Dai Yao and his companion, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Feng Qianli, with a hint of resignation, introduced Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master. Upon hearing the mention of a soul master, one slender man leapt up in sheer delight, exclaiming, "I'm free. Finally, someone to take my place." The other 3, however, appeared utterly disheartened, sighing in despondency. What did they mean by this? Dai Yao inquired. With a wry smile, Feng Qianli explained, "Due to tomorrow's match, no one wishes to confront the Royal Academy of Heaven. These individuals are even contemplating withdrawing from the Oakland battle team. As long as someone joins, they can relinquish their position, and with the addition of Zhu Zhuqing, who is also this man can finally depart." Dai Yao stood in silence, astonished that a mere competition could instill such fear in the members of the Oakland team, causing him to question the wisdom of his choice in attending Oakland Academy. Observing Dai Yao's reaction, Feng Qianli couldn't help but sigh. His gaze fell upon the figure sprawled on the sofa, and a surge of anger welled up within him. He strode swiftly to the couch and kicked it over, causing the figure to tumble to the floor and awaken from slumber with an exclamation of surprise. "What the heck? The competition is upon us. And you're still being so lazy," Feng Qianli exclaimed in frustration. The individual on the ground, upon realizing it was Feng Qianli, chose to remain seated, responding with indifference. "So what if they're essay competition? These people want to leave anyway. What good does my effort do?" Feng Qianli, both exasperated and resigned, recognized the validity of this sentiment. "Get up. We have newcomers." "Newcomers?" The person on the floor glanced toward the entrance and, spotting the ethereal figure of Zhu Zhuqing, swiftly scrambled to his feet. Dusting himself off, he hurried over to her side and eagerly introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Yao, a level 27 assault-type soul master with a martial soul azure rainbow sword. May I inquire about your name, esteemed sister?" Dai Yao immediately positioned himself before Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze icy as he regarded Dai Yao. The surge of soul power emanated from him, unleashing the aura of the sacred white tiger martial spirit. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. The oppressive sensation of that martial spirit was overwhelmingly discomforting, and they regarded Dai Yao with a hint of trepidation. Dai Yao coldly remarked, "She is mine. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, do not blame me for being ungracious." In the Starry Empire, for various reasons, one must often endure and swallow their pride when lacking sufficient strength. However, upon reaching the heavenly, he would not easily tolerate the hostility of others. Chapter 76. A helpless strategy. Feng Qianli quickly grasped Dai Yuan's ear, apologizing. "I beg your pardon, Dai Yao. This fellow seems to have some issues with his mind." Dai Yuan, in considerable pain, hurriedly replied, "Please stop pulling. I was wrong. Had I known the flower was already taken, I would never have attempted to flirt." Dai Yao cast a cold glance at Dai Yuan, perceiving him as somewhat frivolous and unworthy of significant responsibility. This was preferable. Observing that Dai Yao did not pursue the matter further, Feng Qianli secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Now that everyone has arrived, let's make some simple arrangements to prepare for tomorrow's competition. First, let's introduce ourselves." During the introductions, Dai Yao learned the names and martial souls of each individual. The girl with shoulder-length hair was named Luo Ling, an auxiliary soul master with a martial soul of enhancing staff, capable of specifically amplifying the strength of another soul master, possessing a soul power of level 23. The tall, slender man was named Luo Feng, a control-type soul master with the martial soul of a greenwood vine and a soul power of level 24. The last individual, a shorter man named Douluo, was an agile attack-type soul master with the martial soul of a blue swallow and a soul power of level 22. Upon hearing their introductions, Dai Yao felt disheartened. Their martial souls were rather ordinary, and their soul power levels paled in comparison to that of the Tiando royal team. Only Feng Qianli and Dai Yuan caught his eye. Feng Qianli, at level 29, possessed the martial soul of a black tortoise, a defensive-type battle soul master. Similar to Shimo and Shimo from the Xingluo royal team, but Feng Qianli's martial soul was a mutated version. Dai Yuan, at level 28, wielded the martial soul of a green rainbow sword, an assault-type battle soul master. Generally, weapon-type martial souls are formidable, particularly sword-type martial souls, which are renowned for their exceptional offensive capabilities. Dai Yao himself had the martial soul of a divine white tiger and a soul power of level 23. Also an assault-type battle soul master, Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul of a nether ruler and a soul power of level 22, was an agile attack-type soul master. Although their levels were relatively low, no one dared to underestimate the two of them. Merely the aura Dai Yao emitted while releasing his martial soul had left everyone gasping for breath. Suddenly, Luo Ling realized something and asked, "How old are you all?" "We are all 11, Dai Yao replied. A sharp intake of breath filled the air. Achieving the rank of Great Soul Master at merely 11 years of age was astonishing. Luo Ling smiled wryly and said, "With your talents, you could easily enter the Tiando Royal Academy. Why come to our Oakland Academy?" "Personal reasons." Seeing that Dai Yao was reluctant to elaborate, the others hesitated to press further. After becoming somewhat familiar with one another, Feng Qianli gathered everyone and said, "Tomorrow we shall engage in battle. Although we have only just formed our team, the Tiando Royal team has also just been assembled. Their coordination is not significantly better than ours. Our task is to endure for 10 minutes without being defeated. We can accept failure, but we cannot accept a defeat without resistance. We know we may lose, but we must not allow ourselves to be looked down upon." Feng Qianli's words resonated with conviction. "Everyone is aware of the opposing team's information, correct?" Feng Qianli inquired. "We are aware," the group responded. "Very well, as captain. I will now outline our strategy for tomorrow's match. Afterward, we will practice and then rest well to prepare for the competition. The strongest opponent on their side is Yu Qianheng, Dai Yuan. You will be responsible for holding him off," Feng Qianli commanded. "No problem," Dai Yuan replied lazily with a yawn. His nonchalant attitude left Dai Yao somewhat concerned, despite Dai Yuan's commendable martial soul and soul power. Expecting him to withstand the might of Yu Qianheng, who possessed the world's strongest beast martial soul, was indeed wishful thinking. Feng Qianli continued, "I will confront the Shimo brothers, who also wield black tortoise martial souls. It is destined that I will have to contend with them. As for Yu Feng and Asro, you two will face them, Dai Yao." Feng Qianli specifically cautioned, "Their soul power levels are higher than yours, so be careful." Both gifted individuals had entered the soul fighting competition at an early age, carrying the hopes of their predecessors. Now, Feng Qianli placed his trust in Dai Yao and his companion. He believed that with the experience gained from this tournament, they would become the stalwarts of the Oakland team in the next competition. However, the low soul power levels of both individuals worried him. Hence he assigned them to confront slightly weaker soul masters. The final opponent, Dueling, would be entrusted to you, Luo Feng. Do not engage her directly, simply buy time. Douluo, your task is to protect Luo Ling. With her assistance, Dai Yuan may stand a chance against Yu Tianheng. Feng Qianli's strategy could be considered the best choice under dire circumstances. Yet, Dai Yao held little faith in the Oakland team. It was evident that, apart from himself and his companion, every other member was at a significant disadvantage against their opponents. Would Dai Yuan be able to withstand Yu Tianheng? Could Feng Qianli hold off the Shimo brothers? And most importantly, could Luo Feng withstand Dueling? Perhaps it was best not to dwell on these thoughts. Although Dai Yao was skeptical of the Oakland team's chances, there remained a glimmer of hope, the fusion technique of their martial souls, the nether white tiger. By this time, they had trained late into the night. After a brief session of practice, the group bid farewell and returned to their respective dormitories. The academy maintained gender separation, but as the two prodigies, special arrangements were made for them to share a room. The accommodation was spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, reportedly a residence for a teacher. After a simple wash, they settled into bed. Zhu Zhuqing, lying on the upper bunk, leaned over the railing, her black hair cascading down like a waterfall, and asked Dai Yao on the lower bunk, "Brother Yao, I suddenly feel so unfamiliar. Here, no one harbors any malice towards me. Isn't that a good thing? No, it feels quite peculiar." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled like a starry river in the darkness. Beautiful and radiant. This is indeed a normal environment, Dai Yao mused. The stifling atmosphere of Xingluo was hardly suitable for a normal person to dwell in. It was no wonder Dai Mubai had fled. After a long pause, Zhu Zhuqing inquired, "Brother Yao, do you think we will definitely lose tomorrow? The other team members are all convinced of our defeat." "I don't know. We will do our best, and the outcome is not what we should be overly concerned about." Dai Yao's heart brimmed with anticipation for the competition scheduled for the morrow. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, the most formidable beast spirit in existence, would soon collide with my sacred white tiger spirit. Let us see whose spirit reigns supreme. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and upon hearing Dai Yao's response, felt a sense of reassurance. She turned and lay down, tucking herself under the covers. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Oakland Academy buzzed with excitement. The match between the Tiando Royal team and the Oakland team drew the attention of countless spectators, including the esteemed Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, and Ning Fengji, the leader of the second most powerful sect in the world. The arrival of such dignitaries left everyone astounded. Why would these two illustrious figures attend what was merely a customary competition between two academies? Ning Fengji's presence was somewhat understandable, given the close ties with the Tiando Empire. It was reasonable for him to witness the prowess of the Tiando Royal team. However, the Spirit Hall had historically maintained a distance from the Tiando Empire, raising questions about Salas's motivations for attending this match. Chapter 77. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile at Oakland Academy, within the Seven-Man Soul Arena. The majority of the spectators were students of the academy itself. Many students from the Tiando Royal Academy had also come to Oakland, eager to witness the strength of their royal team and to cheer for their own. Yet, beneath the facade of encouragement, their true desire lay in witnessing a resounding victory. Alongside the students of the two academies, many from other institutions, including the Elemental Academy, had also arrived. After all, the Tiando Royal team symbolized the Tiando Empire, representing the pinnacle of Soul Master teams, thus presenting an excellent opportunity to observe the foremost combatants of the young generation from the Tiando Empire. Students from other academies felt a sense of sympathy for Oakland Academy, as the Tiando Royal team was expected to challenge various other academies following their match. A special area had been designated at the prime viewing spot, adorned to serve as the VIP section, where 3 of the most distinguished individuals were seated. At the center of the VIP section was Jackson, the principal of Oakland Academy, whom Dai Yao had encountered not long ago. Although his status was not the highest, as the host of the event, he rightfully occupied the principal's seat. To Jackson's left sat a refined and elegant gentleman clad in a silver robe adorned with cloud patterns, his head crowned with a silver tiara. His countenance, as radiant as jade, and his dignified demeanor were complemented by a spherical cane. His mere presence elicited fervent cheers from the crowd. He was none other than Ning Fengji, the foremost support-type soul master in the realm. Beside him sat a young girl in a resplendent light blue gown, Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong. Pouting her lips, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Father, what is so fascinating about this competition? It would be far more enjoyable to remain at the sect and play with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu." Ning Fengji chuckled warmly, teasing, "You wish to torment your 2 grandfathers once more." "Not at all. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu want to play with me." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she clung to her father's arm, playfully protesting. All right. I shall say nothing." Her endearing antics brought laughter to Ning Fengji's face. Yet, he soon adopted a serious tone, asking, "Rongrong, do you know why I have come to witness this match today?" "Why?" Ning Rongrong's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity. "It is because of the support-type Soul Master on the Tiando Royal team." "A support-type Soul Master? Our 7-treasure glazed tile spirit is renowned as the supreme support-type spirit. Why are we concerned with another support master?" Clinging to her father's arm, Ning Rongrong inquired further. Ning Fengji patiently elucidated. "The young lady's spirit is known as the 9-heart begonia. Unlike other spirits, It is a unique lineage, with only one inheritor per generation. At any given time, there may only be 2 9-heart begonia soul masters alive. Only upon the death of one may the next appear. It is arguably the rarest spirit in existence. The soul ability of the 9-heart begonia is group healing. The higher the level and soul power, the more effective the healing. With a 9-heart begonia soul master present, it is nearly impossible to face death. Were it not for the scarcity of such soul masters, they would undoubtedly be our greatest competitors. As he spoke, Ning Fengji's expression turned grave. Ning Rongrong, with an O, noted her father's serious demeanor. Her heart filled with anticipation to meet this support-type soul master. To Jackson's right sat Salus, the platinum bishop of the spirit hall. His slender form resembled a lance. One hand resting on the armrest, his eyes half closed. The spirit hall had never participated in the affairs of the soul master academies within the Tiando Empire. Thus, Salus's presence today took Jackson by surprise. However, upon reflection, he understood that Salus's visit was indeed to observe Dai Yao. Dai Yao arrived at the Oakland Academy, armed with the introduction letter from Sarath. However, Ning Fengji was not aware of this. After exchanging playful banter with Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji turned to Sarath and inquired. The Spirit Hall has traditionally refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Heaven Do Empire. May I ask the reason for your visit today, Bishop Sarath? Sarath opened his eyes, regarding Ning Fengji's smile with a hint of coldness. At present, the primary adversaries of the Spirit Hall were the 2 great empires, followed by the top 3 sects among the 7 sects, with Ning Fengji, the master of the 2nd greatest sect, being a staunch opponent of the Spirit Hall. Sarath, with an enigmatic smile, replied, if the sect master of the Ning clan is present, must I not come as well? Ning Fengji, unfazed, returned a warm smile, dispelling any hostility in Sarath's words, and responded, not at all. Please do not misunderstand me, Bishop Sarath. A flicker of admiration crossed Sarath's eyes, though it was unfortunate that such a remarkable individual chose to oppose the Spirit Hall. I have come today to see someone. Oh, might you disclose whom? Ning Fengji inquired with keen interest. Sarath smiled cryptically, offering no answer. What a charade. Who knows what schemes he is concocting? Ning Rongrong pouted in annoyance. As time ticked away, the competition was about to commence. In the resting area of the Heaven Do royal team, 7 individuals, each with unique characteristics and appearing to be around 15 years of age, gathered. At the center of the sofa sat a young man clad in a blue outfit. With long black hair and a slender physique, he was not conventionally handsome. However, as he sat there with his eyes closed, he emanated an aura of extreme danger. Occasionally, he would open his eyes, which sparkled with a lightning-like brilliance that instilled fear in those around him. Beside him lounged a woman, her short, deep purple hair draped lazily across the sofa, her eyes gleaming with admiration as they occasionally fell upon the young man. This is the 15th time Yanzi has looked at the boss. When do you think those 2 will get together? Asked a handsome young man of moderate height, with golden short hair and lively eyes, leaning in to whisper to a man clad in black. Get lost. If you plan to tease Yanzi, don't drag me into it. The black-clad man hastily retreated, trying to distance himself from the handsome youth. The woman on the sofa cast a sidelong glance, playfully smiling. Yu Feng, do you want me to pay more attention to you? Absolutely not. Yu Feng exclaimed in terror, waving his hands dismissively before turning to reproach the black-clad man. Oslo, dare you betray me? I challenge you to a duel. Oslo scoffed derisively. You, a flying-type soul master, wish to duel me, a ground-type soul master? Have you no shame? If you were to challenge the boss instead, I would be impressed if you could last 3 minutes. Enough. Quiet down. When will you learn to be as composed as the Shurja brothers? Finally, the young man in blue spoke. He was referring to the 2 Ning brothers seated cross-legged in the corner, who, like Feng Qianli, possessed broad noses and a demeanor that exuded reliability. The blue-clad youth was none other than Yu Tianheng. Yu Feng and Oslo exchanged sheepish smiles. Yu Tianheng rose and addressed everyone. Today, our opponents are the Oakland Academy. Their strength is not formidable. To my knowledge, their strongest member is a soul master with a Xiangwu tortoise spirit named Feng Qianli. Upon hearing the mention of the Xiangwu tortoise spirit, Shimo and Shimo exchanged glances and interjected, Boss, leave Feng Qianli to us. Yu Tianheng chuckled. That is precisely my intention. He continued, additionally, we must take heed of Dai Yuan, who possesses a sword-type spirit with commendable attack power. Are there any other points of concern regarding our opponents? Yu Feng raised an eyebrow. I heard that the Auckland team only assembled 7 members yesterday. and 2 of them are new to the academy. They probably feared facing us and had to enlist a few freshmen. Boss, Oakland is merely a mediocre academy. There's no need to regard them highly. Yu Feng's words dripped with disdain for Oakland. Silence. Yu Tianheng retorted coldly. He surveyed the room with an imposing presence and declared, "Our enemy is not Oakland Academy. It is arrogance. I am fully aware that their strength pales in comparison to ours, but Oakland is merely an appetizer. Our true adversaries are the 5 Elements Academy, the Xingluo Royal Academy team, and even the Spirit Hall team. Challenging the elite Soul Master Academies of the Imperial capital is not only a declaration of royal authority, but also an opportunity for us to hone our skills. After we vanquish all the academies, we shall participate in the external soul fighting tournament, striving towards the goal of joining the Silver Soul fighting team. In terms of soul power and spirit, we surpass ordinary Soul Master Academies, and defeating them is hardly surprising. However, arrogance can lead us 7 into an abyss. We must approach every battle with utmost seriousness and offer no opportunities to our opponents." Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, a cold sweat broke out on Yu Feng's back. "I apologize, boss. It's all right. Underestimating the enemy is a common flaw, especially for individuals like us who are favored by destiny. Yet today marks our first battle, and we must not falter. We must maintain our utmost spirit." Yu Tianheng smiled. His words filled Yu Feng with a sense of shame. While the Shimo brothers nodded in agreement, and even the woman draped in black gauze hidden in the shadows offered her approval. Meanwhile, the alluring Dugu Yan's admiration for Yu Tianheng deepened. Just then, the door swung open, and a young man entered. With a plain appearance, dressed simply in black. The only striking feature was his exceptionally bright eyes. "Teacher," the 7 exclaimed in unison. This individual was Qin Ming, nearing 30 years of age. On the verge of breaking through to the Soul Emperor rank, should he achieve this in the next 2 years. He would become the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor in the history of the continent. Every student of the Heavendo Royal Academy was prideful. Yet none could claim the title of genius in the presence of Qin Ming, which explained the profound respect these prodigies held for him. Qin Ming clapped his hands. "Commending Yu Tianheng, excellent. Both your talent and disposition are exceptional. As the captain of the Heavendo Royal Academy team, Tianheng, you have performed admirably. You promptly reminded your teammates of the pitfalls of underestimating the enemy. This first point is well done." He turned to Yu Feng, saying, "You must rectify your frivolous tendencies." Upon receiving Qin Ming's admonition, Yu Feng chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather embarrassed. Observing the team's high spirits, Qin Ming nodded and addressed the woman in the shadows, "Lung Lung. You shall also participate in this match. Your presence strengthens our lineup and adds an extra layer of security." "Yes, teacher," Yi Lung Lung responded. "This is our first match. We cannot afford to fail." Qin Ming surveyed the room and asserted resolutely. The 7 members of the Heavendo Royal team felt the gravity of Qin Ming's words and collectively responded, "Yes, teacher." Qin Ming nodded with satisfaction. "Go forth, my children, and secure this victory for the Empire." Chapter 78. The match begins. In the resting area of the Oakland team, Dai Yao, brimming with anticipation and eager to engage in a duel with Yu Tianheng, rose early. Upon arriving at the lounge, he was taken aback to find someone had arrived even earlier. "Ah, good morning, Charming Jr." Upon noticing the newcomer, the young man turned around and was surprised to discover it was indeed Dai Yao and his companion, raising an eyebrow as he spoke in a flippant tone. This was none other than Dai Yuan. "Good morning." Upon seeing him, Dai Yao was startled. He had not expected Dai Yuan to be the earliest arrival. He held a rather unfavorable impression of Dai Yuan, seeing him as frivolous and ineffectual. When Feng Qianli had mentioned the possibility of Dai Yuan facing Yu Tianheng, Dai Yao had serious doubts about his capabilities. Initially, he had contemplated stepping in for Dai Yuan to challenge Yu Tianheng, but upon seeing his teammate, he abandoned that notion. To advance in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition, relying solely on himself would be insufficient. His teammates must also possess adequate strength. Hence, he opted to conceal his true abilities. Observing the prowess of the Oakland team and assessing how long they could withstand the onslaught from the Royal Fighting Team. If their strength proved lacking, he could consider other schools, or if worst came to worst, directly join the Spirit Hall team. However, he was resolute in his decision never to attend Lambo Academy. Despite being aware of the original plot and knowing that following the Shrek 7 monsters could lead him to become a titled Douluo or even a god, he could never bring himself to address Tang San as brother. Tang San had committed numerous misdeeds in the original narrative, and rather than facing any consequences. He was elevated to a status of reverence in later generations. Moreover, Dai Yao himself possessed twin martial souls, including the sacred white tiger, a divine-level martial soul. Why should he serve as Tang San's subordinate? Setting aside other considerations, once his life stabilized in the Heavendo Empire, his first course of action would be to retrieve the celestial herb from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon hearing Dai Yuanyi's words, Dai Yao remained largely unaffected. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was incensed, casting a frigid, piercing gaze upon him. Her icy stare seemed to pierce through Dai Yuanyi, causing him to shudder involuntarily and retreat a few steps, distancing himself from Zhu Zhuqing, inwardly pondering, what have I done to offend her? Is it because I mentioned Dai Yao's charm? Before long, the members of the Oakland team arrived. Following a brief warm-up, Feng Qianli addressed them, stating, in this competition, everyone should give their utmost effort. Although we are destined for defeat, we must showcase our spirit. Yes, the team members extended a hand, gathering together with resolute expressions. As the time for the competition approached, the 7 of them slowly exited the lounge and made their way to the contestants' passage for the soul fighting competition. As the host introduced them, each member stepped onto the arena. And now, a prodigious soul master, only 11 years old, yet already possessing a soul power level of 23. Dai Yao. The host's voice echoed thunderously through the amplification of the soul guide device. It's your turn, Feng Qianli said with a smile. Dai Yao nodded, inhaling deeply. As the exit drew nearer, the brightness at the end of the passage intensified, and the deafening roar of cheers grew louder. Upon stepping out of the contestants' exit, a cascade of colorful ribbons descended from above, while students clad in Oakland's white uniforms filled the hills, enthusiastically rallying in support of him. At merely 11 years of age and already at the 2nd level, he was indeed a prodigy, given his youth. Competing in 2 Continental Soul Master Elite competitions heralded a promising future for Oakland. Countless eager gazes converged upon Dai Yao, who, upon observing the throngs cheering for him, couldn't suppress a smile, reflecting, this feeling is rather delightful. During his time in the Luo Empire, he had felt the weight of skepticism from all, as if he were battling the world alone. Now, with so many rallying behind him, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. As he stepped onto the Soul Arena, he stood alongside his fellow Oakland team members. In the VIP section, Ning Fengji regarded Dai Yao with appreciation and remarked to Jackson, Oakland is fortunate to have such a talented soul master. Perhaps we might achieve remarkable results in the next Continental Soul Master competition. Jackson, suppressing his pride, feigned humility, responding, it's merely luck, merely luck. He turned to Salas with a respectful gesture, expressing gratitude. This is all thanks to you, Archbishop Salas. Without your guidance, this talented soul master would not have come to Oakland. Ning Fengji's expression sharpened momentarily before he smiled gently, inquiring, Archbishop Salas, could this student be the soul master you have taken a liking to? Upon seeing Dai Yao, Salas straightened up, no longer squinting but sitting attentively, looking forward to the upcoming matches. When he heard Ning Fengji's question, he simply stroked his beard, offering no reply. If Ferdinand the portly fellow speaks true, when that Millennium Soul ring emerges, it will surely astonish you all, Salas thought, already anticipating the astonished gazes of the crowd. Soon, all 7 members of the Oakland team entered the arena. When Zhu Zhuqing made her entrance, she too drew a wave of cheers from the Oakland students. Her beauty, coupled with an icy demeanor, captivated many, and as the host introduced her, her genius was unveiled to all. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her formidable strength accelerated the heartbeats of countless young men. Suddenly, the duel arena fell into a hush. With all eyes turning toward the opposing contestants' passage, the Imperial fighting team. As the host announced the members of the Imperial fighting team, his tone noticeably heightened. One by one, the members of the Imperial fighting team took the stage, met with only sparse applause from the distant students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Oakland students grew increasingly grave. When Yu Tianheng stepped onto the Soul Arena with deliberate slowness, the anxiety among the Oakland students became palpable, as if they were about to drown in the weight of the pressure emanating from the mere presence of the Imperial fighting team. With both teams assembled, the host handed the microphone to Principal Jackson. After a few brief remarks, he passed the microphone to Ning Fengji. As Ning Fengji began to speak, everyone craned their necks and stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the world's foremost support-type soul master. Even Yi Lingling of the Imperial fighting team looked up, her gaze tinged with hostility. Esteemed students of the Soul Master Academy, I know you are all eagerly anticipating the upcoming match, so I will refrain from further elaboration. I wish both teams the best of luck in delivering an exhilarating competition for everyone, he concluded. As his words echoed, the arena erupted in thunderous applause, with all present excitedly applauding Ning Fengji. Truly, he was worthy of his title as the world's premier support-type soul master. Even a few well-chosen words could elicit such an enthusiastic response from the crowd. Dai Yao secretly scoffed. Ning Fengji then intended to pass the microphone to Salus, but Salus waved his hand, declining the opportunity to speak. In the Heaven Do Empire, one must not be overly ostentatious. When the microphone returned to the host, the atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor. The members of the Oakland team cast fiery gazes towards the royal fighting team, who remained steadfast and seemingly indifferent to their presence. Yu Feng, on the other hand, let out a dismissive snort and turned away. Chapter 79. One-sided battle with the judge's command. The tension in the arena was instantly palpable. Feng Qianli declared, "Brothers, unleash your martial souls." In an instant, the arena was illuminated with a kaleidoscope of colors. A thick shell emerged upon Feng Qianli, who stood at the forefront. His piercing gaze fixated on the royal fighting team's twins. Dai Yao, sword in hand, stood not far behind Feng Qianli, his previously carefree demeanor replaced with utmost seriousness. At the rear, Luo Ling gripped a crimson staff. The first soul ring shimmered as a red light enveloped Dai Yao, significantly enhancing his momentum, even eliciting surprise from Yu Tianheng. In the center stood Luo Feng, surrounded by flourishing green vines, while the diminutive Do Yu sprouted 2 pairs of wings behind him. Floating in the air as he shielded Luo Ling, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yao flanked the sides. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifestation, all attention turned to her. The aura released by her netherworld's sovereign martial soul instilled trepidation within the royal fighting team's 7 members. Osro glanced anxiously at Yu Tianheng and remarked, "Captain, this girl seems formidable. It's fine. Her soul power is too low to pose a threat. You can suppress her with your advantage in soul power," Yu Tianheng calmly assessed, reaching a conclusion. However, what puzzled everyone was that Dai Yao did not release his martial soul. Through several battles, he had developed a habit of utilizing the unexpected power of his self-created technique, 8 Extremes Collapse, to inflict damage without relying on his martial soul. 8 Extremes Collapse was his original soul skill, which did not necessitate the use of a martial soul. Additionally, he wished to gauge his teammates' strengths. Had he unleashed his martial soul, the terrifying Holy White Tiger martial soul and 1,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly draw the opponent's focus. Consequently, this would greatly skew the assessment of the Oakland team's capabilities. He had previously informed his teammates that he would employ his self-created technique to catch the enemy off guard. Thus, no one questioned his decision not to release his martial soul. Aside from Dai Yao, the other 5 possessed the optimal soul ring configurations. Only Do Yu had a white-yellow soul ring configuration. The brilliance of the yellow soul rings on the arena dazzled the audience, with waves of energy crashing against the stands. Observing the jubilant Oakland students, Yu Tianheng coldly declared, "Brothers, we shall unleash our martial souls as well." Buzzing sounds filled the air. 7 individuals, 14 yellow soul rings, all featuring the best configurations. At the forefront, lightning flashed, and the thunder dragon roared, as the blue lightning tyrant dragon made its entrance. The arena fell into a hushed silence, even the sky dimmed significantly. Beside Yu Tianheng stood 2 brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, like 2 barriers, shielding the entire momentum of the Oakland team. Also possessing the Xuanwu turtle martial soul, their gazes directed at Feng Qianli were infused with boundless fighting spirit. Osro's ghost leopard martial soul lurked to the left, while Yufeng's wind bell bird martial soul soared to the right, with Du Guyin positioned in the center. At the rear of the royal fighting team, a 9-heart begonia slowly blossomed. That was the 9-heart begonia martial soul. Ning Fengji leaned down to speak to Ning Rongrong. The typically lively Ning Rongrong fell silent, sensing the threat that the 9-heart begonia martial soul posed to the 7 treasures glazed Tao martial soul. With the command from both team leaders, the 2 sides engaged in combat. The first clash occurred between Dai Yao and Yu Tianheng. Dai Yao shouted, and the first soul ring illuminated. Sword Qi. Several sword energies formed into a blade shape, gleaming with a cold light and carrying a murderous aura as they surged towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng, with a cold smile, finally extended his previously clasped hands. The dragon claw crackled with electric light, and with a swift motion, he grasped all the sword energies in his palm. With a mere pinch, all the sword energies crumbled. Yu Tianheng's might left the audience in awe. Such terrifying sword energy could not be handled by an ordinary soul master. Yet Yu Tianheng not only managed it, but did so with the utmost nonchalance. On the other side, Feng Qianli engaged with the Shi brothers. The peculiar patterns on the Xuanwu turtle martial soul's shell shimmered continuously, as if imbued with mysterious rhythms. Outnumbered from the outset, Feng Qianli found himself at a disadvantage against the relentless assault of the Shi brothers. Although he appeared to lack opportunities for retaliation, being a Xuanwu turtle martial soul, he sustained minimal damage. In the duel of control-type soul masters, De Guyan flashed a charming smile, her snake-like gaze locking onto Luo Feng, who trembled uncontrollably. The disparity in martial souls had robbed Luo Feng of any courage to resist. From the onset of the skirmish, all three engagements had fallen into significant disadvantage. Dai Yao could only hold his ground with the assistance of the support-type soul master Luo Ling. No, it was merely that Yu Tianheng had no intention of striking, allowing Dai Yao to persist until now. Observing the battlefield from the back of the royal fighting team, Yi Lung stared coldly, yet to make a move. The royal fighting team's strength plunged all Oakland students into despair. The arena was silent, with only the students from the Heaven Do Royal Academy exulting. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yao posed a considerable challenge for the royal fighting team. As Osro and Zhu Zhuqing clashed on the left, his expression drastically changed. Realizing just how mistaken he had been, the chilling aura spread within his body, rendering him incapable of unleashing his full potential. This girl was not only swift, but possessed physical attributes comparable to an assault-type soul master. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How could Oakland Academy have such a prodigy? Osro lamented inwardly. Noticing the predicament Osro faced, De Guyan frowned and chastised. Osro, what are you doing? This is a battle. Don't hold back. Amidst Zhu Zhuqing's relentless onslaught, Osro found no time to respond, only managing to evade using his advantage in soul power. He retreated to the royal fighting team's formation, forcing Zhu Zhuqing to maintain distance. Panting heavily, Osro turned to De Guyan and said, I can't afford to hold back. This girl is too formidable. The disparity in soul power is useless. I can only maneuver around her. Hearing Osro's words, De Guyan was taken aback, realizing from his fearful gaze that he spoke the truth. It was known that Osro was the most powerful agility-type soul master at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing not only was a few years younger than him, but also possessed a lower soul power level. Under such circumstances, she could crush Osro without him having any means to retaliate. Who on earth is she? De Guyan marveled inwardly. The duel between Yu Feng and Dai Yao left her even more astonished. From the onset of the battle, Yu Feng looked down upon the Oakland team. Upon seeing Dai Yao, a mere child, confront him, he burst into laughter. Is there no one left in Oakland? You've sent a child like you to the field. You'd better step down before you get a beating. Yu Feng laughed heartily. Dai Yao, without uttering a word, summoned his soul power, unleashing an explosive burst of speed that transformed him into a streak of lightning. He pivoted and clenched his fist, launching an assault towards Yu Feng. How swift! Yu Feng was taken aback, astonished that Dai Yao had achieved Osro's velocity. However, he soon relaxed, thinking, foolish. To challenge me head-on is truly overestimating oneself. Very well, I shall indulge you. With a powerful flap of its dual wings, the wind bell bird dove from the sky, its first yellow soul ring shimmering. Blade wings, the feathers, sharp as knives, sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound that made many furrow their brows and even cover their ears. At that moment, Dai Yao suddenly stomped the ground, fracturing it into a spiderweb of cracks, and soared into the sky to meet the descending Yu Feng. Explosive step. In midair, Dai Yao radiated brilliance, his soul power surging like a mighty river, converging in his fist. 8 extremes collapse. With a thunderous roar, Dai Yao unleashed a punch that produced a piercing sonic boom, mercilessly tormenting the ears of the unfortunate spectators. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Dai Yao executed a somersault in midair before landing on the ground, where he continued to kick the earth beneath him. After a brief pause, he unleashed his explosive speed, charging towards the descending Yu Feng. At that moment, Yu Feng felt excruciating pain in his wings, which swiftly radiated throughout his entire body. In his inverted perspective, Dai Yao, wielding a terrifying punch, advanced once more. Overwhelmed with fear, Yu Feng found himself immobilized by the agony, helplessly descending to the ground. Just as it seemed they would lose a member, cheers erupted from the audience at the Soul Battle Arena. Du Guyan quickly turned around. Lung Lung. Yi Lung Lung nodded. At the rear of the royal battle team, a begonia blossomed, and Yu Feng, still airborne, suddenly felt the pain subside. He flapped his wings and soared back into the sky, narrowly evading Dai Yao's fist. In the air, Yu Feng remained in a state of shock. The harrowing moment leaving his heart racing, and as he reflected on the incident, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Chapter 80, The Sacrificial Sword in the Soul Battle Arena. Across 5 battle lines, 3 were locked in a stalemate while 2 showed a clear advantage, prompting jubilant cheers from many of the Oakland students. Silence. However, the perceptive senior soul masters understood the actual situation and wore solemn expressions. Although it appeared that Oakland held the upper hand, the royal battle team had yet to unleash their full potential, despite Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yao currently having the advantage. Should Yu Tianheng choose to intervene, the tide could turn in an instant. Dai Yuan was utterly incapable of stopping Yu Tianheng. Once more, as he shattered the sword energy, Yu Tianheng noticed Yu Feng's predicament and commanded, "Enough of the games. Yu Feng, take to the skies and assault their support-type soul master. Shimo, you deal with Yu Feng's recent adversary. Long Lang, be prepared for rescue at any moment." His gaze sharpened. "Do not grant them any opportunities." Understood. The group replied in unison. The royal battle team swiftly repositioned, and with a powerful flap of his wings, Yu Feng ascended to a higher altitude. After the second soul ring shimmered, his momentum surged, drawing upon boundless energy as he dove towards the rear of the Oakland team. Meanwhile, Shimo withdrew from his confrontation with Feng Qianli and approached Dai Yao. A thick, turtle-like shell emerged, resembling a fortress, blocking all avenues of attack before Dai Yao. "This is troublesome," Dai Yao quietly cursed, as the colossal turtle blocked his path without launching an attack, allowing him to maneuver to the rear and execute his plan against Yi Lung Lung, which ultimately failed. Among the royal combat team, aside from Yu Tianheng, it was Yi Lung Lung whom he cared about the most. Without eliminating Yi Lung Lung, there was no hope for victory. In the VIP section, upon witnessing Dai Yao's actions, Ning Fengji's eyes widened in surprise as he remarked to Salas, "This young lad is indeed remarkable. He understands that Yi Lingling is the linchpin of the royal combat team. Unfortunately, his intentions have been seen through by Yu Tianheng." Salas chuckled. "If this young man doesn't showcase some true prowess, the Oakland team will find it exceedingly difficult to secure a win." Ning Fengji was taken aback, realizing that Dai Yao's impressive performance was not even his true strength. His anticipation for the ensuing match intensified. "Defend!" shouted Feng Qianli upon seeing the white wings charging towards Luo Ling. Only by relying on Luo Ling can Dai Yuan withstand Yu Tianheng. Should Luo Ling be eliminated, it would spell disaster for the Oakland team. Do Yu, who was protecting Luo Ling, soared into the sky. The first white soul ring and the second yellow soul ring shimmered simultaneously as he faced Yu Feng. However, to his astonishment, after a mere exchange, Do Yu's wings were shattered, and he was defeated. Yu Feng adjusted his posture midair and continued his descent. Goodness! Do Yu's inability to withstand the attack left Dai Yao momentarily stunned. The members of the Oakland team grew anxious, contemplating retreat. Yet, escaping was no easy feat. Yu Tianheng bellowed, the second yellow soul ring flickering, and the royal combat team erupted into action as if summoned by an unseen force. The 5 individuals on the outer perimeter activated their second yellow soul ring simultaneously. Thunder crackled throughout the arena as the formidable shells of the 2 Xuanwu turtles transformed into weapons, exuding a lethal aura. Osro's shadows deepened considerably, while Yu Feng's speed increased dramatically, his wings slicing through the air. The overwhelming pressure surged forth, leaving the Oakland team members with no time to defend themselves. They had to withstand the royal combat team's ferocious assault. Otherwise, they would be pierced like a dagger through the Oakland formation. Once the formation collapsed, defeat would be inevitable. The powerful aura of the royal combat team enveloped the soul arena, causing all to hold their breath, fixated on the unfolding battle. The students from Oakland even broke into a cold sweat. The moment of reckoning had arrived. "Luo Ling, grant me your second soul skill," Dai Yuan cried out, feeling the terrifying convergence of thunder before him. Only his second soul skill could counter Yu Tianheng's formidable strike. However, using it would leave him utterly drained and devoid of combat capability. But at this juncture, there was no other choice. Even if he managed to withstand Yu Tianheng's initial attack, the Oakland team would merely be prolonging the inevitable, facing Yu Feng's terrifying onslaught. Luo Ling did not even glance back as she activated her second soul skill, the crimson beam fully infusing into Dai Yuanyi's body. Luo Ling, who had intended to provide assistance, found herself ensnared by an unexpected serpent, rendering her unable to aid. As the yellow glow of her second soul ring began to fade, Yu Feng dashed past Luo Ling like a white streak. Blood sprayed through the air as Luo Ling fell heavily out of the arena, exhausted. Looking at her teammates with weary eyes, "I'm sorry, I did my best." Her second soul skill had depleted all her soul power, which had been entirely bestowed upon Dai Yuan Yi, who now brimmed with energy and possessed an alarming surge in his offensive capabilities. "Luo Ling, I will surely win," Dai Yuan Yi declared, his gaze solemn. All frivolity vanished, leaving only the Qinghong's sword in his hands. The second yellow soul ring shimmered. The second soul skill, self-sacrificing sword. This strike, enhanced by Luo Ling, contained the combined soul power of both Dai Yuan Yi and Luo Ling, coupled with Dai Yuan Yi's resolute determination, rendering it terrifying enough to instill fear in countless onlookers. "Come at me." Yu Tianheng was not alarmed. Rather, he felt exhilarated. The surge of soul power flowed through him as he deliberately waited for Dai Yuan to complete his soul skill before unleashing his own second soul skill. This was not disdain or arrogance towards the Oakland team, but rather the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. "No matter how hard you exert yourself, I can still shred you apart." The second soul skill, thunderous might. The arena erupted with numerous bolts of lightning, enveloping Dai Yuan Yi's self-sacrificing sword, while the remaining lightning arrows surged towards the other members of the Oakland team. The powerful and dazzling soul skill left the spectators in a daze. In the blink of an eye, as the thunder dissipated, Yu Tianheng gradually emerged before everyone, breathing slightly heavier. With beads of sweat forming on his forehead and falling to the ground, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. In truth, Dai Yuan Yi's attack had inflicted considerable damage upon him, yet with Yi Lingling's assistance, it appeared as though he had suffered little. Dai Yuan Yi, on the other hand, looked far more disheveled. His body bore the marks of the pervasive thunder, his hair singed. After employing his second soul skill, he felt utterly exhausted. Staring at Yu Tianheng with wide, astonished eyes, he perceived Yu Tianheng as an immovable mountain, and no matter what he attempted, he could not inflict any harm. Realizing this, he collapsed to the ground, lacking even the strength to turn over. "Brothers, I'm sorry." Feng Qianli hurriedly shielded him, while Luo Feng summoned the Qingmu Vine to assist him off the arena. At that moment, the Oakland team was left with only Dai Yao, Zhu Zhuqing, Feng Qianli, and Luo Feng, while the opposing Royal Combat team remained unscathed, placing the situation in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. Chapter 81. The Spectral White Tiger. The Oakland team's prospects of victory dwindled, leading many of the students from Oakland to leave their seats, unable to bear witness any longer. The brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, along with Yu Tianheng, were like daggers plunged into the heart of the Oakland team. With no other option, Feng Qianli had to confront them head-on. Yu Tianheng's lightning flashed, and with a mere glance, he cracked Feng Qianli's turtle shell. Throughout the battle, Feng Qianli's soul power had dwindled to its lowest. With each claw strike, the fissures in his shell widened, blood spattering from his mouth, yet he refused to retreat. One more claw, and the Xuanwu turtle's shell would shatter. A worthy opponent. Observing Feng Qianli, who bore the shell upon his shoulders and steadfastly refused to give in, Yu Tianheng expressed his admiration. The atmosphere in the Soul Arena grew somber, as all the students from Oakland felt a deep sense of humiliation. Witnessing their own academy and team being trampled upon was a bitter pill to swallow. In the VIP section, Principal Jackson sighed. "This child is exceptional in every regard. Yet he is too stubborn." He explained to those beside him, "He is my adopted son, having grown up in Oakland. And he values the honor of Oakland above all else. Even in the face of certain defeat, he will persist. Enough, strength is lacking. It is time to concede." Just then, Salus's eyes gleamed as he interrupted Principal Jackson. "Wait, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." "Transfer?" Jackson gazed at the battle arena with a look of confusion. Dai Yao stared blankly at Feng Qianli's determined stance, and a wave of emotions stirred within him. His harsh experiences of growth had gradually led him to close off his heart. Every action was meticulously calculated, devoid of sentiment. Only in the company of Zhu Zhuqing and others did he momentarily thaw the icy barrier around his heart. Interactions with others were solely a matter of strategy. However, upon arriving in the Heavendo Empire, he suddenly perceived something different. The amiable Principal Jackson, the resolute Feng Qianli, and the relentless efforts to delay Yu Tianheng and Luo Ling all filled the air with palpable anticipation as they entered the Seoul arena. This was in stark contrast to the Star Luo Empire. The expectations of the students from the academy weighed heavily upon him. Yet he found himself enveloped in a genuine joy, an emotion he had never encountered in the Star Luo Empire. The notion of testing his teammates' abilities dissipated. He now wished to avoid disappointing those hopeful gazes. The current situation was overwhelmingly unfavorable, even with his strength. Facing 7 opponents of equal soul power left him with little chance of victory. The only path to triumph lay in one singular solution, the martial soul fusion technique. Zhuqing. Dai Yao called out to Zhu Zhuqing, who was entangled with Osro. From the gaze of Dai Yao, she comprehended his intentions. Biting her lips slightly, she pivoted her form, her body radiating a faint black luminescence, drifting as if transparent, rushing swiftly towards Dai Yao. An unusual wave of soul power immediately surged within the soul arena. This is bad. It is a martial soul fusion technique. Yu Tianheng, startled, recognized the phenomenon due to his extensive experience and urgently shouted, "Block them. Do not allow them to merge." Ignoring the strain on his body, Yu Tianheng activated his second soul skill once more, unleashing a torrent of lightning towards Dai Yao and his companion. The expressions of the members of the Imperial fighting team shifted drastically as they hastened towards the gathering place of Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing. Should the martial soul fusion occur, they might find themselves in dire straits. The audience, who had intended to leave the soul arena upon witnessing this turn of events, suddenly found a glimmer of hope and settled back down, attentively watching the match. "It is too late," Dai Yao spoke with an air of indifference. Zhu Zhuqing moved with remarkable speed, his explosive pace rivaling that of an agile attack-type soul master. In mere moments, the two converged. At that moment, Dai Yao's gaze was solely fixed upon Zhu Zhuqing as he spread his arms wide to embrace Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal form. Suddenly, both vanished from the arena, only to be replaced by a colossal white tiger. The tiger's body was entirely translucent, adorned with magnificent wings, and a golden character resembling a king adorned its forehead, radiating an aura of divinity. A crystal crown materialized above the white tiger's head, exuding an overwhelming presence. Most astonishingly, the tiger's eyes were of 2 distinct colors. One was a brilliant gold, while the other shimmered in a translucent hue. Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing do not possess the ordinary white tiger and nether cat martial spirits. Rather, they wield the far more formidable divine white tiger and nether ruler. These are significantly more powerful than the typical nether white tiger. Despite the mutations of their martial spirits, the fusion of their powers remains unaffected. In the arena, all eyes were transfixed upon the fearsome white tiger, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Even the 3 esteemed guests in the VIP section were momentarily breathless. After a brief pause, Ning Fengji congratulated Director Jackson. "Oakland is indeed fortunate to have these 2. With them, a spot in the next grand tournament is practically secured." Jackson, finally regaining his composure, quickly offered a few humble words of gratitude. In the arena, both the eliminated Oakland team members and those still competing displayed expressions of delight. Dai Yuan, struggling to rise, jested, "With such a powerful trump card hidden away, I must teach him a lesson once the competition concludes." Meanwhile, the weary Feng Qianli gazed up in awe at the white tiger, the last remnants of his resolve evaporating as he collapsed to the ground, laughing in relief. "With the 2 of you here, this tournament finally holds promise." Undoubtedly, the most affected were the royal battle team. The mere aura emanating from the nether white tiger sent shivers down their spines. Yu Tianheng's face contorted with fear as he involuntarily swallowed hard, but he quickly composed himself. The fusion technique of martial spirits demands tremendous soul power. If they could merely outlast their opponents until exhaustion set in, victory would be theirs. The other 6 members of the royal battle team snapped back to attention. Shi Mo and Shi Mo stood at the forefront, with Yu Feng and Osro flanking them, while Yu Tianheng positioned himself centrally, forming a protective barrier around the vulnerable Dugu Yin and Yi Langling. The nether white tiger lifted its massive paw, a glimmer of menace in its stance, before it came crashing down amidst the gasps of the onlookers. A colossal shockwave erupted, creating a deep crater in the arena, while the thick walls of the audience area burst apart, sending debris flying and causing the front row spectators to recoil in terror. Dust and smoke engulfed the arena. 4 figures emerged from the haze, crashing into the audience walls, blood spilling from their mouths. They were Shi Mo, Osro, and Yu Feng. Groans of agony escaped their lips. Several ribs shattered. As the smoke began to dissipate, the audience gradually discerned the unfolding scene. On Oakland's side, only Feng Qianli, Luo Feng, Dai Yao, and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Dai Yao held Zhu Zhuqing tightly, gasping for breath. The fusion of their martial spirits had drained an immense amount of soul power, leaving Zhu Zhuqing unconscious in Dai Yao's embrace. In contrast, due to the liquid nature of his soul power, Dai Yao still retained 50% of his energy, faring considerably better than Zhu Zhuqing. On the side of the Emperor's battle team, the situation was dire. Yu Tianheng was in a pitiful state, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, grievously wounded. Yet, fortuitously, the sacrifice of 4 members had successfully safeguarded Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. Du Guyan's expression was icy as she declared, "How dare you harm Tianheng in such a manner? I shall kill you." 2 soul rings illuminated around her. And with a fierce exhalation, a cloud of mist dispersed into the air, drifting toward the Oakland battle team. Chapter 82. Immunity to poison. A purple mist enveloped the arena. As the mist spread, the grass at the edge of the soul-fighting arena was instantly reduced to ashes. In the resting area of the Emperor's battle team, Qin Ming rushed out in alarm. Upon witnessing the pervasive purple haze, he shouted desperately to Du Guyan, "Yin, cease this at once. This is a competition. Reclaim the azure scale purple poison." Du Guyan turned her head away defiantly. "They have maimed Tianheng in this way. I cannot let them off easily." Seeing her unwavering resolve for vengeance, Qin Ming turned anxiously to the Oakland battle team, urging, "Members of Oakland, come down immediately. This azure scale purple poison is exceedingly terrifying. The toxin acts swiftly, a mere touch of the purple mist, and it will transform into pus within moments. This is no longer a competition. Get off the field at once." Qin Ming's words instilled panic among the audience, causing those in the front rows to leap from their seats and hastily retreat to the back, their eyes filled with dread at the sight of the purple mist. The 3 individuals in the VIP section frowned deeply, aghast that a mere competition had escalated to the brink of bloodshed. Dai Yao's gaze sharpened. Having read the original work, he was acutely aware of the formidable potency of the green-scale serpent's venom. The Tang sect was renowned not only for its hidden weapons but also for its mastery of poison. Tang San had once utilized yellow wine to neutralize this very purple venom of the green-scale serpent. However, this required shattering the wine vessel with the white tiger's radiant light wave, transforming the liquor into a mist in midair, and then igniting it with Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fireline. While he possessed the white tiger's radiant light wave, no one could substitute for the Phoenix Fireline. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to forfeit the match. Dai Yao sighed inwardly, despite his fervent desire to fight. The peril posed by the purple venom was too great, and it was unwise to risk his life for this contest. Noticing Feng Qianli's lingering hesitation, Dai Yao urged, "Captain, we must vacate the Soul Arena at once. The toxicity of the purple venom is extreme." With a look of regret, Feng Qianli turned and descended the arena alongside Luo Feng. Dai Yao approached the edge of the soul-fighting platform. Having entrusted Zhu Zhuqing to the female physician of the Oakland Academy, he glanced back at the swirling purple poison mist, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, his expression hardened as memories surged forth, recollections of the poison administered by an assassin upon his departure from the Star Luo Empire, strikingly reminiscent of the purple haze before him. The toxin in that cup of tea was the infamous emerald-scaled purple poison. Dai Yao, astonished, widened his eyes and then burst into laughter. "Since it is the Bailinzidu poison, I have nothing to fear. Ever since I fell victim to the Bailinzidu, I have developed a resistance to such toxins thanks to the formidable power of the Chaos Qing Lian. I no longer dread the Bailinzidu come down." "Dai Yao, there's no need to risk your life over a match," Feng Qianli urged, observing Dai Yao still on the soul-fighting platform with growing anxiety. "Captain, I have come to realize that I can handle this poison," Dai Yao explained. Feng Qianli paused, his expression shifting to one of resignation as he replied, "Dai Yao, even if you can contend with this toxin, there are still 3 opponents remaining. You are no match for them." Dai Yao remained silent, merely gazing at Feng Qianli. His expression was resolute and self-assured, as if the 3 members of the Emperor battle team before him were not soul masters, but rather 3 ordinary individuals utterly devoid of strength, easily vanquished with a mere wave of his hand. Feng Qianli was perplexed by the source of this illusion. After a long pause, he could only advise, "You may proceed, But should you feel the situation is untenable, simply concede. Understood. Dai Yao nodded and turned to walk towards the purple mist. Dai Yao's actions elicited gasps of astonishment from all present. Why had he returned? Was he courting death? Particularly anxious was Qin Ming, who was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Bai Linzi poison. As he witnessed Dai Yao re-enter the battle arena, his heart raced with urgency. Principal Jackson, equally distressed, rose to his feet, intent on halting the match. Principal Jackson, please wait. Since Dai Yao has chosen to return to the fray, he must possess some degree of confidence. Let us observe further, even if he is injured. The Spirit Hall will ensure his safety, Saras remarked calmly. In that case, I shall continue to watch, Principal Jackson replied, taking his seat once more. His gaze fixed on Dai Yao as he cautiously approached the violet mist, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Dai Yao is indeed the hope for the rise of Oakland. We cannot afford any misfortune to befall him. Hearing Saruth express such unwavering faith in Dai Yao only intensified Ning Fengji's interest in him. Meanwhile, within the royal combat team, Lung Lung urgently urged, hurry and heal Tianheng. As she gazed at the barely conscious Yu Tianheng, her heart twisted in anguish. Yi Lung Lung nodded, and as the 9-heart begonia blossomed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Miraculously, Yu Tianheng, who had seemed on the brink of death, suddenly sprang to his feet, vibrant and full of life. With all his wounds vanished, this astonishing transformation left everyone in shock. Feng Qianli was instantly engulfed in despair. He had felt Yu Tianheng's formidable strength acutely. Now that Yu Tianheng was healed, how could the merely 23rd level Dai Yao possibly contend with him? In the VIP section, Ning Fengji's gaze sharpened. What a tyrannical 9-heart begonia. Even Saruth, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment at the girl draped in black veil. Thank you, Yinzi, Long Long. Yu Tianheng expressed his gratitude upon his recovery. It was nothing, Yi Lung Lung replied nonchalantly. The tension on Du Guyan's face dissipated, replaced by a charming smile. We are teammates, of course we should help each other. Upon hearing the audience's gasps, she turned to see Dai Yao still on stage and smirked coldly. You think you can just walk away after injuring Tianheng like that? You shall all perish. With that, she summoned her soul power, causing the purple mist to drift towards the members of the Oakland team, who had already descended from the stage. Stop, Jackson, Qin Ming, and Yu Tianheng shouted simultaneously. But it was too late. The purple mist had enveloped Feng Qianli and his companions. Already exhausted, they were caught off guard by the encroaching mist and inevitably fell victim to its effects. As soon as they made contact, Feng Qianli and his team began to cough painfully, writhing on the ground, and even the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing displayed a grimace of agony. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's torment ignited a furious blaze within Dai Yao. His eyes blazed with wrath, bloodshot, and filled with menace as he exclaimed, Du Guyan, are you seeking death? His voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of the abyss, icy and piercing. Dai Yao, having perused the original text, is acutely aware of the ruthlessness of Du Guyan. After Yu Tianheng sustains an injury, she unleashes the emerald-scaled purple poison with the intent to eliminate the Shrek 7 devils. However, to his astonishment, even after the members of the Oakland team have vacated the Seoul arena, Du Guyan remains relentless in her pursuit. Presumptuous and heedless. It seems you are courting death, Du Guyan coldly declared. Yu Tianheng, with a resigned sigh, positioned himself before Du Guyan and addressed Dai Yao, admittedly. This matter is indeed our fault, but should you wish to lay a hand on Yan, you must first contend with me. Du Guyan's actions incited a tidal wave of condemnation, igniting fervor among the crowd within the Seoul arena, their roar echoing like thunder. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's anguished expression, Dai Yao felt a fire igniting within his heart. Yet he understood that to vanquish them and avenge the members of the Oakland team, he must first eliminate Yi Lingling. Chapter 83. A Millennium Soul Ring astonishes the world. Dai Yao took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly shining with brilliance, and his tense body erupted with force, sending countless fragments of bricks and stones flying behind him. Like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly charged toward the trio of Imperial fighters. To all observers, Dai Yao resembled a tragic Don Quixote, bravely confronting windmills. His companions were injured, leaving him helpless and filled with indignation, striking against stone with mere eggshells. As he pierced through the poisonous mist, Dai Yao emerged unscathed before Du Guyan and the others. Why did my poison not take effect? Du Guyan exclaimed in astonishment. Witnessing Dai Yao's fiery gaze, Yu Tianheng shielded Du Guyan and let out a cold snort as the first yellow soul ring flickered to life. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Though he was unaware of why Dugu Yan's poison was ineffective against Dai Yao, he resolved not to hold back. Given Dai Yao's refusal to concede, lightning crackled around Yu Tianheng, as if the thunder god had descended upon the arena. Dai Yao, seemingly unafraid, charged directly toward Yu Tianheng. If you seek death, I shall grant it, Yu Tianheng stated coldly. The audience, anticipating the impending tragedy, turned their heads away, shielding their eyes. At that moment, a chilling tiger's roar echoed through the battle arena. After the clash between the 8 extremities collapse and the Thunder Dragon Claw, a dark force flowed through Yu Tianheng's palm and invaded his body, though this paralysis would only affect him for an instant. Yet, that fleeting moment was sufficient. In an instant, Dai Yao was possessed by his martial soul, confronting the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, which seemed to provoke the sacred white tiger martial soul into a powerful roar. Upon hearing this fearsome roar, Yu Tianheng felt a weight descend upon his heart, as if a colossal stone pressed against his chest, hastening his breath and constraining the flow of his internal energy. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul trembled, quaking in fear. Meanwhile, Dugu Yan's reaction was even more severe. She stepped back in fright as the tiger's roar echoed. What kind of martial soul is this? Yu Tianheng marveled. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul was renowned as the supreme beast martial soul, consistently dominating in battles among soul masters. Yet today, not only was he suppressed by Dai Yao's martial soul, but even the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul quaked in terror. However, contrary to his expectations, Dai Yao did not launch another attack. Instead, after their encounter, he gracefully sidestepped, flapping his wings behind him as he surged towards Yi Lingling's position. Yu Tianheng's expression changed dramatically, frantically channeling his soul power in pursuit of Dai Yao. Yet it was too late. With explosive speed augmented by his wings, he surpassed the pace of a typical agile soul master, leaving Yu Tianheng unable to keep up. Yi Lingling shut her eyes in terror as a powerful gust swept her hair and dress wildly, yet she felt no pain for an extended moment. Puzzled, she opened her eyes to find a fist hovering just an inch from her face. Following the arm, her gaze traced up to a youthful countenance filled with fury. Save me, teammate. I know your capabilities. Dai Yao's tone was as frigid as ice. All right, Yi, with her perpetually indifferent expression, displayed a look of astonishment as she replied. She was acutely aware that if it had not been for Dai Yao's mercy, she would have already succumbed to the same agonizing fate as her 4 comrades, lying helplessly on the ground. Adjusting her dress, she leaped down from the soul duel platform and approached the poison team member. Sensing the malevolent gazes of those around her, she offered an apology, and then invoked her soul technique. Soon, under the influence of the 9 hearts begonia, the suffering of the afflicted teammate was significantly alleviated. I can only heal the injuries you have sustained. The poison still courses through your bodies. To eradicate it, we must rely on Sister Yan's intervention, Yi explained coolly. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing, now unconscious yet free from pain and furrowed brows, Dai Yao let out a long sigh of relief. He then turned to Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan, his tone icy as he remarked, "Without Yi, we can engage in a proper contest." Yu Tianheng's heart tightened. Just a fleeting glance had made him acutely aware of Dai Yao's formidable strength. However, the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon would not permit him to shy away from battle, nor did he wish to engage in an unfair fight. Yan, you should withdraw. I wish to contend with him in a fair and just manner. But your soul power. Dugu Yan expressed her concern. The 9 hearts begonia could heal wounds, yet it could not replenish expended soul power. His soul power level was but 23rd rank. And having recently utilized a martial soul fusion skill, little remained, mirroring her own predicament. It was the first time Dugu Yan had witnessed such fervent battle intent burning in Yu Tianheng's eyes, prompting her to say, "Very well, go ahead." Dai Yao's resplendent golden locks cascaded over his shoulders, and within his icy gaze lay a hint of disdain. It would be prudent for you to confront me as a united front, lest your defeat be swift and unseemly. As soul power surged, 2 soul rings gradually ascended from beneath Dai Yao's feet. Gasps echoed throughout the audience, with those who had previously closed their eyes suddenly turning towards the soul arena, their eyes widening in astonishment, mouths agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. The initial gasps swiftly morphed into a tumultuous wave of exclamations, as every pair of eyes in the arena converged upon Dai Yao. A Millennium Soul Ring. Some stood transfixed, slowly uttering those words. Feng Qianli, disregarding the perilous presence of Bai Lin and Zidu, lifted his ailing form to gaze upon the arena, provoking icy retorts from Yilong. Yet, Feng Qianli appeared oblivious, his attention solely captured by the radiant purple glow of the soul ring. It was no wonder he had been so evasive about his martial soul. The realization of Dai Yao's previous behavior sent a ripple of laughter through Feng Qianli. Yilong also turned, her gaze fixated on the purple soul ring, rendered momentarily speechless. In the VIP box, 3 individuals rose in unison, their faces etched with astonishment. Jackson's lips even broke into a wide grin. Bishop, I never anticipated that Dai Yao possessed such a trump card. No wonder you remained unperturbed. Ning Fengji, no longer exuding his earlier composure, struggled to conceal his shock. Ferdinand had informed him of Dai Yao's circumstances in his correspondence, and although he had been forewarned, witnessing the purple soul ring firsthand, a marvel of the soul master realm, left Salas exhilarated. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's exclamation, Salas forced himself to maintain his composure. Even among the prodigies of our spirit hall, Dai Yao's talent is exceedingly rare. Ning Fengji could hardly contain the fervor welling within him. After many years of discipline, he managed to regain his calm. Auxiliary soul masters possess the least survival capability on the battlefield. Thus, it is most desirable to have a formidable assault-type partner, which is why many women from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School wed powerful assault soul masters. Given Dai Yao's exceptional talent, even the women of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would find it difficult to resist. He cast a meaningful glance at Ning Rongrong beside him before redirecting his attention to the arena, suddenly recalling something that made a smile play upon his lips. If Dai Yao were to join the Spirit Hall, how could the Spirit Hall allow him to enter the Heavendo Empire? The most astounded were undoubtedly Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan. Yu Tianheng, who typically regarded geniuses with indifference, now displayed a hint of trepidation in his eyes, his throat involuntarily constricting as he stammered, I never imagined you would absorb a Millennium Soul Ring at your second soul ring. I warned you. It would be best for you two to confront me together, Dai Yao coldly declared, directing his gaze towards Du Guyan. Du Guyan, you must bear the consequences of your actions. Chapter 84, A Triumph That Shatters All Resistance. Dai Yao clenched his fists, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Under Yi Long's cold treatment, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion had improved significantly, yet the poisonous blue scales still lingered within her body. To achieve complete healing, the intervention of Du Guyan was indispensable. The teammates of the Oakland team were also afflicted by the potent poison. Time was of the essence, thus, he had to conclude the battle swiftly. A radiant purple glow emanated as Dai Yao's second soul ring unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy. Numerous white specks of light appeared in the air, gradually converging before Dai Yao's mouth, and the terrifying energy fluctuations left even the 3 in the VIP seats astounded. Such a formidable aura. This is indeed a soul skill unleashed by a great soul master. Ning Fengji exclaimed in awe. Dai Yao's soul skill locked onto Yu Tianheng, his gaze piercingly cold, as his soul power surged, and the white orb before his mouth erupted. The second soul skill, White Tiger's fierce light wave. The audience heard a resounding roar of a tiger as the white beam of light tore through the air, a terrifying energy accompanied by the shrill sound of slicing wind, devouring everything in Yu Tianheng's direction. Under the assault of the millennia-old soul skill, Yu Tianheng's spirit wavered, nearly losing control. Yet the pride of the blue lightning tyrant dragon compelled him to halt his retreat. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians, he summoned his soul power, unleashing his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. This move effortlessly blocked Dai Yuan's self-sacrificial sword strike, a blow so potent that even ordinary soul sages would hesitate to confront it head-on. Once more, he unleashed his second soul skill, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, before finally lifting his gaze towards Dai Yao. The myriad of lightning arcs generated by Thunderous Might formed a protective net before Yu Tianheng, a formidable barrier. The two soul skills clashed, the immense impact of the White Tiger's fierce light wave surging forward, tautening the lightning net into a funnel shape. In an instant, the lightning net was torn asunder by the White Tiger's fierce light wave, with arcs of lightning dancing wildly in the air, mercilessly engulfing Yu Tianheng. The unstoppable wave collided with the audience's barrier, raising clouds of dust and sending debris flying. As the dust settled, Yu Tianheng was embedded in the arena's outer wall, barely clinging to life. No, Du Guyan exclaimed, rushing to assist Yu Tianheng. But as she took just a few steps, the battle had already reached its conclusion. When Dai Yao's gaze, filled with murderous intent, fell upon her, even the fearless Du Gu Yin felt a twinge of fear. Even Yu Tianheng was no match for Dai Yao, and her most formidable weapon, poison, was completely countered by him, rendering her defenses futile. However, the thought of her grandfather, a titled Douluo, swiftly alleviated much of her inner trepidation. Could he truly dare to harm me? Du Guyan pondered. 2 soul rings illuminated sequentially as she attempted to thwart the advancing Dai Yao. A cloud of toxic mist enveloped the area, and a white barrier emerged before Dai Yao, followed by a wave of white tiger's radiance that pierced through the purple haze. Aware of the terrifying power of this technique, Du Guyan wisely chose to evade rather than confront it head-on, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Feeling the chilling aura brush past her, she cast a fearful glance at the wall behind her, now nearly obliterated by the white tiger's radiance. A shiver ran down her spine as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. He truly dares to kill me, Du Guyan thought in horror. Dai Yao advanced with a series of swift steps, unleashing a sudden burst of power that effortlessly shattered the meticulously arranged defenses of Du Guyan. Grasping her neck firmly, he lifted her into the air, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, his visage twisted in ferocity. Du Guyan, in agony, could utter no words, only managing to emit shallow, labored breaths, her emerald eyes brimming with a plea for mercy, her hands desperately clutching at Dai Yao's grip. "Save me, my comrade." Her face death. Dai Yao's tone was chillingly ruthless, as if he would snap Du Guyan's neck should she refuse. If anything were to befall Zhu Zhuqing, he would undoubtedly eliminate Du Guyan without hesitation, regardless of her being the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Once he allied himself with the Spirit Hall, he doubted that the poisoned Douluo possessed any means to take his life under the protection of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, he had already experienced Du Gubo's most formidable weapon, poison, and had emerged relatively unscathed. Most critically, Zhu Zhuqing had long-standing grievances with Du Gubo. To eliminate him, one would first have to contend with Zhu Douluo. The repercussions of killing Du Guyan were entirely bearable for him. Yen quickly agreed to him. Do not act out of spite. There is but one life. Under Ye's frigid treatment, the members of the Imperial fighting team gradually recovered. Upon seeing Du Guyan on the brink of death, they anxiously urged her to comply. Yu Tianheng, who had regained much of his strength, approached the scene. His gaze towards Dai Yao tinged with trepidation, and counseled, "Just agree to him, Yin." As Dai Yao's grip tightened, the pain in Du Guyan's neck intensified. Her breathing became erratic, and her vision began to blur. The agony of suffocation made her acutely aware of how close death loomed. In a hoarse voice, she finally uttered, "I agree to you." Dai Yao released his grip, causing Du Guyan to fall to the ground, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. The haunting sensation of impending death made her body tremble uncontrollably. Upon turning to face Dai Yao's frigid gaze, her emerald eyes quivered, and a primal fear instinctively surged within her. To alleviate their poison, Dai Yao spoke coldly. Du Guyan could not help but nod in agreement. At that moment, the venue erupted in fervent cheers. The students of Oakland were jubilantly celebrating. Just moments ago, their team had been in a dire predicament. Yet now they had miraculously turned the tide. The long-suppressed emotions were released, and the Oakland students felt as refreshed as if they had indulged in ice cream on a summer day. Recalling the haughty demeanor of the royal fighting team over the years. In stark contrast, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy wore expressions as dark as coal, their heads bowed in silence. They had never anticipated that the invincible royal fighting team would falter in the very first match. The humiliation of their earlier bravado weighed heavily upon them, prompting a hasty and shamefaced retreat from Oakland Academy. Students from various other academies gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the outcome before them. The world's premier beast spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, had been decisively vanquished alongside it. The miraculous nine-heart Sea Tang and the perilous Emerald Lizard King. It was utterly inconceivable that the bearers of such formidable spirits had simultaneously succumbed to a single individual. Not even the Spirit Hall could boast of a peer so extraordinarily powerful. They cast a lingering glance at the figure in the soul fighting arena, a memory etched indelibly in their minds for all eternity. They had initially come to observe the prowess of the royal fighting team, yet they discovered an exceptionally talented student instead. After noting his name and techniques, they hurried back to their own academies to report this remarkable find, convinced that soon this individual's name would resound throughout the Tiando Empire. The Oakland students gazed at Dai Yao with excitement. Had it not been for Principal Jackson's timely intervention, they might have stormed the arena to celebrate by hoisting Dai Yao into the air. They understood that their victory was entirely attributable to him. Without Dai Yao, the Oakland team would have surely been swept aside. Some students began to worry. Such a genius must not be allowed to leave Oakland Academy. The higher-ups must do everything to retain him. Chapter 85. Growth through adversity. Du Guyan extended her finger, brushing against Zhu Zhuqing's skin. The azure hue on Zhu Zhuqing gradually faded, as the toxins within her body coalesced into a small green orb at the tip of Du Guyan's finger. She delicately pierced her skin with her nail and extracted the azure bead. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's complexion regain its rosy hue as she stirred back to consciousness, Dai Yao felt a surge of joy and hurried to support her. Brother Yao? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was still somewhat disoriented. After a moment, she inquired, "What was the outcome of the match?" "Of course, we won," Dai Yao replied with a smile. Du Guyan observed Zhu Zhuqing with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. This man had appeared so cold during the match, yet he exhibited such tenderness now. Given his earlier anxiety, it was evident that this girl held great significance for him. Dai Yao, noticing Du Guyan still lingering nearby, felt a surge of frustration. "So many people are suffering from the effects of your toxic poison, and you seem utterly unfazed sitting there. What are you still doing here? My teammates are still afflicted by your poison. Hurry and help with the antidote," Dai Yao admonished sharply. Du Guyan was taken aback. Upon feeling the weight of Dai Yao's gaze upon her, a sense of trepidation gripped her heart, and she stammered, all right, very well." She sat up and hurriedly distanced herself from Dai Yao's line of sight, intending to assist the other members of the Oakland team. Zhu Zhuqing gradually emerged from her state of depleted soul power. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she felt quite uncomfortable lying in Dai Yao's embrace and decided to relocate to the other side to rest. As Dai Yu was about to assess the condition of his teammates, the members of the royal fighting team approached him. "Congratulations, you have triumphed in this match," Yu Tianheng remarked with a hint of bitterness. Dai Yao harbored a disdain for Du Guyan's reckless abandon. Yet he bore no significant malice towards the members of the royal fighting team, with the exception of Yu Feng. He chuckled, "You merely do not comprehend my true capabilities. Once you are acquainted with my secrets, a rematch may yield a different outcome." Yu Tianheng waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "A defeat is a defeat. There is no need for you to embellish our loss." He continued, "Your second soul ring is a millennium old. I cannot compare. Should another opportunity arise, I would certainly relish a proper contest with you." Sensing Yu Tianheng's fighting spirit, Dai Yao regarded him with admiration, replying, "If you wish to compete, I shall undoubtedly accept the challenge." Even when his martial soul was suppressed and he was vanquished in battle, Yu Tianheng did not wane in his desire to fight. Truly, he was a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if his martial soul was not that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Dai Yao was certain that he remained a paragon among men. Yu Tianheng clasped his hands in gratitude, his expression earnest as he declared, "In truth, there is another matter at hand." "What is it?" "We did not fall to the hands of the Oakland fighting team, but rather to yours. Therefore, we wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Tiando Royal Academy," Yu Tianheng stated, as the remaining six, save for the still detoxifying Du Guyan, eagerly turned their gazes towards Dai Yao. Dai Yao shook his head and resolutely replied, "I apologize, but I have no intention of joining the Tiando Royal Academy." "Do you not understand? Staying at the Oakland Academy will only squander your talent. Only the Tiando Royal Academy can fully unlock your potential," Qin Ming exclaimed anxiously from the side. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Dai Yao could not help but smile, thinking to himself, "Is your time at Shrek not a waste of your talent, Qin Ming? Back then, you had not yet met Yu Xiaogang. Relying solely on the teachings of Flander and a few others, it would hardly compare to the Oakland Academy." As Dai Yao was surrounded by the Tiando battle team, Feng Qianli, who had just recovered from his poisoning, along with the members of the Oakland team, immediately pushed aside the members of the Tiando battle team and stood protectively in front of Dai Yao. Feng Qianli spoke sternly to the Tiando battle team. "Dai Yao is one of us from Oakland. If you wish to poach him, you must first seek our consent." Yu Tianheng cast a disdainful glance at Feng Qianli and the others, coldly mocking Dai Yao. "Look at these individuals. They are nothing but a bunch of insignificant characters. With such teammates, it will be a formidable challenge to achieve victory in the upcoming Continental Soul Master competition." Dai Yao had already contemplated the issue of teammates. While the members of the Oakland team indeed lacked strength, they were not as incapable as Yu Tianheng suggested. With the right adjustments, they could stand their ground even against the Five Elements Academy. Furthermore, he had already formulated plans for reinforcements. Feng Qianli and the others felt an overwhelming tension. As they observed the commotion, the gradually encroaching Oakland students, upon understanding the situation, displayed unabashed disdain and hostility towards the Tiando battle team. Dai Yao declared, "My mind is made up. I shall remain in Auckland. There is no need for further discussion. You may take your leave." Upon hearing Dai Yao's decision, Qin Ming could not help but sigh. Except for Yu Feng, who felt a tinge of relief, the other members of the Imperial battle team regarded the situation with regret. Their configuration was undeniably powerful, and with the addition of Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing, they would have achieved perfection. Alas, Dai Yao refused to join. Moreover, both of them were still young enough to participate in the next Continental Soul Master competition. Since Dai Yao had declined, the Imperial battle team, as the vanquished, felt no inclination to linger. Under Qin Ming's guidance, they quickly departed. At the rear, Du Guyan suddenly pondered something and turned back to ask Dai Yao, "Why is my poison ineffective against you?" Although he felt a slight aversion towards Du Guyan, he did not mind clarifying for her, "Because I am immune to your poison." Du Guyan was taken aback. Her lips pressed together as she paused for a moment before slowly turning back to follow the departing Imperial battle team. "What is it, Yanzi? You look troubled," Qin Ming inquired with concern. "It's nothing," Du Guyan replied, awakened by Dai Yao's words. Observing the downcast expressions of his companions, Qin Ming clapped his hands, waiting until all eyes were upon him before speaking. "For you, this defeat may actually be a blessing in disguise." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and Yu Tianheng looked at Qin Ming as if he understood something. Qin Ming continued, "You are all exceptional individuals, and your growth has often been too smooth. While you may encounter setbacks, they are trivial in the grand scheme of things. Thus, today's defeat is indeed a good thing. Failure is not to be feared, but rather, the inability to learn from it is truly daunting. I believe that after this competition, you will grasp some profound truths. When you next face such an opponent, you will emerge even stronger. Auckland has not only defeated you, but has also awakened you." At this point, he paused, casting his gaze over all members of the Imperial battle team. "I leave you with this. Grow through failure. Grow through failure." The members of the Imperial battle team echoed these words, their eyes gradually brightening, as if enlightenment dawned upon them. Chapter 86. Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, within a lounge. Following Qin Ming's guidance, the gloom of failure that had weighed heavily on the hearts of the Imperial battle team members dissipated significantly. Osro and Yu Feng lounged on the sofa, while the brothers Shi Mo and Shi Yin meditated in the corner. Yi Lingling announced her departure from the lounge. "Tianheng, can you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you," Du Guyan said, biting her lip, her emerald eyes shimmering as she looked at the resting Yu Tianheng. After a moment of hesitation, she finally summoned her courage to speak. Yu Tianheng paused for a moment, then replied, "All right." He rose and followed Du Guyan out of the lounge. Once they left, the atmosphere in the lounge shifted dramatically. The weight of failure vanished, leaving the remaining four to exchange glances filled with intrigue. Yu Feng raised an eyebrow and teased Osro. "Our captain may have faltered in the competition, but it seems he is thriving in matters of the heart. Look, Yanzi is about to launch a full-scale attack." Since joining the Imperial battle team, it was evident to the observant that Du Guyan harbored feelings for Yu Tianheng, yet he appeared oblivious to her overtures. Akin to a block of wood, Yu Tianheng, the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and Du Guyan, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, were a match made in heaven, and everyone would welcome their union. Osro raised his eyebrows, noticing that the Shi brothers were also watching the door with curiosity, and he could not resist mocking. "So it turns out you two, with your thick brows and large eyes, are not as serious as you seem." The Shi brothers chuckled innocently. Leading Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan walked a considerable distance until they arrived at a pond by an artificial hill. Observing Du Guyan's silence, Yu Tianheng could not help but speak. "Yanzi, this defeat in the competition is not your fault. It is merely that Dai Yao is too formidable." "No, that is not what I wish to convey." Du Guyan shook her head, dismissing his words. "What is it then? How long have we been at the Heaven Do Royal Academy?" Du Guyan did not answer Yu Tianheng's question, but turned to gaze at the fish swimming in the pond, her expression pensive. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Yu Tianheng replied after a moment of reflection. "Indeed, it has been quite some time." Du Yin bit her lower lip, her hands clasped tightly together. What exactly do you want to say? Yu Tianheng frowned. With a bittersweet smile, Du Yin remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. After all this time, do you not see my feelings for you? I am aware, Yu Tianheng responded, but fell into silence. Du Yin turned back with a glimmer of joy in her eyes, her long, emerald hair swaying as she exclaimed, if you understand my feelings, then why do you continually ignore them? Yu Tianheng remained silent, his throat tightening, unable to meet Du Yan's gaze. Observing his reaction, Du Yan's joyful expression gradually faded, her smile turning into a straight line as realization dawned upon them both, enveloping them in a heavy silence. With a rueful smile, she said, it seems you are aware of my condition. Indeed, as a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you must know the reason for the scarcity of our Bailin serpent lineage. The Bailin serpent is known for its potent poison, which can turn a person into pus within moments of exposure. However, this poison harms both others and the wielder. It lurks within the Soul Master's body, accumulating until it erupts, ultimately leading to the demise of the Bailin serpent Soul Master. Because of this, members of the Bailin lineage often meet untimely ends in their prime, living far shorter lives than ordinary Soul Masters. Du Yan's father, unable to counteract the toxins within him, succumbed to this fate during her childhood. While this matter is a closely guarded secret within the Bailin lineage, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, with its millennia of heritage, is well informed and has likely speculated about her father's early death. In the original story, the poisoned Douluo managed to purge the toxins from his body with Tang San's assistance, thereby extending his life. Du Yin, having been steeped in toxins since her mother's womb, faces an even shorter lifespan than the average Soul Master. Being with Du Yin would mean Yu Tianheng would face the prospect of losing a wife in his prime, something the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would never permit. How could the future head of the family take a wife who is destined for an early demise? Even if she is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo, so what? Does the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family still need to consider the merger of interests? Seeing Yu Tianheng's silence, Du Yin steeled herself and said, look into my eyes. Yu Tianheng slowly shifted his gaze, and upon meeting those captivating emerald eyes, his heart seemed to momentarily stop. Her eyes resembled a tranquil lake, deep and shimmering, with long eyelashes casting shadows upon her delicate features. The confidence and vivacity he once knew vanished, leaving behind a heart-wrenching vulnerability. Speak honestly, since joining the Imperial battle team, have you held any feelings for me? Du Yin pouted and, gritting her teeth, inquired. Yu Tianheng took a half-step back, wanting to articulate something but finding himself utterly at a loss for words. Thoughts of familial obligations, his father's admonitions, and the fate of his third uncle, Yu Xiaogang, flooded his mind. He sealed his lips, remaining silent. Undoubtedly, he harbored feelings for Du Yin. However, the family had strictly forbidden any further association with her. Not long ago, he had returned to his family, passionately arguing with his father about why he could not be with Du Yin, even expressing his willingness to endure the pain of losing a spouse at a young age. Although there was no outright refusal, the implicit disapproval was unmistakable, and pressure from the family elders and various aspects of life bore down upon him like an overwhelming tide, suffocating and despairing. Yet, he did not relent. The pride of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus was such that he would never retreat in competition. And he approached matters of the heart with the same tenacity, determined to clear all obstacles in his path to be with Du Yin. If he could not resolve the present impediments, he would not utter a word to her. This was the hallmark of a man from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng's reaction, Du Yin let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down her face as she quickly turned away, covering her visage with her arms, concealing her disheveled appearance from Yu Tianheng. Her voice choked with emotion, she uttered, I understand. With that, she dashed away. Seeing Du Yin in such sorrow filled Yu Tianheng with heartache. His gaze hardened, and his fists clenched tightly. Yanzi, wait for me. Being together now would only bring you harm, but once I persuade the family, I will surely seek you out. In the lounge, upon Yu Tianheng's solitary return, his despondent demeanor prompted exchanged glances among the others, who dared not speak. After a prolonged silence, Yu Feng cautiously approached and softly inquired, Boss, are you all right? Yu Tianheng exhaled a heavy breath, attempting to expel the turmoil within him, steadied his thoughts, and forced a faint smile. I'm fine. Yet, Yu Feng thought to himself. His appearance belied that statement, but he refrained from pressing further. An hour later, as the lounge emptied, Yu Tianheng gradually rose, his eyes now shining with clarity. He resolved to return to his family and eradicate all obstacles once and for all. Chapter 87. The True Nature of the Sorceress at Oakland Academy. Following the departure of the Imperial battle team, the students' enthusiasm remained unabated, reaching a new zenith. Surrounded by admirers, Dai Yao, under the escort of Feng Qianli and others, finally managed to return to the lounge. Feng Qianli, having successfully closed the door, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and exclaimed, "We're back at last." The students were utterly wild. This return was even more exhausting than the battle itself. Dai Yao, upon seeing the sofa, gleefully collapsed onto it, resembling a limp noodle as he reclined, and remarked to Dai Yao, "After this match, I wonder how many girls have secretly harbored feelings for you. Oh, the jealousy is overwhelming." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an intense chill enveloping his body, causing him to shudder. He quickly sat up, only to meet the cold gaze of Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yao chuckled lightly, cautioning everyone to speak prudently. As all took their seats, they commenced a discussion regarding the gains and losses of the competition. Feng Qianli patted Dai Yao on the shoulder, expressing astonishment. "Your performance today has astounded everyone. Our victory in this match is solely attributed to you and Zhu Zhuqing. Fear not, we shall never be a hindrance to your progress." The five nodded in unison, their expressions earnest, with the typically frivolous Dai Yuani displaying an unusual seriousness. Noting the gravity of their demeanor, he remarked, "Since I have chosen to remain, I shall not disdain anyone's abilities. However, our ambition is to progress to the qualifiers and even the finals of the grand tournament. As it stands, our team still lacks sufficient strength." Upon hearing this, the members of the Oakland team exhibited a range of emotions. Feng Qianli maintained a calm countenance, while Dai Yuani appeared nonchalant, seemingly indifferent. In contrast, Luo Feng, Do Yu, and Luo Feng lowered their heads, their expressions somewhat dejected. During the competition, their performances had been lackluster, particularly Do Yu, who was swiftly eliminated by Yu Feng, thereby placing the team at a disadvantage. Although Dai Yao's words were harsh, they reflected the stark reality. In a team, one cannot perpetually rely on others to cover one's shortcomings. Initially, no one wished to join the team due to the imminent challenge posed by the Royal Combat Team. Yet now, having secured victory, and with the formidable presence of Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing, it was clear that no one desired to depart from the Oakland team. The Soul Master Tournament represents the most cherished memories of every Soul Master during their student years, sweating profusely, battling with all their might, standing shoulder to shoulder with comrades, and reveling in glory. Even in defeat, the experiences remain indelibly etched in one's heart. Furthermore, with the addition of Dai Yao and Zhu Zhuqing, the likelihood of achieving remarkable results in the tournament has significantly increased. Consequently, all members of the team would bask in the honor of the Oakland team. Thus, no one wished to leave. Suddenly, the commotion outside fell silent, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Sensing an anomaly, the group opened the door, their eyes widening in astonishment. Outside stood four individuals: Principal Jackson, Salas, a man exuding a gentle demeanor, and beside him, a little girl clad in a blue dress. Dai Yao swiftly recognized him, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. Beside him stood the girl, naturally, Ning Rongrong. They had come to witness Dai Yao's prowess. As Principal Jackson introduced their identities, the members of the Oakland team were engulfed in excitement. The second most renowned sect leader and the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall stood before them, alive and tangible. They struggled to contain their enthusiasm, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Salas, already acquainted with Dai Yao, expressed his delight with a few encouraging words, patting Dai Yao on the shoulder before stepping aside. Ning Fengji sighed, realizing that Salas would not afford him and Dai Yao the opportunity for private conversation. Salas smirked, fully aware of Ning Fengji's intentions. As a support-type sect, they were particularly fond of recruiting talent, especially gifted youths. Under the enticing allure of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile-S spirit, many had joined impulsively. Ning Fengji, with his graceful demeanor and compelling charisma, had long been a formidable adversary of the Spirit Hall. Now, with a prodigy like Dai Yao in their midst, how could he possibly restrain himself? He feared that Dai Yao, in a moment of excitement, might choose to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai Yao was painstakingly brought away from the Star Luo Empire by the Spirit Hall, and just as the fruits of their labor were about to be reaped, how could they allow Ning Fengji to seize the opportunity? Under the vigilant watch of Salas, Ning Fengji let out a resigned sigh, offering a few words of encouragement before departing with Salas. However, while he left, Ning Rongrong remained. Once the two prominent figures exited, the atmosphere in the lounge suddenly relaxed. Previously, everyone had held their breath, afraid to let their guard down lest they embarrass themselves before the esteemed visitors. At last, a moment to breathe. As soon as Ning Fengji and Salas departed, Dai Yuan fell back onto the sofa, disregarding all decorum. The presence of those two nobles was overwhelming. I hardly dared to exhale, particularly Ning Zongzhu, so refined and graceful, truly captivating. The support-type soul master, Luo Ling, exclaimed in relief, clapping her chest. Suddenly, Feng Qianli noticed that the girl who had been following Ning Fengji had not left. He called out, "Everyone, quiet down, there is still someone here." The crowd turned to see a delicate young girl standing by the door, clad in a light blue dress, both opulent and elegant. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was as tender as a lychee, her features exquisite, and her figure perfectly proportioned. Most striking was her noble and graceful demeanor, her gentle smile radiating warmth like a spring breeze, enveloping all those around her. Initially, everyone's attention had been focused on Ning Fengji and Salas, but with their departure, they suddenly realized how enchanting the girl before them was. Several young men stared at Ning Rongrong, utterly captivated. "Excuse me, young lady, what brings you here?" Dai Yuan sprang up from the sofa and approached Ning Rongrong, wearing a perfectly timed smile and speaking in a soft tone. "I am looking for Dai Yao," Ning Rongrong responded with a slight smile. Upon hearing that she was seeking Dai Yao, Dai Yuan deflated like a punctured balloon, turning to Dai Yao with a downcast expression. "It's you again." Today, a continuous stream of visitors had come looking for Dai Yao, leaving them somewhat numb, although Ning Zongzhu and Bishop Salas had praised everyone. It was clear to all that the two nobles had come primarily for Dai Yao. Dai Yao was about to rise when he suddenly felt some resistance on his arm. Looking down, he discovered that his arm was tightly embraced by Zhu Zhuqing, her gaze directed at Ning Rongrong, filled with hostility. Realizing that Dai Yao intended to leave, Zhu Zhuqing became aware of her indiscretion and hastily withdrew her hands. Ning Rongrong, not only of noble birth, but also possessing beauty that could rival her own, was experiencing a sense of threat from another girl for the first time. When she saw Dai Yu smile and nod at her, her heart began to settle somewhat. Though Ning Rongrong appeared delicate and gentle, Dai Yao was well aware of her true nature. Within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she was a fearless little witch. Endowed with a prestigious status and remarkable talent, backed by the prowess of the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo. Indeed, she had every reason to be proud. Had she not come to Shrek Academy, who could say how spoiled she would have been by the two titled Douluos? As they walked a while longer, they arrived at a secluded spot. Ning Rongrong turned around, revealing a warm smile, her hands clasped behind her back. "Dai Yao, are you familiar with the seven-treasure glazed tile school?" "Of course," Dai Yao nodded. Ning Rongrong paced as she spoke. "Our seven-treasure glazed tile school is the foremost auxiliary sect in the world, which is why many soul masters aspire to join us. My father is currently occupied with other matters, and he has tasked me with inviting you to join our esteemed sect." Upon finishing, Ning Rongrong looked at Dai Yao with eager anticipation. Ning Fengji had anticipated Salas's constant vigilance, and thus entrusted this task to Ning Rongrong in light of his own inability to recruit Dai Yao personally. No one could refuse an invitation from the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong had witnessed this countless times. Each time the sect sought new members, the scene was fervently bustling, with numerous soul masters vying for a chance. She believed that as long as she extended the invitation, Dai Yao would, like those before him, joyfully accept the offer to join the sect. "I'm afraid I must decline. I have no intention of joining any sect," he replied. Dai Yao shook his head in rejection. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, unprepared for his refusal. A flicker of anger ignited within her, yet recalling Dai Yao's exceptional talent and her father Ning Fengji's counsel. She quelled her irritation and adorned her face with a sweet smile. "Perhaps you are unaware of what it entails to join our seven-treasure glazed tile school. If your strength is sufficiently formidable, you will have access to boundless wealth and the support of the seven-treasure glazed tile soul masters. Should you find a mutual affection with one of our female members, you may even wed her. To have a wife who is a soul master of the seven-treasure glazed tile martial soul is the aspiration of countless powerful offensive soul masters. Do you not desire this?" Ning Rongrong enticed. As Dai Yao gazed at Ning Rongrong, he was surprised to discover this facet of her character. The original narrative depicted her as willful and playful, yet now she presented a serious and analytical demeanor that left him momentarily dazed. He soon understood, after all. Ning Rongrong was the daughter of Ning Fengji, raised under the influence of noble education. Recruiting subordinates was a commonplace affair for those of aristocratic lineage. The invitation from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed held considerable allure for Dai Yao, the foremost auxiliary martial soul support. Coupled with the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was undeniably tempting. However, he had departed the Xingluo Empire with the assistance of the Spirit Hall. Disregarding their benevolence to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would render him a man lacking in gratitude. Dai Yao stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before offering a slight smile. I apologize, but I cannot join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong's delicate brows furrowed, the gentle warmth in her gaze evaporating, replaced by a rising tide of indignation that she could no longer contain. With one hand placed firmly on her hip and the other pointed accusingly at Dai Yao, her voice sharpened, imbued with an air of superiority as she declared, Dai Yao, your repeated refusals of my invitation demonstrate a blatant disregard for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Let me make it clear, I am not someone to be trifled with. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. She had assured Ning Fengji that she would undoubtedly bring Dai Yao to their sect, believing the task would be a mere trifle, akin to those eager soul masters vying for admission to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Just a hint of interest would send them into a frenzy. Yet, to her astonishment, Dai Yao had no desire to join. Observing Ning Rongrong's chest heave with fury, Dai Yao merely shrugged. Recognizing that any argument would only exacerbate her wrath, he chose to ignore her and turn to leave. Ning Rongrong's threats held little sway over him. He saw no consequence in declining the offer to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Ning Rongrong's anger boiled over as she shouted at the departing figure of Dai Yao. Is there something else you wish to say? Dai Yao halted in his tracks and turned back. At his words, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, her fists gradually clenching as her brows knitted together. Gazing at Dai Yao's calm and indifferent demeanor, she could no longer suppress her fury and strode forward, her petite fists descending upon him like a torrential rain. How dare you refuse my invitation? You actually dared to refuse. No one has ever dared to turn down the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Her tone quivered with the hint of tears. To Dai Yao, Ning Rongrong's punches felt akin to a gentle massage. Dai Yao furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy as he swiftly seized Ning Rongrong's hands. The delicate texture of her skin stirred his senses, revealing her pampered upbringing. Regaining his composure, he tightened his grip, intending merely to silence the bothersome Ning Rongrong, devoid of any ulterior motives, albeit with a somewhat rough approach. He regarded himself as a scoundrel. Yet when confronted with a girl who was not his, he held no intention of showing gentleness. Ning Rongrong winced in pain and struggled incessantly, but the more she fought, the tighter Dai Yao's grip became, leading her to gradually cease her resistance. Let go of me, she exclaimed, lifting her head, her pale blue eyes aflame with fury. Observing her finally calm down and cease her struggles, Dai Yao released her. Ning Rongrong frowned, continuously rubbing her reddened wrist, and declared with a stern voice, How dare you treat me this way? Just wait until I return to inform Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu, and your fate will be sealed. Dai Yao cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong, his heart simmering with indignation. If it was indeed an invitation, one could naturally decline. Why should a refusal provoke such anger? Furthermore, her condescending tone was particularly irksome to him. He slowly advanced towards her, his stature as a formidable battle spirit master significantly surpassing that of her supportive lineage. The frigid aura emanating from him caused Ning Rongrong to momentarily freeze, her complexion paling as a flicker of fear ignited within her, prompting her to instinctively retreat. What do you intend to do? I am the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you seeking death? She stammered, her voice trembling. Observing her cornered state, Dai Yao merely sought to intimidate her, suppressing his ire as he asserted, Since you have invited me. What is wrong with my refusal? Is it a death sentence for those who choose not to join? Is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly this tyrannical? Ning Rongrong, undeterred, decided to stand her ground, her disbelief in his willingness to act against her emboldening her stance. With her hands on her hips and her chest thrust forward, She confronted him defiantly. What of it? You, a mere commoner spirit master, dare to reject the seven-treasure, glazed tile school? Dai Yao is indeed a commoner spirit master now, having departed from the Star Luo Empire and severed ties with the White Tiger family. He prides himself on being a commoner spirit master. Upon hearing this, his disdain for Ning Rongrong deepened. Her character, notoriously vile in the original narrative, only began to transform after her time at Shrek Academy. He never anticipated that her malevolence could reach such depths. He cast a cold glare at Ning Rongrong, uttering not a single word. After a prolonged silence, he snorted disdainfully, believing her to be beyond redemption, before sweeping away in indignation. After Dai Yao's departure, Ning Rongrong immediately felt her body relax, sitting dazedly on the ground, her mind now a blank slate. The disdainful gaze of Dai Yao was etched deeply into her heart. Never had anyone regarded her with such a look. She was the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a paragon of excellence.